On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the studio light shows on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and we've been established for 7 years, and together with my husband Alfie we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. What I really love about Hochanda is I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. I've been with Hochanda since the very beginning, and I've been crafting a lot longer than that. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Presscut and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design. So don't miss the John Next Door and Crafts 2 shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowan Dean. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion, and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire, and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire, and I think other people will be too. Our kits are really easy, and I hope they inspire you to have a go at stitching. Since we've been on Hochanda, we've had a great time. Everybody's been really friendly and really good. We've met loads of people all around the country who watch Hochanda and find it really inspiring. Don't forget to join me on my own Dean shows on Hochanda.
Flexi Order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Hello there and good morning. Oh, it's so good to have your company here on a Sunday. And of course on Sundays we often see a bit of a sewy theme going on, and that's exactly what we're kicking the first hour off with. We've got an amazing hour of Totally Patched, and we've got Pat and Mark here. Good morning, you two.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi everybody.
Are you well?
We are.
Did you drive in this morning? It's not a particularly pleasant morning this morning.
Bit splish and splash, wasn't it? But
it's a little bit,
we're
wasn't
here,
it?
no problem.
It's a good sewy day though, isn't it?
It is.
Oh,
lovely,
yeah.
Stay
Stay inside, crank up the heating and start stitching away, and that is the beauty. Now we've got some fabulous projects to share with you. If you are here for the festive delights, as I know many of you will be, don't worry, we have got the next series of 3 blocks. We've got them on the website, you can check those out. I'll tell you about those a little bit later on. We've also got little kind of Sunday morning or Sunday projects, perhaps, or weekend projects, that you could perhaps break away from that big project that you're working on and just create something quickly and easily. And that's what we've got here. Now, we've got an amazing deal on your screen, and when you're looking at this and you're thinking, like, oh, I've got to choose between the two. No, you don't. You are going to be able to create both of these pieces. And at £14.99, that is a phenomenal price. I'm sure you will agree. You've got a £7.50 saving, and you've got your 2 lovely little wall hangings. That's how they're kind of been depicted, but they don't have to be made up this way, do they, guys?
No, not at all. Any format you want. I was just in a wall hanging mood, I think.
Okay. I love that.
But you can use like the templates for the applique, the templates for the quilting on anything else, and mix and match really, if you didn't want to make 2 things.
And Mark, I mean, you've been busy cutting all these little pieces that we've got in here. They're all ready, all the right size to go. I knew that was going to happen. As soon as I leant forward, there we go. All the pieces pre-cut.
All the pieces are pre-cut, yes. The only thing it isn't pre-cut is the hearts, but you get a template for that.
Okay.
So if you don't want to put a heart on it, you could put whatever shape you want.
That's a good idea. Yeah. And also, because you've got the pieces in there, you may experiment, you may be a seasoned sewer and have other ideas, other projects in mind to use those pieces for, and that is okay, it's not a problem. But you are going to get your full colour patterns with all the elements in there and all the dimensions. So if you do want to follow them exactly as they are laid out, then you can do. And again, just brilliant value for money. £14.99. If you fancy getting hold of these, the details are there on your screen at 177692, and they are proving to be popular already. But what's not to love about them? I mean, they're beautiful, aren't they? A little bit of hand stitching in there as well, which is nice. Now, the next set that we've got for you, I think this is going to be a popular one. It's a really good size quilt. It's kind of like a lap quilt or a throw. You can see it's 40 inches in size, and we've got a version here. Now, Pat, there's a bit of a story behind this one, because we're going to see this kind of develop as the day progresses, because you've got a couple of shows with us today.
That's right. Last time we were on, we had people ring in and ask, what do we do? What do you mean by sandwiching? And we don't very often get time to do that. So I did say that in this show we would be doing sandwiching. So that quilt top is exactly, as I say, a quilt top. And in the 11 o'clock show, I'm going to clear the table and actually sandwich the quilt to show you the process from start to finish, so that you
love that. Yeah,
takes the
like a tuition.
Rather than do it on a cushion size.
Yes.
I can't do a big quilt because there's not enough space.
Yeah, that's good. And you're not going to get down on your hands and knees as we usually have to.
Not a good look, really.
So it makes sense. And make sure you tune in at 11 o'clock to learn about that. But the quilt, the top kit that you've got here, absolutely beautiful. I love the fabrics that we've got in here. They are so, so cute. You've got little toadstools, little mushrooms in here, gorgeous little ditzy flowers featuring within here. And again, Mark, you've been busy cutting.
All the pieces cut again, yes.
I love it.
It's Annie Downs fabric.
Oh, very nice, yeah.
So it's a well-known designer.
Exactly, and a lovely kind of tone look to this one. So I think this one's going to fit in with pretty much any decor, to be honest. A very forgiving look. Brilliant value for money, £44.99. Again, £10 saving. 2 flexi buys on this one. I think this is a perfect one, and it's a nice one because you can put your little kind of patches together, put your little blocks together, and then at a later stage come and put it all together. And then of course Pat's going to teach you how to do that sandwich later on. Details on your screen there, so 106004. Now of course when you do come to do that sandwiching layer, we're talking about the wadding, we're talking about the backing, and Pat Mark have put together the perfect accompaniment to your quilt top that we've just been looking at. So for just £24.99 you will have a beautiful weight wadding, 80/20 there, so it's a lovely soft feel to it, as you can see there. And of course you have got your calico backing, which is beautiful. Lovely soft backing, that one as well.
Nice soft calico, yeah. Not too coarse. It's nice feel.
That's it. And again, because we're going to be going back to basics, when we get to the 11 o'clock show, we'll talk about wadding and what 80/20 means and all that kind of thing. But this is the perfect size to work with the throw, the details of which are at the bottom bottom of your screen. And of course, if you have got your flexi order, then of course it's just £12.50 on your first payment to add onto your throw at the bottom there. But you'll have all the elements, all the fundamentals that you'll be able to create. And of course, it doesn't have to be that exact top that you are creating with this. If you've got your own quilt in progress, or you're thinking of a 40-inch square quilt, then this is going to be perfect to go alongside that as well. If you're wanting yours, a 478527, brilliant value for money. Now, of course, that gorgeous flower petal design that we saw in the throw is echoed within this particular cushion kit. Now, this is beautiful, and again, it's a very clever look. It kind of looks a bit like a Dresden plate, this, doesn't it?
It does, but in a really easy way.
Oh yes, very much so.
Much easier.
Much easier.
And it also looks like hearts.
Yes,
if you look at
that's true, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
If you were to replicate this and almost put those into kind of quarters, you make those two, hold on, I'm doing it back to front and upside down, those two pieces together in the same fabric, then it would look like, yeah, four hearts, yeah. Lovely. And again, you can see, nice, simple way of putting these together. But look at the price again. Now, the price there, £19.99. Is that including the backing fabric as well?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Well, we're all thinking a little bit gifty, aren't we, at the moment?
We are, yes, we are. But I'm thinking frugally, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Because that's my middle name, Hayley Frugal West.
Oh, you're going to use the back for something else,
Exactly,
aren't you, Hayley?
exactly. I would incorporate other fabrics on a similar sort of tone and really extend the fabric that you've got within this set. But as Pat quite rightly says, it makes a beautiful cushion cover as a gift for somebody. And of course, you could make it up and then pop it back into the box and wrap it up. And there you go, you've got a lovely gift for someone. £19.99, again, a £3.50 saving, 909823. We have got lots of company this morning. We are busy, guys. Are you all tucked up in bed watching, or are you all kind of all washed and dressed and sat down in front of the TV, had your breakfast? I'd like to know, because I'm nosy. And if you'd like to get involved, obviously asking questions or words of encouragement for Pat and Mark, then studio@hochanda.com is the way to get in touch. Now, of course, we're getting into that season when we start thinking about Christmas, and have a look at this panel. This is amazing. Now, it's a quilted panel, and you can see here it's already pre-printed. This is a nice project to work on. Maybe with a bit of free motion work, I'm thinking.
Hand quilted. That is.
That's hand quilted.
Hand quilted,
Yeah, but you could free motion or any designs that you wanted, really. We've just followed the shapes within the hanging, really, just because
look
it's
at the back. Am I allowed?
you can
Is
look
that
at the
okay?
back.
Sometimes you never know, because we do these things in a rush sometimes.
Of course.
So we always like to ask, but there you go, you can see kind of the hand stitching on the back there. So you kind of just followed the line of the pattern with your hand stitching there.
I can't take credit for this either.
Well, thank my mum for doing that.
Oh, I thought it was you for a moment then, Mark.
No,
Mark's mum.
I'll pass on that one.
Lovely. What's Mark's mum's name?
Brenda.
Brenda. Oh, well, my mum's Brenda. Obviously, it's not the same mum, just in case anybody's asking.
Move on.
Now, the details are on your screen. If you're wanting your panel, here you go. Have a little look at this. This is beautiful. Now, of course, you can use it as a wall hanging, just as we saw there, but what a wonderful way of making a winter quilt. You could quite easily take inspiration from any of those patches or blocks that Pat has brought to us previously, add those on, even just adding sashing to it, keeping it nice and simple. You can turn it into a much larger project, and at £12.49. I've not seen this panel before, because sometimes we do see the same ones come through.
We try and buy, well, if we see something, I've got to like it to start with, but if it's a little bit different, and we ordered this, oh gosh, last January, I think.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Christmas.
But it is, I think it's really different and really nice, isn't it?
It's beautiful, and again, it's going to fit in with any home decor. If you're wanting yours, 914880. If you are thinking of making them as gifts, do consider the people that you're going to be making them for, because recipients talk to each other, don't they? So if you've made this for your brother or sister, and then the other brother or sister finds out about it, then you might need to get several of them. So yeah, do consider that before you check out your basket. Now, of course, the festive delights. Oh, we need to mention these new blocks. Oh my goodness, you've been jumping ahead, as we kind of expected you to be doing, and already 20% of the stock has gone. Now, we're looking at a set of 3 blocks here, £34.99, and again, all pre-cut. Now, I'm sure you will have come across kind of the story that we regularly see from Totally Patched, but you like to take a larger quilt and break it down into blocks to make it perhaps an affordable way for people to create that larger project.
To make it achievable is the main thing. The people look at the quilt and think, well, I can never do that. But by breaking it down into smaller bite-sized pieces, it makes it achievable and also affordable.
Yeah,
which is the
really
other thing.
good point. Yeah. Now we do have the complete kit available. So if you can't wait and you're wanting to make that quilt that you saw behind and Mark there, then you can go for it. The details are at the bottom. But have a look at these. Now everything is cut. So if you are a novice quilter, then you don't have to worry about kind of measurements and things like that.
No. And you don't have to worry about having cutting equipment.
Yes,
that's the other thing,
point.
is a big
Yeah.
outlay to start with sometimes.
It is, yeah. Now that is one of those blocks. Now you could quite easily go for this set, take that block, add a bit of sashing, turn it into a cushion cover if you wanted to, or you could go on and create your quilt, because you don't know at this stage, if you've never quilted before, whether quilting's for you, because you don't want to necessarily buy a large kit and have that major investment and then find, you know what, yeah, I've tried it, yeah, I've ticked that box, it's not really for me. But I think when you do start crafting with these fabulous fabrics and seeing the results, you will get bitten by that quilting bug. These are beautiful quilt blocks. I like these.
They're lovely, and the fabric, when you work with it all the time, you sort of get a little bit blasé, but one lady, Jane, who's done it, she said the quality of the fabric is just outstanding.
And it's always 100% cotton.
Oh yeah,
is it we use?
always. Oh, yeah. And also the quilt itself, somebody bought the quilt, her sister has made, she bought the full kit.
Okay.
Her sister's made it for her, and her sister had never made a quilt before, and now she's totally addicted. She absolutely loves it. So she started with this, and it was her first quilt. So
And she's upgraded her sewing machine.
yeah,
To make it easier for
bought a new
herself as
sewing
well.
machine, she's hooked.
Well, this is the thing, though, and it's nice to have a passion behind our hobby, isn't it?
Yeah.
But, of course, because you're creating your quilt in blocks, then you're kind of just doing a little kind of bite-sized piece, and eventually all of those blocks come together. Now, over 20% of the stock has gone. Now, you introduced this kit to us, was it a couple of months ago?
This is month 3 now, so it's 3 months ago.
Month 3, but all the other blocks are available, I'm guessing, on the
Yes.
website. So if you are playing catch-up, it doesn't matter which kind of section you get involved at, to be honest, because you need to make all the blocks before you stitch them all together anyway. So you may just be getting involved at set number 3. That's not an issue. But, of course, if you do want to go back and get the other ones to catch up, then you can do 4, 5 and 6. Is there, how many more sets are there with these?
4 and 5 left.
Yeah, 2 more.
So there's only 2 more.
It's 5, yeah, 5
So
months.
don't go looking for the next ones. You've got to wait.
Yeah.
You jump in the gun unless you want to go for the complete kit, which we have got available for you as well. Now, we did have the details at the bottom of the screen. Now, we are going to be showing you this kit, and this is brilliant because you've got all of the blocks. So the block set 3 and 2 and 1 that have come previously. Obviously, the next ones are included in here as well, and it gives you the opportunity for you to create your quilt. And there you go, you've got your little image there to show you exactly what you're going to achieve. It's quite scary to think that you can be able to achieve something as beautiful as this.
Well, that's what we try and do. We try and make it achievable, not too scary, by cutting all the pieces for people as well.
Now, when we actually get the box home, we've got loads of packets. Do we get everything out, Mark?
No.
Oh, okay, right.
One at a time.
Okay.
Lay them out, read the instructions, look at the fabric, stroke it a bit, put it back in the packet, and then choose which one you want to do first. You don't have to go in order, but it's probably best to for construction. You do get construction instructions as well to show you how to put them all together to make the actual front of the quilt.
And of course, you've still got those block kind of, it's almost like an encyclopedia.
Definitely.
Then, isn't it?
You can use them in other fabrics at later date.
Really good idea. I love that idea. So there you go. And it all comes beautifully packaged in a little storage box with a lid. So there you go. You can be creating those blocks, storing the blocks in there as you go. And then, of course, at final stage is putting it all together. You've got your flexi order on this one as well, so it's in the cost over 3 payments, £58.33. So when you're thinking, if you're looking at the blocks that we've just looked at, £34.99, and you're thinking, yeah, I like the idea of that, I'm going to come back and I'm going to get the next 3 in a month's time, whether it's you're going for set 4 or whether you're going backwards and getting sets 1 or 2. But you'll be paying another £34.99, and you might want to do it that way, which is fine. But bear in mind, when you look at the difference between the 2, I mean, Charlotte, could you do me a little bit of sums? I know it's before 7:30 and I'm asking her to get the calculator out. But if we're looking at the flexi buy payment of £58.33 and we're taking away what we'd be expecting to pay if we're going for the 3 blocks, they're £34.99. What's the difference between those two? It's only £23.34. So I'd be inclined, before I check out my basket, think about it. I know you're spending $58.33, a little bit more than you were planning, but you will have all the blocks there, so you don't have to come back in a month's time and remember to get the previous sets. You don't have to remember to tune in a month's time to get the next set. You will have them all there. Now, you don't have to jump ahead if you don't want to. You can patiently sit there within them, having them in your box there, and join us for all of the Totally Patched shows and learn, and go back on Rewind indeed. You'll be able to see how those other patches and blocks have been put together. But I would consider that. Now, you've got 3 of those flexi binds. Again, bear that in mind. But again, you will have everything there to make that amazing quilt top. Details are there, 385540 if you are wanting those. But of course, it's nice to have the back of your quilt looking just as beautiful as the front.
Just on the kit, you can get your own speed. Like if you have got 3 blocks made in the first 2 weeks, you might have to wait for the next one to come out, but you can crack on and get going with those as well.
You can indeed, yeah. And we do like that, don't we? Sometimes we do like to jump ahead.
Get in the flow and just keep going with it.
Exactly. There you go. So you've got your choices there if you're wanting to go for the complete kit. It's now at the bottom of your screen because we'll swap the details around. Because as I was saying there, the backing is just as important because that's the bit that's going to be against you, isn't it? If you're going to be using this on a sofa or on a bed and things like that. Now, Mark, what have we got here? I can see 5 options of beautiful fabrics.
5 options of the fabric from the range. And you get 2 drops of 45 inches for each backing. So you choose for each fabric option.
2 drops of 75.
75, yeah.
So this is kind of, you join them in the middle and you'd have a big enough rectangle to cover the back of your quilt. Lovely, like that idea. And of course it's nice to have it as a decorative fabric because you could quite easily see that. When you could even flip it over, I suppose, if you wanted to make a nice backing. It's beautiful. I didn't notice the foiling before.
It's got a little bit of metallic in it, just to give it a little bit of sparkle.
Exactly. Yeah. And of course, the other thing is you might have a quilt kind of pattern idea of your own, and this is another way of getting kind of beautiful fabrics to use for your quilt top as well, if you didn't want to go down the route of the festive delights. Now, you've got your 5 options, because, of course, predominantly 5 different fabrics you've got within your quilt top. So you've got the gorgeous one with your hearts. That's called Cream Hearts. Beautiful, as you can see there. Next one, oh, this one is your Red Holly. That is lovely. Our holly's a bit red. It's hot. And then you've got your next one there, which is your green. This is your green snowflake. Isn't that pretty?
We couldn't decide which one was our favourites.
Yes, well, this is the thing. And you don't want to kind of predetermine, because some people don't particularly like a particular colour, do they? And see, any of these colours look lovely in my living room, just these colours, so be careful for winter. And there you go. Oh, that's a nice one with the dots. Like that, and again that foiling. Each one of these has got that little bit of foiling in there. And the final one that we've got with this, your baubles, look at that. And again that foiling coming through on there. It's almost like a little bit of distressed foiling on there. It's really, really pretty. So, yeah, choices. You're going to get 2 drops, so 2 pieces, whichever of those you're going for. They're going to be the same ones, so 2 repeats of the same there. £60.49. Again, flexi buy on this one, spreading the cost over 2 payments. But it might be that you're going for that complete kit and you want to have the fabric ready for you to back it as well. Well, there you go. That would make an amazing Christmas gift for somebody. I'm just saying, as a sewer, if you know somebody that perhaps has already had a sewing machine and they want to get into the quilting, then absolutely beautiful, as you can see there. Now, of course, we're talking about finishing our quilts as well at 11 o'clock. So you've got your calico backing. So if you don't want to go down the fabric route where you've got your print, then we have got the most incredible backing here. Now, the calico that we've got here, Mark, tell me a little bit about this. What's so special about this one?
It's lovely and soft.
It is,
it's, one piece, so there's no joining. It covers the whole quilt in one piece, one big go.
Lovely.
Yeah.
See, that's one less stage as well, which can be important to people. Yeah. And please don't think, I mean, sometimes calico, you get so many different grades of calico. Some of it can be quite itchy. This one is beautifully soft. Now, is it pre-shrunk? Do we need to wash this?
No,
do we know?
No, it's already pre-shrunk.
So straight onto the back of your quilt, you don't have to worry.
Yeah.
Love it, there you go. £33.49. That's a very affordable way for you to actually back your quilt. But of course, a quilt needs some squidgy stuff in the middle, doesn't it? And we have got loads of it now to give it that gorgeous soft feel. Now, we've got one item number popping up on your screen, which is going to give you 2 options, because again, this is something very much personal preference with regards to how you're going to put your wadding in place. Now, you've got your Hobbs Polydown, which is the one here, which is your man-made fibres, because of course some people don't necessarily want the natural natural fibres in there.
No, some people prefer that, and it gives it a bit more loft, a bit puffier.
Yeah. If you turn it around that way, you'll be able to see exactly what we're talking about there. So you can see there, that's your squidginess, your loft that you will hear people refer to. So that one is your poly down, so that's your man-made one. This one here is your Hobbs, and this one's, sorry, your Hobbs one? What? Heirloom. I wondered what you said there. I thought, oh, it's a different type of warding. I've not heard of that one before. This one is your 80-20, and don't be deceived when you look at it and you think, oh gosh, that's not very thick at all. It's surprising how, when you do actually put it into a quilt, it really does give that warmth and that weight to it as well.
It's a really snuggle, without being too heavy either.
I think quilts, especially with the 80-20 in, are more that you don't realise how warm they are.
Yes, that's right.
And they just sort of fall around you.
They always remind me a little bit of kind of weighted blankets, because you know when you were a kid and your mum used to come and tuck you in the days when you used to have sheets and blankets, and the young people in the gallery won't have a clue what I'm talking about, but you used to get into bed and your mum or your dad would tuck you in and you were like this. You couldn't move.
Right.
And it gives you that feeling, that safe, that comfort feeling, and that's the beauty that you've got with these. So £26.99. You used to wake up in the morning in the same position, didn't you, because you couldn't move. But there you go. 894 780 26.99, really good value for money. So whether you are going for your festive delight kit or you've got another quilt that you're looking at creating that's 75-inch square, then do add these into your basket as well. So we've got a project book for you, October 2020. Why have I got that? Oh, now I haven't had a look at this yet. Mark, you've been sneaking things in, have you?
Yeah.
No,
I did
what's
clear
this?
it with the boss, though.
That's okay. So tell me about this. What we've got here, then, Mark?
This is all the patterns that are on the counter. If
I
people want to
see.
make the items but just have the patterns to refer to and use their own fabrics, they can do. And they are in a booklet there, which you can turn the pages back so they're not always keeping on folding back on themselves.
This is it. They're nice because you can sit flat because of the binding. Like you say, you can wrap them around on yourself there. And again, loads of full colour illustrations there. Oh, now I haven't told you about this one, have I? Now look at the gorgeous colours that we've got within this one. This is your Echo quilt, and we have got a kit available for this one. Maybe well have already spied it on our set because we've got it hanging it up at the back. You have been jumping ahead and getting hold of this one. We're going to give you the details of that in a moment. But if you are wanting your pattern book, there you go, £20.99. Will give you the ability for you to create all those wonderful projects that we've been looking at already there. So the Echo Quilt Kit, isn't it gorgeous? Have a look at this. These are lovely, bright, happy colours, aren't they? Absolutely beautiful. I love the look of this one. I mean, again, I'm looking at it and I'm seeing it's quite, when you break it down into the kind of the little blocks in there, this isn't a one to be scared of either, is it?
Not at all, no. It's really easy, but a really effective design. And with the pattern, you get step-by-step rows, exactly where to place your lights and your darks. It's just about light and dark, that's all.
And that's nice, because it's good to have a little bit of tuition about that, because that's kind of a life skill when it comes to quilting, isn't it? So
it's called, the range of fabric is called My Happy Place.
Oh, and I said it was a happy quilt.
You did,
yeah, there
you
you
didn't
go.
know that.
So yeah, My Happy Place. Oh, that would be under this quilt, wouldn't it? What sort of size are we looking at with regards to this quilt, Pat? Do we know? I'm just trying to look on
56-ish.
Hold on, I've got my glasses on. I have to put my glasses on.
I think 50.
Yeah, 55 and a half.
Well, that was
There
close.
you go, that was close.
Put that out there, well,
Very good. And you can see it comes beautifully packaged as well. So if you are wanting to make that up for yourself or give it as a kit to somebody as a gift, then a brilliant idea. And of course, it's full instructions in there. That is an amazing price there. 2 flexi buys there at £59.99. And don't forget, do check out the finishing kits that we've got, because you will be able to find one that will suit that one as well. So there you go. Details are on your screen if you fancy getting hold of these. Now, Pat, we've got those lovely projects we looked at. So it seems like ages ago now at the other end of the counter.
It does. It's a long counter today.
There's a lot here to talk about. So what are we up to, Dem and White?
I thought we'd look at this gorgeous throw because I love it.
You enjoyed making that, didn't you?
I really enjoyed making it, yeah. Flower petal throw, it's called, but the block itself is gorgeous and you could use it in so many other things, couldn't you? The cushion block is bigger than this. But it's the same principle. So as always, you get your little box. This went in, I think, 3 sizes of boxes before we decided on the final one. Mark kept coming up and says, "What do you think of this?" No, don't like that one.
Too crammed, no, not enough. Doesn't look too much yet. Oh.
Really simple. lots of cutting for Mark, but really simple
He loves it, Pat,
squares.
he loves
it, I know. Look at these little things, though. Look at those. Did you like those as well?
No.
No, I didn't think so. No. So this is it. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 different sizes of squares to give you that look.
And I love this because everything is kind of put into little departments.
Yeah, they're in the same size. So there's 3 different colourways, but the same size is in each packet. So, and it tells you at the front of your pattern what you need to make one block.
Okay.
So if I were you, I would get that out first, just one, do one, which I've done here. Can you hold that for me?
Lovely. And Pat, just while you're getting those, folks, very busy for this one. Over a quarter of the stock has gone already of this one. Details are there on your screen. If you want it, please make sure it's in your basket. And more importantly, you're checking your baskets out. Sorry, Pat.
It's okay, it's okay. So you can see at the top of the instructions, it's 4 background fabrics, that's that one, and 16 of the little ones that Mark loved to cut, like so. And then we've got the same, both prints are the same, so you've got 4 of one size and 2 of another. So we've got 4 of that print, 2 of the bigger one, same with your other colour, 4 and 2. That's it. That's as difficult as it gets, sorting out your squares onto your table. Once you've done that, follow the instructions through, obviously, as per normal. Lovely, lots of little pictures. So I'll move these, and I'm just going to assemble a block, just like that.
Just like magic.
Just like magic. So I've done a little bit beforehand. I think that, I don't know what time that was I was sewing. And this is where I am. So this is my square here, and of print, and this is my little background square.
Just point again where they start.
Sorry,
Yes.
There's my print square, and there's my background square. So we're going to put them on each corner of the larger square. Now, you can draw a line corner to corner, but it's not far to keep your eye in when you're doing a line this size. So you might find you can do it without the line. But entirely up to you. You can sit with your pile of little squares, draw those on them one evening in front of the telly, and then do them, or you can do it without. I'll do one with and one without, and you'll see it's not skillful. I'm just looking at the, I mean, a short run it's quite easy to keep your eye in, isn't it, Hayley, once you've tried it?
Yeah, and you might find the first couple, it's almost like swimming with armbands. You might do a few with the line, and then you get bored of drawing the line.
Exactly, exactly. And when you've got your eye in, and it just goes through. But if you don't want to do that, you can draw the line. It's not a problem, but it's easier than you think. You might think, I don't think I can do that, but it is easier than you think. So I've drawn my line, and I'm going to stitch on the line, corner to corner of my square. So I'm doing through both my layers, corner to corner. Then come out, and the other thing is that you could trim this off at this stage here, but I thought I'm going to try not trimming it off and see what happens. Just because it's another process, isn't it? You know, and I do have to sew at some sort of speed. If you're nice and leisurely and you can sit at home and do it, that's great. But I do have to, you know, go at some speed sometimes. So I left it on. This is beautiful quality. This is calico, but it just blended with all the prints so nicely. I didn't want to put anything any busier than this onto it, really.
It's nice because it puts space between those fabrics, doesn't it? Sometimes that really does showcase the print.
Yeah.
Nice blender.
Yeah.
And you've got to have the right shade. Like sometimes we use like this, the Christmassy one has got like a cream in. It needed that for richness. This needed something completely plain. So then you press this. So I've just stitched it on, and you press it, as always, away from you, like so, out into the corner, like that. That's lovely, like so. And you can see it lies nicely. It's beautiful. Don't spend the time trimming it off if you don't have to. That's what I think. Put your next piece on, and we're lining up straight edges, corner, and it'll overlap the piece you put on before.
Okay, so don't worry about that. You don't trim anything away.
No.
Just follow the instructions.
Yeah, just follow the instructions.
Picture by picture as well.
Yeah, picture by picture. I've shown you cutting it off. Then after that I stopped. I think it's different sometimes when you've got a large bit that you cut off because you think, I could use
that
this.
for something else, now, Pat, just while you stitch out, are you doing this one without the line?
Without the
aren't you?
line, so I'm just going to go...
Look at this first, sorry.
I'm going to go corner to corner, and you can see I'm not going to do anything technical.
Okay.
I'm going to take my... I don't know if you can see. Let the machine do the work. I'm just steering it towards the other corner, like so.
Perfect.
That's it. And what's the worst that can happen?
And take your time on it.
Yeah, take your time. And what's the worst can happen? It's a bit wiggly, or if it doesn't meet, you can undo it, can't you?
Exactly,
it's not dreadful. Then you do the same with that side and press it away from you. And that's one section of your block ready and done.
Perfect. Now, I've actually got the quilt top here. I'll show you exactly the kind of little segment that Pat has done there. But before I do that, I need to let you know over 40% of the stock has gone. This is the quilt top that the kit that Pat's working on at the moment is creating, and it's absolutely beautiful, as you can see there. The part that, excuse me, that Pat has been working on, I'm just going to show you. It's just on the edge here. If you imagine one of these little patches there, I'll try and kind of frame it with my fingers so as you can kind of see. But you've got this kind of little pointed element that you've got there. But when you put all those petals together, you can see how beautiful it is when it all comes together there. That is the beauty of it. But the little bit that we were just working on there, or Pat was working on there, is literally that. It's almost like a little house, isn't it, that you're making there?
Which it could be. You could
do a row of houses.
You could.
Yeah. Always another quilt in the making there, I think. Yeah.
Don't give her too many more
That's
ideas,
what happens,
honestly.
though, isn't it? You think, I could do that.
She's got enough to be working with. If you want in your quilt top, do bear in mind, as I said, rapidly approaching. Actually, I said over 40. Now it's rapidly approaching half the stock. So yeah, 106004. It's a very popular one, that one. So okay, so we've created our little houses or petals.
So I've just done one, but I did the others
earlier,
6 o'clock-ish, in there. So that I've placed those out round. Now I don't want. Can you turn the page, Mark?
So when you're working on this, Pat, would you make all of your little houses or all of your little petals rather than working on a block per block? You do them all?
I did them one at a time. I did all this section of it, and then I go on to the next section, which is the middle.
Yeah.
And then I did that block.
Okay.
And I like to feel the achievement.
It's repetitive,
but you could, if you're the sort of person who wants to whip through them, you could do all the one colour and all the one fabric, and then have a lovely rewarding stack of things. But I like to, and also when I'm working, I'm designing at the same time usually. I've got an idea in my head, so I'll make a few and then I go and lay them out and look at them and then come back and make some more. Then Mark comes in and he goes,
that's a good word, evolve.
Yeah,
it does. Yeah.
Can we have some more green ones? Or can we, and I go,
balance isn't right. No, I need more green or whatever.
Right, so we need something for the centre now, which is made differently, but it's just a half square triangle, which we're used to doing anyway. So the larger squares that we got out at the beginning, this is your fast-pieced half square triangle. You draw a diagonal line, and you do need to draw this because it's a longer length, corner to corner on either of the fabrics, really, it doesn't matter. Can we see? Yeah, you can just see my line. Put them right sides together and line them up. And then we're going to stitch 1/4 of an inch either side of the line. If you were going to hand stitch, if you didn't want to machine it, I would put my rule on at 1/4, like so. So you can see where you've got a stitch, whereas I'm going to stitch with my machine. So this is my, I'm going to cut that line afterwards, but if I wanted to, I'm going to stitch either side of the line. Have you got that, Mark? Yeah. But if you were going to hand stitch, you haven't got the machine to guide you, so you need to draw a line on for hand sewing.
That's a good point, actually, because each one of these pieces, they're not overly sized, so hand sewing would be an option.
I can't think of anything nicer than just sitting hand sewing.
Yeah.
I just can't. I think it'd be lovely.
Yeah.
Take your time with it as well.
Exactly, yeah.
And it gives
therapeutic.
It gives it a softer look as well, hand sewing.
And sometimes that would be a nice progression for anybody that likes to do their English paper piecing. Perhaps they're going from that and they fancy a new challenge or diversifying. Then, like you say, you could do that with this.
Well, because like when English paper piecing, then when we went to templates, which you'd have to draw millions of lines, then we went to rotary cutting, and then everybody thought, well, all you can do is machine, but it isn't. You can rotary cut and then you can hand sew.
In the beginning.
Yeah, but you need to just mark a line just to get your accurate line. That's all you need to do. So I'm stitching both sides of my drawn line, and then I'm going to stitch, cut on the drawn line. I always cover up all my equipment here. You can do this
in a smaller area, aren't you?
Yeah. You can do this with scissors. If you don't have equipment, you just put your scissors and cut it in half, like so. Goes out the way. And then I'm going to press. I press towards the darker fabric. They're all, you know, there's light and dark, but either one. But just try and press the same way, and then it keeps your brain in the right place as well.
Thinking of the same thing all the time, yeah.
Needs all the help it can get. So you do 2 of those, okay? So you've used your 4 squares. So now we're going to make them, not as you would think, into a pinwheel, which I've got a pinwheel here, and I've got a half section, okay?
Okay, yeah.
So I'm going to show you. You can, if you want to do it in a pinwheel, you can, and you join these either side. But as I progressed, I thought, I'm going to try something different.
Okay.
So I did.
You living on the edge,
I know.
Dangerous living with Pat.
So, can you just turn a page, darling?
Oh, you're changing the... Okay.
I just want to make sure they... Right. So we are actually going to form what is a pinwheel, but you don't have to look at it that way. So what you're doing...
looking at the inner square now with the
so
pinwheel.
we're looking at this so that it matches the colour of your top piece.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But it looks like half a pinwheel.
Yes.
So here, I'll put it... I'm going to put it...
The way it should be.
No, I was going to try and put it wrong, but I'm not very good at that. I'm rather, when your head's in the, you know, frame of. So what happens then, you see, when you line them up here and here, they automatically become correct this way as well. Can you see what I'm doing? But you've got perfect pictures of this here, where we've got the prints going together, and you can see them starting to come together. The only pieces we're missing are the 4 corners, so I'll pop those into there, like so. And now you can, if you wanted to join the 4 together, you could join the 4 and those 2 either side, or you can join them in rows. Whichever your brain prefers to do, it's fine. Either is fine.
So, thank you. Pat, I'm ever so sorry. I'm going to have to interrupt because basically we need to have a chat with you off camera. So, we're busy for this one. So just while we have a little chat with Pat and Mark, we are incredibly busy with regards to this one here. Have a look at this. Absolutely beautiful. So of course Pat's just been talking us through creating those little petals there. So you can see if I kind of isolate again one of those areas, going to go in at the top here. So Pat was showing those little patches all laid out with the exception of the corners, but of course the corners come in as well, actually she did show us the corners, didn't she? Because you're stitching, as you can see, your little patches, these little squares, whether you've made them into your petals or whether you've made them into your little houses, however you want to call them. And then of course you've got your pinwheel in the centre there. When they're all stitched together, they are making a block. So if I kind of fold that, you'll see, and that will mimic the block that Pat's just shown us how to do. And then you're just repeating that with all the other gorgeous fabrics that Mark has already pre-cut for you, ready for you to put together. So you can see those blocks come together. You'll have your rows, and Pat will talk about this as the hour progresses, but it is literally you're starting with those little tiny patches, putting them together, making those blocks, and the blocks together make your quilt top. That's how it works. Now, we are rapidly approaching 60% of the stock with regards to these. It's been incredibly popular. I'm not surprised. It's a lovely size project. It's a nice mindful project, I think, with this one as well, because you've got only kind of, when you come to do your stitching of your patches, you've only got 2 different styles of patches, your houses, as I keep calling them, I'm sorry, your little houses, and then your little kind of half square triangles, which are part of your pinwheels. So you can see that that's the most complicated bit, creating those 2 little tiny patches there, which isn't complicated at all, is it? And then you can see all those different elements there. These are all the pre-cut fabrics, all in that box, ready for you to make your 40 by 40 fabulous quilt throw, or the top, should I say there. 2 flexi buys are £22 and 50 pence. One thing I will mention mention as well, very quickly, we're going to go straight back to Pat in a few moments. Do add in your finishing kit, as many of you are doing, because that will mean that you are going to get both of those elements. So the details that are on your screen there with your top, and also the details are going to bring up for your finishing kit. This is the right size of your calico and also your wadding there. Your 80-20, beautiful weight there. But 40% of the stock has gone of this. I think most of you are doing exactly as we're saying there. It's only an extra £12.50 on top of your each of your flexi buys. So it makes sense to do that. And then you've got everything ready to go. You've got your backing, you've got your top. You just need to sort out your binding. In fact, I don't know. We'll chat about that in a moment. Details are on your screen there, 478527. Pat, how are you getting on over there? So the binding, is the binding included in this?
Included,
so
yes.
you haven't even got to find that?
Yep.
No. So, where are we up to then, Pat?
I've started joining my pairs now, like that. So I've joined that to that, that to that, that to that, that to that. Put them back on your table. You know, they're all girls.
Boys.
And boys, put them back. I always say girls and boys.
Yeah.
Shout out for the boys there,
Yeah,
Mark.
yeah.
You make me
There are
proud.
some main quilters, definitely.
There are.
Yeah.
So I'm just straight line, 1/4 of an inch sewing. Then it's a lovely block. It's a little bit different, but I really enjoyed doing it, didn't I?
I don't think you've done this block for
A long
years,
time.
years, yeah.
And would you say this, I mean, obviously we've been talking about novice quilters and nice and easy. If you've got a young sewer, because children, they love to learn to sew, and there's only so many dolls' clothes that they're really going to want to make. They want to make something that's grown up, a proper project.
That's right.
Could a child, with a bit of adult supervision, obviously, create blocks like these?
Yes, I think so, and I think that they are interested now, aren't they? They're all very interested in what's going on and making things, and even if they just helped,
Yes.
or just did like a couple of blocks themselves
Yeah.
or whatever. I mean, how nice would it be to you could split it up and make lots of blocks, couldn't you? Lots of gifts.
And obviously, the current circumstances, I mean, you could almost turn this into what I'd call a bubble quilt. So
Yes.
if Nan or Grandad or Auntie or Uncle are in your bubble and they're the sewer, then what a lovely project for a young person to be creating alongside. It's almost like a memory of the situation that we find ourselves in. Or you may be the sewer passing on those skills to another member of your family in the same household. I like that idea.
I think so, and they can hand sew it, can't they, as well, if
Good
they don't
point,
want to
yeah.
use the machine or they haven't got a machine.
Or if they didn't want a project that size, you've got the wall hangings as well. They're
They'd be
good for
nice as
beginners as well.
Yeah,
Or
good
children.
point, yes.
So all I'm doing is putting my block down the wrong way round.
But you notice before you put it together, that's the main thing.
I can tell we don't have many jigsaws in our house.
So literally joining my rows, that's all I'm doing.
There we go.
See how much they just start to look cuter, don't they, when you join them together?
They do.
They start to form the block. I know they obviously do, but you can start seeing the block a lot easier when they're all joined together.
Yeah.
And it's nice because you're showing here that you're stitching your patches together. It doesn't necessarily have to be that you're following the rules of lines, because sometimes people think, oh, you've got to have rows. Any quilt, you're making rows and rows and rows and
Yeah.
sewing all your rows together. That's not necessarily the case.
No, but it depends on the shapes, doesn't it?
It does indeed, yeah.
So it does just depends on the shapes, and this can go either way. So I did it either way.
Would you press that now?
I would.
Yeah. Rather than try and finger press it like you just done there.
Yeah, I'm going to press in a
Yeah.
sec. I just thought I just like how cute they look once they get to that stage.
Ice cream cones.
It's all right, Pat. You can kick him under the table. We won't see.
Or if you like when I'm at home, I sew like this, and my board here.
Yeah, it's a good work area, actually,
Yeah.
seeing that kind of the angle that literally moves
I
from
think-
side to side.
I used to get the whole ironing board out, and then I thought, why am I doing this all the time? Sometimes if it's something big, I'll take the ironing board here and drop it to my level. But I use this little mat all the time until I get to a stage where I can't.
Yeah.
Like
It's too big, yeah.
you
Too
can
big,
join
yeah.
the big rows if you quilt like it, because you've only got a short seam. But once I get to joining rows, then I get the ironing board
It's
out.
just you get in a flow, don't you? And once you've got all the pieces, you just want to keep on going and
do,
not stop.
You do.
Unless someone shouts you for a coffee, then you could stop.
Stop.
Yeah.
Anytime. Anytime.
There's always time for a coffee when you're quilting.
There is.
Now, of course, don't forget, Pat is going to be back with us at 11 o'clock. We've got probably about 10 minutes or so left within this hour. Pat's going to be back. We're going to be continuing the story of the flower petal throw, because, I mean, it's been so popular, but also it's something that is very close to Pat's heart, is the next stage, because we regularly talk about how you do your patches and your blocks and you put them all together to make your fabulous quilt top. But then what happens, especially if you're a novice quilter? What about your wadding? What about your calico? Well, don't worry, we are going to be covering that at 11 o'clock. So do make sure you come back and join us. Now, if you're wanting to do the exact same throw that we're going to be learning about with Pat, then you need to be quick, because 2/3 of the stock has gone now. Details are on your screen. It's just £44.99 for all your pre-cut parts to create this beautiful quilt top. 40 inches square, so it's a really good size. Of course, if you want to add sashing on and make it even larger, then you can do. But with 2 flexi buys of £22.50, and it all being pre-cut, and you've got the instructions so you can make it again in your own fabrics. Absolutely amazing value for money. The finishing kit, I mean, that for just £24.99, adding that into your basket as well. I mean, that is an absolutely amazing gift for somebody potentially, or, as I say, a project for yourself. And over half the stock has gone over the finishing kit, £24.99. Pop it in your flexi order. It's an extra £12.50, so definitely worth going for as well. So, how are we getting on over there?
Nearly finished. So I've joined my rows, and I'm now putting the 2 final rows together. What I would say, I always press as I go along, but it's really tempting to put this one on and then press.
Yes.
But I find, and I don't know if you do, it's always best to press this one first.
You have to be quite firm with yourself, don't you?
Yeah, because you want to put the next one on. But if you don't, sometimes you catch it with the iron and then it's not right. So I put the one on, and then I'd always press out away from the edge. So we're going to do that. And this, I mean, you can, I just love this block. I think I'm going to have to make something else in it.
You made the cushion, didn't it, as well?
I made that, well, yeah, I got, which one did I do first? Can't
The
remember.
cushion?
Yeah, I did the cushion first, yeah. I thought, yeah, quite like this. I'm matching my seams as I go along, obviously, and hope they meet. But it's such a simple, easy block to do.
And there you go. I mean, obviously, you pre-cut pieces. You don't have to worry about your preparation time. And Pat has shown us, obviously, the different patches with these. She's done a little bit of preparation before the hour, but, I mean, it's about 3/4 of an hour has gone since Pat started sewing with us. And yeah, you can see that patch and those patches have become that block very quickly. It's going to be a very kind of gratifying process, this one, I think, because you see instant results.
Yeah. So there we are. And if you'd got one in the wrong place, you'd look at it now and go, oh, oops. And you could have lots of different colours, couldn't you? Once you've done it. Yeah, you could have like, you know, 8 different colours if you wanted to.
It's a nice little block for as a scrap buster as well, because none of the pieces are oversized.
No, they're not. And also, we've laid it out, as you'll see from the pattern and the quilt itself, in rows. But you can mix them up if you want to. But we did some diagonals, didn't we?
We messed around and played with it for a long time, trying to get the best look of what we thought.
Yeah.
But it's optional. You can move it around.
I like that idea. Lay them all out and let you see how it speaks to you. Pat, thank you so much for that.
Okay.
It's been a very popular kit. Just bringing the box in just to show you, 70% of the stock has gone. Yeah, 70% of the stock. We're going to be revisiting this at 11 o'clock. We're learning about the next stage. So if you do fancy getting hold of this, as you can see, the clues on the box, they're just open and sew. And that's the beauty of these. When you get these quilts, kits home, then that's all you need to do. It's all pre-cut. The instructions are there. Just get your thread ready and away you go. Now, I've also obviously had the popularity of the throw top there, but also the cushion as well. Lots of you have been going for this kit. And this is lovely because you kind of got your cool tones with this one, with those lovely soft bluey greys in there. Similar sort of fabric with regards to weight, but a different print with this one. So perhaps the colour tone is more in keeping with where you're wanting to place this. The cushion cover kit includes your backing fabric as well, which of course you can make it up exactly as you can see here. Or maybe you will be introducing some of your own planes. Potentially you might have got some additional fabrics that you're wanting to use and extend it even further. And again, very affordable at £19.99. All boxed, all pre-cut, as you can see there, and you've even got your little bit of wad in there to give it that lovely kind of cushioned look, that wadded look at the front there, or quilted look at the front, should I say. Full instructions, so of course you can go on and replicate this with your own fabric as time goes on. 909823 if you fancy getting hold of that one. But of course you might want a breakaway project that's not necessarily a complete quilt or a cushion cover, maybe just a little wall hanging. Well, these are really, really sweet. I mean, these are going to look beautiful wherever you choose to hang them. 30% of the stock has gone, and you are getting both of these projects for £14.99. Again, pre-cut. You've got some lovely hand stitching in this as well, and you can see it's just a really pretty fabric. Love the mixture that you've got with that gorgeous kind of red work going on there, as you can see there. Absolutely gorgeous. And the gingham, I love a red and white, red and kind of creamy beige gingham on this occasion. £7.50 saving on this one, £14.99. Don't forget, you don't necessarily have to make it exactly as you can see there as a wall hanging. You can turn it into whatever you like. Make a lovely kind of central block if you're wanting to. So 711692 if you fancy getting hold of that one. But then we've got our fabulous Christmas panel, and that's what we've got next for you. This lovely panel, just as it is, hand quilted, free motion quilted, it's entirely up to you, or just literally stitched into a quilt. You're going to have loads of fun with this one. Very, very nice design, and it's going to sit beautifully in any home, and at £12.49, brilliant value. Again, it's been a popular one, 914880. It's a nice easy one for you to add any of your fabrics that you've got from your stashes. You've got loads of kind of common colours in there, your greens, your reds, your blacks, your neutral tones. It's going to work with anything that you've already got at home. So 914880 if you fancy that one. But of course, the festive delight is something that we're going to be looking at 11 o'clock as well. And this is the next series of blocks that you've got if you are collecting them. So you've got obviously set 3, where you are going to be creating 3 different blocks. And again, as you know, this is kind of a block by block way of putting your quilt together. 40% of the stock has gone of these. We're always busy for these when we bring out a new set for you. Might be the first time that you've got involved. Well, if it is, let me explain. You're going to be creating 3 blocks that will go towards your overall festive delight quilt, and it's a beautiful quilt. It's made with kind of manageability, I suppose, in mind. And Mark, that's the whole idea behind this, really, isn't it? To make it not too daunting.
It's achievable. You can do it in bite-sized pieces because you make one block in a week.
That's
if you want to.
Take your time.
Take your time, exactly, yes.
I love it. So there you go, if you fancy getting hold of your set 3. Set 2 and set 1 you will find on the website, but you can get involved at any stage. It doesn't have to be starting it through the numbers, but of course 4 and 5 are yet to come, so you won't find those ones on the website unless you're going for the complete set, which I'll tell you about in a moment. So if you want to know, 062048. But of course, if you cannot wait and you want to get in there, maybe you want to get it completed, or maybe you just want to catch up and you know that you're going to want all of those blocks, then this is a really good way of getting hold of it. Obviously, you've got your a full guide in there, which is going to give you all the dimensions, everything should you want to recreate your quilt, but then you've got all your different packets. So these packs are what you would get if you are going for the different individual block sets. So you can see there, that is one of the blocks that we've been talking about this morning. As you see there, if I bring that one in, that is going to create it. So it's come from block set 3, but you have got all of the blocks that you need to create your quilt. And now I know it's an investment of anybody's money at £174.99, but we've got 3 flexi buys on this one. And as we mentioned before, if you were thinking about going for block set 3 at £34.99, for that extra 20 or 25-ish pounds, it's worth going for that first flexi buy, because you will have all of those different elements to create your quilt top. And it's a huge quilt there, you can see 66.5 inches square. Yeah, it's just a nice way. If you know that you're going to be buying those additional blocks, then why not get it all in one go with the details on the screen? Then you don't have to remember to come back and get them when they are available. So at 385540. Now, of course, at 11 o'clock we are going to be looking at finishing your quilts, not just the way that you would do it with the one that we've been featuring, but also your other projects, your quilted projects. So backing fabric is something that is very, very key. And if you're wanting to have a backing fabric that is going to completely coordinate with your wonderful Festive Delights project or quilt, then this is the way to do it. You've got 5 options. All of these fabrics feature within your quilt, so they just look absolutely beautiful to coordinate alongside. You've got your hearts, you've also got things like your holly, You've also got your snowflakes, green snowflakes there. You've got your dots. And the final one that you've got there, your gorgeous baubles, as you can see there. So you're going to get 2 runs. You'll need to join them in the centre to make up the complete width of your large quilt. But if you don't want to do that, do check out the calico, because we've got a beautifully soft calico that is a complete piece, so you don't need to do any joining. But for the time being, if you wanted a fabulous fabric to coordinate, then there you go, £60 and 49 pence, 708690. I have to say, I've had a lovely hour, and it's gone so quick.
Flown by, isn't it? Absolutely flown by.
And we've been very busy as well, which is nice, because it means that people have got up, especially to watch your show as well. And
they just couldn't sleep.
This is where I play head tennis.
No. Well, if they are insomniacs, they're sewing insomniacs, because we've been very busy. Thank you so much for your company. I do hope you can join us a little bit later on. I'm going to leave you with the details of your block set 3, or your 3 sets of blocks, should we say, which is actually set 3 as well. Details are on your screen. The Festive Delight quilt, that is something we're going to be featuring at 11 o'clock. If you have tuned in expecting to see that, that is going to be at the later show, as is the kinds of finishing techniques that we'll be sharing with you. But if you have gone for that beautiful quilt top, you'll be able to be quick. Now we're going into a Fabric Freedom Rainbow one-day special, whole host of different colours featuring in that hour. And then I'm looking forward to the next hour, looking at Ragged Life, before we introduce Susie McLaughlin.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and we're really excited to still be working with you guys here on Hochanda. We were there from the very, very beginning, and we're still bringing you lots of really exciting soft crafts. We design and manufacture all of our kits and all of our fabrics here in the UK, and we love bringing them to you. So if you're an experienced sewer, or you're just starting out in soft crafts and sewing, join us. There's tips and fabrics for everybody. Make sure you don't miss our shows and come and craft yourself silly on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Ali from Ali Stitch Your Fingers. I've been sewing most of my life. I absolutely love sewing. I've been with the Hochanda now from the very beginning, really. That's when I started to go there. The Hochanda family are lovely people to work with, and I'm really enjoying my time with them. Designing is a big part of the journey for me as well. I love going out and finding the fabrics to use in the projects and bringing them to you. I love the designing process from start to finish, and then the finished project is just the icing on the cake. So make sure you don't miss out. Come and sew with me on Hochanda.
Hi there, I'm Nick from Crafterscope. I've been crafting for as long as I can remember. It started off making things just for myself, but then friends and family asked if they could use them too. It was really important to me to bring something unique to the crafting arena, something that was different and something that people would enjoy using just as much as I do. I really hope you'll come and join me on Hochanda for my shows with Crafterscope.
Have you heard of Hochanda Freedom? Did you know that as a Hochanda Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £5.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Hochanda Freedom members badge, regular newsletters, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with Hochanda more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause it if you're going away, or you can cancel it at any time. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or head to the website, quoting item number 88888, and join Hochanda Freedom today.
Hello, I'm Hayley, and you might have seen me presenting here at Hochanda. Well, I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. I'll be covering lots of areas of soft crafts like quilting, dressmaking, sewing, knitting, even printing your own fabrics. I'll even be bringing some items from my own Handmade by Hayley range. So I hope you'll join me, let me inspire you, and maybe you will discover a new craft in the process.
A very good morning to you. Lovely to see Pat and Mark there. They were very early this morning, so we are already very busy, which is great. We've got a one-day special on here with somebody who was also up very early this morning, trying to look at ducks and all sorts. It's another story. It's lovely Hayley. Good morning.
We're not going to do that story right now because it might be sad.
Yeah.
Yes, good morning. Hi.
She's here.
I'm also here.
She's bright and breezy, like the gorgeous fabric she's brought me here this morning. We've got a fantastic one-day special. It's basically a choice of three. We've got our darks, we've got our brights, and we've got our lights. Now, we can choose from any of these three. You are getting 10 1-metre. So the bundle is 10 1-metre pieces of fabric.
Yes, so it's 30 metres in total.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's 10 metres in total. There's 30 different colours in total. There's 10 metres in total, and you are getting 1 metre of each. So if you went for multiples, it's actually cut as a continuous piece. So if you went for 2 of the one-day special, assuming it's the same colour, like 2 darks or 2 brights, not one of each, then you would get them as continuous pieces because this is poly cotton and it's on at a fantastic price. And there are, there's a number of reasons why you would use a poly cotton over a cotton.
Right.
And cotton generally you'll use for your quilting and you'll use for the top of your quilt.
Right.
Now the poly cottons are brilliant because they're a little bit more hard wearing and the colour stays much better. You'll notice this if you've got something like this as a top that contains polyester, but then if you've got a shirt that is, especially I see this in black shirts, if you've got black cotton shirts,
they tend to
when you
fade.
wash it 2 or 3 times it starts to fade.
Yeah.
But when you've got a shirt that's got a poly cotton mix, that colour will stay a lot better. So colour retention is one of the reasons that poly cottons are very good. And the other thing is price.
Yeah, my
If you were looking for the same, because these are 44 inch wide and they are solid colours. So what is happening is when they actually make the thread, the fibre to weave the fabric with, it's a mixture of polyester and cotton at that point. So it's not like one strand of cotton and one strand of polyester, because then it would wear differently.
Oh.
So they mix it into a polycotton fibre and then they weave it. And because these are done with a solid colour fibre in the first place, they're not dyed that colour. Then that's why you've got the colour all the way through. You've got the colour front and back, as opposed to a printed fabric like I've got here, where you'll see on one side is brighter than the other. So these are solid coloured, solid dyed fabrics, same colour front and back, so you can use these either way around. And the price is amazing because obviously cotton is a natural fibre and it requires people to grow it and tend the crops and then pick it and harvest it and everything else. The fact that you've got some polyester in there means that you're kind of halving all of that process and halving all of that cost, which means that they can bring it to you at a fantastic price. If you were looking at an equivalent in a cotton, 44 inch wide, a poplin, you'd probably be paying between £8 and £10 a metre.
Gosh.
And a quilting cotton, because this is, I would say this is equivalent to a poplin weight.
Yeah.
So if you're familiar with it, then that's about where you're looking at. But looking at about a poplin weight. which is brilliant for shirting, brilliant for lots of dressmaking things, as well as other things that we're going to go through. But if you were looking at the same thing in a quilting cotton, which is a little bit heavier, admittedly, but you'd be looking at £12 to £15 per metre.
And we're getting 10 1 metres for a phenomenal £27. That's £2.79.
Oh, yeah.
£2.80. Yeah, I'm going to take that. £2.80 a metre. That's amazing. And look at these colours. Well, I'll introduce you to the colours, and we'll go down and look at these other fabrics, and we'll get our wealth of information from our gorgeous Hayley. So this is the first set. These are my darks. So you have got, as you can see, we're going through the black to the charcoal, through the sort of lovely sort of browns, to those gorgeous greens, to the navies, to the sort of lovely sort of plum colour. So that's the darks. And as Hayley said, you know, if you want 2 of those, they'll be cut to 2 metres each. But you're getting 10. £27.99. A quarter of the stock of the darks has gone. 759,849. We then move on to the brights, which are in the lead. And is there any wonder? I mean, just look at that for a rainbow of colour. That is astonishing, isn't it? And as Hayley said, you know, that colour saturation it just pops. It's so bright. Over half the stock has gone for the brights, so you're looking from the reds, literally like the rainbow, right through to that cerise pink. £27.99. 759,848. And then our pretty pastels. Yeah, our lovely lights. So from our baby pinks to our lemons to our gorgeous sort of duck egg blues, right through to the pretty rose pinks and a lovely white there at the end. 20% of the lights have gone. £27.99. 759,848. But what if you're undecided and you're thinking, my word, given that price point, I've got to get in here. And yes, you have. You've got to have some of this action. Then you can have all 3 of these bundles. So we're taking the savings from each of the bundles there, which was £10 saving on each of those. We're bundling that all in, and then there's an extra saving of another £4 on top of that, and you can have all 31 metres there for 2 flexi-buy payments of £39.99. 570363. So 2 flexi-buy payments there, all one-off payment of £79.97 for 31 metre stretches each. So that is phenomenal. And of that giant bundle, over half the stock's gone, Hayley.
I know. That has been one of the most popular formats to get this in because...
Why do you think that is, Hales?
Well, I think there's so many uses for it. It's a great stash builder.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to give you every colour under the sun. So whatever project you've got, you'll have something for. And one of the things that people use polycottons for a lot is things like linings. Because you're not going to see it as much. It's going to be backings to things. So, you know, maybe you're doing an advent calendar and it's going to be a put up on the wall. You're never going to see the back.
Yeah.
So people, you can use a polycotton for that. I mean, these are great ones. They're really soft because sometimes
I was thinking that when you were talking about the
I'm going to get the
mix. I thought how soft it is.
Because this one is one of the ones that is printed, and what makes the stiffness in polycotton, which I think confuses people, is sometimes the print that goes on the top. It's the actual process and the inks that are added that makes that feel sometimes a little bit stiff.
Yeah.
But I mean, this has been folded and unfolded, and you can see there are very few creases in this if you compare it to a cotton. And let me just grab a piece of, it's not a very big piece that I've got left because we chopped it all up into a sample. But this one has been washed and hasn't been ironed. So all of those kind of easy care shirts and things you get.
Yeah, they're
see how it's just they're kind of dropping out. So you've literally just got to flash that with an iron and it'll be flat. That's one of the major advantages that polycottons have over cottons. It's just an awful lot easier to care for.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go high traffic again.
That's all right, all right. I love it. I love a school day.
Well, any of your high traffic projects, so anything that's going to get worn a lot, washed a lot, that's where you probably would go for your polycotton over your cotton because it will stand up colour-wise a lot better.
Yeah.
It will stand up washing and wearing a lot better.
Wear and tear.
There's often a lot less shrinkage in a polycotton than there is in a cotton. So there are lots of advantages of it. Obviously, it's personal preference, but I think it's massively underused. I think it got a bad rep in the kind of 70s, 80s.
Oh.
Polyester got a bad rep because, I mean, there were some horrible fabrics. There were some.
We've left those in the 70s. We're back up to date now with our polycottons here.
Yeah, and these are beautiful. I mean, as good as cottons. Everything that we've got today, I would say, is more or less a poplin weight.
Yeah.
So if you want to use it for projects that are a little bit stiffer, say bag making, you might have to use interfacing or a lining with them to bulk it up a little bit.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's some beautiful prints.
Well, I was
on the
thinking
print
bags,
ones as well.
actually, you know,
Yeah.
for the, you mentioned the lining and you do the pockets and all of that. But we've got loads of extras, actually, with wadding and what have you,
Yes.
and backing. And
I have just
oh, you've
a
got a
little
giant
bit
roll
of
there,
that.
haven't you?
No, I've just got this little bit here.
The giant, she didn't come empty-handed, does she, Hayley? It's just a tiny little something she brought with her.
It's just a tiny little bit.
What's with your giant roll? What have you got there?
So this is the mega roll.
Mega roll!
It's the mega roll, and it does come to you on a roll apparently. So make sure you've got a hamster or something for the tube. Actually, it's not that thick a tube. This one. It's a very
on your mega
skinny
roll?
tube, in fact. But it is on your roll. But I suppose for storage, that's a little bit easier because you can just take off a little bit at a time, and it's still. Or you don't have to unfold the whole thing to take a little bit off.
That's
so
amazing.
It's 10 metres. It's a polyester batting, and it's a nice. Kind of really densely felted one. So this one works quite well with your things like your free motion, because the one that we would usually have is our super soft. That one, if you're doing a lot of free motion stitching, can sometimes move around a little bit, but this one's a little bit more densely felted. It's nice and thin as well though, so if you've got thinner projects, because things like the scissor case that I've got here, that one benefits from something like this, because it's that little bit thinner, which means when you're folding it, this has been done with a slightly thicker wadding. But if you're using this one, then
we were on about your advert. Mark and Pat had those lovely advent calendars last summer with them as well, and a little bit of wadding like that on the back would be beautiful. 2 flexi-buy payments for the mega roll of £25 there.
Is that a thing now? Is that how we have to say it now?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. It's stuck. Mega roll!
Mega roll!
There we go. 10 metres. Oh, we've got 2 options, white or the cream. There we go.
Oh, I didn't know we had a cream one.
Oh,
I only found the white one in the cupboard.
Does it make any difference?
But no, I just got to hold 2 of them, so...
There we go. White or cream. 831237. I just want to quickly mention the super bundle, because we have all got this fantastic fabric on the show coming up. So this, I mean, I promise you, everything here is going to go with what I've got going on down the counter, and I've got happy hours as well. But basically, you are getting 10 of the darks. You are getting the 10 brights. You are then getting the 10 lights. We're taking the saving from there, from here, from the darks. We're bundling it all together into the mega bundle. We're then giving you another £4 saving and split into 2 flexi-buy payments or one-off payment at £79.97, 570363. That is a metre of each of those, proving very popular. And I've got some happy hour deals behind me. I'm going to prove straight away. I'm going to put these with the darks.
Ooh, that's
look,
nice.
there's so much of an overlay of how those browns and that black go beautifully
These
with
are
it.
100% cotton. I've not seen these ones before.
Well, it's a happy hour deal.
They're very
look
nice.
and you were talking about the back end. Look at how gorgeous they are with those darks of the
I mean,
polycottons.
maybe if you wanted to use those for, use the cotton for your outer of whatever you're making, and use the polycotton for your lining.
Beautiful.
Absolutely.
So these are these are the poplin.
Yes, these are
poplin.
100% cotton, and they're a poplin. These are from Perfect Occasions, and Perfect Occasions pre-cut all of theirs. So unfortunately, if you do order 2 of these, they will come as 2 separate pieces.
Okay.
But then depending on what your project is, I mean, obviously if you're quilting, that doesn't really matter because you'll cut it up anyway.
Match them up with that. That's heaven, that is. Yeah, beautiful. Anyway, £12 saving to get both of those for $9.99, 554077. The poplin fabrics. I have got some more, so let's pop those ones back. I've got some aeroplanes, Hayley. So, these look brilliant with the brights, don't they?
Oh, Fiona, you've messed that right up.
I have messed that right up, haven't I? Do you know what? It doesn't take long. Doesn't take long. So my black or my red. Look at these. These are so cute.
These are coming as a set again. So you're getting 2 of them, both 100% cotton, and it's a poplin weight again. And these are from Perfect Occasions, so you're getting a metre of each. It's by 112, which is your 44-inch width.
Fantastic. They're gorgeous. I like those. I'm just thinking of the blues there that we've got on the gorgeous. Oh, I need the reds there. $10.99 for both of those. 042030. These are a happy hour deal, so these are just for this hour and this hour alone at those prices. Then at 9 o'clock,
You've got another sneaky one, haven't you?
I've got another sneaky one.
Another sneaky
Look at this.
one.
We're going all floral and tropical on you.
You're getting all 3.
All 3. Oh, I'm going for me jade greens, the red and me oranges, me pinky pinkies.
I mean, there's loads of colours within the one-day special bundle you could get to match with those.
Isn't there?
So these are your lily print, and once again, poplin. So it's 100% cotton. It's about the same weight as the polycottons that you've got on there. But this one is 100% cotton, and you're getting 3 pieces. Now it says 110. They're actually a metre, so that is wrong. It is a metre by 112.
Okay, metre by 112, everybody.
Yes. Yeah, cutting them in 110 is just a bit odd. I don't know why you would ever do that. I think it's just a typo, that one. So yes, it's a metre by 1.12 m, and you're getting all three. These are pre-cut again, so unfortunately won't come in continuous pieces, but it's a really nice big bold print, this one, and I think for a jacket lining or something, they'd be
yeah.
quick snazzy flash.
Yeah, I like that a lot. £14.97, 502 590. Fantastic happy hour deal. That saving of £18 will revert and go back to the original price at 9 o'clock. Right, we've got all of those fabulous ones. Don't forget those beautiful poplins. And now we've got a pick and mix, and I've got 33 fabrics.
Yes.
Oh my heavens, Betsy. We'll try and go through this quickly with our lovely Hayley.
Yeah, well, they're kind of in blocks.
Yes, they are. So our first block.
A lot with, there's 4 there with the same pattern. It's kind of a vintage rose outline pattern, which really good if you've got odd bits that you maybe just want to colour in. But I think just a really nice fabric, this
Beautiful. One. This one's called the floral silhouette. So you've got, there's all the...
Those, I said earlier that I wouldn't maybe use polycotton for quilting. You can absolutely quilt with it. What I would say is just make sure that everything you start with is the same weight. So you could make a quilt from a polycotton, and it would wear a lot better, and it would iron much more easily.
Okay, just make sure everything's the same weight. That's the rule of thumb, is it?
Yeah, I would say start out with everything with the same weight, and as we always say, and it is best practice, wash everything before you start, especially if you're mixing your fabrics. Wash everything in the same load before you start. Wash it, dry it, iron it, because then if there's going to be any shrinkage, it's going to happen in that first wash, and then you are kind of good to go after that, because there's nothing worse than making something, putting it in the wash, it shrinking ever so slightly, which then it kind of puckers up all your stitching and just ruins it.
Absolutely, we hear that so much. That's
because it never shrinks. It never kind of shrinks evenly, especially when you've cut things, and especially when you've cut things on the bias, like triangles and things like that. Once you wash it, you can get all sorts of strange things happening.
So avoid. So they are the lovely silhouettes. They're the little flower silhouettes. The cream, the beige, the turquoise, or pink turquoise, the beige and the grey. Beautiful. I do like that turquoisey one, that teal. It's gorgeous. Now this next 3, again, this is pick and mix, pick any 4. I can't believe this price point. Pick any 4. They're a metre each for $13.99.
Yeah.
Honest to goodness.
I did the math last night, £3.50.
It's a steal. Absolute steal. These are like fairyland.
Sorry about that.
These are like fairyland, Hayley. We've got, I think we can see the
Are these the Magical Kingdom?
Yes. Look at this. We've got beautiful swans.
Oh, it's a mystical kingdom.
Yeah, what do you call those birds with the big peacocks? There we go. We've got
big necks,
mermaids.
big tails. Which we're going for? Swans, peacocks.
We've got butterflies. I mean, it's gorgeous. You can really see. I mean, obviously we've got it in that pretty soft peach.
Yeah, there's kind of positive and negative ones here. So you've got it either way around. You've got it in that really soft peach, but also you've got the kind of beige one and the navy one, where you've got it the other way around, where you've got the kind of the white being the more predominant kind of the foreground colour. So you've got options in that one, and I think that one's really cute. You can easily fussy cut different elements out of that.
Love that. There's some beautiful materials further down that I think they would work beautifully with in terms of the peach and the beige there. But we're going to go floral now. We're still going, everybody. We're still going. I'm just going to show you the little...
There are 3 options in this one, and this is quite a traditional floral. And these work beautifully together because they've got the same colours in the grey and the lighter pink one, got exactly the same colours in.
Yeah.
And then the other one has got, although it's got darker flowers, they will still match with the other one, darker elements in the other flowers, and the peachy coloured background matches with some of the flowers in there as well. So
I was thinking these two
you
look
could easily
lovely.
work all 3 of these together if you wanted to.
Beautiful. I love that grey. There's something about that grey. So vintagey. It's gorgeous. So they are our pretty... What's the official name? Flower bunch. Now, do you see this one and that fairy tale? Look at that. They're gorgeous. This is what I end up doing, just going down the counter going, oh, that with that.
I want that one with that one with that
one.
Oh,
this is a bunny party. Look at these bunnies. They're adorable. Oh, look, Hayley, how are you going to choose? Look, they're gorgeous. I love the way...
there's a really nice mixture in this pick and mix, because you've got some kind of really quite kind of grown-up adult vintage ones, and then you've got some kind of younger ones. You've got a really nice mix in there. You're enjoying Bunny Party, aren't you?
I am. I love the way some bits are the bowl bit, and then some of it's just like a little outline, and then...
some carrots
like
in there.
It's drawn,
you know?
and I mean, just look, it's just delightful.
parity snacks in there.
Almost look like he's been stamped, and there's the negative. Oh, it's just beautiful. Anyway, there's our bunny party. I think they're adorable. Yeah, all three of those are gorgeous. Equally as gorgeous now, we've got
You've got the little fawns.
Yeah.
Now, again, there's 3 colours in this.
Yeah.
And you've got something quite unusual in there. You've got the white printed on, because usually they don't print white onto fabric, because it's slightly a more complex thing to do.
Is it really?
Yeah, well, usually, because usually start out with a white fabric and you print the colours on top. That's actually a coloured fabric with the white printed on.
Yeah.
So it's a slightly kind of wrong way around. And it's usually more difficult to get a white to cover over a
printed
fabric background, because the ink has to be much more dense.
Never knew that. There we go. Don't miss out on our little fawny, having a bit of a frolic there. Now, Foxy Loxy, we were discussing foxes this morning because I saw one on the way in.
We're not discussing foxes. I just want to
we briefly touched on them. I was mentioning the fact that I saw one. We've got
You
4...
can discuss the foxes.
It's a long story, folks. Hayley's working with this one right now on a project, but we've got 4 choices there. And he's having a little sit down, he's having a little wander. And this is obviously, it is directional, isn't it? Yeah. Sort of in terms of upright or whatever, but beautiful. We've got him sitting down there. We've got little, it's like a little toadstool there, the acorns. So pretty. Beautiful. And 4 different colours there. I do like that blue. That's so pretty. That orange really pops. It's gorgeous. Then, what do we call this one then? This is very pretty, the flowers. Like these.
So these are like an abstract, oh, there you go, abstract flowers. I was going to say they're like an abstract flower, but they are an abstract flower. So it's like almost like they're kind of hand-doodled and hand-drawn, and there's just a splash of colour behind them. So you've got another 3 options in this. You've got your navy, kind of that nice minty tone one there, and then the one with the peachy background as well.
Reminds me of Matisse. Just the way it's sort of drawn. The flower, I was trying to think, what does it remind me of? Beautiful. So there's our abstract
flowers.
And that would
be quite a fun one for free motioning over the top.
I like that one,
well. I didn't realise there was a 4th one.
Yeah,
Sneaky.
That's my fave, that one there. I like that.
Sneaky.
Got my eye on that one with your poplins there at the start. Yeah, gorgeous. And then, now, are they alpacas or llamas?
Llamas. They said llamas.
I've been told llamas.
We're going to say llamas. There are...
I don't know.
I think the face is a little bit different. I think one's got a longer neck.
Right. You see, that's why I thought, are they alpacas? They looked alpaca-ish to me, but I don't know.
Well, they're very cute.
They're very cute.
They're very cute anyway.
And again,
so you're
doesn't
getting,
matter direction,
is it 3 or 4 colourways?
I've got 4. I've got the beautiful blue, which is
so you've got the light blue, the darker navy blue, the peachy colour. Oh, is it pink?
Yeah, you're right. It's like a salmony pinky,
Should we go coral?
Coral's good.
Split the difference.
And definitely red.
Definitely red.
It's so hard to describe colour sometimes, isn't it? We think... Well, you see, the theory is now they think they're actually alpacas, but they've been called llamas. This mistake often happens. Yeah.
OK,
they need to research
I'll have a word. I'll have a word.
Makes all the difference, Hayley, what we call it. Do you know what I mean?
OK.
So apparently alpacas have short, blunt faces with... small blunt faces, yeah?
I knew the face was different. It was kind of
You did say
shorter.
that. Yeah, llamas have elongated faces with banana-sized ears. Well, he's only got little ears.
OK. Little ears, alpaca.
There we go. But it's non-directional, that one, isn't it? Because they're facing every which way.
So that one's quite an easy one.
Yeah.
I mean, polycotton, if you're starting out sewing, is a great option because you can kind of test your techniques out.
Yeah.
And, you know, get your skill level up without working on the super expensive fabric that you're going to think, oh, gosh, you know, I've made a mistake, and you're worried about it.
That's a good point, actually.
You know, you can get really, really expensive fabrics.
Yeah.
And that's brilliant, and it all has its place.
Exactly.
But, I think this is a really nice way for you to start out if you're starting out sewing, or if you're more experienced in sewing, maybe you're doing things that makes to sell.
Yes, exactly.
And it's a really cost-effective way to do it as well.
Yeah. Absolutely. Fantastic. Still going. I know, we are getting there, everybody.
There.
She's going to do some sewing, honestly.
I promise.
I like this. This is very retro, my florals. I love this orangey one.
Yeah, and this one, it's a nice small kind of pattern and brilliant for things like your bindings, edgings, just the little trims, or maybe English paper piecing as well.
Love those colours. Beautiful. And then, these really made me smile, the divers. I don't know why, but I found them absolutely hilarious.
Hannah and I had a chat about these last night.
So
obviously the blue swimming pool.
I don't know why. Something funny
no
about swimming.
question over that. The kind of grey beigey one, we're thinking maybe river or stormy sea. We'll see where they're swimming. What are they swimming in on the red one?
Okay, so the blue one is our pool.
Well, we suggested lava, but then had to do a little, you know, absolutely under no circumstances should anybody swim in lava situation. I think it might be like, you know, when people sit in baths of beans and things, I think it might be tomato soup.
I didn't think we were going that little this morning. I hadn't given it a second thought, if I'm honest.
Okay, I did.
I just thought it's a lovely fabric. I mean,
okay, sorry.
I didn't think they were swimming in anything particularly, but it's got very little this morning.
I'll just stay over here and do some sewing, shall I?
I did start it with the whole llama alpaca discussion, didn't I? So it's my own fault. So there we have our swimming people. At $13.99, you pick any four, which is brilliant. What a choice. That's the difficulty there this morning. 694-344. Each one is a metre. Now, we've got 4 sets. And then we are going to join our lovely Hayley. Don't forget those happy hour deals will expire as well at 9 o'clock. So my first set is in the red again. How much are these? So we're 4 1 metres.
Yes, 4 1 metre pieces on those. So you're getting a nice collection that kind of works together, but it's all your basics. So it's things like your zigzags, your stripes, your spots, your and there's different fabrics in each bundle. So you're not always getting the same selection.
Great.
So in the reds there, you've got zigzag stripes, plain and spots. In the blue, you've got 2 different sizes of stripes. So you've got your fat stripes and your skinny stripes, and you've got your plain and your spots. And then in the navy, you've got your zigzags, your skinny stripes, plain and spots. And in the black, you've got your big spots. Giant spots. You've got fat stripes, skinny stripes, and ginormous spots.
Absolutely. Brilliant. Thank you, Hayley. $13.99 with whichever colourway you're going for. But I love those patterns ones. They're beautiful. They are. $13.99, 455 714. Don't forget as well, the mega roll is on today's show as well in cream or white. Just want to mention the 7-day savers as well before we go over to our lovely Hayley. Oh yes, 8 o'clock. New ones are going to launch, so these will be. Oh, they have launched. They have launched. I don't even know what time of day it is. Look at that fantastic zip bundle. Fantastic zip bundle there. I love a zip. Well, I love a zip, but I'm frightened of them. Everybody knows that.
Oh, we'll do that.
I know.
We can unfrighten you of zips.
I know. People are you're winning me round, everybody, because every time I say it to a lovely sewer on the show, they win me round with getting me over my zip phobia. But look at those new today launch. So do have a little handmade paper there. Do have a little look. Lovely sewing kit there as well. Have a little look. And we love a bit of abs there. All and create there. Gorgeous. So lots on the new 7-day savers there. Love a bit of purple low-tack tape. Some lovely mirror cards, self-see cellophane bag collection. Oh, it's for your professional card making if you're selling them as well. And some lovely pearl and gem collections there, yeah. It's gorgeous. Hayley, I know it took that long to get down the count. I'm so sorry.
I know. There's quite a lot on there.
Well, yes. Don't forget the mega roll.
You've got 30 and then 33 and then another 16.
Yeah. And
I don't know what that is.
I've got another 3, 5, 7 behind me.
79 fabrics on there that we did, and the happy hours.
And the mega roll.
And the mega roll. Oh, no, you didn't. Mega roll.
Mega roll.
Right. Okay, we're done now. Promise. Okay, so last night we started making a sewing machine mat.
Oh,
because
nice.
We've got this fantastic non-slip stuff on the show. Stuff's probably not the best thing to call it, but I've got some here. And it does exactly what it says on the tin. So if I pop it down there...
Yeah. That's good.
And
it's protecting your table as well. The table's useless, but the non-slip cover's brilliant.
But where this is brilliant is if you're doing placemats, if you're doing a mat for your sewing machine so it doesn't slide on there. But most importantly, exactly the place that I would use this is there.
On the floorage.
Hang on, if I take it off of there. Because every single sewer will have had this problem. They put it on the floor.
Yeah, it does.
Off it goes.
Yeah,
It
you know
just
what it
wanders.
does? Yeah.
So because you've got it on a piece of string, you can get it back. But this has a non-slip backing. So it's essentially it's a kind of wide knitted fabric in I think it's a polyester thread. And then what they do is they dip it in like the EVA foam.
Oh yeah.
They kind of dip it in that, and that's what causes all of this.
Do that for the front of the floor mat. That's supposed to not slip, but I promise you, it slip slides everywhere.
Yeah, this is fantastic stuff. And
so,
that is the first thing I would do. I might just take that little bit off and stick that on the bottom of there.
Yeah.
That's just about the right size, look.
Perfect.
And that will really, really help you out from, you know, things, especially these, disappearing off. So definitely one to look out for.
Will you cut that on bigger for us if I want more than half a metre, Hayley?
Yes, it comes as a continuous piece.
Brilliant.
So you can, I don't know why I'm putting that over there, because I'll probably
You need that, unless your foot's going to stretch up like that.
Unless I'm planning on sewing over here, then that's not going to work. So,
$14.99, 630-651.
One of the things that you do need to remember with this, though, is you're going to need either a specialist foot or you're going to need to do a little bit of prep with it. So I've been top stitching this on the back there just to finish it off. But because this is non-slip, what it will do is it will kind of stick to your machine foot. So if I get another foot out of here, I've got a spare one, look, there.
Right.
See how it kind of grips the feet as well. So what I recommend is either a roller foot, that's your best option, or a walking foot, because that will then take the fabrics through at the same time and you'll not have a problem. If you haven't got either of those things, then this is plan B or C, I'm not sure where we're up to, which is just adding a bit of masking tape to the back. Now this is quite sticky masking tape, so it is taking a little bit of the top off, but not enough to not make it non-sticky. But if you put masking tape up those edges, you need to use quite a small stitch length.
That's a great idea, Hayley.
Because the stitch will create the perforations.
Yeah.
And that will allow it to go through your machine.
That's a brilliant idea.
So I've got it set up here, because I didn't finish the whole thing, just so you could see. I've got it set up on there, and I'm doing a top stitch, so I'm just using the edge of my machine foot as a guide. But
any special cotton or thread we should use with it?
No, yeah, you're absolutely fine. But using that little bit of masking tape on the top will really help you. I mean, it's taking a long time to go through, but that's because I've put it on quite a short stitch length, because I want to create all of those perforations. Yeah. Well, with a large stitch length on this, because you've got gaps, you kind of want to make sure that you get plenty of purchase on it, you get plenty of points of contact. So that's why I've gone with quite a short stitch length. Normally top stitches you do with a bigger one. I'm just going to, I've got a little pocket on the other side there, just want to make sure I'm getting that the right way up. Oh, I've got a pin stuck in there as well, apparently. Right, just leave that down. Let's see if I can swivel this round to get that pin out.
Fantastic.
Oh dear. Right. I think that might have done it. No, it hasn't. Oh, it's gone down into the gap in the feed dogs.
That's right. I've
got it. There we go.
Got it. We've got the machines on the show as well, haven't we?
We have. So this is the fantastic Jade 35. This is a great option when you are ready to kind of move up a level.
Right.
Because this one actually has huge amounts of functions just in its own right, like this, as a machine. But you can add an embroidery kind of carriage onto it. So where your sleeve arm slides off, this piece here, this slides off. And you can actually add a whole other piece on, which allows you to do proper embroidered pieces. And that is just a fantastic capability to have. I'm just going to add another stitch on the bottom there, because I'm not quite happy with that. It's
all digital, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all digital. And I think people initially worry about that, but it's so easy to use. It's fantastic, and it's got just a huge amount of capability in such a small space, because usually the embroidery machines are much larger than this, much larger than this, and you can go £3,000–4,000 on an embroidery machine easily.
Crikey.
And the best thing for me, I know it's not a huge feature, but the best thing for me is this bit. Now, I don't know if I'll be able to lock it in with that still on there, but that actually slides in and it all locks into place.
Completely covered.
Completely covered, so you don't have to have a hard case for it all the time, you don't have to make a soft case for it. It locks in, and all of your bits and bobs, including all my hair bobble, but when you're not using it though, your foot goes in there, your wires go in there, so you never lose any of the bits and pieces, and you've still got storage front and back on there as well. So
Brilliant.
I know it's not one of its biggest features, but it's one that I think is a really, really good feature for this machine. It's not one of the sexiest ones.
No,
I understand
no.
that. So I'm just going to get round the rest of here,
Okay.
and then we'll do the last couple of bits of top stitching on this, because what we've essentially created, I can't take it off the machine because I'm doing the bottom bit.
Yeah.
But what we've essentially created is a little mat. So can I have about 5 or 6 minutes just to get along
certainly.
there
Have a
and
quick
up
recap,
there,
Hales.
and then
Yep.
we'll show you it nearly finished.
No worries, no
Excellent.
worries at all. Well, let me recap on the one-day special and those happy hour deals before they expire at 9 o'clock. Obviously, this is their happy hour, so this will continue through till our last show at 4 o'clock. So you have 3 options. We have our darks. You are getting 10 1 metre of each of these colours. If you want to go for 2 sets, as Hayley explained on the roll, you know, they'll cut them 2 metres each, but it's £27.99. You're saving £10. This is a beautiful, beautiful poly cotton. As Hayley was saying, you know, explaining, great for durability. Great in terms of colour saturation, so it's not going to do that fading or anything like that. And you've got possibly every colour there that you could possibly want to. If you're doing your linings or your backings, obviously you can use it for the, you know, the focus on a project, but beautiful, beautiful soft poly cotton there as well. £27.99. That's your dark. 759,848. 30% of those gone. Then we move on to our brights, proving very popular because I think, as Hayley's explained, you know, with brights and cottons are beautiful, but it's the colour fading which is so heartbreaking, isn't it? But I mean, look at that for a pop of colour. We could all do with cheering up, especially it's all gone so dark and gloomy, isn't it, right now? And you look at that. I mean, that yellow makes me smile. It's the rainbow colour there. These are the brights. £27.99, 759,848. You are getting a metre of each of those. £27.99, 60% gone. Then the lights, pretty pastels with your pinks to your lemons to your blues to your gorgeous soft plums and the white there. £27.99 again, 759,848. 30% of the lights gone. Most of you, though, are enjoying all of them. I don't blame you. Why choose? Why have the heartache? Let's go for the super bundle, yeah? Let's not miss out. Let's have all of it. I know, it's all. I'm just messing this display up, aren't I? Shanda's just looking at me going, oh, yeah. There we go. Go for all of it. Yes, I know. I love feeling it. It's just so soft and gorgeous. 60% of the mega bundle's gone because you are getting the savings. £10, £10, £10, plus a further £4 saving brought across to you by choosing the mega bundle there. 2 flexi-buy payments of £39.99 or £79.97. Look at me trying to cover up my errors there, but anyway, too late. Right, let me show you.
That's the best way to go.
Hey,
just own it.
Just own it.
Mess up.
You know,
own it.
You know what, right? Well, touch it, feel it, get it out, have a look at it. Oh, it's gorgeous. It's all messed up. Look at these. Happy ideas. I'm just going to show you those with the beautiful poly cottons because they look gorgeous with it. This is your poplin fabrics. Beautiful print there on the perfect occasions poplin fabric, the artistic flowers. You are getting a metre of each of those, 100 by 112 centimetres. Two lots there, and that is £9.99 until 9 o'clock. 554077. I merely pick them up with those because I thought they would just make a match in heaven. So pretty. Then we've got our aeroplanes. Yeah, see, these look so pretty with the blues and the poplins or the reds there, or the yellows. I mean, that's what's such good fun about them. The greens. Look at those colours that we can match them up with. How pretty are those? £10.99 for both of those. The planes collection 042030. And again, you're saving £9 until 9 o'clock. And last but not least, 3 lots of fabric now, and yeah. Gorgeous are lilies in that pretty, pretty teal, passionate pink, and our gorgeous glowing red there. Gorgeous there. 1 metre by 112. Yeah, is that right? Yeah.
Correct. 44 inches.
44
12 centimetres.
44 inches. £14.97. You're saving £18, but only till 9 o'clock. 50259. Don't forget the other 33 choices, and then another 16 of the red, the blue, the navy and the black with the spots and the stripes. But back to Hayley.
Okay, so I have one more step to do. So essentially we've made ourselves a little kind of sewing mat that has pockets on the front so we can store lots of other bits. And because we've put that on as a non-slip, then that's going to really grip there and it's not going to slide off. Because if we didn't have a non-slip under there, any extra weight that we put in the front could gradually kind of pull that machine towards you.
Love your pockets.
The pockets that we've put on the front.
Oh, these are great.
We spent a bit of time on these last night. Can I move this now for a second so we can see properly?
So if we watch on rewind on the 6 or the 8 o'clock.
So we spent a little bit of time pattern matching all of these properly. So as you can see, I put the side pocket on first, and we've gone for quite a, I mean, you can almost see there that just the pattern looks as if it continues properly all the way across, and that's because we did spend a little bit of time on it. So what I did was I first of all put these 2 pockets on, and I wanted them to be a little bit, you know, different sizes, and I wanted it to look different, but I haven't top stitched these pieces in which will actually secure those pockets yet, because I wanted to do that last, because if I stitched those onto that piece first, then I would have to put a second row of stitching on to actually quilt it all together and hold it all in place. Because if I don't do that, what will happen is this whole top layer will kind of lift away from the bottom layer when I've got it dangling down the side. So I'm going to stitch those in place now. So I'm just going to top stitch all the way up there, and that's going to create me 2 little pockets either side. And then I've got a larger pocket up the top here, so I've got 2 pockets on this side, and then another taller pocket on this side, which is going to be ideal for things like scissors. So we'll stitch those in, and then we'll, you know, have it hanging over the... I have to go over this side, don't I? There you go.
Well, they're great fabrics for any of those sort of... You know, we have those hanging tidies.
Yes, yeah, brilliant for that. I mean, that essentially, if it didn't have the non-slip on the back, you could just hang that up with all sorts of different shapes and sizes of pockets on. But it is worth the time, spending just a little bit of time to get those pattern matches right, because I think it gives you just... I mean, that, if you hold it up, it just doesn't look like there's any... You know, there's no kind of...
disjointed kind of,
it's not disjointed the pattern at all. It's just kind of continued it all the way through. So I'm going to just put quickly those little runs up there. Just move my pins out of the way. And then our mat is nearly done. The only other thing that I may add to this is just do a line of stitching, not sewing those pockets shut, but just along the top of those pockets, because that, if I just flip it over, should line up with, on the back there, where it's lined up with the
anti-slip.
Because that will just help it fold. Doing that, putting a row of stitching in a fabric is like adding a score line. I should really plug this back in, shouldn't I? That will help it sew quicker.
Like adding a score line on your card. Yeah, that's
it's
a great
like adding a score line onto a card. So, especially when you're bag making and things, and you've got battings and waddings in, that's when adding those little lines will effectively, you know, have it work like a score. So this machine that we've already mentioned, it does have the ability to just move that. It's so antisocial. I'm so sorry.
It is there somewhere, I promise you.
That's the downside. On the telly, not great, but in real life, splendid. So it allows you to move the needle left and right, which is really handy for things like the top stitching, where you want it to be kind of quite close to the edges there. Am I happy with that?
Yes.
Yes, I'm happy with that. You just said yes. Yes, you are. That'll do. I'm going to come backwards. And then knock that off and come forward again. Oh, come on, through that bit. There's a lot of layers there though, so no wonder it had a little think. But what's happening is my non-slip is actually sticking to the table and stopping me pulling it through. So I'm going to just roll that up, so that's going to get rid of my non-stick from touching the table. It's just one of the things that you have to think about when you're using more specialist materials. Seeing how I've taken it off the table, and now how that's moving through nicely. I am regretting my choice of fox fabric though. I'm not speaking to foxes at the minute.
You see there's a story there. Well, we don't know, but we're rating the poor old fox. It might not be Foxy Loxy. She's rolling her eyes at me. She's giving me the eye roll, everybody.
Aliens have taken my duck.
A duck disappeared. It's one for Midsummer Murders, I'm afraid.
Yes.
We need to investigate. But don't forget...
Bumble's gone missing.
Bumble. The mysterious case of the Bumble having disappeared.
Bumble's gone missing.
It may have been a fox.
Yes. So the other option you've got, I'm just looking if I've got any here, is to put either a piece of card or just a scrap piece of fabric under where you're going to, not cardboard, just like paper or a scrap piece of fabric, underneath the non-stick bit, because it will want to grip.
Yeah, that's its purpose.
Yeah. It's designed to grip. So it will want to grip onto any plastic, onto any metal, onto any kind of shiny surface. So you can see I've just added a little bit of fabric in there, and now that's kind of slipping along a bit more nicely. So I need to just check that I'm not actually going to sew that in to my piece.
We've got anti-slip material there at the bottom of the screen, 14.99, 630 651, half a metre by 47 inches wide. But of course, if you want more, that can be cut to the full metre on the roll. Don't forget all those lovely, if you're loving the fox, we've got those in the pink and the beautiful blue and the beautiful cream. We've got some lovely abstract flowers. We've decided they're alpacas, although they're called llamas on the show. We've got dancing bunnies, we've got florals, we've got fairylands, we've got beautiful print of the pretty flowers. We've got the divers as well, and I should mention, so this is a pick and mix. You pick any four for an amazing price point of £13.99, 694 344. I've also got my very sort of bold, sort of thin stripe, large stripe, polka dot and zigzags there, the essential bundles there on the red, the blue, the navy and the black. Bundle of 4 there. You choose which colourway. £13.99, 455 714. And yeah, the 7-day savers, yeah, don't miss out on those. Zips, sorry everybody. I was thinking of happy hours. Yeah, I love, my needing zips, but look at this. I mean, put those with the look at that. They're down the other end of the counter, but you have got every colour. I mean, I love it as well when people put the zips on as a decoration. On the front of.
As feature pieces. I use them with your MDF. There's
yes, on your mixed
media.
media.
A lot of people who use them with mixed
the little
media.
Journals, travel logs. I think it's a great idea. And just somebody I saw as well used it in the hairband, the zip in the hairband. I think I've got a hairband like that. I mean, you've got every colourway. Not just have to think of it as a functional zip. Who was it the other day with me? Oh, lovely lady. She made a brooch out of the zips.
Oh, well, you spiral it round like a little flower.
She cut them into strippy bits and then made brooches out of them. Anyway, I just love zips, but I haven't got over my phobia about working with them. It's not a real phobia, folks. £11.99, 462 993. Over 10% has gone already, and only launched this morning. It's supposed to last all week, Hayley.
I think there's always a little bit of dread with zips
that's it.
initially,
I'm
isn't
getting over it though, slowly but surely.
Once you find a way that works for you, then you'll not be scared of them, and they'll be in everything.
There's your reason to get over it.
There we go.
Yeah.
Why is that? What is this stuck on? Oh, I know exactly what it's stuck on. It's my non-slip that is non-slipping. So let me just.
It's
because it starts right on that bit.
Too well.
But again, that little bit of tape on there that we did, just a little bit of tape.
Brilliant
kind
idea.
of in line with where you're sewing will help that as well. So I'm just going to shuffle that. I think it's got itself in a little knot there. There we go. Just free that off. There we go. It's off. 60 zips. I've still got it on this really small stitch now, but I've started, so I'll have to finish. I left it on the small stitch because we were going around the edge of the sticky stuff.
Yeah.
But now I've left it on that stitch, and normally for a top stitch I would use a much wider stitch. I'm just feeling my way through here because obviously I've got the edge of that. If I just run my finger along it, you can probably just see. I've got the edge of my pocket there, so I'm just kind of feeling as I go, lining up. A lot of the time, rather than using like lines or guides, I'll use the edge or some point on the foot that I can use as a reference point to be able to use that as my guide. And then
we I read out my zip wrong. It's £59.99 for 60 of them, 462 993. I think we're looking at the anti-slip material there, folks. But it's on your screen, yeah.
This one's got an auto cut on as well, which I find brilliant because it just leaves you with these tiny, tiny tails, and you don't have huge bits to start off with as well.
So sorry, Hayley. I'm so sorry to interrupt you because I think I'm going around the twist. At the bottom it changed. I was thinking, I'm sure I just read that bundle was £11.99, and it is £11.99 for all 60 of those zips. 462 993. It appeared at the bottom of the screen as £59.99. I'm thinking, I'm losing the plot here, and I'm thinking I don't want to tell the viewers the wrong thing.
Well, still that wouldn't be that bad because that's £1 a zip.
Well, yeah, so I thought I'd best correct myself. I hope Hayley won't mind me interrupting, so I'll correct myself.
No, crack on.
Well, no, it's £11.99, everybody. I think Never mind. It's not 50. Usually it's $59.95. It's $11.99 for all of those zips. Everybody, that's a great price. So in context,
that looks like a mistake price. That.
Just go with it. It's too late now. It's out there.
I'm not saying anything, but that looks like a mistake price. That one.
So sorry, Hayley. 20%'s gone. Nobody's taking advantage now.
I wonder why. Okay, so. That goes onto there, our pockets are in, and that means now, when we've got our sewing machine on there, I mean, even that's a heavy pair of scissors.
It is, it's not going anywhere though, is it?
I'm going to see how much I can get in before it falls off. I like these games.
When we have those, you have those ones that you can tie to the side of your cot changer, or sometimes to...
No, I'm finding more stuff to put in it.
On the beds, aren't they now, to hang over the beds as little tidies as well, or the side of your cupboards.
Oh, it's still going. What else have I got? I need some heavy stuff. I need some heavy stuff to put in. See if I can get...
What about your foot... any gubbins behind us?
Got some letters.
There's plenty of gubbins down here.
I just need some heavy things to put in there to see how much stuff I can get in before it falls off. Oh, I've got stuff in the way now. This is not the easiest thing to do, back to front and upside down.
It's still going. Letter E anywhere, anybody?
I've got one over here, look. There's another pocket there.
It's doing well.
It is doing very well. But another thing you could use it for, now these fabrics aren't from this show, they are for a show we're going to do on Monday.
Ooh.
But look, I didn't know we had it on.
The little
could do little slippers with your non-slip.
Fantastic.
And then if I pop
That's
that
Tuesday,
now,
is it?
it's back to front. But there you go, you've got all your bits there, easy access, ready to go.
That's fantastic.
I mean, maybe you don't need the big wooden letters, but things like your scissors, and the fact that it's a mat, you could add your pins into there as well. Just stick them in the side as you go. You could actually add a bit of a pin cushion onto it if you wanted to.
Protecting your surface as well.
Yes, it is. So
brilliant.
A really nice little option that uses both the polycottons and the non-stick.
Fantastic, and that's using the anti-slip material there. $14.99.
Yes.
630-651. And as Hayley said, if you want to meter that, it'll be cut to the meter as well. Love the idea of under the foot pedal, or those little slippers as well, for your mat, for your table protection, if you're making placemats, runners, whatever, anything you just don't want slipping away. A one-day special now, proved very popular. Majority going for the
just had a thought.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Look, if you're going to a class though.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, not the massive letters because they're silly. But if you're going to a class, once you've got all your bits in,
roll and go.
Fabulous. Actually, I think I'd fold it in half first to hold all the bits in, stop falling out.
And then tuck and roll. Boom.
Off you go.
You could put a little tie either end, couldn't you, and just tie it up, couldn't you?
Well, I've already sewn it now, but I could have done.
Sorry.
If you'd thought of that like 20 minutes earlier, then yes, we could have done that.
Silly idea, Vienna. Yeah, absolutely. So, and with the pockets for that, if you watched last night's show, 6 or 8 o'clock, Hayley was paying particular attention to the pockets. Right, okay, we have got the lovely one-day special, which is your darks, your brights, or your lights. A metre of each of these beautiful materials. The bundle contains 10 of each of these gorgeous choices. So there's our darks up to the lovely sort of plum colour there, damson plum there. And then we've got our brights from the red right through to the cerise pink. And this is your lovely polycottons. As Hayley's explaining, you've got that fantastic saturation of colour front and back, great durability. And then you've got your lights there as well, through to the white from the light pinks. Beautiful. $27.99, 759 848. Taking the saving from each of those 3 bundles, because you choose which one you want for $27.99. We can bundle all 3 bundles together and give another saving of £4 to total an amazing £79.97. You have got every colourway possible for all of your projects there. And we've got 2 flexi-buy payments of $39.99, 570 363. Don't forget the happy hour deals are going to expire in a moment at 9 o'clock. So we've got the first is the beautiful beige and the gorgeous. It's like a chocolate. Would you say chocolate?
I think that one's my favourite of this. It almost looks black, doesn't it?
It does almost. That's why I was just reiterating on the colour, because it's actually very dark.
But it's actually a very, very dark brown, that one. I think that one's my favourite out of the 3 happy hours that we have for this hour. And these are all 100% cotton. Everything else we've been working with today's been polycotton. But these are 100% cotton, and you're getting both pieces. You're getting a metre of each.
Brilliant. 554077, and then our plains and Our planes, our
aeroplanes,
magnificent men.
Yes. So
Airplanes, planes.
not plane as in nothing on it, plane as an airplane. So these ones, same again, you're getting a metre of each, and you don't have to choose, you're getting them both.
Get them both, they're such fun. Love these.
Yes. And these are again 100% cotton, and they're a poplin weight fabric.
Gorgeous. 1099 042 030. We'll go back to their original price, don't forget, at 9 o'clock. This is why we're just highlighting them very briefly. And we've got a set of 3 now, our lilies. Beautiful.
And you're getting all 3 of these. You don't have to choose. It's the same background colour, and you're just swapping out the kind of feature colours on the front there. But 2 of those are so close, you could probably get away with using them together.
Yeah. Gorgeous. The overlay there. I like the idea of a little pop of lining on the inside. That little gorgeous. So pretty. £14.97, 502590. Don't forget as well, you are loving the mega roll. There it is, the mega roll. It's as big as our Hayley. We could roll her up in it. Post it to you.
No, Shauna was trying to do that yesterday. She kept shouting burrito at me. And trying to wrap me up. This is not going to happen.
What would you use the body for, Hayley? Briefly, 60 seconds.
So this is a polyester batting, and it's a quite heavily felted one. So it's thin, but it's quite dense, which means that there's not a huge amount of stretch in it, which means it's quite good for things like your free motion. It's a good all-rounder. It's a nice kind of thinner weight one. We've seen a lot thicker, we've seen a lot thinner, but it's a nice kind of thinnish weight. I would say it's about equivalent to a felt. Width, which is brilliant for your free motion because it's nice and solid.
Gorgeous. And 2 flexi by painters, £25, $49.99. Choose white or cream. You can have the choice. 831237. Do look at all the lovely choices here on the show with a one-day special, because Hayley's brought loads of other beautiful fabrics there as well, and there's some really fun ones. I mean, there's another 33 I just haven't got time to talk about. Yeah, don't miss out on your one-day special. Hayley, we'll see you again at...
What?
12, yes,
okay,
indeed.
then. Should we do something then?
Shall we do some more?
Have I got you?
Yeah.
Oh,
sorry. It's you, me, and the mega roll. And hopefully you as well. So we'll see you later, Hayley. Bye. Thank you to Hayley. And let's see what else is coming up on today's show at Hochanda. Oh, we've got a jamboree of colour and lusciousness with Ragged Life coming up now. What a lovely soft furnishings day we're having. Then we're going to introduce Susie McLaughlin. And then we've got lovely Pat and Mark back again with Totally Patched.
Hi, I'm Bev. Hi, I'm Sam. And we're from Be Crafty. Be Crafty is a family-run company. Sam is my sister. And we love bringing brand new products to Hochanda. We manufacture and design all our own ranges of stamps, inkables, MDF, lots and lots of inspiration that we love to bring and share with you. If you tune in to Hochanda to join us, you'll see that mine and Bev's style are totally different. But what that does is it brings you lots of styles and techniques that you can include in your crafting too. Our ranges are increasing all the time with the lovely hand-drawn images that Sam and myself are trying to bring to you, plus the fantastic new designs that we like to bring in the inkables, in the dinkables and the MDF as well, so you can use them across all different sorts of crafts and bring the best we can to Hochanda too. So make sure you don't miss the Be Crafty shows on Hochanda.
Did you know you can watch Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player or Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Hochanda channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select settings. Select your network and select setup connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or the bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Hochanda app. Simply press the home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the channel store. At the top of the channel store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter Hochanda into the search bar and this will take you to the Hochanda app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the added channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Now scroll down to the Hochanda app and press the star button on your remote. You can then use the arrow buttons to move Hochanda to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it. You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. Oakwood Archer is a family-run business and my son and my daughter work very hard with me to bring the best craft items to you in the UK. We specialise in high-quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Working with Hochanda is fantastic for us. It gives us the opportunity to bring all of these brands and all of these products from all over the world direct to you, the crafter in the UK. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter. So please don't miss Oakwood Archer shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Hello there and welcome. Look at the set. How amazing does this look? We are spending the next hour with an amazing company, Ragged Life, and it's the first time that I've worked with Elspeth, but I have to say, look at the colour that you brought into the studio. It looks amazing.
Yeah, it's a little bit grim outside, but we're bringing the sunshine in here.
We certainly are. And now, of course, you may well have caught one of the Ragged Life shows before. In fact, I'm sure you will have done, and you'll be able to see all these fabulous different projects that we've been got around us. We'll introduce you to some brand new items in a few moments, but I've not worked with you, Elspeth, before. We were just having a little chat before. There may be viewers out there that have not been introduced to you, so tell us a little bit about you and a little bit about Ragged Life and how you got into kind of rag rugging and working with fabrics in this way.
Yeah, sure. I mean, so I started off basically, you know, I was very much interested in recycling, using up stuff that we had around the home. My mum had always made rag rugs. In fact, she's got tons of them around at my family home. They're made up of like mine and my brother's old clothing, so you can see school uniforms, swimming costumes. And I actually had to make a costume for a recycled fashion show. So my mum taught me how to do it, and I was absolutely hooked, pun intended. And now, you know, I'm really passionate about making rag rugging accessible to everyone. It's the most forgiving craft you'll ever try, honestly. There's very little you can do wrong. And we're trying to make things colourful, easy, and enable you guys to basically be able to make beautiful rag rugs and projects at home for yourself out of your old clothing and offcuts.
I love it. There you go. But of course, we have got kits that are available that have got some fabrics included, and we've got the means for you to get hold of fabrics. So I better crack on, hadn't I, really, and tell you about what we've got. So we're kicking things off with a brand new kit. Now, this is a brilliant kit for you to create a gorgeous floral wreath, very much Christmas themed with regards to the red and green you can see with this one. At the offset, I will let you know that with this one, you've not got any tools included because we know how you've been involved with kind of your rag rugging previously, so you'll probably have that already. But just in case you haven't, we have got them available. The details are at the bottom of the screen. Now, within this set, you've got all the elements that you can be able to work with. And Elspeth, I was asking at the beginning of the show, there's a couple of these fabrics that are going to be a little bit of a mystery when the bundle arrives. They're not necessarily going to be the ones that we've got here.
Exactly. So there are four kind of fabrics that are going to be standardised in the pack. A beautiful kind of lush red, a really nice sheeny green, ones that I know work really well for the Christmas wreath. But just to add an element of surprise, I'm going to add 2 mystery patterned greens generally to the pack, which add a bit of je ne sais quoi to your wreath and make it a little bit more jazzy. So if you like a bit of surprise, we're going to hand pick all of them so that we know they work well.
And I love this because I've done rag shows before, and obviously the finishing is one of those things that quite often you have to do yourself, but you've included that with your base here. That's brilliant.
Yeah, so we're trying to make rag rigging as easy as possible. So we pre-hem all of our hessian, so all the hessian that you see today for every single project is marked out, pre-hemmed, no more sewing machine, you know, upsets. You can just get rag rigging straight away. You know, if you receive your pack, you can immediately get it out and get going.
Love it. And then you've got all the fundamentals that you need. So, of course, you're going to have your wreath shape there, which, of course, you're going to use that for actually mounting everything on top of. And, of course, you're going to get your comprehensive instructions. That's something that Elspeth prides herself on. You'll notice that as we work our way along, many of these projects will have instructions or multiple instructions, should we say, because you might be learning more than one technique as you go. Now, for the time being, if you fancy getting hold of your lovely wreath project, then the details are there on your screen there. £19.99, very affordable. As I say, just make sure that you have, whoops a daisy, upside down, make sure that you have got your tool. If not, do check those out because you add those in at the bottom of your screen, as you can see. So that's a little duo that you've got with that one, which we'll explain to you as the hour progresses. Next one that we've got for you, again, this one is assuming that you've already got involved with your rag rugging, but don't worry. We've got all the tools to help you. Elspeth is going to be taking us through those as the hour progresses. Now, this is lovely because you've got gorgeous fabrics, as you can see there. You will never believe the result you are going to get, though. Have a look at this. Now, you're not going to get the basket. I know, I'd love the basket as well. But look at this. And this is almost like a garland that you're creating, Elspeth.
Yeah, so we wanted to create a really easy, quick project any beginner can get involved with. Doesn't require advanced skills, but it really does prettify baskets, tubs, any little kind of craft baskets and things you've got lying around the house. Just makes it jolly.
It certainly does. And you're going to get your fabrics that are going to help you on your way. So obviously you can kind of see your hessian base that is sitting there. You've got that included, and that's within your set there. But then we've got some lovely fabrics as well. So you've got 2 metres of your hessian. So I suppose you don't know the size of the basket that somebody might be working with.
Exactly.
So you've got plenty of that in there, and then you've got a bundle of fabrics. Now, is it a case that contents will vary with the fabrics, or they're going to be exactly the same as we're looking at here?
Not with this project. We've decided that for a beginner, it's quite nice to know that the design you're going to get is going to work and look really effective. So the basket that you saw here today is the basket trim that you'll get when you finish that project. We've chosen the fabrics to mimic this beautiful viola pansy kind of design.
Beautiful. Now, of course, you can see there the basket does feature on the cover of your instructions as well, and again within there you are going to get all the information that you need, all the tuition you need from Elspeth there, looking very trendy with your glasses on now, mustn't it? Just loving life there, and you can see that helping you. Incidentally as well, we have got additional bits and pieces like these scissors. They are a micro serrated scissors, so you know that your fabric isn't going to move when you start cutting with those, and they are geared up. You can see they're heavy duty. They're going to cut through multiple layers with those. 8.5-inch cutting area with those, and the details are at the bottom of the screen if you're wanting to add those in as well. But if you fancy getting hold of this particular project pack, then the details are there on your screen. By all means, pop those into your basket as well. Now we've got a starter kit for you with the next one. So the next couple of items, you've not necessarily got your fabrics included, but there are some fabrics there maybe to get you started, because this is where we're introducing you to some amazing kind of balls of well, fabric yarn almost. You'll know what I mean when you see it. Now look at this kind of result. Now, Elspeth, you were saying with this rug that you've made up here, you've got all sorts of different types of fabrics in here. So where did these fabrics start life?
So some of it is clothing that I had at home. Okay. So you may find the odd pair of pyjama bottoms or, you know, T-shirts in there that I've worn to shreds. But then also, you know, sometimes it's things that maybe you've got an old tea towel that's at the end of its life. I mean, you can use pretty much anything to rag rug with. So the rug that Hayley's holding there has got everything from T-shirts, it's got cotton offcuts, it's got lace in there, swimming costumes, fleece. any little odds and ends that you may have left over from other craft projects and you don't feel like you want to throw them away because they're just so pretty, rag rugs are perfect for using them up.
Lace in there as well.
Yeah, and you can mix different weights. That's the beauty of rag rigging. It's very much a really scraggy old top that's not quite very nice, is equally as good as a beautiful fat quarter. So you can mix and match.
Love it. Now with this one you are going to get your basics to get you started. So you are going to get your hessian. Now the overall size of this one was 160 by...
Sorry, it was 100 by 60
100
centimetres.
by 60, sorry, yeah. So 100, so it's looking at a metre by a little over half a metre at 60 centimetres. You're going to get your hessian base, that is the key thing. You're also going to get your tools, which we'll chat about in a few moments, but you're also going to get, oh, look at these. Now, colours may vary with these, and these look amazing. So this is kind of like almost like a woolly feel, a kind of band that you've got in these balls.
Yeah, so this is what we call blanket yarn. It's all 100% wool. We basically work with some of the mills in Yorkshire, and when they make blankets and scarves, they cut this selvage edge off, which is waste product for them, but for us crafters, you won't get more beautiful quality than this. It's so soft. If you make a rag rug in this blanket yarn, you just want to sink your feet into it first thing in the morning. It's just so cushy.
Love it.
Yeah.
There you go. And you're going to get one of those. So it may vary in colour, but it's something to get you started when this arrives. Now, of course, tools are key. So what you have got are your different elements that we've got within here. So you've got your marker pen. Now, I don't know which order we would kind of use these tools. So let's chat about the marker pen to start with. Is that kind of the first stage?
Yeah, so you've got your hemmed hessian that's all sorted for you, nothing to do with it. And maybe you fancy doing a design. Maybe you're making it for a friend or a granddaughter or whoever it may be, and you want to write a name on the hessian. You can just get your marker pen, sketch that name onto there, and then you're just filling in with rag rigging. So the marker pen is for sketching designs.
Wonderful. Then we've got the tools included as well. So you can see you've got your latch hook here with this one. I love the size of the handle there because that's going to sit quite nicely within the palm of your hand there. So of course you have got the hook and latch on there as well. So you're going to get that included. So where would you use this?
So there are largely two different techniques of rag rigging that you can do. There's the traditional shaggy style of rag rigging, which has a really thick, deep, beautiful pile. And then there's this loopy style of rag rigging, which is a much tighter knit. And in both of the kits that we're selling today, you learn both techniques of rag rigging. So if you get any of the kits, you can decide whether you want to do the shaggy technique or the loopy technique, or even mix them together. But the latch hook that's in that kit is mainly used for doing this loopy style of rag rigging here.
Lovely.
Yeah.
So there you go. So if you want to get that result, that is the tool that you're using for that. So this particular tool, is this for the other style?
Exactly. You're cottoning on quick, Hayley. Thrown in the deep end. So the spring tool, which you're just seeing there, is to do this shaggy style of rag rigging. So this beautiful thick piled technique. And it's the easiest tool to do by far. Very therapeutic and repetitive.
I love it. And that's kind of the comfy, cosy look, isn't it, with all those seven. Now, what have we got here?
So this one always confuses people, but this is called a cutting gauge. With the shaggy style of rag rigging, you're working with short strips of fabric. They're all roughly the same length. If you had to cut them all manually, they'd all be a bit off. Whereas with the gauge, you wrap your long strips around the gauge, cut down this groove at the top here, and all of your pieces end up the circumference of the gauge in length. So you can see that this is a fairly kind of even depth, this shaggy piece here. And it's what the gauge is cut to.
Lovely, there you go. And you're getting all of those tools. And of course, the tools are going to be tools that you're going to be able to use over and over again. Now, of course, there's nothing stopping you getting started with your set, adding in any of those additional sets that we've already covered. So it might be that you're going for the Christmas wreath. Then you'll have the tools that you will need to complete that by adding both of those in together. Everything comes to you in a fabulous little pouch, as you can see here, a little drawstring bag, so everything can be kept within there. And of course, you are going to get your instructions and your guides to show you how you are going to be able to create with these, learning those different techniques. So there you go, that is your first set. 2 flexi buys at £22.50. But you can see the details there, 720165. Now, this is a nice set to go for as well, because here you have got, again, a complete set where you're just going to add in your own fabrics again. So you're going to get your hessian that's going to allow you to create your easy peasy rug, as well as your cushion and your bouquet starter kit. This is a comprehensive kit, Elspeth.
Yeah, so what I found is once people have made their first project, they're often really, you know, they want to make more. So why not get a kit that gives you some smaller projects to maybe start you out before moving on to the rug, or even vice versa. So this multi-kit has got in, as before, all of the tools to do those both techniques of rag rigging, but it's also got all of the hemmed hessian, the instructions, any little bits you need except the fabric to make a rug, a cushion and a bouquet of 7 fabric flowers, which look lovely.
I love it, and the fabric flowers are amazing. These are, I mean, when you first come into the studio and you see them, they do look like you've got peonies in the studio. They're absolutely beautiful, as you can see. Of course, your cushion, again, different techniques. I didn't realise there were so many different techniques involved with rag rigging, so I'm learning, and I'm guessing you guys are as well. And of course, we've been talking about the wool yarn, as you can see there. We've got that included with this one as well. Again, contents will vary. And of course, you are going to get all the instructions. You are going to get your hessian. You're also going to get those tools that we touched on a few moments ago. So this might be the way that you are gaining those tools. And of course, you're going to get your pieces of dowel there to create your gorgeous flowers. Freedom members, you've got a cheeky little discount with this one as well. How wonderful is that? So rather than paying £69.99, the price is going to come down for you. And of course, because it's over £60, you can spread the cost as well. Just means that you're looking at £35 per payment if you're not a Freedom member, but it will be a little less than that if you are. So 204597. So if you're wanting to get hold of this, don't forget, become a Freedom member. You get that discount instantly, and of course, you're saving on your post and packing as well. So with your Freedom Flexi, you're just looking at £31.50 today, but all the goodies are sent on their way to you, and that does mean you can add anything else in. So if you did want to go for the Christmas wreath, or you wanted to go and create more of those flowers like that garland that we saw on the basket, you can add those in as well. Now, we have got a super duper tool for you, and this is something we've not seen this before. So this is your rug hook. Now tell me about this.
Yeah, so this is completely hot off the press. We've only had them around, like, in existence for about three weeks now.
Oh, wow,
so it's brand new. It's basically the easiest and quickest tool to do the loopy style of rag rigging. So this flatter, more kind of, I guess you could say, neat technique of rag rigging. So if you're someone who, you know, you love the look of it, you maybe like the kind of, you know, flat pictorial effect, it's definitely worth investing in one of these rug hooks, because as I'll be demoing later on today, it's the easiest tool to use by far. So although you can use the latch hook, and that's a good entry-level tool that comes in the kit, if you feel like rag rigging is something that you're going to get really into and really enjoy, the rug hook is an excellent tool, and of course it lasts forever. So once you've got it, you've got it.
You certainly have. There you go, £21.99 being the price. Nice, comfortable feel. It's going to sit within the kind of heel of your hand there, as you can see. You'll be able to get some wonderful effects using that. So there you go, if you fancy getting hold of yours. Just £21.99. And it comes in a fabulous little box as well. So if you do want to store it that way, then you can do, by all means. 454518. Now, we have got the perfect opportunity for you to take advantage of a brilliant lucky dip. Now, of course, we saw those wonderful balls, the blanket yarn that we were touching on earlier on. This one is a bit of a lucky dip. So you're going to get a kilogram in weight. Now, contents may vary, and of course, there's different weights, there's different densities, but you're looking at a minimum of 10 balls within these, and you can see you're getting a lovely array of different colours and different effects with these. These are fabulous, so whether you're into your rag rigging or not, to be honest. I mean, they look amazing as extra trims on projects as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've had people be so inventive with them. I've had people crochet with them, knit with them, weaving. I'm always astounded by people's inventiveness, but we use them for rag rugging. As you can see, I'm a lover of colour, so the more colour for me, the better, really. And I'm sure some of you are the same, in which case the 1 kilo Lucky Dip pack is perfect for that, because we always include a variety of different patterns and colours for making a gorgeous kind of, you know, multicoloured rug or cushion.
Now, when you're actually getting your 10 balls, your minimum of 10, are we going to get any repeats in these, or do you hand-pick these?
Yeah, so you're not going to get any repeats. We always try and include a variety. We do hand-pick them. There's no other way to do it. And because, you know, I like colour, I like pairing ones that vaguely go together. So you're not going to get anything heinous in there, don't worry.
I love it. There you go. So £34.99 being your price on this one. If you are going for any of those items within your flexi order, then of course you can spread the cost as well. So 541923. Don't forget, you are going to get some of your blanket yarn in some of those projects. So this might might be a nice way for you to extend what you're getting within those kits and mean that you've got enough to complete your project. So there you go, if you fancy those. But if you fancy just one extra ball, then we can help you with those. So rather than the full kilogram, you're going to get one of these larger balls. Now we've got different options with these. So with the options, we're looking at kind of colour grouping, very Birmingham then, do apologise. Colour groupings with these. So for instance, you will get blue. Now blue could be your pale blue that you can see here. Might be a deeper kind of multi-tone blue that we've got down there. It almost looks like you've got a running stitch running through there. Or it could be almost that tweed effect blue that you can see there as well. So you know it's going to come from that colour family, but it's going to be a little bit of a surprise with regards to the finish. Or maybe, let's rotate it around a little bit, maybe it's going to be more of the pink tones. So maybe it's going to be a baby pink, a lovely soft pink that you're getting in there. Might be that gorgeous pink that you can see there, again with that very much a kind of a wool tweedy look to it as well. Or it could be as bright as the pink that we've got tucked away in the bottom there. So that again, your pink options with those. Multi, I mean that's going to fall into the multi category, isn't it? My goodness, look at the brightness that you've got in there. This is one of the ones that's proven to be most popular with regards to your multi. So again, that's a little example of what you might receive. Then of course you've got things like your grey tones, your neutral tones with these, monochromatics with these. Again, loads of different styles within these, giving you lots of different results, as you can see there. And finally, as your last option that you've got with these, those greens. So again, you've got your kind of multifaceted greens, as you can see there, or your tweedy greens with these, or again, it could be darker tone. Oh no, that's come from the, well, I don't know, actually, that's got a bit of a greeny tone to it. It might be one of the greens, actually. I think I was bringing that into the monotones, but I think that is actually one of the greens there. And of course, mix them up, the greens and the pinks together. We see green and pink with petals in nature, don't we, on plants. So any of those, if you fancy going for a couple of sets, you will get one ball of yarn that's going to weigh 250 grams, the blanket yarn there. So you could mix it up if you're wanting to. If you want brilliant value for money, then the multi, you're going to get loads of colours in there, aren't you? Just £9.99. It's perfect for your rag rugs, but of course perfect in lots of other scenarios as well. So 574213 if you fancy getting hold of those. What else can I tempt you with? Well, told you about those scissors, didn't I? We've got these. Lots of you taking advantage of these, because of course this is one of those areas that when you are cutting your fabric, you're going to be cutting a lot of fabric and you need your hands to be comfortable and you need to basically take as a little time as possible. So with these you can wrap around that fabric. We'll see these in action, and then what you are going to be able to do is cut through all those layers in one swift action. Of course, if you've got the tool that will allow you to cut your cutting gauge that we've got, it sits within that little groove on there as well. So 552816, serrated as well, so your fabrics aren't going to slide around within there. Talking of your cutting gauge, here you go. It's a nice little trio here, £25.99. So you're going to get your little cutting tool there. You're also going to get your spring tool there. You're also going to get your little cloth as well, because obviously in the manufacturing process you might want to wipe that down just before you get started there. So 327885 if you're wanting those, £25.99. Don't forget those tools are included in some of the kits, so if you are thinking of getting hold of them, it might be worth going for a kit and you'll find them there as well. £21.99 if you're wanting the brand new rug hook, as you can see here. This is something that's been specially developed and it's brand new. It's literally just a few weeks old, so 454518 if you're wanting one of those. So Elspeth, what are we up to? What are you going to be creating?
So I'm basically just going to be doing a very intro demo on how to do the two techniques of rag rugging. But obviously, because our wreath project is new to Hochanda today, I'm going to be doing this demo on our wreath hessian so that you can see how the wreath will build up over time. And you're going to be astounded by how easy it is to do. So I'm going to start off by getting my piece of red fabric that comes in the wreath kit. So this is just one of the pieces that'll come in there. And obviously it's all in a nice block, but we need to turn it into the strips to be able to do rag rugging to start us off. So what I find the easiest way to cut your fabric quickly and easily is to fold your fabric in half, fold it in half the same direction again, then fold it in half the same direction, keep folding. If you want to keep folding, you can even weigh it down with your gauge so it doesn't pop up at you.
Okay. And
this is where those super duper rag rug scissors come in. There's a reason I call them the tank of the scissor world. They cut through so many layers at the same time. So we're now going to cut our strips by cutting through lots of layers at the same time.
My goodness, look at that. It's like a nice through butter.
And the width that we're cutting our strips, which is really good for kind of medium weight fabrics that'll come in the kit, is roughly about 2 centimetres in width. And if you're struggling to visualise it, because you may be like me and you find those kind of things mathematical a little bit hard, you can actually use the width of the gauge as a bit of a cutting measure as well. So it's almost dual purpose, that cutting gauge. So you keep cutting, and I'm just going to start off by cutting 6 strips. And you can see I'm not being very accurate. They don't have to be perfectly straight. If you're a wiggly cutter, any little imperfection will be completely smoothed out in the rag rugging process. So I've now got some strips that are quite long, and you basically, they're just as long as your piece of fabric is, so they don't have to be a particular length, just as long as you can get them. And now I'm going to just grab 6 of these strips and I'm going to hold them so that the ends are aligned at the top. And you can see this one is shorter and has a pointed tail. It doesn't matter. We are very inclusive in the rag rug world, so any of those little scraggly bits are fine as well. But we're just going to get our strips, I think that's 6, we'll put an extra one in for good luck, and we're just going to hold them so that the tops are aligned together. And this is where the cutting gauge comes in, because we're going to hold our strips at one end of the gauge, and we're just going to wrap our long strips, and you can see they're twisting and turning. We're just going to wrap them around that gauge.
Now, is it important where you start the wrap around there? I noticed that your open edge is next to the slot.
Yes, so you want to make sure that those first ends are right by that groove at the top.
Okay.
But you don't have to be millimetre perfect. It's a very kind of figure-in craft, as I said. The only thing is, if you've got shorter strips in your bundle, just make sure you trap them underneath the longer strips. But you'll become like old hand at this after a while. And then all we're going to do is just cut down that little groove at the top, and you can see the scissors make easy work of cutting through, like, you know, multiple layers at the same time. And you're left with all of these vaguely equal length pieces for doing shaggy rag rugging. So this is how we get this beautiful texture of the kind of like foliage effect of the Christmas wreath. We're doing that shaggy traditional technique of rag rugging, which mimics foliage well. So this is where we come on to our wreath hessian. So this is exactly how it'll come in your Christmas wreath pack. It looks quite complicated, but I promise you it's super easy. The only bit that you'll be rag rugging is within this kind of white ring here. And in fact, the instructions that come in the wreath kit, these ones here, have got it marked out so that you can do 5 kind of poinsettia flowers if you want to. So that's what these 5 little circles are kind of helping you space out. So you don't even have to get a ruler out, you can just improv as you go.
So I suppose if you didn't want them flowers, you could have, if you've got maybe a bauble that you wanted to put in place, or a big Christmas bell or something like that, you can use them just as positioners for other things.
Absolutely. So I've actually got a couple of other examples here where, you know, you don't have to do a Christmas design. This is where I kept all of the seams from all of the rag rugging that I've been doing for, God knows, about 3 months, I think. And I just rag rugged my wreath using all of the seams, and it looked quite jolly.
I'm thinking of all the little trimmings that I have when I'm doing my quilting, and I'm kind of rotary cutting all of my pieces. You end up with loads of those.
Everything. I mean, that's a spring wreath. I mean, that one is another style.
Isn't that lovely?
Yeah, there's various things that you can do. So you've got the kind of instructions and the fabrics to do the Christmas wreath.
Wonderful.
But you can let your imagination go wild. Sky's the limit here. But what we're going to do is we're going to start off, and this is all explained in the booklet, but we're going to start off building our red flowers in each of these kind of 5 circles. And I normally finish one of these flowers before moving on to the next one. So that's what I'm going to do. So we need to get our rag rug spring tool, because we're doing the shaggy technique of rag rugging.
Now, with this, you were talking about, this is kind of the modern version of quite often what we come across as antiques.
Yes.
And this is nice because obviously you've got a pristine tool. You haven't got any rust or anything like that on there. But it is a traditional style tool.
Yeah, so basically these Ragged Life spring tools that we have here are based on an old vintage tool that used to exist, which it's sometimes called a bodger, it's sometimes called a spring tool, but you can see this one has obviously had a lot of wear over the years, so it's maybe not quite up to the same standard of rag rigging as our new ones. It's a little bit rusty, but it's nice that we're continuing the traditional ways of doing rag rigging.
Fabulous.
But the spring tool is the easiest tool to use by far. Literally everyone I've come across can use this. You know, everyone from quite small children, you know, like 10-year-olds, right up to even people with arthritic hands. Some people are fine with this because it doesn't involve a lot of dexterity.
Well, obviously you do your own research because obviously it's different levellings. But yeah, as Elspeth says, I mean, do you do classes and workshops? So you've worked with people with different levels?
Oh yeah, so I'm actually one of the tutors at the knitting and stitching shows. I've done lots of teaching. I've taught thousands of people how to rag rug. I know exactly what mistakes you guys make, not that there are many. And all of those issues are addressed in our techniques booklet that comes in those kits. So we go through all of those kind of small do's and don'ts. So it's 28 pages, jam-packed, full of kind of techniques and advice.
Lovely.
Right, so onto the actual rag rigging itself. So as I said, I'm going to start off by building one of those red flowers that's going to be one of the focal points of your Christmas wreath. And this requires the spring tool. So this is the spring tool when it's closed. It's fairly obvious. And this is the spring tool when it's open. Also fairly obvious, but worth saying. So it's important that you keep it closed to start with, and you just push the very tip into a hole in the hessian.
Now, do you have to be careful where you're actually placing it within that little hole?
Nope, not at all. You choose a hole that looks good to you and you just go for it. But what I've done is I've pushed the tip in, and then I'm kind of bringing the tip up 2 strands away, and then I'm just pushing across the top of the hessian so that I've got 2 strands onto that barrel.
Okay, yeah.
Then you open up the end of the spring tool, you grab onto the corner of the strip, the short end, and you just pull half through. That is your first piece of shaggy rag rigging.
Or anything like that?
No, because what keeps your hessian, what keeps your rags into the hessian is actually the weave of the hessian is very important. If the weave of hessian is tight enough, it means that as you put in more fabric, it begins to compress all of those rags in and lock them in place, which is why our Ragged Life hessian is definitely worth investing in, because it's all the correct weave, it's all pre-hemmed, and you know that it's going to work. So then all you're doing is missing out roughly 2 strands between each piece and the next. And some people are very kind of logical rag ruggers, and they like to do things in rows or circles, but you can just kind of improvise and just go wherever feels good. So I normally put a kind of first piece of rag rigging in, and then I almost do a little circle where I move around that first central piece. And all I'm doing is exactly the same process as I did before. So I'm just pushing the very tip in, picking up a couple of strands onto the barrel, and then I'm just moving on to the next piece.
So how far apart do you need to make sure that you kind of put in the fabrics? Is there kind of a rule of thumb?
Yeah, so it's roughly 2 strands between each piece and the next. That's when you're working with, you know, medium weight fabrics like the ones that will be coming in the kit. And you can basically, you know, worst comes to worst, if you think you've gone a little bit too far away, you can always come back and pop one in. As I said, it's not like, you know, other crafts like knitting, where if you make a mistake, you've got to unpick it all and go back and fix it, although I don't all the time. Rag rigging is very easy because you can just come back and pop one in between. So I'm just going to show you the back of the rag rigging now. And can you see that it's all kind of... Yeah, it's almost like building up, and I'm kind of creating a little bit of a circle, which is going to become that flower. But you can see that the hessian around my rag rigging is almost beginning to compress together and tighten up. Yeah. And that's what you want to achieve. So I've just got one more piece to do in this fabric.
And that's a good way of checking that you're doing those like little rounds that you're talking about as well. If you're doing your centre point and then working your ring around those, then yeah, it's a good way of checking.
Exactly. So normally I would start with this red and I'd do a nice little small circle to start me off. If it's looking a bit long at this stage, don't worry, because it all builds up to the same height, and it all looks quite regular at the end. You can always give things a haircut if it's looking a bit wild for you.
Point, yeah.
I know, it's exactly like that. So,
and of course you're using that technique when you've got a specified kind of colour section, because you're obviously in the centrepiece and then you're doing your round around it. So when you go to fill in the rest of the project, is it exactly the same technique with little centre points and rings around?
You can do it in any direction you want. So I normally start off by, I'll do my red flowers where I go in circles right up to the edge of the ring, and I'll create 5 flowers that will look pretty big once you finish them because they all fall outwards and they cover the hessian. But then once I've got my flowers in place, I fill in the green in between.
Okay.
And if you're quite a logical person, because I know some people like, you know, following a rule or a line, you can just do it in rows, kind of across the ring, where you kind of just go in rows and just build it up gradually. Or some people like to build it up a bit like floristry, which is where you build it up in little bunches. But there's no right or wrong in rag rigging. It's very, very, as I said, easy, forgiving, you know.
I love that.
Very little you can do wrong.
And I'm guessing as well, if you've gone for the toolkit or you've gone for one of the kits that got the pen in there, then you can kind of section areas off if you're wanting to as well. And we'll come back to Elspeth in a little while. I'm going to let her get ready for her next demonstration. I've got loads of questions to ask. If you've got any questions, that do get involved, studio@hochanda.com. But of course, Elspeth has been working with the first brand new kit that we're bringing to you. Now with this one, you will need your tools, so if you've not got it already, the details are at the bottom of the screen there. So you'll have everything then to go. So you'll have the gauge that Elspeth used to make sure that her fabric's at the right strips. Then you'll also see as well that you've got that spring tool that she's just been chatting about. How amazing was that to get those loops pulled through? But then of course you've got the hessian that she's working with, which is pre-hemmed. You haven't got to finish that off. You've got the locator points there, whether it's going to be for your poinsettias that you're going to incorporate, or whether it's bells, baubles, whatever you're wanting to put in there, then you've got everything there. Now fabric wise, you will get 4 fabrics included, which will be exactly as we've got here. So you've kind of got your satin sheen with regards to these. You've got that kind of jersey look with these as well, but different kind of styles of fabric to ensure that you're getting a fabulous overall look. And then you'll get 2 mystery fabrics, which will be printed fabrics potentially, or woven fabrics that are going to add that little bit of something different to your project. And then of course you've got your base wreath, which you're going to use for when you're actually putting your project together, and all the instructions are included, as you can see there. Amazing value for money, and it's one of those wreaths you could bring out year in, year out. And of course if you want to go for a couple of these, then you might be thinking, well, they look nice in my conservatory or my lounge. You could use whatever fabrics that you've got. So maybe you've got curtain fabric that's left over, or upholstery fabric that's left over, then you could actually make a little wreath that's going to coordinate with your room. You don't have to use the fabrics that are included. 701747 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Now, talking about home decoration, have a look at this one. Isn't this amazing? Now, a fabulous garland has been added to this basket here, and you are able to get hold of everything that you need to create your own floral garland. Now, obviously the basket isn't included. You would find a basket from home that you can be able to work with, and there's loads of different ways. It doesn't have to be a basket. It could be that you're just making a garland, maybe to decorate a fireplace, or well, you can use it whatever way you like, really. Alternative to bunting, maybe, perhaps you're thinking. Now with this one, you are going to get your hessian. And your hessian with this one, things like coffee bags as well, people kind of use those a lot, don't they, the coffee sacks that you can get. So you could decorate it quite easy. With this one, you have got obviously your 2 meters of your hessian that you're going to be able to use to create your flowers, and you're going to get the exact same fabrics that have been used to create all these beautiful flowers in here. So you've kind of got your different pieces in your deeper tones of your purple, your lighter purple, different tones of your pinks, your greens and your yellows, different sizes of pieces. But of course, when you do cut them, put them into place, then away you go. So all you need to do is make sure that you've got the tool. But again, we were talking of the tool a few moments ago, so I'm sure you will have added in that new tool to your basket anyway. You might already have a tool that will allow you to do that. But if you're wanting that set, then the details are there on your screen there, 829932. Now, we have been busy for this next set, and I can understand why. I mean, this is brilliant. You're going to be adding in your own fabrics though, but this is the kind of result that you get. So the technique that Elspeth has just been so brilliantly teaching us, this is something that you're going to be able to create. Now, you've got a really good size of this one. So it's 1 metre by 60 centimetres, so it's a really good size piece. And the weight of this, I wish you could actually feel it, because it's got a really good weight to this, so you know it's quality when you've actually put it together. But I love the fact that this could have been a swimming costume, pyjamas, t-shirts, all of those different elements that you've got at home. Could be school uniforms, and of course you can see this one's kind of got a colour theme running through it. Could be colour themed, it could be that you're marking out different areas. I mean, around us we've got some amazing rugs. This one behind us here obviously is larger than the one that we've just looked at, but if you've got the tools allowing you to draw with the pens, you could quite easily lay down these big circles, maybe drawing around a teacup or a side plate or something like that, and it gives you different areas of definition where you can kind of hone in on those colours and maybe use some of your lighter tones around the edges, as you can see there. Love that idea. Or there's loads of, I mean, you can see around us, you are spoilt for choice. So yes, it's entirely up to you how you do that design, or you might just do it in your strips. It's entirely up to you. But here you can see different techniques used as well, because you'll notice, especially with this one that we can see here with your Ragged Life there, featuring 2 different techniques that you are going to learn with this particular kit. So you can see the kind of shaggy look and that kind of bobbly look, as I've been calling it, both within that same project. So you could do this quite easily, and again the pen again is going to lay out that design. See, this one kind of reminds me, I've got a bathroom mat that's very similar to that, which is brilliant, but then the one that you've got at the bottom, that's where you might have it in your bedroom or a lounge, something where you're also, I can just imagine this in front of a lovely open fire, or getting your toes in there. You've got to get the dogs off it first though, haven't you, to get your toes in there, because I know that they lay claim to it. Anyway, you've got your fundamentals, you've got your Hessian base in there, you're also going to get some of your blanket yarn that you're going to be able to get started with, your instructions, and of course those tools. And I think for the bundle of tools and the Hessian, I think it's a brilliant value bundle. The fact that you are going to get the instructions as well, because the tools by themselves, now let's think, now this particular tool by itself, was it £24.99, that one? So you're getting those 2 together would normally be £25.99. So let's have a look at what we've got on the screen here, because if you were looking at getting hold of these 2, you're looking at spending £25.99 today. Well, your flexi buy on the bundle that we're looking at is actually £22.50. It's less than you were planning on paying. So it's worth it, because I know you've got a second payment, but then you've got the additional tools. You've got the pen, you've got the Hessian for your first project, you've got the instructions there, and of course you've got your blanket yarn in there as well. So it really is a fabulous bundle to go for. If you were just thinking, I'm going to get the tools, I'm going to use my own fabric, well yes, you will need your own fabric, but you've got everything there. So personally, if I was being your personal shopper, and you know how I do like to spend your money rather than my own, do these regularly at Hochanda. But you've got your little bag, you're going to keep everything in there, and I think if you are looking at getting started, and it is a lovely winter kind of craft, isn't it, this one, then definitely go for the bundle we've got on your screen as well. You've got the tools and the knowledge that are going to be with you for many, many years to come. And it's one of those crafts, I mean, it's been passed on through generations, hasn't it? So yeah, details on your screen for that bundle, 720165 if you fancy it. But perhaps you don't want to create that particular project, you don't want the Hessian of that size. Well, this bundle is going to allow you to create other elements. So again, you're going to get your Hessian with this one. You're also going to get, obviously, your blanket yarn with this as well. Now with this one, you're going to make your easy peasy rug. Well, it's a cushion, rug cushion, should I say? So you're getting these different pieces of Hessian. Now, I'm intrigued by this one because this has got a printed design on it as well. So Elspeth, what have we got here?
Yeah, so the multi-kit has got in it the Hessian to do a rug, a cushion and a bouquet, and that's the bouquet Hessian.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
right.
It does look a little bit confusing, but it's all stitched and, you know, sorted so that once you've finished your rag rug flowers, there are 7 of them in the bouquet, you can cut them out and they don't fall apart.
So is this kind of the last kit that we were just looking at, and some extra bits in there?
Exactly.
Perfect.
So like the rug kit plus the bouquet, you know, instructions and Hessian, plus the cushion instructions and Hessian.
Love it. Again, this one has got your flexi buy. So I know I was talking about going for the previous deal. This one here, £31.50. You've got everything that we just looked at and those additional elements. So this might be the way that you get started. Of course, if you're not a Freedom member already, you can become a Freedom member as you're checking your basket out. You're actually saving more than you'd be spending to become a Freedom member. So it's what we call a why not deal. So 204597, and again, you're learning a brand new technique with those gorgeous flowers, and you've got the dowels there to create their stems as well. Of course, when you've seen that fabulous blanket yarn that you've got there, you may want more of it, and we can help you with that. But before that, I forgot about the all-important tool. Now, this is something you can see here. Now, obviously, it's different to the tool that we saw Elspeth working with a few moments ago, but we're going to learn about this one, I imagine, in the next demonstration. I can't quite see it because there's all blankets and cushions and things in the way, so I can't see. But you can see that this is an amazing tool. I mean, it looks fabulous to start with, doesn't it? Love the way that you've got that lovely kind of ergonomic way that it's going to sit, because you obviously, when you're doing your rag rugging, I'm right-handed, so I'm just going to swap that over. That's going to sit within the heel of your hand, so you need something that's going to be comfortable, something that's a good size, whether you've got little hands, large hands, male hands, female hands. That is going to be absolutely perfect, and obviously you're going to be able to go through that hessian with that. £21.99. It's proved to be a very popular item. 454518. Now, of course, we were talking about the blanket yarn. We have got the ability for you to get hold of this in a couple of different ways. First one is a kilogram's worth, which is going to be at least 10 balls of your blanket yarn. Nice assortment with these, hand-picked, so you should have some lovely colours that are going to work well together there for just £34.99 with a £5 saving. Can go for multiples of those. You may find you get crossovers if you do go for multiples, but I'm sure Elspeth will do her best to make sure you get a good variety in there. 541923. But if you want to be more specific, then do check out the other balls that we've got for you, which are 250, is it 250 grams? Yeah, 250 grams. So here you've got your colour choices. Now, it's not going to be exactly as you're looking here, so it could be, let's have a look, we've got your blues there, so light, medium, dark tones of blue. It could be any one of those. Your pinks, again, it could be a baby pink, it could be a brighter pink, it could be that kind of mulberry pink that you've got there. Your multicoloured, well, you can imagine you could be getting something as gorgeous as that with all those colours featuring in there. And of course your neutrals, you could get grey tones in there, ivory tones, cream tones, black tones featuring within there. And then finally you've got your gorgeous greens there. Again, light, mid and deeper tones could be included when you're looking at those. So you're just shopping for colour with those ones at £9.99. And equally, if you do go for multiples within there, Elspeth, I'm sure will make sure that you do get 2 different tones of green rather than 2 repeats of the same one. 574213, £9.99. Very, very affordable. Elspeth, we've got about 10 minutes. Are you okay to show us something else?
Yeah, I can. Just very quickly on the blanket yarn balls, I always get this question, how much do I need to cover X, Y and Z? So one ball of 250 gram blanket yarn covers one cushion face in the loopy technique of rag rigging. So that's the 40 by 40 cushion hessian that comes in the multi-pack. In the shaggy technique, it takes 2 balls to cover that area. So that gives you a bit of an indication of how much you'll need, just in case.
I think you must be psychic, because Joan emailed in and asked that question, and there you go, save me asking
I get it very regularly, so I thought I'd preempt it. Thanks for the question. So I'm going to demo how to do the loopy style of rag rigging now, which is this flatter technique here. As I mentioned, in the Easy Peasy rug kit and the multi kit, which are definitely our best sellers, you can do the loopy technique with the latch hook that comes in the kit. But I'm actually going to demo now how to use the rug hook, because as we said, this is a brand new product to us here at Ragged Life, and it's a really great quality product that's easy to use. So I'm actually using the basket trim hessian here that makes that garland beautiful basket trim, but you could do this on a rug, you can do it on a cushion, you could do it on your wreath. Once you've got the tools, you can do it on any bit of hessian, and yeah, it works very well. So with our rug hook, we're just poking down into a hole in the hessian, and you just choose wherever suits your design. So if you were filling in a square, you just start at the top of the square. Then you're grabbing onto the strip, and I just hold it nice and taut into the hook. And then what you're doing is you're just pulling an end through to the top. And then all you do is I normally pull that end to whatever height I want my loops to be at. So you can see here they're quite short, these loops, they're only about 1 centimetre here. But sometimes when I'm working with the blanket yarn, which is what this cushion here has been done in, I pull my loops a little bit longer because I quite like to have it really, really nice and soft.
I've just noticed the wicker basket, so that's the little flower trim that you've created on the big basket. That looks really pretty, isn't it?
Oh, thanks, Hayley. Yeah, so I mean, with the basket trim, you get the fabrics to make that particular design, but you can do any colour scheme, you can do any pattern you want, particularly once you've got one of those kits that has all the tools in, or even the rug hook.
And is this the same weight hessian as the little rugs that we've been just looking at?
Yes, so all of our Ragged Life hessian is all the perfect weave. It's all pre-hemmed. It's, you know, ideal for beginners because we want to make it as easy as possible for you guys. So once you've got your end through to the top, and mine's roughly 1 centimetre high, but pull it to whatever height you want to do your loops at, you miss out 2 strands, and I'm just going to show you at the back, but normally you don't even need to look at the back. I'm just placing the strip into that hook, and all I'm doing is just pulling a little loop through to the top, and you can pull it to whatever height you want, and then you're missing out 2 strands in the hessian again, grabbing that strip and pulling another loop. And when you get into a rhythm with this, you never have to look at the back. So you can imagine I'm quite experienced, so I can just do this while watching TV, on the train from time to time. But what you're looking to create is this kind of row of loops that are all a similar height.
And I like the fact that you've got this kind of repetitive nature, a bit like when you're doing crochet or something like that. And I can sit and I can do crochet, and like you say, you just carry on watching TV, carry on having a conversation. You don't necessarily have to count, which you might have to if you're doing something like crochet or a cross stitch. But with this one, you can just merrily just go along until, I'm guessing, you run out of the yarn.
Yeah, so when you want to finish a strip, all you do is you pull your end through to the top and you chop it to the same height as all of your loops are at, and it all just blends in together. Those ends get completely disguised amongst the loops, so any of the kind of loopy projects you see here today, they've all got ends in them, but they're all hidden. I challenge anyone to find them.
So you don't have to glue the fabric or anything like that. I mean, how do you go about kind of washing, or, I mean, can you vacuum these rugs?
Yeah, so I vacuum them. I never back my rag rugs because it traps dust between the backing and the rag rugging. I always leave them open and free to kind of, you know, pass through. So this is what the back of this rag rugging looks like, for example, and I would never cover it. And then, so you can kind of beat them outside if you want to. I normally vacuum mine, and they're absolutely fine. You can wash them in the washing machine. So I normally put them in a pillowcase or on a duvet cover, put them on a fairly cool wash. Don't tumble dry them. Choose a nice day to wash them, ideally, because they do take quite a while to dry, particularly that thick, shaggy technique. But I mean, the rugs are just so beautifully hard wearing. I mean, we've got rugs in my family home that we've had for, gosh, like 30 years. And, you know, my mum has made dozens and dozens of rugs now, and they've all got sentimental value. I mean, even the cushion that's at the far end of the bank has got my granddad's shirts in them.
Oh,
so it has sentimental value whenever I see it.
The blue stripy one that we've got with the blues and greys, and this particular one here looks absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, so it's all brushed cotton.
Nice, it's a memory item, that one, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
We've been very busy as well for the fabulous rug that's been made with all the gorgeous pink fabrics, as you can see. But of course, this is the key thing. You're using your own fabrics with this, so you will get the hessian. And this is the beauty. When you actually start completing it, you hardly see the hessian there. I kind of like that. Look as well on the underside. It looks nice, doesn't it? It's hemmed when you actually get your hessian as well. So you have got that large piece. It's 1 metre by 60 centimetres wide, so a really good size piece. And of course, you have created an amazing rug using this particular one. I've also grabbed one of the samples that we've got behind us here, which I love this, just kind of like a focal point on a project here. And is this a mixture of the 2 techniques here with the sunflower?
Exactly. So in my last Hochanda show, we did this as a kit. It's the sunflower shopping bag kit. The inside has been done in that loopy technique, but obviously we didn't have the rug hook at that stage, so people were doing it with the latch hook. And then the outer has been done in the shaggy technique, so using the spring tool and the cutting gauge. But I've just trimmed the points of those kind of shaggy pieces into like points to create this sunflower effect. And I sometimes do that in my rag rug bouquets as well, because it makes them look a little bit softer and, as Hayley said, a bit kind of peony-esque.
Love it.
Yeah.
We have had a question come through as well, asking about the blanket, yarn as well. This has come from Debbie as well. She's asking about this because she's thinking about using it for bag handles, and she wondered, with your advice, is it okay to use them just as they are, or should they kind of be backed with something? Do you think they're strong enough to make bag handles just as they are?
I would possibly stitch 2 lengths of it together to create almost like a double thickness one. It is very, very strong. It's definitely not going to, break unless you cut it. But sometimes I find that having a bit more weight for a bag handle just makes it a little bit kind of comfier. So it'd be just purely my own idea, but...
And do they vary on width, these, or do they tend to be the same width?
They vary a little bit. The standard width is probably about that width, which is about 2.5 centimetres wide.
Inch or so, yeah.
Yeah, but, sometimes we get them slightly narrower, but we don't tend to get them any wider than that, really.
Because I know you can get, on our website, I think we will have it, there's like an R-form bag handle foam that you can use, but I think it might be slightly too wide, because I think it's about 2 inches wide. But personally, I make a lot of bags, I do a lot of sewing, as you know, as well. And I think, taking the advice from Elspeth there, just double up, just a running stitch, straight stitch from your sewing machine, running right the way through those, fusing them together. Nice parallel lines there, and I think that would certainly be sturdy enough for your handle. So thank you. And I forgot the name of the person who emailed. I do apologise, Debbie, that's not like me. I obviously need my breakfast. Elspeth, I've had a fabulous hour. We've got some fabulous... Should we just have a little look at some of the finished samples that we've got behind us? Because I think this really shows off how you can work with those rug kits, because of course it's the base, it's the hessian that is the key thing. So any of these ones that we're looking at the moment, these are all done using that base hessian within the kit that we've got on the screen. And of course, because you're adding in your own fabrics, you can do any of these techniques, can't you?
Exactly.
Love the mixed one. Because that could be brilliant, because you could be putting a name on there, couldn't you? Or wipe your feet. Mind you, if anybody wiped their feet on any of these, I think they'd be in trouble.
The thing is, when you do your first one, you're very precious about standing on it, but once you've done your second one, you're walking all over them, you're using them for everything.
And I love it because it's turning something that is kind of a waste product, you're recycling it, turning it into something that's absolutely amazing. And I love that with all those decorations that you've got, the different kind of segments. Don't forget, if you are going for your kit with, I'm just going to bring the tools in to show you, you are going to get those tools included. Now we have got the ability for you to get hold of the tools by themselves. They are at the bottom of the screen. But with that set at the bottom of your screen, you're going to get those two. But I do urge you to consider, because £25.99 will get you those two, but £22.50 is your first flexi buy to get all of the tools, the marker pen that we've been talking about, and of course you are going to be getting your hessian as well. And that hessian is 1 metre by 60 centimetres. You're also going to be getting your instructions, so your guide is going to show you exactly how to get those techniques that we just spoke of. And of course all you need to do then really is to add in your fabric, and that's when the fun begins, isn't it? 165. When are you back, Elspeth? Do we know?
Oh, I don't have a date yet, but hopefully soon.
Yeah, I echo that, definitely. So if you've got anything in your basket, now is the time for you to check those baskets out. Don't forget that brand new tool as well that we've been talking about. If you fancy getting hold of that, pop that into your basket as well. I'll see you later on. Oh, I'm looking forward to the next now. Introducing Susie McLaughlin. Going to have fun with that one. And then Totally Patched, back with Pat and Mark before we have another look at our Fabric Freedom One Day Special at 12.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp Limited. We're well known in the industry for designing and manufacturing top quality, award-winning craft products. As with all craft projects, you need a good starting place, a great stamp, a top quality stencil, and in recent times we've developed the groovy parchment art system so that your line art is perfect on parchment. Another exciting development to come from the marriage between Parchment and our stamp company is the fabulous designer papers and now the designer parchment. There is nothing like it. Each groovy plate is precision etched, and by simply getting in the groove with a stylus, you can easily transfer great designs onto parchment. Groovy is a modular system. The plates complement each other and work beautifully together. They are packed with elements and allow you to build your own original artwork. Whether you're a novice or a traditional parcher, you will love these plates. And for me personally, having beautiful line art is what motivated me to want to learn traditional parchment skills. So why not get in the groove with us here on Hochanda?
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. So on our Hochanda shows we aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Flexi Order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. At Stamps Away we create a lot of MDF products because we have laser cutters and router cutters. We also create our own stencils and masks. We try and make everything we can in-house so that you've got all the materials you need to create your projects. If you're watching a show with me on Hochanda, you'll expect to see lots of different techniques, lots of ways of using the products that we produce, and it's all very much mixed media, so pretty much anything goes. So I hope you won't miss the shows on Hochanda with Stamps Away.
Well, just embrace these beautiful, elegant, dusty grey flowers. How gorgeous are these roses? We have a brand new supplier on the show, a new guest. Her name is Susie McLaughlin, so I'd like you to embrace her into the Hochanda family because this is her first live airing on Hochanda TV. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, my darling?
Very well.
You're good, good,
Just a bit wet from the rain, but okay, apart from that.
Oh, thank you for battling through Hurricane Alex and all of that. These are stunning, stunning flowers, and all the flowers behind us. So this is your company, isn't it, Susie? Tell me a little bit about your company and how it all came about.
So it started about 10 years ago after leaving university. I actually studied textile design,
right.
But for my end of year show ended up making a paper garden installation, so it all kind of began from there. And then started working to commission to create retail displays for some of the big stores in London.
Go on, tell me some names. I'm gonna, she's worked with some big names and I'm going to prize it out of her because she won't tell anybody. Well, who have you done your lovely displays for?
So some of them are for Jo Malone, London's
Jo Malone,
flagship
yeah.
store, Harrods.
Harvey Nicks,
yeah. John Lewis.
So no small fry, at all. Just the biggest names in the industries. So you've done a lot of retail displays for these fantastic companies, but then you wanted to forge out and
Yes, I wanted to kind of start my own kind of product line, and flowers is the thing that I'm kind of known for, and I've got lots of experience making. Whenever I've been to kind of create displays and do demos, people are just so keen to kind of learn the techniques themselves. So I thought, what better thing than a kit, a DIY kit that they could take home and make themselves.
Fantastic. And we can find you on Facebook and Instagram.
Yes.
Is that just Susie McLaughlin?
It is, Susie, at Susie McLaughlin.
Fantastic, at Susie McLaughlin. So we'll check that out as well. So introduce us to these beautiful kits, because you've brought 4 with you today, but I mean, we are loving these big flowers as well in the background. So let's talk about the first kit and what we're getting in it, what we can expect from the kit itself, please, Susie. So this is the roses, is it?
Yes. So the first one is the roses. This is, I guess, my signature flower. So this is the one that kind of appeared in all of my installations, the main flower. So I've decided to do it in grey.
Beautiful.
It's nice and modern and stylish and kind of will fit in with anybody's home. And I think grey is quite
it's very in vogue,
popular,
isn't it? Very in vogue at the moment.
Yeah. So they're super popular. So there's enough materials in the kit to make 3 roses. It comes with pre-cut rose petals and leaf shapes, which I laser cut with my laser cutter. So it's nice and precise and crisp. Makes it nice and easy for people to go and make. They don't need to sit there for hours cutting things out.
So they're all, that literally just, I mean, I don't want to handle it all, but it literally just falls out in terms of the laser cut, and you get none of those tagged roughed edges or anything like that, do you?
No, exactly. So it's nice and straightforward. You still kind of have the satisfaction of doing something crafty, but there's not hours of cutting, which I used to do in the very beginning, and you get, very sore fingers.
So if you haven't got a die cut machine, brilliant, because you're ready to go, aren't you?
Yeah.
And then we've also got your lovely tag saying, obviously attributing to handmade beautiful paper flowers there by Susie, and then this is all part of the actual mechanics of the flower itself.
So there's some florist tape for wrapping the stem.
Yeah, and you've got your stems there, because they make 3.
Wires. It does 3 flowers.
And full colour instructions. The instructions are fabulous. I'm just going to, I'm a dreadful Susie. I only have to touch a display. Everything falls apart. So I'm trying to be very tentative right now. But I just want to show you these full colour, I mean, beautiful, beautiful instructions. Take you through step by step. Of course, we're trying to do 4 demonstrations today, because Susie's brought with her 4 fantastic flower kits. So I'll stop talking. So we've got everything. What would we need at home? What other accessories would we need to make our 3 beautiful flowers, Susie?
So just a pair of scissors. They can be any, household scissors that you've got lying around. And also I use a hot glue gun. It just means you can make the flowers super quick. I think possibly you could use a different sort of glue, but this is the one, my go-to.
Your go-to.
And it makes nice strong flowers as well that kind of stand the test of time.
Fantastic. So you try tacky glue at home, please do. But Susie's preference is a hot glue gun. But like we said, feel free to experiment there. Beautiful. Now, over 10% of those stunning roses, and you can see the packaging is gorgeous. $14.99, 761 418. People are shopping ahead for the complete, which is all 4 sets. It makes you 12 flowers, but we are going to go through them individually just to highlight that. So talk to me about our second flower. Now, you said to me earlier that, because we were admiring the beautiful big peonies, I hope you come back again and do the big ones with us. The peonies are really popular, aren't they? What do you think that is, Susie?
I don't know. I just think peonies, real peony, is one of my favourites. They're just so pretty, so delicate.
Just show the inside there.
They just seem to be super popular this year. I keep seeing them, on prints and in interior kind of shots in magazines and things. But they seem to have been my most popular kit this year. People seem to really love those. Absolutely gorgeous. I just want to show everybody all the way around the flower there, that detail of the yellow on the inside there, because of course it's all included in the kit. Yes, it is. And they're very robust, actually. When you think paper flowers, you think maybe not as robust, but these are really quite sturdy, aren't they, Susie? Yes, they are, and people are always quite shocked. I think they're kind of scared when they think paper. They think it's something that's super fragile, it's not going to last. But actually, if you think kind of, record keeping, years and years ago, paper can last hundreds and hundreds of years.
Yeah, so. Absolutely. And it is a lovely, it's almost veering towards the card, isn't it? It's a really thick
the 120 GSM, so it's fairly thick.
So perfect for our moulding, which you're going to explain and what have you, but shaping, but absolutely beautiful quality. So there's our gorgeous peonies in the pink, $14.99, 761 418. Moving on to our chrysanthemums. Now, these are bursting with joy in colour.
Yes.
Beautiful. Talk to me about these then, Susie.
So again, it's a set of 3. They're in a golden yellow colour. Flowers, especially roses, and I think chrysanthemums. I think yellow is symbolises friendship, so they're a nice gift to send to a loved one.
Oh, is that what the chrysanthemum is? A friendship flower then, is it?
Just the colour yellow with flowers. So I've had quite a few people ordering on my online shop, sending them to friends during lockdown as a little kind of pick-me-up and like a fun craft activity for people to do at home. So.
That's cool. I love the colour yellow.
Yes,
I just adore it. It just makes you feel happy, doesn't it? Just looking at it.
You
do get, we've got 4 in the vase, but you do get 3. And as you can see, I mean, look at the precision cut, because all laser cut. You get all of the elements there in the actual kit itself to make those 3 beautiful flowers. $14.99, 761 418. And last but not least, the Icelandic poppy. I've never seen an Icelandic poppy.
I haven't in real life.
I was very impressed by this Icelandic poppy. It is stunning.
Thank you.
Oh, how
So they have, they're slightly different, I guess, to the others with the technique. So they have pleated petals to give them that kind of nice, really full look. But I kind of made these, they're inspired by my little girl because she's just obsessed with poppies and the big pom-pom poppies you can get. So these were kind of for her, really.
What's your little girl's name?
It's Ava.
Ava, beautiful. Well, Ava, we love your Icelandic poppies. Gorgeous. So we can make 3 of these beautiful poppies in the kit. Yes. All the attributes are within the kit itself, and hopefully we'll be able to get Susie to show us all 4 demonstrations for these. We'll see how we go for time, but that's the aim of the show, everybody. $14.99, 761 418. So there's our 4 kits. So let's talk about the complete collection, which you're already going for, which allows you to have the Icelandic poppies, the lovely yellow chrysanthemum flowers of friendship, the beautiful peonies, and the stunning, I mean, that's why I brought the rose in with that grey and that yellow. We've just, funnily enough, we've just done our kitchen in that sort of colourway, but 20% of the complete collection has gone. Beautiful, beautiful, £54.96 or 2 flexi payments of £27.48. A great gift idea for someone because they can craft straight away, even if they haven't got die cutting machines and the dies, you know, and make something so beautiful to admire and literally place in a little jam jar or anything just that you're recycling at home. I know is always very popular as well. 601-813. And yeah, we're not plucking the lovely nature. We can leave our lovely flowers in the garden, or they're sort of dying off a bit now in the winter. But yeah, we've got brighten up our own home with these gorgeous paper collections as well, these paper flowers. So anyway, I've spoken enough. I think it's time to see them in action, so I'm going to go over to Susie.
Okay, so first I'm going to show you how to make the grey roses.
Ah, right, lovely.
So the first step is in your pack you should have a wooden curling stick, a skewer. And we're going to curl all of our petals. So I'm going to take the single petals first and I'm going to just curl them around the stick in a fluid motion so you get a nice smooth curl rather than kind of turning. So I kind of curl, pushing my fingers. I'm going to curl these 3 petals first.
This is all in the instructions anyway, because you've got the single petals in there and then you've got the full flowers in there as well, haven't you? In the kit.
Yes.
It's all. Each rose consists of 3 single petals, petal shapes. Yeah, it's all itemised in there for us, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So there's detailed instructions. With these larger petal shapes, I'm just taking my skewer again and I'm curling the top corner of each of the petals and just rolling them inwards. So I'm going to do that with all of the petals in the set.
So what was it about, I mean, when you said when you left the university, you know, you'd done the paper garden, what was it about the paper side of it that you liked?
I've always loved working with paper. I think like most people when you're little, I loved like crafting, you know, like paper dolls and paper chains and things like that.
Yes, that's so true, yeah.
And then growing up as well, I really used to enjoy hand-making books, so like sketchbooks and things like that.
Yes.
I probably couldn't get a job playing with paper, so I decided to specialise in textile design. But then towards the end of my degree, I decided to kind of go back to paper because it's something I kind of had a passion for and I wanted to do something that I really loved for my end of year show. So it kind of all just started there and carried on, which I didn't think it would, you know.
Fantastic.
So I'm going to carry on curling all of my petals, and then once I've done that I'm going to move on to making the centre of my rose with the single petals. So the first step is to take one of them along with the wire stems. You have 3 of these in your pack, and I'm going to unroll the petal and then re-roll it to the halfway point really nice and tightly. Then apply some of my hot glue down the centre, just staying away from the top of the petal so we don't want any to squidge out when I'm rolling it back up again. Place my wire in and then as tightly as you can roll it around the wire, and then I like to give it a squeeze and a twist to make sure it's nice and secure.
Lovely.
So I'll set that to one side for a second, and I'm going to take my 2 other middle petals and I'm going to curl the outside edges of each. And then
If you've got any questions for Susie, you can email us in, but don't make them too complicated. She doesn't want to be frightened off. This is her first time live on air. You can certainly let us know. You can follow Susie on her Instagram page and Facebook as well.
So I'm placing now these 2 other petals around the central one to kind of encase that and create the middle of the rose.
Gosh,
I have to take care with the glue gun because it's very hot.
Yes, of course, yeah. A lot of crafters have hot glue gun. Like you said, that's your go-to. Yes. We haven't experimented with the tacky glue. We're pretty confident with that as well.
Yes,
but it's
I'm
just
sure
speed
it would
and
work.
ease, isn't it?
Definitely.
Yeah.
So then on all of these larger petal shapes, there's a little small tab, which I'm going to apply a little bit of glue onto, and then place it behind the flower to kind of create a cone shape. So I'll do that with all of them.
And of course, these would be beautiful on the front of your mixed media projects anyway, or if you were doing a lovely mantle pleaser in terms of a beautiful card or canvas.
Oh, definitely, yeah. There's so many places you could use them, definitely. They make lovely gifts. So I'm just going to continue with that with all of the petals.
So is Ava a confirmed crafter as well now?
Yeah,
she's following her mum's footsteps.
Definitely. She's really creative. She's brilliant at drawing, and she just loves art. So,
how old is she?
She's 3.
Oh, bless her.
So the next step is I'm going to cut a little hole. So I'm going to just snip the base off of each of these little cone shapes just to allow the wire stem to pass through those.
So this is the rose kit. We have a choice of 4 on the show today, and it allows you to make 3 of those beautiful roses in that pretty grey.
Okay, so once we've created a little space for those, it's just a case of applying some hot glue at the bottom of this flower centre. Spin it round, and then just thread that through the holes that you've just kind of created and push through, and then I like to just squeeze it and hold it in place just for a second to make sure it's nice and secure. And then I'm going to repeat that step with all of the other
Because you made them all the
shapes.
different sizes there, so we have the gradient, as it were,
Yes,
getting larger.
Exactly, so it's getting wider and larger towards the outer part of the flower.
Beautiful.
So you can kind of see it taking shape now. And then now time for the last 2 outer petals. So actually holding it upside down, gravity kind of helps.
Yes, we've
as
got
long as you're kind of
experience
careful
that
not to
before,
squash
yeah.
it. So these, I would say, out of all 4 kits, are probably the most straightforward. So if you don't have any previous experience,
go for the roses.
These are, they're a good
one to start with.
one to start with, definitely.
Excellent.
Okay.
Look at that, how
that's rose.
quickly it comes together. Oh my word.
So now I'm going to glue this little calyx kind of frondy part on the bottom. So I'm just going to apply a little bit of glue.
That was my new word discovery recently, called calyx.
Yes.
I never knew that.
No, me before, I didn't before starting to create these either. So just pop that on, and then I'm going to set this flower head to one side now, and I'm going to create the paper leaf to go onto the flower. So you should have 2 of these leaf shapes for each flower. We just need to sort of place them on top of each other so they're flush, so that we can fold them in half and create like the creased kind of veins that you would see on a real flower. So there's a diagram, a detailed diagram of how to do that in the instructions, so you're kind of making that a little bit more 3-dimensional. And then in your pack you'll also have 3 of these short, thinner wires to create your leaf. So kind of unsandwich them. I run a line of glue down the centre and then a little dot on each side just to make sure it's really stuck down well. Pop the wire back in and then sandwich it in the centre. And again, just kind of hold it there for a second just to make sure it's stuck down properly. And I kind of bend the wire downwards, kind of ready to sit flush against the flower stem. So the next step is to use florist tape.
Right.
So a lot of people may not have used this before. So it's kind of stretchy, a little bit like using crepe paper, and you have to kind of pull it to expose a sticky adhesive inside.
Oh, okay. I've never used it in my life.
A lot of people haven't. So it's really brilliant actually. It's really kind of quick to use, but it sometimes can take a little bit of practice. So in all of my kits, I've put 2 extra strips just in case you need, like a practice run, or maybe it doesn't wrap quite
Oh, that's
to
good to
plan.
know.
Yes,
Yeah.
first time round. So I'm kind of I'm going to pinch it kind of towards the top of the flower. Then you kind of want to pull and wrap as tightly as you can at a little bit of an angle, kind of twisting.
Because you said there's one
the
side
flower
that's
stem.
tacky, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
So both sides are a little bit tacky, but you should see that one side is slightly more tacky.
Oh, right.
But to be honest, it should work either way around, so
Okay,
it doesn't
that's
matter a
good to know.
huge amount. So once you're kind of 2/3 of the way down, or even half the way down, you just pop your leaf wire flush with your stem wire and just carry on wrapping around the leaf. At this point, I like to turn it upside down again, like earlier, because gravity kind of just helps it pull it in the right direction, and carry on twisting all the way to the bottom of the stem.
You're so quick at this, Susie. I can tell you've been
I've
doing
had
this
lots
for
of
years.
practice. And then you should just be able to twist it off, actually, so you don't even need to cut it, but
Yeah.
if you want to, you can snip it off. If your leaf wire is protruding slightly, just push it down. And the same, actually, at the top, if you've got any kind of exposed wire at the top of the flower. It takes a few hours to kind of set into place, so you can still kind of push this upwards and encourage it upwards to close that gap. The last kind of part of making any of the flowers, I kind of like to bend the flower stem slightly so it looks a little bit more natural.
Yeah.
And then go back in and kind of look at the petals and have a little play around with them, basically. So I like to open out some of the outer petals. You can go back in and kind of recurl with your stick if you feel like any of them need reshaping slightly. And just by eye, really, kind of having a fiddle around with it and getting it to look natural and how you want it to. I think that's the key to making it look realistic.
Yeah.
And there's the finished.
Wow. Stunning. And that is our beautiful... that's almost like a silvery grey. It's got a lovely shine to it. When you say grey, it sounds so dull, but it isn't. It isn't.
No,
it's
no,
a pretty silvery
lovely grey.
It's gorgeous, amazing. Thank you. Well, let's, Susie, get ready for the next one, which will be our lovely peonies. But the roses are the most popular. We started with the most popular. 30% have already gone. Are those gorgeous grey roses? Oh, they're so, so pretty, aren't they? You make 3 of the beautiful roses. Everything is die cut in the kit for you. Your leaves, the calyx. Have I said that right, Suze? Yeah, the calyx. You've got the extra tape there, the florist tape there, as Susie explained. All pre-cut there for you. Honestly, the laser cut, so there's no little nasty tags or anything, so you get that precision. So if you haven't got any die cutting machines, it's all there for you. Full colour, beautiful instructions there, front and back, to take you through the process that, I mean, Susie's just done with incredible speed, but, you know, you take your time, and you can catch that on rewind, but it's all in there in the instructions, and that is $14.99 761 418. Then we've got the peonies, which we're going to move on to next. So 3 pretty pink peonies. I was just thinking as well, maybe because people stamp and they've got their dyes, you know, with it being paper, you could perhaps tinge that slightly with not to take away from Susie's beautiful flowers, but with a little bit of yellow or orange, or, you know, just to highlight you know, I know a lot of our inkers and stampers at home might do that. Is that all right, Suze?
Oh, definitely, yes.
Take away from the beauty of your flower.
No, I have done in the past. You can use anything, like watercolour pencils work really well, or anything you like, pastels, and it kind of just gives them that more kind of realistic look.
Breathing more life into them.
Yes,
Gorgeous,
definitely.
yeah. So these are the lovely, again, 3 lovely, we'll have a look at these in a moment, our beautiful, beautiful peonies. Again, $14.99 761 418. Then the yellow, I love this, the colour of friendship. I love it. I won't forget that now, because I do adore yellow. I think these, with your greys of the roses, so pretty, match made in heaven. Be able to make 3. I know I've got 4 in my vase, but you'll make 3. $14.99 761 418. We can't leave 1 in the box because they're just so pretty. All pre-cut, all the different sizes there. So you've got that different graduation of size, that gradient of size, as it were. Everything you need in the kit to get you started. All you need is a pair of scissors, and Susie's preference is a glue gun, but please feel free to experiment, because we know tacky glues and what have you are brilliant. And then the Icelandic poppies. Never seen an Icelandic poppy in my life. I'm so going to investigate this. So pretty. Again, our 4th kit there, $14.99 761 418. Of course, you can go for the complete collection for £54.96. Have all 12 of these. I mean, what a beautiful, beautiful gift for someone this winter. You know, they can straight away get involved with this hobby and have 3 beautiful flowers there for their bedroom, mantelpiece, crafty project, wherever. 40% of the complete collection has gone, and we got that on 2 Flexi by Pemps for £27.48 601 813. Very quickly going to mention the happy hour deals as well before I go straight to Susie with a peony demonstration. We've got the Jelly Beans Craft Silver Cracked Ice Card Collection, 320 GSM, 100 sheets in total. Oh, I love the cracked ice. $14.99. What a bargain. £25 saving. Massive discount there. 370922. And this is just for this hour and this hour only. Ribbons as well. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful ribbons there. A little bit around a little jam jar that you're zhuzhing up, and then your pretty flowers in the top there. $14.99, 14 reels in total, 971756. That's a great deal, £22 saving. And we've got some crafts too. The dies and the yellow John Lockwood. I think it's his birthday on Wednesday, you know. Yes, isn't that the 7th of October on Wednesday? I'm pretty sure, unless I dreamt that. $9.99. It's an embossing folder and die set. The Flamingo Forest and the Bees. $9.99, 932214. Last but not least, glue dots on the roll as well. Oh, sorry, 2 more. The penultimate one. 8 packs. Oh, lovely bit of glue dottage. 3D dots. There's all sorts of everything in there, isn't there? Yeah, transparent, different sizes. Yeah, knock yourself out with the glue dottage. $9.99, 470475. Last but not least, craft card there as well. 250 sheets at £14.90. And you see, these flowers look beautiful on a bit of craft card. 409511. £35 saving. 250 sheets. I know. Happy hour deals. Don't miss out, because it'll all go back to their original price at 11 o'clock. Susie, peonies, please take it away.
Okay, so the peony, the most popular kit for me so far this year.
Lovely.
So we're going to start off by making the yellow centre of the flower. So your kit will come with a little scored yellow piece of card. So it's got a score line just as a guide, because you don't want to kind of snip too far down. It kind of makes it slightly more unstable. So you're going to just take a pair of scissors. Having sharp ones always helps. And just as kind of finely as you can, on the larger side of the scored piece of paper, I'm just going to snip all the way across.
Like a little fringe.
Yes, a little fringed centre.
Oh, you'd be good chef, you're chopping. You're good, you're quick at that.
I'm fairly speedy now. But it's definitely worth taking your time to get them nice and fine.
Yeah.
It just gives a better kind of finished look. So that once you've got your fringe centre, I'm going to place a little bit of hot glue just on one side, and I'm going to take my wire stem and place it on top of the glue, and then quickly, before it dries, start rolling it tightly. And then I'm going to apply some more glue here to carry on securing it all the way across. And again, you have to work fairly quickly before the glue dries. And then I like to give it just a little squeeze again to make sure it's nice and secure. And then I'd like to turn it upside down, and I'm just going to pop a little bit of glue in the kind of cavity that's created at the bottom.
Yeah.
Again, that kind of just makes it nice and strong. And then I'm going to set that to one side just for a second to start drying. So now I'm going to start shaping the peony petals. So it's a slightly different technique than with the rose.
All right, okay.
So we're going to kind of very gently and purposefully crumple these paper petals, which people are a bit scared of at first. Like you said, they think paper's super delicate and fragile, but actually it's fine. So you can be quite kind of, heavy-handed with this. So it's just kind of crumpling the petals to give that really delicate, almost tissue paper look of real peony petals. So I'm just crumpling up the central ones, and then you've got these little long thinner ones as well that go right in the centre. So again, just really carefully sort of crumple them up to give them that delicate look.
So we're about halfway through, just so that you know, Suze.
Okay.
Just gives them that texture, doesn't it?
It does, yes.
No flowers flat like that, are they? They've just got that lovely movement in the petals.
Yes, definitely. So it makes them look nice and three-dimensional. And then we're going to go ahead with the same with these larger petals. I like to just kind of hold with my thumb and forefinger in the centre as I'm going, just to make sure you don't get any little rips and tears, because that's the most kind of fragile part in where the petals meet the centre.
So we don't have to be too exact with our crumples. It's just
exactly. Yeah. And like with the rose, afterwards you can kind of go back in
and tease and
exactly. So we'll just finish off doing those. And then, similar to with the rose shapes, it will have a little tab on one side. So I'm just going to apply a little bit of glue. And then just drawing it to the opposite side, so you're creating a little bit of a kind of cone, three-dimensional shape. So I'm going to do that with all of my peony petals. Okay. And now I'm going to start placing the petals around this centre that we made earlier. So I just like to brush my finger over the top just to kind of spread that out a little bit. And then I'm going to place all these small thin central petals around the yellow centre. So I just put a tiny little bit of glue at the bottom and place all 6 of those all the way around that yellow.
So remind me again, Susie, what worked on it? You said watercolours worked.
So pastels work really well. Watercolour pencils as well also work really well. You can use anything really. I mean, you could even use like a spray paint or whatever you have lying around really.
Our oxides and our inks,
Yes, definitely. Also things like tea and coffee. I know people used to use those on white.
Stain, isn't it?
Yes, on white flowers. That looks really lovely, especially if you're going for kind of a vintage look.
They were using that on an old bear in the repair shop the other day.
Oh, okay. Yes, it's amazing.
Really well.
It does work really well. And paper flowers are so popular for weddings and things as well, and obviously the vintage look is very in.
A whole bouquet of that'd be beautiful. Or corsages, or just lapels.
Yes, exactly. I made all of the flowers for my friend's wedding a few years ago, actually. It's so lovely because you can keep them.
Absolutely, because the thing is with the little lapel one, by the end of the day, they don't half look sad.
No, exactly.
Do you know what I mean, don't they? They really have seen better days, whereas a lovely paper one
lasts potentially forever. So,
and you can take
brilliant.
that home. That's so gorgeous.
So with these central single petals, I'm just going to kind of snip the bottom of them. It just helps it kind of mould around the centre of the flower when I'm gluing it on. So again, I'm going to place a little bit of glue at the bottom of each one and around the centre. So you have 3 of those central petals. I think the key to all of the flowers is just making sure all the time that everything's like really strongly stuck to the centre.
Which is why your preference was the glue gun. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Because I remember in the early days kind of putting all that work in to create this beautiful flower, and then it kind of falls off of the stem, you know, it slides out. So yeah, nothing worse than that, so just pointing. So with these larger shapes, is similar to the rose, I'm going to just cut a little hole in the bottom just so that the wire stem can pass through. And then I'm going to place some glue at the bottom of that centre, and again thread them through here. Kind of as you go. Again, I'm just holding them in place for a second to make sure they're sticking and nice and secure.
Gorgeous.
Okay, and then same step again for the remaining 2 outer
They do
larger
look
petals.
so realistic, Suze. Yeah,
Oh, thank you.
Amazing. Are you a keen gardener? Are you?
I'm actually not very good with plants, which is why paper ones work much better for me.
You love your flowers.
Definitely. I'm not very good at looking after real ones.
Well, that's fine. Then we can have our garden in our house with our beautiful paper ones.
Exactly. But I appreciate real flowers. I love real flowers. My first project, actually, after university, which my final show was based on, was after a trip of going to Kew Gardens, an orchid display. It was absolutely beautiful in one of the greenhouses, just pillars covered from floor to ceiling and just thousands, probably millions of orchids. It was so lovely.
And the smell must have been
lovely.
Fragrance,
gorgeous. So that's the peony flower head. And now I'm going to attach the calyx to the bottom. Again, so I'm going to apply a little bit of glue.
So you've done your retail displays, you've done, obviously, your house must be adorned with beautiful vases of flowers.
I have a few. Yeah. If there are any pink ones, Ava generally likes me to put them in her room because she's very into pink, yes.
Yes, my little one is as well. And then you've done your, I was going to say, oh yes, the lovely weddings. What other uses of your flowers come into being for?
So yes, display, weddings, anniversary gifts as well, because obviously the first anniversary is paper, so that's super popular online as a first wedding anniversary gift.
Do you know what? My auntie today has been married 51 years.
Oh wow.
I know.
Wow.
Just like, seriously need to give her a call on the way back. Yeah, 51 years married.
Oh, that's
Good
amazing.
It doesn't bear thinking about, does it? It is amazing.
It's rare these days, isn't it?
It is rare.
So I'm just creating this leaf while we're talking. So I've just kind of folded it similar to what I did with the rose to create a little bit of dimension. So all those instructions on how to fold it are in the instruction sheet you'll get with the kit. And I'm sandwiching the leaf in between the 2 layers with the hot glue gun. Just giving it a squeeze and making sure it's secure. And then I'm going to wrap the stem with the florist tape, the same as what I did with the rose. So pulling it and stretching it.
Would it be all right to have a quick recap while you're doing your just because we saw that earlier? Is that all right, Suze?
Yes,
yeah, I'll just have a quick recap. So please don't think I'm rushing Suze, because we've got another 2 demonstrations, and I know she showed us how to do the stem. No doubt we'll see that on the next 2 as well. So I'm just going to have a quickest recaps, and then Suze will hopefully show us the chrysanthemum. So we've got 4 kits on the show today, but I want to show you the complete collection, which comprises of all 4 of these beautiful, beautiful choices. We'll have the single yellow ones on the bottom of the screen as well. You make 3 flowers in each of the kits. So the paper rose, these are the roses. Then we've got the lovely the peonies, sorry, that Susie was just doing. Then we move across to those beautiful friendship goals of the chrysanthemums there. You do make 3. I've got 4 in my vase there. And then the Icelandic poppy. I'm fascinated by this flower. So pretty in the centre there, isn't it? The Icelandic poppy as well. You make 3 of those. So you could be making ostensibly 12 flowers there, all laser cut. Every component is in there. All you need is a pair of scissors. As you can see, that was Sue's just used that for the snipping, but they're already die cut, as it laser cut, so there's no nasty snags or anything like that. So a glue gun, Susie's preference there, but you know, feel free to go ahead and experiment with your tacky glue and a pair of scissors. You are ready to go straight away. Everything is in the kit for you to make 3 each of these beautiful flowers. Half the stock of the complete collection of 2 Flexi by Pens of £27.48 has already gone. 601813. And we have got the individuals on the show. So what's so lovely about a great gift idea, you know, as Susan said, anniversary gift or wedding gift, a single rose for someone in that lovely a paper, and it's very robust and it's beautiful, beautiful quality. Susan will correct me, but I'm pretty sure she said 120 GSM there. Yeah, £14.99 there, 761418 for the lovely beautiful grey roses there. Very quickly, I'll mention some 7-day savers, because we've got our happy hour deals, don't forget, but our 7-day savers launched again, and you are loving the zips. I don't blame you. 60 of them for £11.99. We all think it's a big fat mistake, but it's too late. It's out there. And you're also loving the Pearl and Gem collection, I know, for £9.99. Oh my guacamole, holy moly. I mean, 40 packs for £9.99. That's insane. Well, what can I say? It's out there. Just take advantage. Got some lovely, and especially if you're making things professionally, those cellophane bag collection. We all love a card, and cellophane just makes it so much more professional. Some lovely stamps there from All and Create and the gorgeous abs. I love a bit of low-tack purple tape. Mirror card there as well. Got some crochet magazines. Handmade papers there. Yeah, there's loads, and a lovely professional sewing kit there as well for a steal. So do take advantage, because they all launched this morning at 8 o'clock. Right, we have about 20 minutes left, so I'm going to go straight to Suze and the lovely chrysanthemums.
Okay, so to make the chrysanthemums, we're going to use a little wooden curling stick.
Which comes in the kit?
It does, it comes in the kit. So it's super simple. Use the stick, to curl the chrysanthemum petals. So it's similar to when you're curling a ribbon for a birthday present or something like that. So you're kind of just running it along from the centre outwards. So it's the same step with all of these petals. So you have 3 of the smaller set, 3 of the medium, and then 3 of the large.
Hence we can make the lovely 3 flowers. Yeah.
So this is nice and quick, actually. It's quite a quick one to put together. This is one of the flowers, actually. I was lucky enough to write a book on paper flower making last year, and this is one of the projects from that book.
Wow. We can follow Suze, don't forget, on the Facebook and her Instagram page as well. So if we haven't got any questions, we could address you on there, couldn't we?
Yes, of course. Yeah, no problem.
But this is Susan's first outing here on Hochanda, so I hope you'll embrace her and say hi and welcome her into the family so we can have her back again and see these lovely big ones. I want the big ones on the show as well. I'm obsessed with those big ones at the back. They are rather spectacular.
Thank you.
Yeah, just like the smaller ones. They're just... Oh, they're just so eye-catching, Suze, aren't they?
Oh, thank you. Yes, the big ones are lovely, definitely.
You're going to have to come back and do the big ones.
Yes.
Do you do the big ones as a kid, or have I just landed you in it with that suggestion?
Not yet, but it's definitely a good idea.
I have landed her in it, everybody. Live on TV. Thanks, Fiona. I wasn't thinking of doing that at all.
They'd be great for a wedding, for a centrepiece or something like that. I'm sure they'd be really lovely. So.
Well, this is the lovely centrepiece, you know, Christmas as well, you know, whatever.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Yes, I've been working on lots of Christmas flowers, like poinsettia flowers and things like that, which will hopefully be available soon as well.
Oh, good. You need to come back and do that then.
Yes, definitely. So we're on to the last one now. So just finish curling those little petals.
Very easy, isn't it?
Yes, super easy.
Don't need anything extra there. Like you said, just the glue gun and a pair of scissors.
Exactly.
Everything's in the kit.
Yeah, no fancy equipment needed. So we're going to start by creating the centre of the chrysanthemum flower. So I'm going to take the one of the small petal shapes, and then using a pair of scissors, I'm just going to snip out one petal. So you're just snipping into the centre and just take that out, and that can be discarded. And then I'm going to roll this almost like into a spiral, I guess. So you're kind of folding it up. And then I'm going to apply a little bit of glue there just to secure it into place. Okay. And then what I like to do is kind of just place it between my thumb and forefinger to kind of just give it that kind of roundish shape again, because it can go slightly flat when you're wrapping it. And then I'm going to snip this little end piece off just so it's a flatter surface for me to apply some glue and stick it onto the next set of petals. But like with any of the flowers, I'd just say if anything doesn't look quite right or it becomes kind of slightly misshapen, don't be afraid to kind of just go in and tweak things even as you're going, actually. So I'm going to apply some glue to the bottom of this little centre I've created, and then I'm going to just stick it into the centre of one of the other small petal shapes, and then I'm kind of going to pull those petals up and around.
Yeah,
so it's encasing it. Yes. And I'm going to repeat that step again. So I'm going to put more glue on the bottom.
They're all very, I know you said the rose is probably the easiest, but they're all very accessible, aren't they? I mean, just watching you do it, I've got confidence.
Yes, they're all pretty straightforward. Yes, definitely. Especially with the picture instructions, I think.
Oh, I love a picture.
It's something anybody can do.
Yeah,
definitely.
very visual as opposed to reading it.
Yes,
I'm just like, oh no, it just gives a picture.
No, I'm exactly the same. I think most creative people are, aren't they?
Yeah.
So I'm just going to carry on with this step with my middle petals. So keep kind of pushing them around and squeezing them shut.
So is the creative bones, is it run in the family? I know Ava, but your predecessors, mom, dads, sisters, brothers, I mean...
My mum's quite creative.
Yeah.
She doesn't do anything creative for a living, but just, you know, in her spare time, she loves to knit and crochet and do things like that. And actually my auntie, because my mum's from India, she... for years, actually, for maybe 40 years, has been making paper flowers, which I didn't find out until fairly recently. So it kind of,
well, there we go.
It's kind of in my blood.
Yes, who knew? That's amazing.
So she creates things for weddings and all sorts of different occasions. And it was only actually recently that she started using a hot glue gun. It was all, you know, sticks of bamboo, and they use cotton thread to kind of secure petals. So really labour intensive.
She must have thought, how have I lived without this implement?
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? All these years.
I know.
That's incredible.
Yeah, it's really amazing, actually. It must have taken a lot of patience. So, just going to put the larger petals on now. And then
you can see how robust it is as well. I mean, you're not being dainty in your handling there.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
I think people are always really shocked when I used to put up displays. They were like, oh my gosh, be careful, but it's actually fine. So when you come to the last petal, it's got a small hole in the centre for you to pass your wire through.
Lovely.
So each wire stem in the chrysanthemum kit is slightly different. It's got like a bent over top section, so you need to thread it through the hole and then apply a little bit of glue. So you can either apply it to the bottom of the wire or onto the actual flower, and then basically pull the wire down on top of the glue.
Oh, right.
So it sits in place, and then I'm going to apply more glue to secure the actual flower head itself. I'll apply it now, but it's worth giving it a minute or so for those doing it at home, just to kind of make sure it's set into place. So apply some glue, pop this whole flower head on top of it, and again kind of pull those petals up to kind of encase it and just hold it in place while it sets for a second.
Gorgeous.
Okay, just make sure it's properly set, and actually we'll pop the calyx on while we're here. So a little bit of glue. Just have to make sure you don't put too much, because it's quite delicate actually, and it can squidge out of the bottom.
Right. We don't want to spoil the look of the
No,
paper,
definitely not. So I might just leave that because it's still a little bit wet, and I'm just going to get on with the leaf for a second. So again, 2 leaves, which I'm going to place one on top of the other, and then carefully I'm going to crease it in half, and then 2 creases kind of diagonally downwards to kind of create that real vein shape in real leaves and make it slightly more 3-dimensional. And then I'm going to apply my glue down the centre, and again I like to just put a little dab on either side to make sure the whole thing's stuck down, and then with a small thin wire place that in and sandwich those 2 together.
And they're all pre-cut for you in the kit. The wires, everything is in there as well.
They are. So it's all super easy to put together. So I'm going to just wrap this wire in the same way that I did with the other 2 flowers. So about halfway down I'm going to pop this leaf flush with the stem and wrap all the way down. But yes, once people have had a practice, once they've done the 3 flowers in their kit, they'll be a pro with the florist tape. So now is kind of shaping the chrysanthemum. So once it's dry, it's definitely dry, I like to just take a finger or a couple of fingers and just brush it down and open the flower out.
Beautiful.
And some of the back ones, you know, I pull them quite far back actually to kind of get this to open. But it's kind of up to you how you want it, you know, how open you want it to look. Sometimes it's nice if some are really open and some are closed, so it looks like, you know, in nature where they're all slightly different.
Fantastic.
And again,
thank you, Suze.
Bent it over slightly.
Beautiful. Thank you, Susie. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. That's the 3rd of our kit. We're going for the 4th, everybody. The fantastic Icelandic poppy. So these are available individually, but we have got them as the complete collection. So let's start with our lovely, beautiful roses. Like we said, everything's in the kit, the wire, the florist tape. This has proven the most popular, the beautiful, beautiful soft grey there, the 3 roses. They do look phenomenal, don't they? And you get the instructions, you get the wire, you get all the laser cut elements there as well. All you need is a pair of scissors and a glue gun if that's your preference, or as Susie said, you know, feel free to go ahead and experiment with your tacky glue. But she just, you know, because the tacky glues are so good now as well. It's really all about patience, isn't it? But we've got our glue gun with Susie because that's her go-to. But yeah, if that's what you've got at home, then you're good to go. 1499 761418. Then our pretty peonies. Again, watch this on Rewind. We've only got this one show with our lovely Susie today. I hope you'll welcome her into the Hochanda family. First time on Hochanda. But just look at that. Beautiful, aren't they? The centerpieces, your weddings, your corsages, your, you know, bouquets, your little, what's it called, buttonholes. Just beautiful. So these are the pretty peonies there, 1499 761418. And then the chrysanthemums we've just seen with Susie. Again, makes 3 beautiful flowers. I know I've got 4 of ours, but look at the bursting. Those with the grey are gorgeous. 1499 761418. And then last but not least, we're going to come to this now with our Susie, the Icelandic poppies. Yes. Again, the 4th choice there, 761418. The complete collection you are loving as well, £54.96. We've got it on 2 flexi-buy payments. That will produce 12 beautiful flowers. You can see they're packaged beautifully as a kind of maybe a gift idea. Someone's at home, you know, we're all self-distancing and isolating, and send that through to them saying, thinking of you, you know, because there's no time delay, or will they all be withered, or, you know, by the time. No, these are paper flowers, and someone can take their time and enjoy making those. 2 flexi-buy payments of £27.48, 601813. And then they're for keeps, maybe your mixed media projects as well. So we have 10 minutes, Susie, so I'm going to go straight to you and your Icelandic poppies.
Okay. So firstly, I'm going to start off by making the centre of the poppy. So in your kit, you'll have 2 long strips of green paper.
So I want to take the wire stem, which I'll just grab one of those from my drawer. And we're going to curl the long strip, similar to what people technique they use in quilling, where we pop the wire stem in the centre and then just really super tightly are going to curl it all the way round. And once you've kind of got started, you can take the wire out and just roll the rest in your fingers. So just roll it super, super tight. And then I secure the end of the strip with a little bit of hot glue. And then I'm going to put a large blob of glue in the centre of this. It kind of ends up sort of sinking down into the spiral.
Ah, right, I see, yeah.
For my
Hold it all in place, yeah.
Yes. So I'm going to pop my wire stem in, and I kind of twist it as I go. So it's kind of coated in glue. And then I turn it over and pop a little bit of hot glue on top as well to kind of make sure it's secure and holds kind of steady in the centre. So I'm just going to place that to the side to dry for a second, and then with the second paper strip I'm going to do exactly the same. So this is going to go on top of the one I've just made. So I'm going to use one of these wires again to get the spiral started. So there we go, and just carry on rolling.
So I'm going to ask a stupid question now. Are they called Icelandic poppies because they grow in Iceland, or because of the colour of them?
I'm not
Icelandic because they're white. I don't know.
I'm not actually sure.
Right, okay.
I don't know the history of them actually.
Yes.
I just know they were very popular and different to. I would like to make a British poppy as well, but I just like the fullness of this, and also the colour, because I like quite muted colours, and obviously British poppies tend to be red,
very vibrant.
Yeah, so I just love the kind of the colourway.
Do some research, everybody.
Yes, I should know more about them, really.
I'm not sure. I just thought I'd ask the question.
So I'm going to apply a little bit more hot glue to the top of this central spiral, and I'm going to place the one I've just made on top.
Ooh, okay.
And then on top of that I'm going to apply just a tiny little dot of glue to put this little central kind of star flower shape.
Yeah, star shape.
In the centre, so I'll just pop that on there. And
Very
that's your
pretty.
centre kind of made up. So we'll just set that to one side while we start shaping the petals. So it's again a different technique that you're learning with the poppy. So to shape the petals, we're going to be folding them and making them to little kind of concertinas, or little fan shapes, I guess.
Yeah.
So the best way I've found to kind of make sure it's sort of semi-symmetrical is to start by folding the petal in half long ways, and then I kind of work outwards to create that kind of concertina. So start off like that, and then it just gives it a nice even look to all of the petals. It doesn't matter if they're exact, but just a nicer overall look.
Yeah.
So you'll have 12 petals per flower. So I'm going to do the same with all of them. And then once I've kind of gone through and creased all of them, concertinaed them, I'm going to put a little snip right in the bottom at the pointed edge. And again, that kind of just helps to shape it around the central part of the flower slightly easier. So a good tip is you've got 12 petals, 6 petals are for the first kind of layer around the centre, and then the other 6 are underneath. So it's always good to kind of split them up so you're not adding too many, in the first layer, and it's nice and even. So with the little part you've just snipped, I like to kind of bend it downwards slightly, and then I'm going to apply the glue onto each of those little kind of pointy sections I've got, and then I'm going to stick these around the top spiral.
Work up, down.
Yes.
Yeah. So we've got about 5 minutes.
Okay, so I'm going to speed up slightly, and I'm going to place those all the way around the centre.
So you're just letting it slightly overlap, aren't you, there? I can see.
Yes, very slightly.
Yeah.
And kind of, you can go by eye, so you know that obviously 3 is halfway around the centre, and then save the other 3 for the other half, so it's nice and kind of even.
So we've got the complete collection on the show, obviously. Susie is working with the Icelandic poppy, which is an individual set on its own at the bottom of the screen, 761418, 14.99, but 70% of the complete collection, which allows you to make all 12 of the beautiful flower sets. 12 individual flowers, 4 sets. 70% is gone, £54.96, 601813. I think it's just a gorgeous gift idea because you don't need any other. We can just get going straight away. Yes. Make our beautiful flowers.
I've just realised I've forgotten the fringing on the inside.
Oh, it's probably me yabbering on, distracting you.
In too much of a rush.
I'll show everybody where we're going. Let me just show. This is what we're going. I'll just show everybody. That was me probably yabbering, you see. A little fringe in there around the centre there. This is where we're going with it. So, being paper, we can just quickly rectify that.
Yes.
Nobody knew any different. Nobody knew any different, Susie. So pretty. It is such a delicate colour.
So to create that fringe centre is the same technique I used for the peony.
Yes.
So it's just a case of fringing and snipping away, and then I wrap that with attaching it with some glue around the central part of the flower, and then apply the surround it with the flower petals afterwards. So that's the first top layer, and then you apply the petals to the bottom curled central part afterwards. So you've kind of got 2 layers, and it adds real dimension and makes it look really nice and full.
Beautiful.
So it's still got a little bit more curling to do.
Yeah, but we get the idea.
Yes, and then finishing off with the leaf and the florist tape is exactly the same as the other 3 kits.
Yeah.
You kind of already know how that works, and with the calyx as well.
Fantastic. Well, let's see the flowers that you did make for us as well, Susie, because we watched this on Rewind. I'll let you while you're finishing the beautiful Icelandic pop, because it's all in the lovely colourful instructions as well. So you can make the lovely Icelandic poppies there that Susie was just doing. Really beautiful. It allows you to make 3 of those beautiful poppies there. And if you're thinking, well, I didn't get to the leaf, well, watch it on the Rewind, because the leaf and the tape there, the florist tape, is all explained again on. Susie's done it 3 times already. Then we've got our chrysanthemums as well. They're all under the same item code, or you're going for all 4. So again, it makes 3 of those beautiful flowers. Again, everything's laser cut, everything's precise. You just need a hot glue gun, or like we said, you know, feel free to use your tacky glue. You've got the stems, you've got the calyx, you've got the leaves. Then we've got the peonies there as well. And our last choice is the most popular, our lovely, elegant, dulcet grey. Beautiful, beautiful roses there as well. 2 flexi-buy payments of £27.48, 601813. That's the complete collection, or you can go for the individual kits. And I'm sure if you look behind us how beautiful these flowers are. I'm trying to persuade Susie to come back with the big ones. There you go. You've just come to a close. She's that quick. You've done really well, because normally when we're doing our crafting, 3 demonstrations max, we've squeezed 4 out of you there, Susie. So first time ever on live TV. I think that's absolutely brilliant. Well, I hope you will come back and see us again. We really enjoyed having you on the show. It's lovely to embrace you into the Hochanda family.
Oh,
it's been really gorgeous. Anything else you want to say to anybody before they go?
I don't think so. I just hope whoever buys one really enjoys doing it, and enjoys doing it as much as I do, because it's my real passion. I love it. So. And
we can tell. We can tell. And you can follow Susie on her Facebook page and her Instagram as well. Thank you so much, Susie.
No
Let's show you those individual kits there. £14.99 each. 761418. The rose, would you believe, still in the lead? I know the peonies are super popular at the moment, but the rose here on Hochanda is still in the lead. It's hard. Don't give yourself life's struggle. Have them all. Go for the full complete kit. It's too traumatic. What a lovely gift idea for someone as well, to get them into the crafting, or a diversity in a slight different way there with the crafting as well. Don't forget the happy hour deals as well, because they're going to conclude at 11 o'clock. So I don't want you to miss out on those deals for this hour and this hour only. And enjoy with your paper crafting the Susie McLaughlin flower kits. Thank you so much, Susie. Hope to see you again soon.
Oh, thank you very much.
Love to see those poinsettias. There you go, you see. Dragging her back in again. Shall we get away? Thank you, Susie.
Thank you very much.
See, lovely paper flower there on your mixed media. That's what you need. Now we've got Pat and Mark and our lovely Hayley on Totally Patched coming up next. Fabric Freedom Rainbow 1 day special with myself and Hayley, and then Pay the Poll.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. Heartfelt Creations as a company launched the company back in 1994. They have been in the industry for a very, very long time. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want, and they listen to us crafters too. So I hope you can join Heartfelt Creations here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. I've been with Hochanda since the very, very beginning, and I've been crafting a lot longer than that. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Presscut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design. So don't miss the John Next Door and Crafts 2 shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. At Stamps Away we create a lot of MDF products because we have laser cutters and router cutters. We also create our own stencils and masks. We try and make everything we can in-house so that you've got all the materials you need to create your projects. If you're watching a show with me on Hochanda, you'll expect to see lots of different techniques, lots of ways of using the products that we produce, and it's all very much mixed media, so pretty much anything goes. So I hope you won't miss the shows on Hochanda with Stamps Away.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Pat.
And Mark.
From Totally Patched. We're a family-based business here in Shropshire. We've been established for about 20 years.
All of our kits come pre-cut, meaning all the fabric is cut for the actual people who want to make the items, whether they be cushions, bags, quilts, or anything else you want to cast your creative memory or mind into.
Most of the kits we produce we design ourselves. The design process is usually inspired by the fabric itself. We only use great quality fabrics, 100% cottons.
So, whether you're a beginner or an experienced sewer or quilter, we hope we've got something for all of you.
Make sure you come and watch us on Hochanda.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back to our second Totally Patched show. Today we were here bright and early at 7 o'clock and we were incredibly busy. I'm not going to be hanging around in this little introduction to this hour because we need to get over to the demo area nice and early. If you joined us at 7, you'll know how busy we were for the flower petal quilt topper. It's been incredibly busy. We hardly have any stock of these left though, so if you did miss out on them, we have got some left, but you're looking at extended delivery from the 6th of October. I think that's October to the rest of us. We're going to get that sorted out. In fact, we have to do it quickly because it is going to sell out. This is an amazing kit, pre-cut quilt topper, all within a box that you're going to be able to put together incredibly easily. And Pat did show us at the top of it, well, during our last hour at 7 a.m, how to put those blocks together. All the details on your screen. It's all pre-cut. You've got obviously your box with all your goodies in there. You have got obviously your full instructions in there as well. But we're not going to hang about with this one. We're going to show you the quilt because we're going to show you how it's going to come together. 30% of the remaining stock has gone. Mark, quick, hold it up before it sells out. And this is the quilt. I mean, Pat, this is beautiful.
It is beautiful. It's really, I'm not surprised people love it. It's just gorgeous. It's simple to make, lovely fabric, and just lovely.
Lovely. Now, I know what you wanted to show us in this hour was talking about kind of the next stage once you've created your quilt top.
That's right. So a lot of people have asked, once we've got this, what does all this...
Put it down now, Mark.
what does all the sandwiching finishing kit involve?
That's it. Half the stock's gone of that quilt top, by the way.
So can I do it now?
Yeah, go for it. And this is using the finishing kit as well that we've got available for you as well. So the finishing kit, details at the bottom of the screen.
Right, so many people have asked me what this involves. So I thought we'd use a medium-sized quilt to demonstrate on because big, too big. Cushion, it doesn't get the realistic effect of it. So what I want you to do, you take your backing fabric and you press it. Better than this is pressed. This has been folded. Sorry, Mark. This has been folded up in my drawer for a while, and we've just whipped the iron over quickly. Smooth it over your table, and if it won't all fit on your table, smooth it and let the rest drop over. Okay? So just let it fall and let it take the weight of it. If it's a huge quilt, do it a quarter at a time. So you'll do this to a quarter and then you'll rotate it. Take some masking tape. I'd only got sellotape, but masking tape's better. Take some masking tape and you
if you're doing it on a table.
If you're doing it on a table, press it onto the fabric.
Limited stock now with
then
that quilt top.
Bring it onto the table like so. So you put your tape onto the fabric first, whatever your backing is.
Pat, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to jump in again. It's sold out. It's sold out. We are going to continue with the demonstration because, of course, it's featuring the finishing kit. It's not far behind it, to be honest, so we'll get to the demo as quick as we can. So if you've got the quilt top kit in your basket, you need to check your basket out. You could miss out on it. Sorry, Pat, please carry on.
That's okay. So then you take your wadding and you lift your wadding and drop it onto your backing like this. So you'll just drop it down like so. Mark, can't read. That's it. And then like that. And then you just smooth it over. Literally, don't pick it up, don't drag it, smooth it over. Your wadding and backing should be approximately 2 inches bigger than the whole finished project, because as you're quilting, it might ease in a little bit. Can we have that quilt now, Mark? Quick.
This is like gold dust, this one.
Gold dust. This is ours, Mark.
Okay.
Right, so you put your quilt down, just drop it on top. Inside, you can see you've got plenty all the way around, and then you smooth again. Smooth, 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 smooth. Don't lift, don't drag, just smooth. And you're doing this so that when you're doing your quilting, whether it's by hand or machine, it doesn't move, because you don't want tucks in your backing. You want it to be nice and flat, both top and bottom. Right, now we've got these little pins that if you haven't got any, you'll think, well, I've gone mad. But these are curved safety pins, and this is what you need to sandwich your quilt together. Anything like this, a big quilt, huge quilt, cushions, anything at all. They come in a little pack. You can just slide it off. You slide the back on afterwards, and they look really quite strange.
Curved?
Curved, yeah. So these are quilters safety pins, curved, and the reason they're curved is because you don't want to put your arm underneath this because you've just nicely smoothed it out. You want to keep it as flat as you can. So you take your curved safety pin and working from the centre out, so I'll just go here to this row, pop a pin in like so. And because it's curved, what do you do, Mark?
Carrying on. I can do this.
Watch me.
I can do this.
You can do this. Pop a pin in and it'll come up the other side easily because it's curved. That's the reason that they're curved. And then you close the pin, put as much fabric into the pin as you can, but don't overload it. You don't want it to scrunch up. So I'd be working this way. Mark, you can work that way, can you? Out from the centre. So you start in the centre, work your way out. About every 6 inches you need a pin. That's the safe distance for holding it all nicely in place.
And are there any rules as to whether it goes into the little block with your decorative prints, or do you put it into the plainer section? Does it matter?
It doesn't matter, but if you know where you're going to quilt, avoid those blocks.
Okay.
But if you can't avoid them, you can. I put them in, and as I get to a block, I'll quilt what I can. Then I take the pins out, put them back in my pot, and then they're gone. Then I don't leave them in till the end. I just put them in, move them out, and as I go along. Okay. Because once you've finished, it's quite exciting. You want to get on with the next bit, and I thought, oh, taking all the pins out. You can tack this, but that's hard work. Pins are better. And you can keep them and use them and use them and use them and use them.
Now we have got the details from the pins on the screen there, so any of your quilted projects, whether it's a large quilt you're working on, naturally you can see they're going to make life easier, but even the smallest of projects, it's a good way for you to keep those multiple layers together. £11.19, a very small price to pay for you to get hold of these. You're going to get 150 of those curved safety pins. I echo exactly what Pat has just said there. You do need these, especially if you are looking at quilting, and you also get a lovely kind of neutral tone of cotton thread there as well, which is going to be perfect for you to work with, especially if you are going for the quilt. Well, if you've already got the flower petal quilt, perfect colouring for that one, and also many of the other items that we are sharing with regards to those. We're incredibly busy for those pins now. Don't often see them here at Hochanda, so the details are there, 494939 if you are wanting those.
Yeah, we haven't bought them before. We've been saying we must take some pins on, because I use them all the time. We must take some pins on, but we haven't got round to it. So keep going, and then what you do after that is you would put your hand under and loosen your tape. Can you do that, Mark, at your end? Loosen your tape. Try not to do it on this, your best oak table. Then.
Okay.
Maybe the kitchen table. Don't lift it up. Slide. So you would then slide.
So you're still not picking up. You're still sliding.
You're still sliding, and then smoothing. So I would then just fold it back a tiny bit. You needn't do this, Mark, if you don't want to. Nope. I'd put my tape on, down, and then smooth. And you can see it's not as difficult as you think, because you can do it a bit at a time.
I love it. Now the finishing kit that Pat and Mark are working with at the moment, that's where you've got your wadding and your backing. That has been very popular throughout. And of course, if you did go for the quilt top to start with, then it is key that you do get hold of this. Got the details at the bottom of the screen. You've got your wadding in there. You've also got your fabulous backing with that one as well. But if you do want to get hold of the finishing kit, you need to be. In fact, we've got the details top and bottom. To be fair, we're just making sure you get those details. That's what it is. Calico and wadding there, £24.99, but please be quick for this. It's proven to be very popular, and we don't know whether it's going to last the hour. So there you go, details there if you want them.
So we just carry on doing the same. Once you've got all your pins in, it's ready. You can. I usually then fold mine up and then take it to where I'm going to be doing my quilting, under the sewing machine or by hand, either is fine. My best tip about your pins is once you've used them and you take them out and they look like this, don't fasten them up, because the next time you want them open.
That's true, yes.
So I always put them away open and pop them back in my box. And as time goes on, you'll use all your pins. I mean, a large quilt would easily take this box of 150, and then you just take them out, they're ready to use, pop them back, and you don't have to think about them again.
Now 30% of the pins has gone, and of course, please don't be stingy when you're putting them into your quilts. Pat said there, it's better to use too many than not enough. That is the key thing. Taking a long time putting your quilt together, you want to get that pristine finish. So if you want to go for a couple of sets of those, you might have 2 quilts on the go at the same time. Then don't forget, you don't really want to be taking pins out of one to put them into another. And a very affordable way for you to get hold of those. £11.19. £19. Perfect to go alongside your finishing kits that we've been chatting about. Got a variety of different finishing kits on the show today. This one being the one that is perfectly put together for that lovely flower petal throw that we've been chatting about today. £24.99 for 78527. But we have got a larger finishing kit which we'll share with you in a little while as well. So we're going to show you some of the other items that we've got on the show as well, because we haven't had a chance to show you the latest in those fabulous little blocks that have come, kind of continuing the story of the Festive Delight quilt. So that is the key thing with these. Now these are the new addition to that kind of story that is continuing. So it's a Festive Delight quilt. You probably spied this over by Pat and Mark earlier on, and these are the latest instalment, so to speak, because this is something, I mean, Mark, this is something that is very, very key to you guys, that you want to break down these larger quilts to make them achievable for people.
Yeah, it makes it achievable. It's not so scary to look at a whole quilt and say, there's no way I can do that.
Yes.
Because what we do, we break it down into smaller bite-sized pieces. A, it makes it achievable, and B, affordable.
Yeah.
And you're learning a new skill every time you do something.
Well, this is it. Yeah. Now, of course, we were chatting about this at 7 o'clock this morning. I know we are busy for the large quilt, because, of course, it is a considered purchase for anybody. But what I was drawing a lot of people's attention to is when you start out with these blocks, maybe this is the first time that you've seen this beautiful festive quilt. And, of course, this block set is a lovely way for you to get involved, but it's the third in a series of 5. So you will need to get the additional ones if you're wanting to complete the bigger quilt. Well, I was saying that when you look at the flexi buy that you've got on this, £58.33, and you look at the details at the bottom of the screen, we're looking at a £25 difference, which for me, I know I would want to come back and get the future sets of these. But with that complete bundle, it's only an extra £23.44. I've got the box, sorry, 34 pence. I've got the box here. So you can see it comes in the box, and you've got, obviously, the overall quilt that you are going to be achieving. You've got the set at the bottom of the screen, set number 3 in the series. You will get set number 1 and set number 2 as well. So if you are playing catch-up, they are in there. And also, you will be ahead of everybody else, because you will get set 4 and set 5 as well. But, of course, you can wait until we see Pat and Mark back with those if you're wanting to get them in the individual kind of sets. But you might want to craft alongside Pat when she's next here with the next instalment of this. But, of course, with these, when you get them home, don't open all the packets up, because within these, you've got all the little individual elements to complete your patches, which of course all come together to create your fabulous quilt blocks. And of course then all those pieces come together, and I'll be chatting to you a little bit later on about putting your backs on your quilt as well, because we've got a lovely way for you to finish these off to perfection. But of course, if you don't want to go for the complete bundle, then you have got the ability to get hold of these 3 beautiful blocks here. And these are nice as well, because you've got different levels of complexity within these, and I was looking at these on the screen, so it could be even the most novice of quilter getting involved with this set.
All of our instructions have got plenty of pictures, so you can reference the picture as to where you are making the block. So even if you're an experienced quilter, there may be blocks you haven't done before. So it's a good way of learning for everybody.
Absolutely, and there you go. You can see, when you see the breakdown of those different patches, you've got complete squares, you've got your quarter square triangles there as well. That's as complicated as it gets with regards to these, but you don't have to worry, because Mark, bless him, has been cutting out all the pieces for you. So that is your first block that you've got within this one. The next one, equally, those gorgeous fabrics. I mean, this is lovely. It's almost like it's got a little kind of sashing around that star. Very clever
design. It's like a little frame around it, but it's just part of the design.
Beautiful. Again, using those gorgeous fabrics to coordinate with the first block as well. These aren't options. You're getting all 3 of these. It could be, maybe you're a dressmaker, maybe you're into making cushions. Well, these would be lovely to go as centerpieces for your cushions, wouldn't they? Or maybe you fancy having a go at quilting. You haven't yet invested in the tools, the rulers, the rotary cutters, all those different implements that we tend to use, but you just want to have a go. Well, this is a perfect way for you to have kind of 3 little goes maybe, because everything has been cut out for you prior. Quite easily, you could be taking any of these fabrics and turning them into cushion covers, which of course you might think, I love this quilting, Lark, I want more of this. And then you may even go for the complete kit and still use those 3 blocks to make cushions to look absolutely beautiful alongside your larger kit. 2/3 of the stock, incidentally, have gone from set number 3. We were busy for these at 7 o'clock, because many of you will have already invested in set 1 and 2 and been waiting for these ones to arrive. So I know lots of you have placed your orders, and I'd like to think we've got some new people that are getting involved with these as well. But we have been busy for the large kit as well. 40% of the stock has gone of this, and it is a considered purchase, and we don't have huge quantities of these available, as I'm sure you'd be aware, but I think the overall look of this quilt is absolutely phenomenal. You're going to learn so many different techniques, but at your pace. This is the key thing. You can take your time. You're getting loads within here, all these different packets. Don't forget, you're not only getting the pre-cut fabric, which is going to save you so much time, but you're also getting the dimensions of those pieces. So if you fancy recreating this, maybe next year with summer fabrics, with a different colour tone, then you can do, because you'll have all the tuition and the information you need. It's a beautiful quilt, as I'm sure you'll agree. Good size, that one as well. So 385540. Now, of course, if you missed out on the flower petal quilt top earlier on, you can still learn how to create those beautiful blocks, because we have got the ability for you to get hold of this beautiful cushion kit. Now, the cushion kit itself is teaching you the block that we saw Pat teaching us on an earlier show. Larger size pieces with these ones, so overall you get a larger look to it. But again, it's a nice one. Perhaps the block size and the patch size on the previous, on the top, the quilt top, were a little bit small for people. This might be a nice one.
Yeah, I think so. I did this one first when I made it, and loved it so much I thought I've got to do another, but I don't like doing anything twice, so I had to do a different size.
Okay.
But I think the cushion's lovely, and I'm hoping to demo that in a minute so we can see, in case somebody wants to see the process again or hasn't seen it this morning. But yeah, it's very easy to do, very easy.
You've even got your fabric on the back as well, so that's included, which of course you can use as your backing. As I said earlier on today, you could be quite frugal like me, incorporate some of your own backing, use that pretty fabric on the front of another project. And don't forget your cushion as well. We've got a lovely duck feather down cushion within here. A duck feather down. That's not duck down. I know it's an old gag, but there we go. $11.99. Don't forget that, because the quality of the cushion cover you're creating warrants a quality cushion pad in there, and you can see at the bottom there 100% duck feather with those, $11.99, and it's an 18-inch block. But of course you could take the knowledge from this, incorporate your own fabrics, and maybe replicate that block over and over again to do your own version of the petal quilt top that we saw earlier on. Everything's cut, everything's in the box, and of course it comes with your full instructions as well there. So if you fancy yours, £19.99, 90983 if you're wanting those. Now, we've got some other brand new items that I've not had a chance to share with you yet. Now this, you've already found it yourselves though, because it is now limited in stock. It was a popular one this morning as well. And you've got two fabulous little pre-cut kits here. This one being the first of the two, which I think is brilliant because they're both beautiful projects. And you could quite easily think you've got to choose between them, but you haven't. £14.99. Everything is pre-cut. You can see you've got your wadding in there, you've got your backing in there, you've got your beautiful fabrics there. So yeah, we're down to our last 10% of these ones. So that could be potentially that you miss out on this one. So you need to be quick as you possibly can. 711692. Got very busy again for that one. So that could sell out any time now. So if you want it, get it in your basket, but get your basket checked out. Now, if you fancy a fabulous little project here, we've got our lovely Home for the Holidays a quilt hanging, which we can see here hanging up. That's been hand quilted on this occasion, which sometimes it's nice to have a little project to just have on your knee and be kind of hand quilting while you're watching TV.
I like to hand quilt, don't I?
You do?
All the time. I love it.
And if you're doing a big quilt, it's nice, as you say, to go to something a little small. Just take your mind off the big quilt. Just do something.
Yeah.
So quick and easy, but nice and simple. Yeah.
And it's portable. You can take it anywhere. You can pop it into a little bag. All you need is your needle and thread once you've got your wadding in place. And of course, if I just flip that up, which I did get Pat's permission earlier on to show you the underside, because it can be very personal looking at the underside of the quilt.
That's a good word for it, Hayley. Personal.
It is, yeah. Because sometimes you don't take as much detail over the back as you do the front. But there we go. That's just me. No other quilter, just me. You can see there that gorgeous hand quilting coming through, which is just kind of edging that design. But of course you could do free motion if you wanted to. It's probably the way that I would do it personally. But as I say, if you've got the time and you enjoy hand stitching, that's a lovely way to finish off your project. All started life as that wonderful panel though, which you can get hold of for just £12.49. But you might not want to do it as a wall hanger. You might want to make it as a centre panel, surround it with loads of lovely blocks that you've created, or more sashing to make it into a much larger piece. But a very affordable way to get started. So 214 880 if you fancy getting hold of those. Now, do you remember we were talking about the Festive Delights quilt? Well, of course, you're going to need at some stage the opportunity, you're going to need it to back it. We've got a finishing kit, which I'll tell you about in a few moments, because that's going to have the wadding in there. But of course, don't forget, you need your backing. Now, we've got some lovely ways for you to do that. These fabrics are beautiful, very much in keeping with the quilt top that you will be creating, coordinating, absolutely beautiful. Where did those little threads come from? Let's get those out of the way. So with these, what you've got are choices, 5 different choices, fabrics that are going to coordinate beautifully. So you've got that lovely kind of buttery cream tone, love these, beautiful with your hearts on there. And have you noticed that foiling in there? Absolutely beautiful. So is your heart. Now you're going to get 2 pieces because the width of this fabric isn't quite wide enough to complete your quilt, so you're going to seam these together, but you have got the drop that is there that's going to be able to create that fabulous backing for your quilt. So that one is your cream heart. Then you've got your red holly. So again, more of that gorgeous foiling coming through there. Gives it that real luxury look, doesn't it? Amazing. Oh, I wish you could put your hands through the telly and feel these. They're beautiful fabrics. Next one that you've got is your navy green, new colour, bottle green, with your fabulous little snowflakes on there as well. So that's your green snowflakes that you've got there. The next one, if you can't decide on the colours and you're not into your heart, then here you go, your dots. That's another lovely one, again with the foiling coming through. And the last one, I think this one might be my favourite as well. Look at that with those baubles on there. It's all kind of got a bit of a vintage distressed look to it, because some of them kind of fade in and fade out. It looks absolutely beautiful. And you're going to be paying £60.49 for your 2 pieces of fabrics. 2 flexi buys on those ones. And again, if you're thinking of a fabulous Christmas gift for somebody, then why not think about maybe the complete kit. Adding this in, you've got pretty much everything that you need, bar your wadding, to create that beautiful quilt. You've even got your binding involved in it, so it's just a lovely way of having everything there. Yeah, what a lovely winter project. It's just the right time of year to start quilting a project, I have to say. Now, if you don't want to join your fabric on the back with that kind of option, then you have got another way of doing it. That's using your wide calico, and that's what we've got here. So the width of this is going to be perfect for you to go across the whole back of your quilt, so no seam in the middle at all. But please don't think of calico just being the kind of calico that can be quite stiff. With this, it is beautifully soft. It's almost buttery soft. And you've heard Pat mention about using calico on the top of your quilts. That is the kind of quality that you've got with this. It's all pre-shrunk, so you don't have to do any preparation with this before you work with it. Straight in, you can back that quilt to perfection, and it is so soft. As you see on the screen there, it is a slightly cheaper way of backing your quilt. Down to personal preference, but I wouldn't hesitate in getting this calico on the back of my quilt. Doesn't matter how many hours you spent on that quilt, you want it to be finished to perfection, and that is going to help you do that. £33.49 is your price. The only other ingredient that you need when you're finishing off your quilt is your wadding, and we've got choices for these for you, both on the same item number. Purely down to personal preference. You've got your Hobbs poly down, and that's this one. You can see straight away when you're looking at both of these, they're both the same size piece. So your quilt overall, you're looking at 60, I forgot what size it was now.
75.
Oh, it is 75, isn't it?
Sorry, go on.
Was it 66 and a half or something like that? Yes, the quilt itself. So.
And that's 75.
Well, this is it. As Pat showed us earlier, you need it to be that little bit bigger for when you come to do your quilting. So you've got choice. They're both the same size piece, so 75 inches square. But if you're going for your poly down, you can see that it's got a bit more loft to it, as we call it, a bit squidgier. Puffy, that's a good way of putting it, Mark. I like that. And you can see there, you have got that depth there. So if that's something that's important to you, or maybe the fact that it is a man-made fibre, then it is one of those ones that's important to you, then do get hold of your poly down. But the other option that you've got is your heirloom, and this is one that I love to use because you've got that gorgeous 80-20 mix, but over 50% of the stock has gone. Oh, 50's gone with the poly down as well. So, Pat, we were talking about, obviously, the quilting stages. When we see 80-20 and we're talking about a wadding, can you explain to everybody what that means?
Yeah, it just means it's 80% cotton, 20% poly. You can get 100% cotton wadding, but it hasn't got the stability. The poly down just gives it a little bit of stability so that it wears well, stitches well, Some people prefer 100% cotton, but I've found, and I've tried a lot of waddings, these are my two favourites.
Yes, yeah.
I really love the 80-20, especially if you're going to machine quilt.
Yes, yeah.
You 80-20s.
You don't wrestle with it as much, I don't think, yeah.
Whereas the other one is puffier, so it is wrestle a little bit more.
It gives you a bit more depth, the poly down when you do the quilting.
It's purely down to personal choice. And I know also sometimes people can't get on with natural fibres, but you have obviously got that little kind of polyester element with regards to those as well. So yeah, don't forget these. And if you are going for these, again, perfect bundle. Here I am spending your money again, I do apologise. But as a personal shopper, if you're going, and I know, oh my goodness, we're limited stock for that big quilt kit. So the big quilt kit, lots of you have been going for this one during this hour. You are going to be completing this quilt, this large quilt. You are going to need your backing. You are going to need your wadding. Why not get it all now? Pop it all into your basket. Spread the cost over 3 months. I think, does it spread the cost of everything over your 3 payments with this as well? Yeah. So if you're getting it all together, in fact, Molly, have you got your calculator handy? Molly's quite new to producing. I haven't dropped her in it like this before. So look, why not? It's a good time to do it for you. So if we're adding in the first flexi buy of our big quilt kit, which was it about 70? No, 58. Oh, it's on the screen there. Say what you see. 58.33. Then adding in half of the cost of your wadding, because of course you're spreading. No, 3.
A third.
3 times. Should we do it on the website?
Awkward.
Sorry, I forgot it's 3 payments. You can't. Is it harder to divide it? Right, website. Let's go there. So let's add them in. So we're adding a big quilt. Oh, 5-star review there. That's nice as well. Let's add in. Let's go for the nice backing. Yeah, we'll add that in. Molly, you can choose which of those fabrics do you like the look of. Oh, nice, good choice. Add that into your basket as well. Going to need your wadding as well. So let's go for, oh, see, I do like the gorgeous, there you go, that's the one that we're wanting. I think I'm going to go for the 80-20 with this one because it is my favourite. Add it into your basket there, and then we can go and have a little look at the total. Now, you might get an initial shock when you're looking at that total because you've got a lot of fabulous goodies in there. But the thing is, you can spread the cost over 3 payments, which means you're looking at £91.44, which I know is still a considerable amount, but it does mean that you've got everything in there. I would like to say you can go for the complete bundle and spread the cost over 3 payments, but now it has actually sold out. So if it's in your basket, get the other goodies in there quick. And if you did miss out on that complete bundle with the 3 flexi-buy payments, sorry, I tried to warn you. But you can still make it though, can't you? Because you've got those individual little sets. So the set of 3 blocks, which incidentally is set number 3, got the details on your screen there, £34.99. So this is obviously giving you the ability to maybe get started. Jump onto the website, you can get set 1 and 2, and of course brace yourself because next month when we release set 4, we're going to be busy for that one as well, I'm sure, at 062048. Now, one more thing to share with you before we go back to the demo. Let me show you this fabulous project book. This is brilliant. Now, lots of the projects that we've been featuring within this hour are featuring within this book here. Obviously, there are no fabrics included with this, but what you have got is they've got the tuition, the full photographs that you would normally get on the instructions that go with those kits. So you've got the knowledge, the tuition and the expertise all included in here for not only that fabulous cushion that we saw, but also the quilt potentially. I mean, if you missed out on that one earlier on, then yeah, this is a way for you to introduce your own fabrics. Larger version, obviously, you've got both options there. And then, of course, you've got those lovely little projects that we looked at earlier on. £14.99 if you want to go for those as the kits with the patterns. But if you want the book by itself, £20.99. 245050. I need to lie down in a dark room, I'm not going to lie. It's been a very busy hour, so I'm going to hand over to Pat and see what are you up to, Pat?
Well, I don't know.
Every time you pick something up,
it's a kerfuffle now. Okay, I was going to talk about the cushion.
Lovely.
I also want to talk about the blocks you get this month, so I don't know. I'll do the cushion first, shall I, and then go back to the block sets?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, okay. This is your cushion, comes complete backing, wadding, borders, everything, doesn't it?
Everything?
Everything.
Apart from the cushion pad?
Apart from the cushion pad, yeah.
Obviously won't go in the box.
No.
That's the reason.
That is that the only reason?
That's
you
the only
don't get
reason I couldn't
cushion?
squeeze it in the box.
Okie dokie. Right, so I'm going to show you the 2 stages of the cushion. There are 2 stages apart from joining the rows together. We want to make some of these half square triangle units, and we want to make these little, what we thought looked a little bit like a little beach hut earlier.
Yeah.
So we need these 2. So first of all I'll do this one, and while I'm doing this, Mark will be showing you instructions and placing these pieces in the correct place.
2 things at once?
Yep, 2 things. Yeah.
She's working you hard today,
Working me
Mark,
hard
isn't
today,
she?
yeah.
Yeah. Right, so there's 2 sizes of square in the kit. You take the larger squares and you're going to draw a diagonal line from corner to corner on the light fabric, like so. I've stitched the line before I draw. I've stitched before I draw the row. Yeah, so I'm a bit confused. Then I haven't got a line. I thought I'll just get ahead and do another row. So once you've got your line, you stitch 1/4 of an inch either side of the drawn line. So the 1/4 of an inch is important. When you've been doing your patchwork a little while, you'll realise how important. So just get used to where it is on your machine. If you're not sure, then find a way of finding out. If anybody really isn't sure, if you drop me an email, I'll explain to you what to do, because it's really simple, but I don't seem to have much time this morning. I daren't do it now because I've got way too much to say. Don't say anything, Mark.
Not thinking it.
Good. So you cut on your line. You can do it with your rotary cutter, or you can do it with scissors if you don't have a rotary cutter.
Now, just very quickly, and I will be very quick, stepping away from Pat, just to let you know, we had a quick chat with Pat and Mark there. We have got some extended delivery of the large quilt kit. We've not got very many. As you can imagine, it takes a lot of time to cut all those fabulous little pieces in there. So they are on 10 days extended delivery, but there's not many of them. 14th of October, and again that means it gives you those 3 payment opportunities for you to add in your backing, add in your wadding, and you're realising that you're going to have to be quick with these. So I know you are ordering these already. So if you did miss out, or you thought that you'd missed out, please don't hang about. If you're watching on repeat, potentially we haven't got them available now, but at this stage we have got them, so get them in your baskets, but more importantly, please get your baskets checked out. Pat, sorry about that. I thought it was important to let people know.
That's why I was in a kerfuffle, because I'd just been asked that question. Mark fainted at the thought of the cutting.
I know you've got a new blade for your cutter.
Okay. So, okay, calm, back to my cushion.
I just have to say, Sarah does help me with the cutting.
Yes, Sarah's
good.
our daughter. She helps with cutting, yeah.
Oh, thank you, Sarah.
She saw the morning show and she went, looks like we've got a lot of work, Mark.
It's going to cost you chocolate biscuits, I can guarantee that.
That's the standard with Sarah, I'll tell you. And Mark, chocolate biscuits. Right, so we've got 2 squares here. We're looking at the picture here on the pattern. That's why you really can't go wrong. Like, you look at the whole
Don't
picture.
say that.
No, they can't. And they have to drop me an email and I'll sort them out if they do, don't we? The pictures, I like to do a picture at every stage. So you can see, this is where I am. I'm at the first stage with on the pattern, and the first stage on my piece of fabric there. So I've put the squares, can you see that okay?
Mm-hmm,
yeah.
Perfect.
I've put the square on the little square on top of the big square. I've drawn a line across, and this time we stitch on the line.
Okay.
So I'm going to stitch on the line, corner to corner.
Now, we were chatting about this technique earlier on at 7 o'clock, and you were saying that obviously you can draw the line with these, but you did do some without.
Yeah.
And you're going to be doing quite a few of these if you are kind of replicating this over and over. So I'm guessing the first few you'll do with the line, then
and then afterwards.
Just to gain the confidence that you can do it from corner to corner,
Yeah.
I think it depends. This is a little bit longer. Only a little smidge, although. So it's up to you how you feel comfy. So draw your line, and then we're going to press this back. And as I did this morning, there's no need to trim them off. They seem to make a nice. I think it gives it, leaving them on by just pressing them, it gives it a little bit more depth than it is supposed to be, a petal, really.
And sometimes it hides the seam as well. You know, when you come in to do your patches, and sometimes they can kind of, the selvage that you've got, your seam allowance, can kind of move around sometimes. Sometimes they flip over, don't they? It kind of catches it. While I've got your attention, very quickly, can I let you know the wall hanging kits have now sold out as well. So, yeah, again, if that's in your basket, then, yeah, you need to check your basket out. That's that.
Thank you. So we've put the first piece on, same again, lining up on the corners, and you've got your diagonal line there. Stitch across. Like so. And that's your second unit. So you have to make 8 of these units and 2 of the units I showed you before. So you can see this, I mean, this really is a day project, I think. On a rainy day, you could get this cushion put together easily. Then we're going to turn the page, Mark.
You'd add those other in there as well.
Yeah. So we're going to put these in position. Turn again. I've done that bit before, sorry. Now here we are, back at the top. This piece, this is the picture I'm looking at now, sorry. We just place them out on your table, following the picture that we've got. Background pieces to the edge, and then the half square triangles that you've made go to form the bottom. Wrong. There. See, I'll do that again. That's wrong. Although it's yellow to yellow, this isn't right. We've got to make it like that so it looks like a heart.
And then there you go, it all comes together. Don't forget as well, I'm just thinking for people if they missed out on the quilt top that we were chatting about, the pattern is in that booklet, isn't it? So you could get the cushion alongside the pattern booklet and actually make the kind of the cover or the quilt to go alongside it. So yeah, I will bring that cushion in just to show you in just a few moments, because it is a lovely cushion there. As you can see there, got those gorgeous and it's funny because different fabrics, I mean, I'm looking at the screen there, seeing that yellow there and seeing almost like that petal formation there. But then obviously as you step back, you see all those gorgeous fabrics that you could be using. Whether you are just using the 2 fabrics obviously from the kit, or whether you go on and incorporate other colours, or do the whole piece just in one colour tone if you wanted to.
Yeah, I think it's got a lot of variety. I mean, you could add anything to it. Look nice in Christmas fabrics, which I was nearly tempted to...
Yeah, nearly was, yes.
Mark goes, you haven't got time. No. But I think it would look lovely in Christmas fabric. And also, where it forms the shape of that the petal is forming, like you could put a little message, couldn't you? You could embroider a little message or put a date on or something.
And also, if I just trace around this piece here, you can see it's almost like a heart shape as well. So you could almost make it into 4 hearts. It could be making it look almost like a 4-leaf clover as well. And as Pat says, you've got a good expansive area there, so you could quite easily put some hand embroidery in there if you wanted to as well. So absolutely beautiful there, $19.99, and the kit will allow you to create obviously the front cover as well as the backing, and you have got the wadding in there as well. The only thing that you need to add in is your cushion, and this one's got the lovely feather cushion pad, and it's only $11.99. That's very affordable actually for an 18-inch cushion pad there, being your 100% duck feather. So yeah, I'd add that in as well if I was you.
I've just come and ready.
Oh, shall I talk about something else?
And if you want to, I'm only going to be a second.
Talk about the 3 blocks. Let me show you the 3 blocks quickly. So with obviously Pat and Mark come to see us on a regular basis, pretty much on a monthly basis at least, and what they do is they bring us these wonderful additions to that kind of, it's almost like a quilt course you're investing in with these. These are set number 3, so there were set 1 and 2 which are on the website, so you can find those if you're after those, but you could get involved at set number 3, or you might just like the look of the blocks and not do any more than set 3. But you've got 3 different key blocks that you're going to be able to create. So of course the fabric, whoops a daisy, come back. Fabric is all pre-cut, sorry, pre-cut. It's pre-cut, isn't it? Pre-cut. Pre-cut, as you can see there. So yeah, coming together creates your beautiful star, as you can see there. That is your first of your 3 blocks. Then your second block with this one. I love this star because this one's kind of got a little bit of a different twist to it, if you excuse the pun. It does look as if it's twisted when you're looking at the darker fabric in there, but you have got that lovely frame detail around the edge, as you can see there. And then the third and final one that you've got, again, within the same kit, all 3 of these, $34.99, will allow you to create this wonderful piece. Now, they will make lovely blocks, obviously, for the overall quilt, if that's what your attention is, but they equally would make 3 lovely cushion pads and elements as well. But what was the update, sorry? Rapidly approaching 60% of the stock has gone. My goodness, we have been busy during this hour for that one. 062048, £34.99 is your price. But don't forget, we have got it as a full kit, and there are lots of you have been ordering this, which really makes it exciting for me, because this is the way that you can get hold of all those elements. So here you go, you are getting everything. So it has sold out once. We are now on extended delivery with regards to this one. So what you can do is obviously get hold of this if you're wanting to, and it will have all of the elements that we have been chatting about. So what that means is you can kind of jump ahead. You will have block set number 4 and 5, which are going to be the next ones that come along, because you'll get them ahead of anybody else. But then you can play catch up as well if you're wanting to, because you might not have got started with yours yet, but if you do want to go for the complete set, the details are there. Now, you've got 3 flexi buys on these. So, just to let you know, okay, and I do this, and I apologise to the one person that has kind of slipped up, but we have had one of these that was on the immediate dispatch fall out of somebody's basket. They didn't check their baskets out, which means if you're using those details and you're using them now, you will not need to wait for that extended delivery. It will be dispatched immediately, but that's only one person that can take advantage of that, because that's all that we've got left from the first dispatch of those. So what are you going to get? Well, you're going to get your front cover, which is going to show you obviously the layout that you are aiming to achieve. Then you've also got your kind of dimensions, the details of all the different blocks that you've got there, and how they're all going to come together. So you've got that in there. Then you've got all your packets. Now, you'll recognise some of these because these are some of the blocks that we've just been chatting about. So from block set number 3, you will find all of those elements in there. And block set number 1 and 2 are included. And as I say, block set 4 and 5, we will see those normally next month, but you will get a little bit of a preview of those because you've actually got them in here already. Now, you can go at whatever pace you like with this. It could be that you think, right, I'm going to do a block a night, or I'm going to do a block a week. It's entirely up to you. But what you will create is all the blocks that you need to create that absolutely incredible quilt that we've all been looking at during the course of the shows, because it's hanging up by Pattern Mark. It's a beautiful quilt. Wise investment of anybody's money. And I have to say, it's an heirloom, isn't it? This is one that you are going to be bringing out every winter season, because it's the colours, isn't it? Those gorgeous rich tones. You could just imagine snuggling down, putting the Christmas movies on the TV, grabbing your hot chocolate and your chocky bickies and really enjoying this. Throwing a few marshmallows into the mix as well. Now, you've got 3 flexi buys on this one, which what it actually means is that you can obviously spread the cost of this, but it also means that what you can do is add in the other bits and pieces as well. So I'm going to give you some little hints and tips of other things you might like to add in, because you're going to need your backing, you're going to need your wadding as well. So why not spread them, the cost of those as well, over your 3 payments. Talking of which, have a look at these. These are gorgeous fabrics. These are the fabrics that you could potentially be using for backing your quilt. And you'll notice that you've got 2 pieces in whichever of the 5 options you choose to go for. Now, the reason being is you've got the length, so the full length from the top to the bottom of your quilt is there, but the width, which is a common thing that you will find with fabric, isn't quite enough to cover the full width of a finished quilt. So with these, you're going to join them together, so you'll have a centre seam down the back of your quilt, but then you've got choices of which of the fabrics you go for. You've got your gorgeous cream hearts with that little bit of foiling in there, which is a beautiful one to go for. Next one that we've got is your red holly. This one is actually limited in stock. Of course, you don't have to use it for a backing. I mean, you might have other plans. You might be making your own quilt little combination with these fabrics. That's entirely up to you. Third one that we've got is that bottle green, which is that gorgeous green snowflake. Really pretty design with that one. And then we've got your green, your green, your red and your gold actually featuring on the cream here with those little dots. And then the third and the final one, the 5th and final one, is the one with your baubles on there. And you can see they've got a little bit of a distressed look to them. Do like those. And of course, these a lovely way for you to back your quilt. Price on your screen there. If you're putting it in with your quilt kit, you're going to spread the cost of that one. But if not, you've got your 2 flexi buys there. So you might be going for your block set. You're thinking ahead to your backing. And then what about your wadding and your backing? Well, another way of doing your backing, should I say, is your calico. Because your calico, you're going to use it in a similar sort of way, and this is a beautifully soft calico that is actually wide enough so there's no join when you're working with this on the back of your quilt. It's wide enough to go completely across the back, and it's pre-shrunk so you don't have to do any preparation. It's beautifully soft. I mean, you can see the fluidity of that one as I'm bunching it up there. Really, really beautiful, and it's one of those ones that, again, if you do want to avoid that centre seam down the back, then you can use this one. It's also perhaps a more affordable way for you to do it at £33.49. But again, add it in with your complete bundle. It works out an extra, what, £11, something like that, to go alongside those 3 flexi buys with your complete bundle. So it's one of those ones that I would certainly add it in because you're going to need it. And you'll also need your wadding as well. So do consider adding in your wadding alongside this. But for the time being, your calico is there. 141 121 at £33.49. The wadding, again, we touched on this a few moments ago. 2 choices with these, very much personal preference. If you want something a bit more lofty, then you have got obviously your Hobbs poly down if you're wanting to go down that route, and then you've got your heirloom 80/20. Is that gone now? Oh, okay, we have got it, but it's on extended delivery now because it did sell out. So just an extra couple of days on there. So just bear that in mind if you're placing your order for that for this moment onwards. 894780. Oh my goodness, it's been a bit of a crazy hour, I have to say. We've only got about 10 minutes left though, Pat. Okay. So I suppose we ought to have a look at those dew blocks. We haven't looked at them yet.
Come on to do those yet.
I know. The cushion, let me just quick recap on where I got to.
Okay.
All the pieces are laid out as per the photograph on the pattern. Just join them into rows, as is this row here is joined. You can see they start to take shape and look beautiful. Join that row, then that row, then you join the 4 together.
Lovely.
So that's that done. Simply, you know, half square triangles is the Mark's whipping it away out of the way. Half square triangles, which we're going to use again in the next block.
Lovely.
We get the 3 blocks, as you've said, the Ohio Star, which is my favourite block in the world.
If you could put it in every quilt, you would do.
I usually do.
You do try to.
I try. This one is next. I like this one though. This Meadow Star with that. What you said was like a border going round. I like that too. But it's only made of triangles and squares, and it looks a lot more complex than that. And it really is easy. And then this one, I like this just because it's got a nice name. It's called a Butterfly Star. I like that too. But very simple. 2 units to make with this. Do you want that?
Yep.
Okay, I'll give that to Mark. So 2 units to make. All my pieces I've just tipped out of the packet. Could have been your packet, but Mark doesn't know, but I took it off his shelf.
Oh no!
I did.
One more
He'll go. I'm sure I'm one missing on. I don't know. Rather than cut my own. So we're making a half square triangle. That's the first unit that you need, and that's what we've already made 2 or 3 times today. So I'm stitching down one side of my drawn line.
Quarter of an inch.
Quarter of an inch away, there. Lovely. I'll lift it up a little bit. And then I'm going to stitch down the other side. I'll stitch it and then I'll turn it over because you can see it better on the opposite side.
Now, are we going to do this more than once within this particular block, Pat?
We are going to do it more than once.
So we could kind of chain pieces if you wanted to go on to the next one.
Yeah. So there's our second row. Put my hand on the wrong camera side.
Too quick.
And you can see the 2 lines of stitching here. You cut on the line.
I'm too quick. You're too quick.
Sorry. 2 lines of stitching. Cut on the line and press towards the darkest fabric.
And again, you're showing here, we can just use a pair of scissors that we'll have in our crafty room anyway. So,
I mean, I rotary cut everything, but if it's something small like this and my scissors are there, I do use my scissors.
Okay.
So press towards the dark fabric, and then they go with these. They look just like those, look.
Do you mean move them?
You can move them full centre now. So we're making the central part of the block with these, and it's just rows. That's all we're going to form. So Mark's going to assemble the centre.
That's the one you're talking about.
Yeah. Looks like that. there, which we make just from these half square triangle units and some squares as well. You can see. So Mark's going to put those out, and I'm going to show you the only other thing there is to know, and that is a flying geese unit, which makes up the pointy edges. And that's why patchwork's so interesting, because simple blocks put together form something totally different. This is just squares, half square triangle units that we've already made, and a flying geese unit gives you a butterfly star. So lovely. So you've got 3 triangles, 1 background and 2 nice red hearts. They're nice. Put that together and line up the edges on the diagonal and the bottom. Don't worry about anything else. And when I'll turn it round so you can see, you've got a pointy bit sticking up at the top. That's fine. It should be there. Don't cut it off. Leave it there. Okay. Don't think Mark's gone wrong. He's cut this too big.
I perish the thought that was entertaining.
As if he would. Don't stretch this. It is a bias edge, so don't pull it. Let the machine do the work. Stitch to the end, come out of your machine, and then press towards the dark fabric away from you. So I'll go to my iron and I'm pressing away towards the dark fabric, like so, towards that red, like that. I always press away, you do always press away when you're doing a goose unit, away from the centre. Don't come back on yourself, but sometimes it's the opposite way around, light to dark, but you still press away from it. So this one's going to go on here, like so. So you fold it over, line it up on this edge and this edge, like so. If you want to put a pin in, by all means, that's fine. And again, you can hand sew these blocks if you want to. And you stitch down that line, no pulling like this. Don't do this, look, none of that. Can they see me? Yeah, don't do that. Keep it flat on the bed.
Just let the feed dogs do the work.
Yeah, the feed dogs do the work, and keep it on the flat on the bed of your sewing machine. Like, I'm really not doing anything, I'm just talking.
What a surprise.
Pressing my foot down.
Kicking the shin, kicking the shin. Kicking the shin.
Pat, just to give you a little bit of notice, you've got about 3.5 minutes left.
Oh, plenty. I've only got to repeat what I've already done, so we'll be okay. I just wanted to show you how the rows formed. Where do you want this, Mark?
No.
Should we have a look at
this?
This is what we've just done. Turn the page again. There we go. We've got our geese units, and they're going to fit in 4 places all the way around. And this looks huge at this moment. You think, wow, that's a long bit to fit onto there, but it will, because you've got all your seam allowances in between. So you'd make all your others up and pop them around like so. There you go. And then we've got some squares that go in the corners. And then just wanted to explain, like people who don't know already, that you join rows. So what you'll do, you'll join these rows, centre, 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 like so. Then you'll put a goose on the top and the bottom. And then you'll make rows here from a corner, a goose and a corner. And they will fit onto there. When you lay it out like this, it never looks... It looks a bit strange, because you've got all your seam allowances to think about. Like on this, every time you join 2 together, you lose ½ an inch. So you think, wow. But that's what gives a block its interest, by trying to add smaller pieces to bigger ones, and it makes it a bit more interesting. Well, a lot more interesting, really.
Comes together, doesn't it?
It does come together. Or you could join this into 4s if you wanted to. You could join that and that, that and that, and then you join that to that. To that, but you're always joining sections together. You would never sort of join it in a, like, you'd never
2 of those to that.
Yeah, never.
It would be in like you're in a section.
And you'd never join the point of the goose on first and then try and add that one. It just won't work. So always the golden rule is to make them into regular shapes that are going to go together.
Rectangles or squares?
Rectangles and squares, yeah.
Love it. Thank you so much, Pat, there. We've learned such a lot, and this is the actual block that Pat's been working on there. So once those seam allowance have been gathered up and those pieces stitched together, there you go. You can see how it all comes together. Absolutely beautiful. Just to let you know, 80% of the stock has gone, so approaching 80% of the stock has gone of those. You've got your 3 blocks that you're going to be able to create in block set number 3, as you can see the details on your screen there. £34.99. One more to share with you, which again just shows you the beauty of how those fabrics come together to create those gorgeous 3 blocks. Don't forget, at the bottom of the screen, that is the way that you can get that complete set. So if you do want to go through and create that, then you have got obviously all of the elements that are going to allow you to create this, including the 3 block sets that we've been just chatting about. I'm going to say goodbye to Pat and Mark in a few moments, so keep your eyes open. You'll see this amazing quilt there. So if you can't wait and you want all of those blocks, then the details on your screen there are the ones to go for. And of course, it's going to include all of those packets, include 1 and 2 as well as 4 and 5. But if you just want to go for your set number 3 at the bottom of your screen, but be quick, nearly 80% of the stock has gone. Pat and Mark, thank you so much.
Thank
It's been
you.
a pleasure having your company. Do we know when you're due back?
18th of October, we've got a Sunday afternoon show.
Sounds delightful.
Yeah.
I think I may join you.
No early start.
Make sure you stay tuned. We've got lots more going on here at Hochanda. We've got the one-day special coming up after the break. See you later. We have indeed, and it's a beautiful rainbow of colour, so make sure you stay tuned. Then we've got a paperpole, or is it paperpole? Not too sure on the pronunciation, before we have our lovely 2-hour session with Barbara and Clarity.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp here in the UK. Teamwork makes the dream work, and at Clarity we are designers and manufacturers of, dare I say, beautiful, top quality and award-winning craft products. We are home to the very first, the original transparent art stamp. We hand make them here in Kent, and our talented illustrators are always coming up with new original concepts and wonderful artwork. In addition, we design and manufacture top quality stencils and masks. In fact, we also make precision cut reusable masks for our stamps. Since January 2017, we are also the new owners of Pergamano International, bringing together a wonderful blend of old and new parchment art. We are so fortunate to be able to showcase our newest and best products here on Hochanda, and to be able to demonstrate our art ideas to you, our Hochanda friends. So if you would like to learn more about Clarity stamping, stencil work, parchment art, both groovy and traditional, please join us, myself and the Clarity team, here on Hochanda for ideas and inspiration.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and we're really excited to still be working with you guys here on Hochanda. We were there from the very, very beginning, and we're still bringing you lots of really exciting soft crafts. We design and manufacture all of our kits and all of our fabrics here in the UK, and we love bringing them to you. So if you're an experienced sewer or you're just starting out in soft crafts and sewing, join us. There's tips and fabrics for everybody. Make sure you don't miss our shows and come and craft yourself silly on Hochanda.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel. We've been with Hochanda right from the start, and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. Kathy and I get together at Pink Ink Towers and we can't wait to share our ideas. We choose all our subject matter together and then Kathy goes away and hand illustrates all our fantastic finished designs, and we pride ourselves on the quality of our range. On our shows on Hochanda, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Please tune in to the Pink Ink shows, Get Inspired on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Hayley, and you might have seen me presenting here at Hochanda. Well, I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. I'll be covering lots of areas of soft crafts like quilting, dressmaking, sewing, knitting, even printing your own fabrics. I'll even be bringing some items from my own Handmade by Hayley range. So I hope you'll join me, let me inspire you, and maybe you will discover a new craft in the process.
Hello, is it afternoon now? Yes, it is. It's officially afternoon. Good afternoon. And we have the one-day special for you now with the lovely Hayley. Good afternoon, my darling.
Hi.
Here she is, hide behind the Husqvarna.
My anti-social sewing machine. Hey, just arms and a sewing machine.
Normally you're sitting at the side or something. What is it? Why? I mean, it's not abnormally tall.
Oh, it's because it's got a flap. It's the flap.
Ah, flappage.
It's the flappage.
There we go. She'll be making an appearance from behind the flap at some point. Anyway, here is the one-day special. We'll get to Hayley to tell us all about it in a moment, but let me just explain first of all, you have got 3 choices. You are getting a bundle of 10. Each of these beautiful polyester cottons, the polycottons, are 1 metre each. So you're getting 10 of these. You've got, this is known as the dark, so the black to the grey to the browns to the greens through to that lovely plum colour there. That is known as your darks, £27.99, saving you £10. We then move on to the brights, yeah. And because obviously being a polycotton, we've got this fantastic intensity of colour, and I know Hayley talked more about this to us, in terms of the qualities of your beautiful polycotton, because it's not just the advantageous price point, but they have within them fantastic properties anyway. So these are your beautiful brights, which are currently in the lead. And last but not least, the lovely lights. So baby pinks to lemons to blues to there at the white at the end. Yeah, my patterns are coming up in a moment. So that's your lights. Again, £27.99. If you want to choose 2 of these, Hayley will explain as well that they'll be cut to 2 metres each. So if you want the double of that, they'll stay on the roll, as it were. But the majority of you are going for the mega bundle. I know, the super bundle. We have got the mega.
It's the super bundle in the mega roll.
Yeah,
That's
we've got it. I know. I felt like there needed to be a catchphrase for that. The super bundle. £79.97, and that means you are getting 30 metres. Oh my, what? I know, 30 metres, that's just crazy talk. So we're taking the savings from each bundle, plus adding another £4 saving, and we can split that into 2 flexi buy payments of £39.99, 570 363. Already on the mega bundle. 2/3 of the stock has gone. 2/3 of the stock has gone. It is it's the super bundle.
It's the mega
roll.
roll.
Mega roll and the super bundle. This is the mega roll. Hey,
I've got the mega roll. This
the
is the
mega roll of wadding.
Yes.
It's not any wadding, is it? It's not ordinary wadding.
It's a mega roll of wadding.
Mega roll of wadding.
Yes, it is. And it's a polyester, so it's great for people with allergies, because sometimes obviously you can get wool and things in battings. And it's a really nice, kind of densely felted one. Really nice and soft, but absolutely usable in loads of different applications, this one. It's not too thick either, because sometimes if you've got wadding that's too thick in things like this, which I've got over here, you can see this one I've used a slightly thicker wadding in, and it gets a little bit chunky and cumbersome, especially when you get to the pointy bits at the end.
Yeah.
Because it's a little bit too thick. So something like this is just that little bit finer, and it's actually available in 2 different colours, which I could only find the white in the cupboard, and I think I would have spotted it if there was another one.
Yeah.
I wasn't looking like boys look. She's like, ooh, it's
well,
not there.
it's rather large, not
Yes, exactly. You would spot that.
You would.
And there's a white and there's a cream. So the cream is really helpful for if you want to stop things like bearding.
So bearding is when you do a lot of stitching on your wadding, and it starts to pull those little fibres through to the front. So sometimes you'll see little white wisps, and that's fine if you're on white fabric and things. But if you're on a slightly darker fabric, then the cream is quite useful.
I did
because
wonder what
just,
was the point.
Yes, bearding. That's
there
why.
we go. Well, I did. I thought, why are they offering me two different colours? I'm not going to see it.
Why do I
point?
need this? Well,
Now we know. Don't ask the question, you're never going to know.
We've had black batting on before as well, and it's for exactly that reason. Darker projects, especially if it's something that's a finer fabric where you'd see the white coming through, then yeah, you can get different colours.
Fantastic. 2 flexi payments for £25, 100% polyester, 150 centimetres wide, 10 metres, 831237. Back to my super bundle. Hayley, I know we talked about this earlier, but if anybody's just joined us, what's advantageous about our beautiful polycotton?
Why polycotton? Is
yes,
that
what's the
question?
point?
Okay, what is it? Is that just the question we're asking for the whole thing? Why are we doing this? What's the point? Okay, so polycotton you will use, well, there's many advantages to polycotton. One, first of all, is the price. It is so much more cost effective than cotton. There's just a lot less labour involved in it because obviously it's partially synthetic.
Yes.
So you want the cotton in there because that's going to give you that nice kind of soft touch feel. But the polyester allows less wrinkling. So it's much easier to handle because have I still got a bit that I washed and tumble dry? Ah, there it is. Oh, stretching. Right, it's more colour fast as well. So this is the original piece. I'll pull that little mat a little bit further in. So this is the original piece. This piece has been washed and tumble dried, and you can see completely colour fast. This one's been washed and tumble dried but not ironed. And you can see a lot of the creases dropped straight out of that already. Absolutely kind of, you know, you just flick it over with the iron and you'll be fine. So it's a lot better for high traffic.
Yeah.
We like that phrase.
We do
I like that phrase. High traffic projects. So things where you're going to, you know, cushions that you can be sitting on and off of a lot of the time, or you know, bags that you're going to be using all the time, and maybe one you're going to fold up and put in your handbag and then take out for put your shopping in. Those kind of things, because you're going to get less creasing. The polyester adds durability. And the ones that you've got over there, which are the plain ones within the bundle, they are all well, the fibres, before you kind of start weaving it, all of the fibres are pre-dyed. So when you're talking polycottons, you're not talking like one strand of polyester, then one strand of cotton. It's actually a mixed fibre to start off with, and that mixed fibre is dyed the right colour and then woven into fabric, which means that you get that really, really punchy colour all of the way through. There are no white bits going to pop up here because it's all of the threads are dyed first and then it's woven, so you get complete colour. And it holds its colour.
Yeah, the intensity.
Because you'll notice if you've got you'll notice this in shirts that you've got or blouses that you've got. If you've got, especially black, if you've got one that is 100% cotton, and it's been, you know, washed half a dozen times, you'll see that starting to fade. Whereas if it's a polycotton, it will hold its colour for far longer, and it's just the polyester will just hold that colour far longer because it's a synthetic and it's made that colour and it will stay that colour.
Bags and bags of advantages. Thank you, Hayley, because I think it's worth just mentioning that again.
Price.
Exactly. This is why the super bundle is such good value, as are the individual bundles, and we've got that on 2 flexi payments of $39.99. I mean, you've pretty much covered every colour possible there.
There is, and I think that's why people are going for that super bundle, because there's as a stash builder, it's absolutely brilliant. There is 30 metres in total there, so that's an awful lot of projects, especially if you're making to sell and things, because you know, a lot of people are making projects to sell at the minute. And we did have an email last night about masks, which I will clarify. We checked with the World Health Organization. They've recommended pure cotton, 100% cotton on the inside, because it says you need to have something that's breathable. On the, they recommend a middle layer that's removable, which is like a filter. So that can be, you know, like a kitchen roll or something like that that's removable. But on the outside, something like a polycotton or a polyester, because obviously that stops things going out from your mouth, and it stops things coming in from other people's mouths.
Oh, that's good
but it
to
needs to
know.
be a nice tight weave, like the kind of poplin weight ones that we have. So yes, if that's what you want to use it for, you absolutely can.
Well, you mentioned these are great for backing, if you're doing your wall hangings, great for your inside lining and bags.
This is the thing. On the backs and the linings, you're
Cushions,
not going to see it as much.
Yeah.
So, save the money where you can. And these are fantastic quality. They're
they're beautiful.
They're a beautiful
Not on the
weight.
back of something.
And I think unless you are familiar with handling fabrics all of the time, you wouldn't know.
No.
A man going past on a bike wouldn't know.
No. Not gonna
As
know.
my dad would like to
Because
say.
it feels super soft. So don't miss out on your super bundle there. 2/3 of the stock has gone. I want to mention some happy hour deals.
What you got, Fee?
Yeah, well, I'm going to bring both here because I think those with that, I think that's really
There's
lovely.
a lot of similar colours running through, aren't there?
Yeah. I'm just going to show everybody that. That's not what's... Anyway, let me just show you these two.
One at a time.
I know, get a bit overexcited, don't I? But look how these colourways, this is what we mean about these fantastic...
I think
with
cottons
there as well. But these are
the darks as well, because the greys and the navies in there, they'd work with the darks quite well as well.
Beautiful,
but,
don't they just?
These are a lovely little ditzy floral. Now, these are 100% cotton. They are a poplin weight, and these are by perfect occasions, so they are actually cut to size. So if you do order multiples on these, they'll come as 2 separate pieces. So you'll get 2 single metres of black and 2 single metres of the cream there. They are 1 metre by 44 inches, which is 112 centimetres, and they are a poplin weight, 100% cotton. So as we said about masks earlier, that's what you'd use on the inside.
Yeah.
It's too nice to use on the inside, but that's what you'd use on the inside, and then the polycottons can go on the outside. Oh, is this the wrong
one?
one?
Showing somebody what they're going to have at 4 o'clock. This is not supposed to be in this hour.
A sneaky peek, though.
She's gone.
Remember
Anyway,
that one for later.
That's terrible. That's like a terrible tease. What about my other ones? Are they for 4 o'clock as well? I've got these. All right, well, just remember those ones, because I think I'm going to show you these. I'm going to show you these, because I think that one, at 4 o'clock, goes beautifully with this same colourways. That's all I'm going to say. So let me just show you these, because they're 4 o'clock. That's like a tease of what's happening at 4. I'll have some of them now. This is also the beautiful cotton, 100% cotton. This is also the beautiful poplin there, and this is in the blue and the red. You are getting both of these. Is that 110 or is that a metre?
No, that should be a metre. That is a type. We found this on a couple of them. I think there's been some typos when they've been put in. But yes, 100% cotton this one, and you're getting 1 metre by 1 metre 12 of each.
Beautiful. $9.99. That's a bargain, Hayley. 514702. Happy hour deal
£5
until...
a metre for 100% cotton is particularly good.
I
mean, especially when it's £2.70 a metre for a polycotton, £5 a metre for cotton is very good. For a poplin weight, you'd be expecting on a print to pay at least £10 a metre.
Steal, absolute steal for this hour and this hour only. 514702. We can rectify our misdemeanour, because this is what we got for this hour. I don't mind, because I've got 3 beautiful ones now. Who cares what's happening at 4 o'clock? What's happening now, because you're watching now. This is beautiful. These are gorgeous, Hayley. We're getting all 3 of these.
That's brilliant.
And we've got it in the cerise on the cotton print.
Yes, it's that same kind of navy background on them. And then you've got 3 different colours on your flowers. You've got the pinky cerise, you've got that orangey yellow in the middle, and then you've got kind of the red on the other side. So, are they all the same back? I can't quite see. Is one in the black background, or they're all navy?
They all look like navy to me. I know that looks slightly different, but it's definitely looking navy. I'm going to tell you what.
I think it's the same background colour. I think it's just the fact that
it's just the colourway on the top.
Because yellow is opposite to blue on the colour wheel, that will make that blue look
slightly different pop. Yeah, but they're definitely all navy, because there's my black, and I promise you, they're all navy.
Okay.
I promise
I'm glad we've cleared that up. And again, that's the same £5 a metre as well.
Yeah. Beautiful. $14.99. 412380. I'm just looking at the pinks here, the reds we've got, the black. Beautiful. Again, a happy hour deal for this hour. Feels gorgeous, that cotton as well. 412380. $14.99. And I have one more for you as well. I love these. Oh.
Yeah, so we saw a couple of ones that were similar in the previous happy hour. So they have that really kind of soft muted background, and then you've got a real pop of colour. But this, I don't think I've seen this one before.
Oh, they're gorgeous. The drama in those red ones.
It's got that kind of digital print feel to it, and these aren't actually digital printed, but it has that digital print feel where it's got almost like a newspaper feel, you know, with all the little kind of pixelated dots on it.
Oh, these are lush. Don't miss out
that
on
teeny
these.
one is very nice.
These are a bit, no. $14.99, 495077. Happy hour deal. Take advantage, yes. Please don't miss out on those because it's for this hour and this hour only. We'll put away that other one for 4 o'clock for you. Don't forget me zips. Don't forget me 7-day savers. I know. Were they $11.99 all them?
Yes.
I think it's a big mistake.
No.
They've been very busy.
I can't guarantee that was a mistake, but I know how much zips cost.
I know, look at this.
And I don't think that's the right price.
None of us do. That's why I keep talking about it. Everyone's taking advantage. 60% gone. I don't even think they're going to last a week, Hayley.
Do you know the customers love a mistake, don't they?
We do.
They do love
we
a
love
mistake.
a mistake.
When we get it wrong.
We love taking advantage. $11.99, 60 zips. Get it while you can. 60% gone. Yeah,
Is that
I can't see
5
that's not going to
pence a
last till
zip?
next Sunday.
Is that right? Have I done good maths?
So you can buy them for that much. Right, anyway, moving on to 33 beautiful. It's 20 pence a zip. That was 20 pence a zip.
That can't be right, is
I
it?
don't know.
I don't know.
Everybody's doubting you, Shah. Everybody's doubting you.
Oh.
I have no idea. Somebody
Okay.
work it out.
Well,
I'm not down. I don't know. She's got a calculator. She says it's working out at 20 pence a zip.
Okay.
Fine. We'll move on. I'm going to move on to a choice of 33 beautiful materials now.
We just don't trust it, did we?
This is like a print floral, isn't it? Cream grey teal and our pretty rose
These
pinks.
are, I think, out of these whole collections, I think this is one of my favourites. I
Have
think
you got a
these
favourite
are
colour,
beautiful.
It's teal for me.
I quite like the tealy one, but I quite like the cream or the grey. All of them. That one. All of them.
That's
please.
not an answer.
No.
What's that?
It's not an answer. Well, it is an answer, but it's not a proper answer.
I
is
mean,
it?
what's the point? What's the point?
All of them.
She wants them all.
All of them.
This is called our what's this one called? Our lovely floral silhouette. They are rather beautiful in all seriousness,
Yes,
aren't they?
these ones
Gorgeous.
are lovely, and I think especially the cream coloured one,
Yeah,
you
it's
could always
very
just add a
elegant.
little bit of colour in there as well. The one thing I will say is, if you're working on adding colour to polycottons, just make sure you've got the right either types of inks or types of paints and pens, because with cotton, it will take anything. With polycotton, obviously the polyester in there, that little bit of effectively plastic in there, sometimes put a little bit of resistance on. And you'll see this if you've ever tried dyeing anything, you know, the dyes that go in the washing machine.
Okay, yeah.
Because every now and again I'll gather up all my kind of, you know, black tops and things like that and shirts.
Saturate them in colour again,
Yeah, and I'll shove them in the washing machine with a dye and put the black back into them. But if you've got things that got polyester, the type of dye that you use on cotton will not work. It's a different type of dye. And that's why sometimes on the prints that you get, sometimes on the polycotton prints, they can initially feel a little bit stiff.
Right.
That's caused by the dye, not the fabric itself.
Okay.
So there you go.
Lovely.
Information.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
We'll
Anytime.
We'll move on to our another three now.
Do
This
that
is like
then.
a fairy tale theme. And you've got the negative there. You've got the mystical kingdom, yes. And it's beautiful. You've got fairy tale houses. You've got unicorns. You've got mermaids. Probably easier to see on the sort of
there's a bit more
relief.
contrast on that one, so I think the cameras
negative
pick that one up a little bit better. And you've got two of the colours are in that kind of almost, I don't know if that's the positive or that's the negative.
No,
I can't work out which way round is which.
I don't know either.
But you've got two where you've got the white houses and features and the darker background, and then you've got the corally, purpley, peachy one. That has the other way round. So the feature pieces are in the peachy colour and the background is white.
Yeah, gorgeous. And we've got peacocks and all sorts in there. Gorgeous. And again, you're picking any four of these for $13.99, a metre each. And then we go for a lovely sort of, and then you said yourself, Hayley, that these work beautifully together, these three.
Yeah, those three would look lovely together, you know, in any kind of project. And these have got that kind of vintage floral feel, so these ones are quite fun as well, I think.
Beautiful. The floral bunch there,
and
the
you
three
can
colourways.
get these as continuous pieces. So if you just went, say, for that grey one in the middle, which I think is my favourite of those three.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
I think it's just there's more contrast in it, and I think that's what attracts me. You can order just four of the same thing, and that would give you two. Is it a metre of each?
Metre of each.
Oh, it'll give you 4 metres.
Yes, it's 4 metres.
That's a whopping big bit.
I know, for $13.99.
We could have a dress each out of that.
There we go. You could have 4
You
metres
can have
of the one
2.5
colour.
metres because you're taller.
Yeah.
And I'll have the metre and a half that's left.
Fantastic. I'll take whatever I can have. Yeah. Fantastic. $13.99. Brilliant. 4 metres. Yes, exactly. Let's go for some little bunnyage now. Bunny party. Ah, look, I know
this is Charlotte's favourite, this one.
It is
She goes
Charlotte's
mad
favourite.
for this one. But they have put, I mean, yes, 33 items is a lot of choice. However, obviously they are groups of patterns with just different colourways in, and they have put a lovely mix in here. So you've got some that are more suited to younger people,
members,
you've got some that are more vintagey looking, you've got some that are more classic florals, so you've got a great mix in there. So again, bunny party you can either use together or you can use it separately, and any of these will work beautifully with the one day special as well.
Yeah. This is what's so great. There's something for everybody in this.
Yes.
There really is, no matter what your project
And
is.
the beauty polycotton is you know, the cost. So if you maybe have a project that is a new pattern and you're not 100% certain that you want to steam straight in with your posh expensive fabric, make one in the polycotton first. That you can always, you know, tweak and change, and then you can always gift that one if you decide you don't like it. Half the time you'll find, well, actually it's turned out quite nice, I might keep it.
Yes, like your lovely sewing machine map there that we made earlier. Do watch that on the repeat shows from last night, and Hayley finished that this morning. Now we've got our fawns. Yes, fawn frolics. Just be careful how you pronounce these. Fawn frolics in the blue there, and then the pink. And then the grey. And you were explaining earlier, Hayley, how this is, you know, it's
that's
quite
a little bit
usual.
more difficult to
The
do
whites on
because
the-
you don't usually print a white. It's the same as paper that you put in your printer at home.
Yeah.
Okay, so you usually start with a white background and then you print your colours on top. But with this one, they've actually printed white onto the coloured background, which is a slightly more difficult process to do. So that's a really interesting one as well. And that one would really lend itself to a bit of colouring in as well, because you've got those nice strong outlines.
Beautiful. And then we've got our foxes. Now, this is what Hayley was using earlier on the sewing machine mat. So we've got the 4 different colourways on our beautiful foxes and our toadstools there. We've got it on the sort of, as a kind of a caramel beige. Stone, that's it. Exactly, stone.
I don't know what the real colour they've called it.
I don't know.
But we're going to go with stone.
Whatever
Beige,
it is, it'll never
probably.
be what I think of. It's always
Beige.
completely different.
Yeah.
Lovely teal, the one you were using.
Yeah, that's the duck egg one.
Duck egg. Duck egg. Beige and dusky
pink, I would imagine.
Yeah. And then our lovely blue, beautiful blue. So that's our foxes. And then we love our abstract flowers. Really, really pretty. Look at these.
Yeah,
These are
so
gorgeous.
especially that navy one, I think,
Isn't it?
really just pops. And put the navy
so
with the lights option of the one day special.
Yeah.
Because obviously you've got dark background, but all of those light colours will be picked out within that light option.
Beautiful.
So you've got loads to go out
Do you
within
like the
there.
minty? That's lovely and fresh.
You've got 4 different colours, and I think all of these look completely, although it's the same pattern, they look completely different, and I quite like that kind of sketched feel that you've got the blobs of colour and then just the drawings over the top.
Gorgeous. Then we've decided that they are alpacas. There's a lot of discussion about this. They are called llamas. Again, non-directional there as well. I love the way this one's sort of eyes shut, prancing off. It's just hilarious. I've picked the only one that's upside down there for you. That's really useful for you. There he is. Oh, there we go. Can you see him? There, look at that. It's a proper prance, isn't it? It's great. Love that. So we've got that in the blue. We've got that in the gorgeous navy.
There's a navy, there's a kind of peachy, corally colour, and there's a red in that one as well.
Beautiful. Love the red. Great fun. Then you said you had a great idea for these two, our lovely florals here, Hayley, for the binding. I love that
because
idea.
they're a nice, like small pattern.
Yeah.
They do have quite a small repeat on them as well. So with these, you could easily do strips and make some binding with those, or something that maybe is going to be a sashing or a border, or you often need kind of smaller strips in projects.
Yeah,
so
very
handles
vibrant.
it'd be quite nice for as well, because again you'd get a lot of pattern in quite a small area.
Gorgeous. So there are florals there. And then we've got our bathers in tomato soup. Our bathers in the pool. Bathers in the Irish Sea.
I'm happy to take other suggestions of what the red ones are swimming in. So if anybody wants to join in and
these.
suggest
These are great
either,
fun.
well, so far we've had lava, but then we've had to Do not, under any circumstances, go and try and swim in lava. Tomato soup, crack on. If you can get enough cans of that, then yeah, you crack on.
It's lovely little swim bags they'd made for the beach, or little beach, you know, little
little swim bag. But
and
even just lining
the
on one of
lining,
your beach things. Maybe you're
little
doing
drawstring bags.
because the other thing about the polycotton is it does have that. Not a huge amount of resistance to water, because obviously if you get it wet, it will be wet.
No, I'm not
but you'll
suggesting
notice if you put a polycotton in the washing machine and take it out, it feels almost dry.
Yeah.
Whereas if you put cotton in and take it out, it's sopping wet.
Yeah.
So it does have a little bit of resistance to the water. It's not waterproof.
No.
I'm not going to even say it's waterproof, but it does have a little bit of resistance. So on the back of like a beach towel or garden chairs and things.
Oh yeah. Oh, great
Polycotton is so much better than just a normal cotton for you know, anything that's going to be outside.
Yeah.
Much better for.
Fresh durability, fantastic. Pick any four, a metre of each, $13.99. Phenomenal, isn't it? What a choice! Just gorgeous. And don't forget, if you wanted 4 of the same, it'll be cut to the 4 metres for you from Fabric Free, and they're $13.99, $694, $344. Our basic essentials now, 4 different colourways, but a theme with your stripes and your zigzags and your spots, and you will get 4 metres of each of these. So in the red, we've got our lovely, almost like the chevrons.
There's always different combinations of patterns in each colourway. So your red, you've got your kind of chevron zigzags, you've got your little stripes, your plain, and your spots.
Yeah.
Now they're a good kind of medium-sized spot. I would say
medium-sized
12
spot,
mil on those spots, maybe.
Centimetre. Maybe your eyes more discerning, darling. Yeah, I'd say about that. It's a centimetre to me.
Somewhere in the middle. Let's call it 11. Split the difference. Or we could measure it, but we're not. And then in the blue, this is more like a royal blue. You've got the wide stripe, the skinny stripe, the plain, and again that 11 mil spot. I'm not guaranteeing it's 11 mils. We're just splitting the difference. And then in the navy, you've got the chevrons again. You've got the smaller stripe, the spots and the plain.
Yeah. Oh, my black's gone for a burden. Come back.
Ben to the rescue.
There we go.
Oh, Fee to the rescue.
And then on the black, we've got,
skinny stripes, fat stripes, and plain, and then the big fat spots.
I think that's the size of a 2p piece.
Do you think?
What do you reckon?
Yeah, I think about twice the size of the other, twice the diameter of the other ones. So maybe about an inch. Spots, are they, do you reckon?
Yeah, at least. Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Definitely. So there you go. You've got your 4 choices there, stopping them from slipping off their feet. $13.99. You get all 4. You decide on your colourway there. 455714. Don't forget those lovely happy hours as well. You know them zips? Get out of it's only 25 past 12. They only launched this morning at 8 o'clock. They're limited. So we all reckon it's a big fat mistake. So take advantage.
I know what you can buy zips for, and that looks like a mistake.
That's all we're saying. You heard it here. We know the contents will vary between, you know, your 6.5 inches and 12 inches and colours, but who cares? You get 60 for $11.99. 462-993. We are limited on a I think that's a record. I don't think I've ever had a 7-day saver launch and then be limited at 12:30. I mean, I know they've not always lasted the week, but...
It's a mistake, though.
It's too late. It's out there, Hayley. We keep going on about it, don't we?
I think we're making it worse, aren't we? Stirring it up.
I think we are. I think we're stirring the pot, definitely. Anyway, take it away, Hayley.
OK, so I just wanted to have I've dropped this on the floor, so I've covered it in bits, unfortunately. So I just wanted to have a quick chat about some of the extras that are on the show, because I've got here the batting, which is from the Mega Roll.
Mega roll!
Thank you. I've got some of the non-slip backing as well, which we used in the project earlier. And they have this humongous piece of fusible webbing. So I think it's down as, is it down as fusible interfacing or fusible? Okay, fusible web interfacing. So, as in, when they're talking interfacing, interfacing is what you use on the back of a fabric to just stabilise it. So if you've ever had a jacket that's got a collar on, that usually has a little bit of interfacing in that collar just to stiffen it up so it doesn't flop about. And you can get different kind of weights of interfacing, but what this is actually just a huge piece of fusible webbing which you can put in between various fabrics. So I'll see if I can get an iron in a second, and you can put this sandwich this in between fabrics. So maybe you've got something very lightweight like a lawn and you wanted to put like a medium weight calico, or even use one of your polycottons on the back there just to up the weight of it. And maybe because there's various different interfacings you can get non-wovens, wovens, all sorts of bits and pieces. But with this just being essentially the gluey layer in the middle, you can choose exactly what fabrics you put together. You can use it for your applique as just your normal kind of fusible webbing, but what I will say is when you've seen bonder web and things before, there's actually been a like paper layer on the back of this. 100% use something like a greaseproof paper or one of the non-stick sheets that they have for crafting. Use that with this, because otherwise if you put your iron straight onto that, it's just going to glue it straight up. So it either needs to be put in between a sandwich. I mean, if you've got trousers that need taking up,
yes, perfect.
Snip a little strip off, roll it in for hems. Actually, do you know what? We'll do that. We'll do a little hem with it.
Yeah,
because I've got a huge piece here, so let's just snip a little strip off and we'll have a quick hem.
It was a quick go-to when I needed to take up Jed's trousers. But I'm going to do the official sewing tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I mean, if it's something that's going to be washed a lot, like school trousers, then I would definitely sew it as well.
He just needed to go and not look like, you know, Charlie Chaplin the next day.
If it's a temporary fix,
which is what
then,
it was, yeah.
Which one? Should we have one from this bundle?
The essentials?
Yeah, let's go with I like that. I'm going to go with the bigger stripes so it doesn't send the cameras funny. Because Holly will appreciate that.
Very nautical, I like those blues.
Yes, these are nice. These are really nice. And I think garden furniture and things, you just cannot go wrong with these, because, I mean, even if you know, I would stabilise these with something heavier, because as you can see, can you just, if I hold that up, can you just, you can, it's quite a lightweight one. It's more like a poplin weight, but you can use that interfacing, you can stabilise it up with something heavier, or even something that's a bit waterproof.
Oh, yeah.
So if you're using it for outdoor use, then, you know, perfect for that, because, again, with it being polycotton, it's a little bit more durable. It's not going to crease as much, it's not going to stain as much, and your colours aren't going to get bleached out by the sun. So it's absolutely perfect for outdoor use. So, Backstage Ben. Hi, please may I have an iron?
Have you got some of your mega roll there?
I have. I've got bits of everything here. So I'm just going to put a straight line on this, which would have been a better idea when I had my ruler. And then lovely Backstage Ben is going to get me a bit of an iron. And we are going to put a hem on it just using the webbing, and then we're going to prove that you don't necessarily always need to sew to get your project underway.
What was the stuff we were using earlier as well for your lovely non-sticky?
Oh, the non-slip.
The non-slip. Yes, that was good stuff as well. You missed that this morning.
See, I may as well, if I'm going to do it, I may as well make something with it. So
are you? A little bit later.
That's big enough for what we need. So I'm just going to snip that down there. Now, with stripy things, I mean, I often rip fabrics because then you're guaranteed to get it straight along the warp and along the weft threads. But with the stripes, I would always cut them, because really you want to work to the pattern rather than working to the weave. Because you're going to just end up with a better finished result. Same as we did with the working with the pattern on the sewing machine pad that we made at the front there. We spent a bit of time moving things about, and you can see that on the 8 p.m. hour. We spent a little bit of time shuffling things about to make sure that we got a really nice pattern match on the front of there. So you can see it almost looks like one continuous piece of fabric, because you can see there all your foxes match up, and then even this little dude here
it's just nice
matches up as well. So that my pockets are quite random shapes, and I could have used a bigger bit of fabric and made my pockets all the same kind of shape, but I quite like it.
I like the random
shapes. Two over
here.
Yeah. I've got one in the middle and then one over here, all sorts of different sizes. But I think for sewing bits and pieces, you're going to have different shape and size boxes and things. Yes, accoutrement. That's an excellent word. Okay. Let me just snip this off, and then we'll use this fusible webbing. And I'll tell you what it's excellent for as well.
Yeah.
When you have to attach batting to things, you know, when you've got funny shapes.
Yeah.
And you need to kind of attach the layers together. It's brilliant for that as well. So maybe if you haven't got a fusible batting. So first of all, we use it for hem, and then we'll use it to attach things for backings. So let's flip that over. I'm going to use just this as to protect the table from the iron. And we're going to fold it over straight first. I'll just move that out of the way so I don't... Oh, he's even plugged it in for us. See, it's because it's Backstage Ben.
He's a professional.
Yeah, that's why he's called Backstage Ben. That's how he's earned his title. We have been making him a theme tune, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. I'm not going to attempt to sing it.
No, because we haven't finished it yet.
No, it's a work in progress.
It is a work in progress. So I'm just spending a little bit of time here. You can see I'm working along this quite slowly, but I'm trying to get my folded piece lined up with that next stripe underneath.
Yeah.
Because especially with stripes and things, it's that attention to detail that's going to kind of give you better results in the long run. So that can go over again. And let me just check this is about, it's about the right width of that. Actually, I'm going to go a tiny bit further. And stripes actually help in this kind of scenario because you can line them up.
Yeah.
Just make sure I don't stick myself to that. I'm going to do the same again, just line up my stripes as I go, making sure I've got it nice and even. There we go. They're all falling in now, because as soon as you start it off right, the rest will all just kind of fall in. So, if I now want to make that into a seam, the only thing you'll need to remember is it needs to be stuck on the top layer. So there's no point in putting it in that middle bit, because if I put it in that middle bit there, it'll stick to this piece, but it's not going to stick to here. And then when I turn it over, all this bit's going to be flapping about, and it's going to be just stuck in this little top section here. So it's got to go there. And you fold that over, and then go back over it with the iron. And you've got to let the heat penetrate all the way through. So rather than, it's a press rather than a wiggle situation. So do one section at a time. Make sure that heat penetrates all the way through to melt the glue that's in the middle. Oh, I've wiggled. Right, I'm going to fix that. Because can you see, I've just gone off a little bit there.
Yeah, well, you see, it wasn't there earlier when you reapplied.
Right. So, I'm going to heat it back up. Now, tweezers would be a good idea for this rather than fingers. But you can just unpick, resight, and then go back over that to keep it in place. So you can fix it.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't
Just heat it
actually. You can just reheat it if that's gone completely cold, and then you've realised
it's all gone wrong.
But I can stick that first, and what that's going to do is going to give me a little bit of extra rigidity in that seam. So especially if it's the top of pockets and things like on here, across the top of those pockets, adding that little bit of webbing is actually going to add a little bit of structure to it as well. So I've got beautifully kind of tight creases on there, and I still would stitch this. I still would stitch that, but it is an option for you, and it just saves you having the pins in.
Fantastic.
So you'll get much neater, much straighter finishes. That's proper straight.
That's gorgeous, that is. That's professional.
That's good work, that. Okay, so now, if we wanted to attach this, say we had something, a funny shapes cut out, or we were going to make this into a bag, and we needed it to be, held properly in place before we do that. This is where these huge sheets of interfacing come in really handy.
Right.
Because sometimes when you get, I'm just going to move this to the other side, out of the way of the sticky. There we go. When you get larger pieces, what you'll often find is the stuff that comes on a roll, the fuser web, bonder web, or there's several other names for it.
Yeah.
All of those will be limited. There'll be a 50 centimetre width. So if you've got larger pieces, what you can do.
Yeah.
This is a massive piece.
Yes, indeed.
I think it's another 150.
A metre and a half. Yeah.
Yes. So, huge piece this. So that means...
cut to size.
You can. Absolutely, you can just cut to the size that you need, and that's a really good price for that size as well, because I know when we've done this kind of stuff in the past, I'm just going to pick these bits off first because I don't want the glue to stick these in. When we've done bits in the past, it's been about 1.5 meters by 50 centimetres, and it's been that kind of price. So this is a phenomenal price. The only thing you have to remember is if you're just going straight onto the back of a piece of fabric, so say I was going straight onto here to cut out then for a plique, you either need to do it onto one of those silicone mats with this underneath, or you need to do it with some paper over the top. So not just copy paper, like a greaseproof or something like that. So you need to come up just a little bit and across a little bit. Right, so I've got my 3 layers there. Now, I haven't cut the side and I haven't cut the bottom, because I'm going to show you another little trick that you can use. So if I put that right up to the edge, it'll melt the glue.
Oh, so you're just tearing away.
So I'm just allowing it to melt the glue and then pulling it away.
But you're not putting the iron anywhere onto that. You're just to the edge of the material,
Shall I turn it round?
No, we can see. I was just double checking.
You can see, okay. Yeah, I've got the iron there. Okay. Now, I'm being careful because when I come to the back here, I'm going to kind of come a cropper. So I'm going to turn it round so the point goes right into here.
Yeah.
And then as soon as that glue's melted, I can just pull that excess away so you don't have to. And I'd go around the edges first.
Then you're assuring it gets right to the edge, aren't you, as opposed to, you know, trying with your cutting. And
yeah, there's nothing worse than when you cut it and then you haven't got the edges stuck properly. So use the heat of the iron just to release that glue.
And you're not wasting any either.
Nope.
Look at that, perfect.
Because sometimes you cut a bit that's too big and then you've got little bits left over, and then
right to the edge.
Now, if like there, do you see how I've pulled the fabric and you've just got a little bit of a curve coming in it? Same as we did before, we can just heat that up, and then we've got a little bit of time just to manipulate that and straighten those back out.
Lovely.
So yeah, lots and lots you can do with this. And now that's attached to there, that can then be, you know, used in whatever we need it to be. So we could make it into a bag, or if we're needing it, you know, a little bit of stiffening in something like a collar or anything really, then it's there, it's ready to go. And that can be any type of bag. I've used the Mega Roll batting that we've got on the show.
Yeah, it's a good all-purpose one, that, isn't it?
It can be anything. That could have been just 2 layers of fabric together. That could have just been onto a calico. It doesn't always have to be onto a wadding. But sometimes fusible wadding is exactly what you want, because you want it to stay in place, especially if you're making bags that are those kind of square-bottomed ones.
Oh,
where things can slip and slide about a little bit. It's a really good idea, and it'll just save you stitching all around the edges.
Yeah. No, fantastic top tip there. So don't forget our fabric free fusible web there, 1.5 meters by a metre, £12.99, 590454. I want to remind everybody those happy hour deals, because I'm very aware of time ticking by. We have got the lovely, should we start with these, the little ditsies? Yeah, set of 3. They are on a navy background with a pink ditzy print on the front there, sort of a yellow sort of marigold colour, and then also a beautiful sort of coral red there as well. Really beautiful, 100% cotton, £14.99, metre of each of those, 412380. That will go back up to £32.99 at 1 o'clock. So please take advantage.
One thing I do need to point out is that they are Perfect Occasions fabrics. Now, Perfect Occasions pre-cut all of theirs, which means that if you do order multiples, these will come as 3 individual meters, or 2 lots of 6 individual meters, rather than 3 continuous 2-metre pieces.
Yeah, which we've got with our one-day special, and obviously Fabric Freedom.
I think
thank you, Hayley. Very good point.
It's been cut 2 different ways on the same show. It's easier just to point it out.
So let's just buy twice. It's not a heartache, is it?
Have you put a sticker on yourself?
Have I? Probably.
Yeah,
just in case I lose
don't know
myself.
if it's left or right. Left arm up. No, is that the right arm up? Left arm up. There you go.
What have I become? I am Fawn Frolics. Fifi Fawn Frolics. Of course I am.
That couldn't have been
I am Feefo with the Prawn Frolics. There we go. Right.
That couldn't have been a better sticker, could it?
Exactly, it had to be the Prawn Frolics, didn't it? This is another one of our happy hour deals. This is our beautiful perfect occasion. So again, they will be cut on the metre each there. So if you want double that, they will be singular metres. So you'll have 2 singular metres of the blue, 2 if you do them double, as Haley's explaining. Beautiful 100% cotton, and that is 514702. $9.99 for both of those. Beautiful. And last but not least, yeah, we have got. Oh, we love these. It's
yeah,
gorgeous.
these are beautiful. Kind of the almost digital-looking prints with those kind of pixelated flowers on there, which look really clear from a distance. But then when you get up close, you can see it's made of loads of tiny little dots, almost like newspaper print.
Ooh, I hadn't realised that. I'm looking now.
Oh, here comes Holly. There, see, do you know what I mean? They're all kind of little dots that's made up from.
I just think they're gorgeous. Yeah, I just think they're gorgeous.
I just thought it was pretty fabric.
Yeah, what would you use those? They're a very sort of vintage feel for me.
Yeah,
really
I think
love
there's
them.
loads of things you could use. I mean, think for quilting, you'd need to maybe get greys and the reds to kind of match in with it. But I think your kind of statement pieces for home decor, I think they'd be really nice for. Or use the interfacing, put a heavier weight calico on the back of it, and that would make a really nice blind.
Oh!
Steady.
Love the idea. Love the ideas. $14.99, 495077. You get all 3 of those. $14.99. Shall we mention a happy mistake? I am a bit obsessed. You know I am. Single figures for my zips. Well, they're not mine personally, but I've claimed them. We've decided this is all one terrible anomaly of a mistake, but we are loving the fact.
Well, yes, because £1 a zip is still quite cheap, and yeah, that doesn't look right to me.
Look, I'm telling you, with a one-day special, it's like we
I'm not saying it's definitely wrong,
huh?
But I'm just saying it's unlikely to be right.
So
that's not definitely wrong.
So that's some way of saying take advantage, was it?
A little bit, yeah.
Sort of.
Oh, that one goes quite well with the wine colour, doesn't it?
Well, you like doing your contrast, don't you? I'm matching, but I know you like
contrast.
contrast.
I like the matching. No, go with the matching.
Because I thought, well, we've got a lot going on. I mean, it doesn't matter.
Can I just interrupt your matching fun for a second, though?
Oh.
Do you want to do the numbers first?
Yeah, $11.99, 462 993. We're down to
between us. We're making a whole person today. So me and Paula
Between the two of us will get there.
She had all the languages and I had the maths and the science, and between us we made like one proper good quiz team person.
Fantastic. Take advantage. Yeah. We'll get there eventually. Just hang on in there. More.
Wait.
More. What?
What?
Technically gone. Technically sold out. Oh, this is great. We're curing zip phobias all over the world here. $11.99. Technically sold out. Well done to you. Yeah, well, don't forget Fawn Frolics are still available. Don't forget the lovely floral bouquets, abstract flowers, bathers and tomato soup. You've got all your basics there as well. The one-day special.
I want some other options on what the tomato soup options could be.
Strawberry jam, says our Charlotte.
Would that not be a bit thick, though?
Well, that's why they're just
I'm
suspended
concerned
in the jam.
by the viscosity of that one. It might just... Oh, it could be jelly. It could just be diving in and bouncing off. And so, I know we've not got long, so I want to squeeze this one in. This is the non-slip backing, and this one is fantastic because we made a little mat with it earlier, which has got the non-slip on the back, which is perfect for having your sewing machines on, or even something you just want to go over the edge of a table or the arm of a chair. Maybe even you've got a tablecloth. I couldn't think of the word there. You know when you just can't.
Maybe you've got an anti-camasters. Do you remember those anti-camasters on the back of the settees? Did you know those?
Yeah, my granddad used to have.
Oh my goodness! That word doesn't get used enough, Hayley.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, does it? Oh, and there was matching ones that went over the arms.
The sleeves.
Yes.
Sorry, I digress.
But if you've got a tablecloth and it keeps slipping off,
yes,
you can always. It doesn't have to be everywhere. You can either cut it to the size of the table, or you can just put a few little strips on.
That's a great idea.
To stop it slipping. But one thing that I think it's absolutely perfect and completely essential for is these blighters. Every single sewer has had this. They put little rubber stoppers on.
Yes,
they mean nothing. But that I can wobble the table more than that foot's moving.
It ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, so brilliant for that. Now, a lot of them often have these little rubber stoppers on, so you could sew a proper little kind of cosy for it, you know, some of the strap that went across the front and the strap that went kind of, or elastic that went round. Just need to make sure if you are doing that, I have disconnected this from the sewing machine, by the way, that you still got your full range of movement for pushing it down. So I would probably recommend a piece of elastic that went all the way over the top, piece of elastic that went all the way over the bottom, or your other option is just a few little sticky fixes on the back there. Cut it to size and a few little sticky fixes, and that will save you a whole load of pain.
That anti-slip material. You had the great idea earlier, is it next week for your lovely slippy slippers?
Oh, slippy slippers.
Table runners, anything that's slippy
Yes, these are for Monday. These were done by Tracy. See, said so at the bottom.
I suppose you put it on gloves as well for the fingertips. A bit of grip.
Do you know what? I wonder if it works on your phone.
Grip.
I'm going to see if it'll work on your phone, because imagine just cutting a few bits off and sticking it on your...
Yeah.
I'm going to investigate.
That's it. Projects. Is that for 4 o'clock or next week, Tuesday?
Yeah, I'm going to investigate. These are for Monday.
Monday.
Because we've got some marvellous marbled fabrics. But I will check the finger thing out. Do you know, I'm going to chop a bit off now and take it with me.
She's going.
Right.
Don't forget... There we go.
I'm not going to go right now. I will wait for the last
We've got 6
5
minutes left.
Okay.
So, yeah, don't miss out.
Can I go?
Hey?
Can I go early? No, you chocolate
We're
waiting.
going to have to keep everybody in suspenders till 4 o'clock, Hayley. They're going to have... This is why, you know, it's the lure of coming back at 4 to see did she or did she not succeed in the finger test, yeah.
Okay.
Just keeping everybody in suspense.
I'm not going to lie for you, it's got weird.
Yeah, it has got a bit weird, but that's you.
Mind you, we got away with the first hour all right, didn't we?
We did. Need to
So it took a while today.
8 o'clock was perfect. We were on fire. We peaked, didn't we?
Yeah, I think we did. We peaked at 8 o'clock this morning. It's all downhill from there.
Hayley will be back with us at 4 o'clock as well. But let me just remind you of the one-day special. With the super deal. It comprises of 10 individual 1 metres of what we are calling the darks, which are these beautiful colours here, from your black to your grey to your browns to your greens to the lovely plum and damsons there. And then you have your rainbow brights, red right through to the cerise pink. You are getting a metre of each.
Yes, a metre of each.
I question it every time because I can't believe it.
Again, that's the difference between polycotton and cotton. The main advantage for me is cost, because you're paying £2.80 a metre on this, and if you had the equivalent, this is about poplin weight, which is like a shirting weight material, so if you had the equivalent weight of fabric in cotton, you'd be looking at £8 to £10 a metre.
That's a big difference.
And it's just because, again, it's got that recyclable element, because they can manufacture the polycotton, the polyester element of the polycotton threads far more cheaply than they can, you know, wait for the cotton plants to grow and then pick them and then spin them and wash them and all the rest of it. So that's what makes the difference.
And then you've got
just
your lights.
Durability is one of the best things for polycotton. And I think it did have a really, really bad rap in the kind of 70s, 80s. Everybody got, you know, so used to polyester being a really staticky, horrible,
kind of
stiff
sweaty. But this
fabric.
has moved on such a, you know,
it's moved on such a lot, and it's really nice. And I think they've now got the right mix as well. It tends to be 60-40, the mix on the... I will check what this is, but I think it's a 60-40. And it feels like a cotton. It's just got that little bit kind of more flexibility in terms of use for creasing, and it's got that, you know, it'll dry so much quicker as well, which is always a help. And those high-traffic projects, that's my phrase now, high-traffic.
Fantastic, she likes that phrase.
I do.
Comes in, watch out for it in the 4 o'clock. A lovely high saturation of colour, as Hayley was explaining to us earlier. So there are your 3 choices for £27.99. Because it's obviously with our Hayley and the Fabric Freedom, if you want double that, they will be cut to the 2 metres per individual one. The super bundle is all of them. All of these beautiful fabrics, I know, for a phenomenal 2 flexi-buy payments or a one-off payment of £79.97. We are taking the saving from each individual bundling, plus adding the £4 saving there. That's why the price point is so great for 30 individual 1 metres. And you have got your stash built there, seriously, haven't you?
Yes, it's an instant stash, is what this is.
Gorgeous.
So if you're starting out, it's a great option, because you can always test your project on a polycotton first, because if you say your project takes 1.5 metres of fabric, if you've done that in a nice nice posh cotton, then you're looking at £15 to £20.
Well, we've got our lovely posh cottons for £10 on the show, haven't we? The $14.99.
I'm talking if you've gone and bought something like, you know, like a
Make 'em go further.
Moda or like, you know, one of the kind of really, you know, the big names in cottons. So this is a great way to, if you've got a new pattern, it's a great way to test it out first and make sure that everything's fitting together right and there's no tweaks that you want to make. Once you've done that, then you can go ahead and redo it in your proper fabric, and it's always easier the second time around with a pattern as well. So once you've known what the tricks and the sneaks are, then you've...
That's really good advice, actually. I didn't thought about those new projects.
Because people often do them in calicos. They'll do... is it... I want to say no. It's twills or twirls or toils or... I can never remember the name of, you know, when you mock up a garment in calico.
Yes. Ah.
Exactly the same principle.
Okay.
Do
Lovely.
it with a polycotton first and just check that you like it. I mean, half the time it'll come out right and you'll be delighted. And then the other half of the time when it doesn't come out right, you'll also be delighted because you haven't ruined your good fabric.
Exactly. And we have
measure twice, cut once.
Oh, yes, indeed, indeed. Sage advice there. 70% of the super deal has gone 70%. Don't forget those beautiful cottons there by occasions that are for the happy hour deals that will close at 1 o'clock. So if you're loving any of those, don't miss out on those roses. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Don't miss out on the roses. $14.90. They're beautiful. They're the cotton there from occasion, so they will be cut to a metre each. They're beautiful. That happy hour deal is going to end at 1. Hayley, thank you so much.
Thank
we'll
you,
see
Fee.
Hayley at 4 o'clock.
Oh, I've got Hayley.
Well, I'm not.
Is it you again?
Be Paula.
Oh, Mrs.
You'll
P.
have gone full circle.
Mrs. P, back to Paula.
Mrs. P, the big P. She'll be back.
Yeah, last night was a bit funny. So
We're gonna have to watch it and rewind.
we just had a lovely
Did you
time
get
to
giddy?
ourselves.
Did you
Well,
get
we
giddy?
did. Well, we'll explain later.
We need to watch our rewind.
It's
Well,
fine,
we've got all
yes.
at 4 o'clock. She'll test out the finger thing as well.
I will.
So,
I've
4
got it.
o'clock.
I'm ready.
Don't forget to check out your baskets. Thank you so much, Hayley. If you've got any questions for Hayley, I think she pretty much answered them all myself. But if you have got any questions, don't forget, let us know for the 4 o'clock show with Paola and the lovely Hayley. Don't forget to check out your baskets. 70% of the super deal, which is all those beautiful fabrics on the one-day special. Great savings. So don't forget to check out your baskets there. But hopefully we'll see you at 4 o'clock for another recap with Hayley. Thank you, darling.
Bye.
Bye. Let's see what's coming up. Okay, Hayley is up next, and we have got an hour with Paverpol. And then we are crafting with clarity for a double bubble 2 hours. Ooh, well, maybe it's 1 and then another hour later.
Hi, I'm Emma.
And I'm Pam.
And we're from Quilters Trading Post. We've been open since 2007, so we're coming up to 10 years now.
We started our business in Cambridge, really, with a long arm quilting machine. We decided we wanted to make a proper business of it, so we bought a shop in this area. We soon grew out of that because we became successful, and we bought a school, and now we're in the school.
We have 4 parts to our business. We have the quilting service, we run workshops, we sell patchwork and quilting threads, fabrics and notions, and we do patterns and books. That's our newest thing, and our favourite being our Crafters Carry-All.
We've really enjoyed being on Hochanda. It's made us famous, really. We've got lots of people who now come into the shop and tell us that they've seen us, and that they've enjoyed the demonstrations, and they've watched us over and over again.
Make sure you don't miss our shows here on Hochanda.
Have you heard of Hochanda Freedom? Did you know that as a Hochanda Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £5.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Hochanda Freedom members badge, regular newsletters, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with Hochanda more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause it if you're going away, or you can cancel it at any time. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or head to the website, quoting item number 88888, and join Hochanda Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. Oakwood Archer is a family-run business and my son and my daughter work very hard with me to bring the best craft items to you in the UK. We specialise in high-quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Working with Hochanda is fantastic for us. It gives us the opportunity to bring all of these brands and all of these products from all over the world direct to you, the crafter in the UK. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter. So please don't miss Oakwood Archer shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Join me for some amazing Fabric Freedom shows. Fabric Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilting cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Hello there and welcome. Welcome to what is going to be an amazing hour. We have got a brand new company to us here at Hochanda, bringing you an incredible range of creative elements that means that you can sculpt, that you can turn and recycle things that you've got at home into amazing sculptures and amazing, wonderful pieces of art, as you can see. Now you can see the details on the screen there, Pavapol or Paverpol, depends on how you want to pronounce it, but it's a brand new company to us here at Hochanda. So of course, brand new company means we've got a brand new guest. And this is Susan. Hello Susan, how are you doing?
Hi Hayley, I'm fine, thank you today. Bit nervous, but...
Oh, there's no, you're amongst friends, don't
Thank
worry.
you.
Everybody wants everything to be a huge success for you, so
you.
don't worry. Now, I'm incredibly nosy, they've probably warned you already, but I know our viewers, as well as myself, would like to know a little bit more, if you don't mind sharing, about yourself and about Pavapol as well, because they're a company from the Netherlands, I believe, is that right?
That's correct, yes, yeah. Pavapol's been going for quite a few years now. And I started working with Pavapol in 2006.
Oh, so quite a while
Quite a long time ago,
yeah.
and I just began by doing my own sculptures and being creative with it that way.
So how did you get involved? I mean, did you hear about the product and you got involved as kind of a crafter using the product and then it went from there?
Yeah, just as a crafter using the product, I saw an advert in a craft magazine and I was looking for something to do to be a creative. So I just taught myself how to do it. And then picked up on it and became a professional sculptor, I suppose.
Yeah.
And then about 6 years ago, we took on the importing of the Pavapol to promote it and to grow it.
And hence you are here.
We're here.
And that's why we've got immediate dispatch with these as well, because quite often when we do talk about products coming from suppliers overseas, then we have to add on that extended delivery, but not with these. We have got these available for immediate dispatch. So if you like the look of any of these goodies already, by all means do join. Pop them into your basket, check your baskets out. Any questions? We've got 2 shows with Susan, this one and another one at 5 o'clock. So do make sure you get involved. Now I'm going to quickly scoot along the counter so as we can get straight into demonstration. But you've got some wonderful kits to get started with here, and as we say, you can incorporate other things, and we have kind of got the mediums, the raw essentials, that if you do know exactly what you want from Paverpole, then you can jump ahead and get hold of those as well. But this is a brilliant one to get started with, because this particular one is kind of a self-contained kit, this one, and I know you're going to be taking us through how these all work, but you start off kind of with your form, and this is already wired and twisted into this shape.
Yes, it is. You get the wire frame, so you don't have to do any of the twisting and bending. It is in that shape, and all you have to do is create the sculpture.
I love it. You've got full instructions, needless to say, that's going to take you step by step all through how you kind of take that original form there. So you've got your contents in there, what you might need that you're going to have in your crafty stash. And I can see tin foil features a lot within working with these.
Yes, yes, it does.
Which we've all got. A much better way of using tin foil than cooking, isn't it?
Absolutely.
You've also got your kind of raw essentials. So you've got your stockinette, and you've also got your kind of cotton jersey. And one of the things that you mentioned earlier on is that the case that you have to have natural fibres when you're working with these.
That's right. Paverpole does not like synthetic materials or nylons or anything like that.
Wonderful. You've got little kind of tools like your mixing spatula there. You've even got an apron to protect your clothing. And if we come to the tub at the back first, because this is where you're going to create your form using this.
You're going to, once you've built your form, you're going to use that with the fabric. So then that hardens the fabric and it does make it weatherproof.
Lovely. And then you've got a couple of little pots of colour in there as well, so as you can add your colour. As you can see, I mean, the finished sculpture that we've got here, and they are pieces of art and sculpture, as you can see, absolutely incredible. And the stockinette, I mean, even down to those little tiny loose fibres that you've got there, are captured within the Paverpole.
It does. It holds its shape really well, and it does let you see all the different textures in the fabric.
Love it. There you go. So if you're wanting to get hold of this one, the details are on your screen. As you can see, there are 2 flexi buys. It's proven to be a very, very popular set, and you are going to learn how to create your forms as the hour progresses. So if you fancy getting involved with that set, then you can do 457834. Now, the next one that we've got is the one that we're actually going to see in a demonstration. And as you can see, her arm's outstretched already. I'm just going to move her little arm down to the side, if that's okay, just so as you can see this beautiful piece behind here. This is incredible, and you're going to show us how we can recreate something similar.
I'll certainly try.
This is amazing. So this has been created, obviously within the kit. You've got your wooden piece, as you can see, your wooden base. You've also got your wire form. Again, that when it comes to you, you kind of arrange it, shall we say, to the pose that you want, because it might not be in the pose that you need when you first get it. You're getting, now, what on earth is this?
That's called paver cotton, and it's all strands of cotton that you use to create the hair.
Oh, I see.
It can also be used if you want to create a dog or something like that, used in art as well.
I love it. Okay, so you're going to be able to use that. Now, I noticed with this one we've not got any fabric included, so we're going to source that ourselves.
That's right. It's a good way of recycling an old T-shirt.
Okay, so we just need to be aware that it's natural fibres that we're working with.
Yes.
Love it. But of course, it's that jersey nature, isn't it?
That's right.
And malleable.
And in the instructions, there is a drawing to show you how to cut it all out.
Now, this is a good point, actually, because if I open the instructions, that we've actually got a version of it, or an actual T-shirt that's kind of got the lines on there. But you were saying you don't actually have to draw the lines on there. You're kind of cutting it.
That's right. It just gives you all the measurements and things.
There we go. Let's have a little look. So when we go in, it's folded straight back up again. Not to worry. There you go. That's the illustration I wanted to show you. So there you go. So you've got your layout of your T-shirt, and it's showing you how you get those different pieces. And there you go. How many quantities of those that you need, and how to cut them out of your T-shirt to get started. Does it have to be a white T-shirt that you're working with?
No, it doesn't. It can be any colour T-shirt. The colour may show through the bronze.
Okay.
But that adds to the effect and the uniqueness of your sculpture.
Actually, yeah, could enhance it, couldn't it? So there you go.
Absolutely.
Worth knowing. The details are on your screen. 2 flexi buys on this one as well. As you can see there, £19.98 being your price. You've got everything bar the fabric that you need, and obviously your tin foil that you'll need as well to help you create. But doesn't she look amazing? I mean, her hair, using that wonderful... Oh my goodness, we are busy. Nearly 10% of the stock has gone. Now, within the pot, obviously you've got your Paverpole this time. It's kind of like a bronze tone that we've got this time.
This is a bronze colour that is more traditional and more well known amongst people who sculpt, and it just creates that classic look.
Doesn't it look amazing? Now, obviously we've got enough in here to create our project. Will we have some left over?
There will be a little bit left over to make maybe another small mini sculpture.
Okay, but I suppose it depends on how much fabric you use to create her skirt and things like that.
That's right, yes.
Love it, there you go. So if you fancy getting hold of this set, as many of you are, £39.95, a very affordable way for you to get started. 143889. Now the next piece that we're sharing with you, I mean, it's a beautifully contemporary piece, as you can see with this one. And you've got your two characters with their outstretched arms, and I love this because they kind of have that fusion, whereas you work your way down the sculpture you see that the two become one almost. I think it's a lovely way that these have been brought together. I will rotate it for you as well so you can see it from different dimensions, because it really does create a beautiful structure, as you can see. Now again, this one we've got slightly different setup with this one. You've got your wire forms again that we're used to, but we've got with this one, what type of paverpole have we got with this one? Because we've got 2 tubs.
You're using 2 tubs there. One is the paverpole, and it's a grey in colour.
Okay.
And the other pot is a pot of powder, and that powder then is mixed with the paverpole, and it creates a clay substance. So it's got to be like thick custard or peanut butter.
Okay.
And you paste that onto your foiled sculpture to create that.
So we don't need any fabric with this one?
Don't need fabric for that one, yeah.
And again, your full instructions are included there. But so, of course, step by step, it's going to show you how to do that and all those elements that you need at home. Many of the things that we've got around our home already, I'm sure you'll be able to check from there and see those. And again, what an amazing form. Now, the colour has been applied, and you're getting 4 pots of colour with this one.
You do. So on top of the grey paverpole will dry grey, and then you've got the 4 colours of highlight. So going from your dark blue to your turquoise to your gold.
Beautiful. I love that as well.
And then the burnt sienna colour is on the base.
Oh,
creating
I see.
like
Yes, of
the
course.
base
Can I lift this up so as you can see? Because it's almost like I mean, it's very artistic. It's almost like the root of a tree, and from that root, that base, you kind of maybe extending out to 2 personalities, 2 people. But you can see that gorgeous kind of bluey tone coming through as well with these. Now, I'm looking at something like this, and I'm thinking this would look amazing in a garden. Can you actually put these outside?
They are. They're fully weatherproof once the paverpole has cured and set hard. Yes.
Oh, wow.
So after a week to 2 weeks, you can actually put them out in the garden.
I love that. So even, I mean, today we're getting more than our fair share of water and wind today, aren't we? So even on the windiest and the wettest of days, or is it best to protect them to prolong their life?
You can protect them with a bit of varnish if you want to, if you live in a particularly wet area or through the winter.
Wonderful.
But otherwise they are weatherproof.
Love it. There you go. So if you fancy getting hold of that piece, 2 flexi buys on that one again. So again, you can add these different elements into your basket and spread the cost. I think every single one that we've looked at so far have got flexi buy on them at the moment. I think they have, haven't they, as you've been looking? So very affordable for you to get involved with them. So yeah, every single one of these have got flexi buy on there. So for a little over £15 for the first one that we were speaking of, or this one for a little over £20, then you are going to be able to get involved and create something amazing. But of course, adding colour, well, you will see lots of you have been going for these already. Now, these are amazing. We've got a bundle, as you can see there, you're going to choose any 3 of these, and they are already in their predetermined bundle. So you've got 5 different options. Primaries, as you can see, being your first option. I'm going to top some of these down a little bit, just so as you can see the bases of those with the different colours. So you've got your primaries. Obviously, you know your primaries. You don't need to see those ones switch over. Then you've got your gorgeous blues, as you can see there. Shades of blue. Down at the bottom we've got your shades of green, so this is lovely if you're looking at creating maybe something more of a coppery tone, a verdigris look maybe. Those would be nice ones to go for. Then you've got your shades of brown. So if you fancy kind of getting those different shades, those earthy tones. But telling you that, though, we have got an earthy tone set that have got different colours. These 2 together actually work really well. You kind of got that gorgeous terracotta red featuring in there, going the right way through to the mustard as well. Very busy for everything we've shown you so far. So if you do fancy getting hold of these, they are pigment colours. So I'm guessing, can we use these within our own crafting environments as well, not just with paverpole?
You can use them mostly if you mix them with a bit of a varnish substance.
So it needs some sort of carrier with it?
It does need a carrier because they are powder pigments.
Okay.
And then they work very well with the transparent paper pole.
Well, that's right. I'm going to tell you about the transparent in just a few moments. So yes, if you want to get hold of yours, your trios, as you can see on your screen there, yeah, whichever you fancy going for. Same item number. If you're wanting to go back in, then you can do, and obviously add another set in there. Now, something that we were busy for before we even got started is this little pot of magic here called the wrappers. So, have we got the lid? Can I take the lid off this? I just wondered. I didn't know if it was already open. I don't think. Oh yes, yes, it has. Now, what we've got in here, we've got these kind of wrappers. Now, these are natural fibres.
They are. It's cotton fabric. You can cut them into strips and wrap them around the body of your sculpture as well, or leave them whole, or cut them in half and work with them.
Oh, they open out as well. Gosh, they are big. I thought they were just little squares, but each one of them, you've got 100 in total. So you've got a good area that you're covering
it is,
with
yes,
these.
very much so.
Like that idea. So yeah, these are perfect if you are wanting to add dimension. We'll be talking about form and adding obviously muscle tone and kind of areas of your body to give your sculpture shape, and this is a perfect way for you to do that. £12.95 if you fancy those. I know that they have been popular before we even came on air. Rapidly approaching 40% of the stock has gone already. In fact, now we're approaching half. I'm a bit slow on the uptake with these updates, so I do apologise. But if you want those ones, the details are there. Again, adding it into your flexi order, you are spreading the cost of those, and of course if you do want to go for multiples, you can do. Now, inspiration. Obviously, you've got lovely Susan here with her expertise and her obviously all her inspiration she's going to bring to you. But if you like a book, a good book to follow or thumb through, then this is a perfect one for you. And I have to say, the artistry that we've got in here, Susan, I mean, this is mind-boggling.
They are beautiful. My favourite, I think, is called Kira on page 29, and she's beautiful subject.
Oh, we will find her in a few moments. Now, what are we finding within this book?
There's about 60 different designs that you can make. And the instructions are in English and in Dutch.
Wow, absolutely amazing. Some beautiful pieces. And I'm guessing that if you've got little pieces in your own stash at home, oh wow, that's dramatic, isn't it?
Lovely.
That is gorgeous. That's Robin. We had a Robin who worked here. I don't remember her looking like that though. She may well have done. Ooh, now this one's a kind of mystical look.
Very much so, yes. Love her hat.
Steampunk, I'm thinking, I know we have lots of viewers who absolutely love their steampunk, so I know these are going to be popular. Now, it's page 29 I'm looking for, isn't it? I haven't got my glasses on, so where are we? 18, 20... Oh, now where are we up to? I'll have to look on the monitor because I can't see. Where are we up to with this one? That's amazing. Love these. Are we nearly there? Is it this one? Oh,
that one.
That one, yes.
She's stunning, isn't she?
Oh my goodness, yes. I can understand why you like that. I mean, that's an amazing backdrop as well. That is lovely, and the fabric there as well. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. So loads of inspiration, but also you've got your tuition within here as well.
That's right. There's full instructions how to twist the wire and how to cut the lengths of wire, how to wrap, how to do everything really. It's a very useful book.
Very useful book there, wonderful to thumb through. And again, £29.95, an affordable way for you to get that tuition to help you well on your Paverpole journey. So 883628 if you're wanting those. Now, of course, we were talking about the pigments a few moments ago, and Susan touched on the fact of the transparent. Well, we have got the transparent available for you in the next option that we've got here. So you've got your different pots here. Now, you are going to get one pot for your £12.50, but you decide on which colour. Now, you've got your transparent, which of course you're going to add your tone to yours and turn it into whatever colour you like. But then you have got some of the ones that we have seen already. So if you want more of your bronze, then you have got your bronze available there. Touched on the grey. Well, we've got more of the grey featuring at the bottom there. And of course, if you want more of the black that we saw with the first kit, then you have got that as well. £12.50, whichever of those tubs that you work with. And of course, just add in those natural fibres, your tin foil and your form, and there you go. Away you go. 102 and then 236 is the item number with this one. Also, we've got some fabulous little elements here that you can add in. Now, talk me around what we've got here, these fabulous little tubs.
That's something called paver scrub, and it's little granules that you can actually, using the transparent or even a colour, you can sort of drizzle or drop them onto your wet surface of the paver.
So do they stay in the form that they are, or do they
do stay in the form, or you
right,
can crinkle them up, crumble them up a little bit more to make them finer. And it creates sort of a mosaic type effect.
Yes, yeah.
They're very interesting, and you can use either the one colour or you could combine the different colours and different patterns and shapes. Brilliant for artwork, 3D artwork as well.
Love that. So there you go. I could imagine you adding those to your, things like your gel mediums and things that we might already have within our stash. Love those. £9.99. You've got obviously your 5 different colours to choose from: your blue, your granite, your pink, terracotta, and your green. £9.99, whichever of those pots you choose to go for. So a 587758 being that all important item number. So that's pretty much covered everything that we've been chatting about. Do keep an eye on your baskets as you check out your orders as well. We have got some additional bits and pieces that you may hear Susan refer to, and of course you can add those in as your end of call items as you check out your baskets as well. But on the website there's loads. Have a look at that, all the things that we've been speaking of, and of course being a brand new company, a brand new range of products, you may have questions to ask. By all means, please ask away. studio@hochanda.com if you're wanting to get in touch. And the girl sculpture that we're about to be looking at, 40% of the stock has gone of that one. Now I'm going to pop her into our basket. We're going to pop some of those fabulous pigments in there. You've got all those choices of colours there, and then add those into your basket. We're going to check out our basket, but as we have a little look there, we can spread the cost, because of course you can see it's one of those options. Got Flexi Buy on the girl there, so that means everything else. Now these are your add-ons, so if you want more of your stockinette, you can add that in for an extra £4.95, no additional post unpacking. But our Molly, who is working at the screen at the moment, she's very greedy. She wants to add some of those other goodies in. So as long as you are logged in, you can add as many of those items in as your add-ons, as no additional post unpacking with regards to those. So Susan, over to you. What do we need to do when we get these bundles home?
Thanks, Hayley. Your descriptions and everything are wonderful. When you get your kit home for the little bronze sitting girl, you'll have everything in there that you need. You will have to have a t-shirt that you can recycle, and some aluminium foil, and some pliers and some scissors, just to help you create your sculpture. Absolutely, in your kitchen, yes. Okay. No need to go out and buy anything necessarily. You get the little wire framework in the kit, which comes like this, and you can use your foil to foil it. I did one earlier just to save a bit of time and save the noise on the screen.
Is it very rustly? Oh, our director loves a good rustle on the microphone. Makes his day.
Good. So I always start with the head first, and it's a nice sort of egg shape, and you can create it so that it will hold the fabric.
So would that be completely made of foil there?
Yes,
or could
it's
you
all
use like
totally
a polystyrene ball or anything inside it?
You could use a polystyrene ball if you wanted to if you could find one small enough to put in the middle of that.
Okay, yeah.
But otherwise it is easier to create and form the shape of the head.
And you need to make sure it's very, very smooth, because that looks incredibly smooth what you've created there.
It's best to make it smooth, so when you do the fabric on the head, I'll show you this one. So it does come up really nice and smooth.
Nice smooth skin. Yeah.
So because you don't want lumps and bumps. But however, if you wanted to put a little nose underneath, you could.
Okay, I love that.
Just to create
Talking of fabric as well, just very, very quickly, I will let Susan carry on in a few moments, but it's important for me to let you know that those fabric squares that we were looking at, that wonderful little pot, it is limited in stock. In fact, I was meant to tell you a little while ago, so apologies. It has sold out, but we have got it back on extended delivery. So if you're placing your order from this moment on, you're just looking at additional 10 days. You can still get hold of it. Same item number, but yes, I apologise. I should have warned you a little sooner, but I was getting into the demo just like you guys were.
So after you've done the head, Hayley, the best thing to do is the neck, and then you start working on the torso, and then creating the female form.
Okay.
So making sure she's got some nice shape so that the fabric will drape over it nicely, so she's not all flat.
Lovely.
And so I will show you quickly how to do just the one leg.
Okay.
Just to give an idea of how it's done.
Wonderful.
And I usually just take a piece of foil.
And does it have to be any fancy foil with it, or could you use the most economic foil at the supermarket?
Absolutely, yes. You don't have to spend a lot of money. So the best way to do this is to just fold your piece of foil. Just move that out the way so you can see. Bring it up onto the leg and basically just twist it around.
As easy as that.
Make it nice and firm.
Okay.
and remember her foot as well.
Okay. Half the stock, incidentally, of this particular, approaching half the stock of this particular kit has gone. So £39.95. You've got 2 flexi buys on this one, incidentally, as well, which is the case for any of the kits that you go for. But a very affordable £19.98 today, along with your post and packing for that one.
That's her foot done. There you go. So that's what you do, and then you just tidy up all the loose ends with the masking tape.
Okay.
So that when you start working with the paper pole, it doesn't get caught up in everything. I often work with the plinth wrapped in plastic.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So that you can then have the wood as plain wood afterwards, or you can paint it the same way as I've done that one.
So yeah, that's a good point, because you might want to keep the natural look of it to
Absolutely.
it. I do kind of like it though with that bronze pavapol on there, because it kind of all moulds together, doesn't it? Looks amazing. This is the character that we're working with at the moment. As you can see, I love the folds of her dress, even down to that lovely little bow at the back there. And of course, you have even got the kind of cotton fibres to create her hair. What did you call the fibres again that we've got here?
Pavacotton.
Pavacotton. I think that's just a cute little word, isn't it? Pavacotton. Like that. And it's actually one of those items that you can add additional elements of that in when you come to check out your order as well. But isn't that beautiful? Love that. Very creative.
So I'm just mixing the paper pole, Hayley, because it comes, there's always a layer of water sitting on the top. But if you just mix that all in nicely, so you just get
You've not got gloves on there though. Do you need gloves?
You don't need gloves. It's all water-based. It's an amazing product. I've never worn gloves in the whole time that
Even when you're
worked
working with the black tone?
Even with the black.
Really?
Occasionally it gets under your nails, but just some warm water will get it off.
You don't mind that, do you?
No, not at all. Just have to be careful that if you get it on your clothes and it gets hard, you will never get it off.
That's a good point.
So if it gets on your clothes, just wash it off straight away.
Okay. And you are getting an apron in with these kits as well, so obviously that's going to help, but if you have got a dedicated apron or maybe an old shirt or something like that.
There you go, that's all mixed enough. So I'm going to just bring on this little lady that I've partially done.
Okay.
And just show you how to do the leg. I have done the fabric on the rest of it the other day, so she's nice and dry.
Okay.
But it is easy enough to do.
I love the way that when you pop her down, she's so balanced. She's not falling off that plinth at all, is she?
Well, that's a good point, because you need to make, when you are foiling, just to make sure that the underneath of her is nice and stable,
Nice
so
flat
she's not
surface.
wobbling all over the show. So if I just show you how to work with the paper pole.
Lovely.
Hope you can see it
We
properly.
can indeed, yeah.
So the best way to do it is just to lay the fabric on the top of the paper pole and just work it in to wet the whole fabric. If you are using the wrappers, you wrap the leg in, you wet the foil, wrap the leg in the wrapper, and then brush the paper pole onto the wrapper to totally wet it and leave it to go hard.
Okay.
But on this particular lady, we are using the most of our recycled t-shirt. It is a bit messy, so as long as you like getting your hands dirty. And I don't know if you noticed, but I did squeeze out the excess there, because you don't want it dripping everywhere.
Okay.
So for doing the arms and legs, this is the method that you would do, is just to roll your piece of fabric up into like a bandage.
And any top tips as to how you kind of work this? I mean, going from her toe to her thigh or the other way around?
From her foot up towards her body. And the same with the arms. You would start with her hands, working up towards her chest. Usually I do the body pieces last, just to create that nice smooth finish.
And do you have to work quickly with this? I mean, what's the kind of setting time?
You've got about an hour, hour and a half, depending on the weather. If it's hot, it starts going very tacky and very sticky.
Okay.
So starting at the foot, if you just lay the piece of fabric over and then just hook that one up and over, and then start rolling like you're rolling a bandage on.
It's like if you've ever had a break in your leg or something
Absolutely.
like that. Absolutely.
It's almost like creating a mummy. One of the Egyptian mummies.
And of course, because you've got that wire form there, I'm guessing that if you need to move any of the elements, you can move them around.
You can move her while she's still wet, and soft. Now, if I had to move her, it might crack because it has gone solid, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, of course, we're working with one of those kits, but as time goes on, I'm sure you'll be looking at kind of going a bit free rein with these. It might be that you're already stocking up on some of those elements, ready and mindful of something else that you're wanting to create. Well, the book has proved to be very popular. I think there's lots of you that are looking for inspiration. And you can see within here, you have got some amazing projects that you can be creating. Lots and lots of thoughts and ideas and different designs. 80% of the stock has gone of this one there. And as you can see there, you've got some wonderful pieces. I love this where you've got the kind of little tea lights there. So home decor you could be creating with this. You'd be creating, I mean, look at that. That one is Susan's favourite. And you can understand why. I mean, it's such an elegant piece. Isn't it? Love the drape of that fabric. But that fabric could be special fabric that's from a particular memory of a person or an outfit. Oh, it's our Paula. There she is, our little Paula, our Spanish Paula, bless her there. She's going to like that one, isn't she? Paula's going to be with you for the 5 o'clock later on, 5 o'clock show. But of course, with these, you are using your natural fibres throughout. And again, you could be making fabulous gifts, friends, family, or even for your own home using these. So lots of artistry there to help you. But then you have got the tuition working your way through here. And we've got a little photograph there of a child crafting with this. So are we okay to work with children? Oh, children are okay to work with this? Adult supervision, I'm guessing.
Yes, with adult supervision, and obviously tell them not to drink it.
Well, yes, or anybody,
yes.
to be honest.
But yes, it is very safe and friendly for children to work with.
It is now approaching limited stock, that particular book. It's very affordable at £29.95. So limited stock now. If you're wanting yours, details for immediate dispatch are on your screen there, 883628. If you're wanting to get hold of that. Okay. See, this is coming together already. It's really
she
taking
is, isn't she?
there,
Yes.
isn't it? Yeah.
So with using the leftover pieces, because you will have cut all your pattern pieces out your T-shirt, and leftover pieces I've just cut into sort of squares, rectangles, even the sleeve forms part of it as well. So the best way to do it, to start the dressing, is just to have a quick play with your dry fabric, to get an idea of how you want
to audition it.
Yes, and just sort of get an idea of how you want the skirt and everything to drape. And then you start working wet.
Wonderful. Now, the particular piece that we're working with at the moment, the Sitting Girl, did sell out. It's now on extended delivery. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. The book. I do apologise. I'm jumping ahead there. The girl is approaching. It will be, I'm just saying, as time goes on, it is going to sell out and we will be on extended delivery. But if you want your immediate dispatch, now is the time to get hold of yours. As you can see, it just look amazing. Absolutely fabulous.
So
I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
So I'm just wetting the fabric to start doing her dress, just to give an idea. Of course, you can be a fashion designer and just do what you like.
Yeah.
Really do what you like.
And again, I mean, other things, if you wanted to incorporate bits of lace or anything
cotton
like
lace
that.
is amazing, and it creates such a lovely effect. And even sort of knitted cotton.
Yeah. Cotton cord and things
yes,
like that.
Yes, cotton cord you could use. Paper flowers, things
of course,
like that.
paper flowers, yes, they're natural
all
fibres
of that
again.
sort of thing. So the idea is just stretch it out.
Again, just drape it.
Just drape it. So.
And did the instructions give you advice as to where to start with the fabric?
Just with the dressing.
Yes, yeah. Or do you kind of just
I think it's mainly just to play.
Okay.
I haven't sort of put particular instructions in there because it is all about creating your own.
Yes, that's true.
So if we just sit it like that.
Now, we have had a question come through from one of our viewers,
Sure.
Claire, who's been asking about attaching cover pole to canvas as well. So if you've got a canvas.
Yes, absolutely. You can use it to create 3D art and using the stockinette, the cotton, fabrics, shells, all sorts of things, pole glues and makes wonderful medium to work on canvases. So when you're wetting your fabrics with paper pole, if you just make sure that it's not dripping, I'm making a lovely mess here, but that it's not dripping wet, because you don't want the paper pole just running all the way down and creating a pool at the bottom. And it's just a lovely medium to work with. It's just so forgiving, because the fabric also just does its own thing and creates lots of different shapes. I'm just going to put this in to create part of the front of her skirt. And no two are the same, which is what makes it so interesting. You can, like now I'm trying to recreate her, but her dress is going to be different because you just can't ever do exactly the same.
I love the way that the fabric there just drapes so
it's
beautifully,
draping,
isn't it?
It's so nice, isn't it? Look at that.
Oh, we're getting some lovely emails in welcoming you.
Thank you.
Is it Janet and Stuart, did you say? Janet and Stuart. They're saying that you're doing really, really well. The first time we've seen Susan on air, and all of the sculptures that they have collected over all the year are still like new, and that's the key thing.
Fantastic.
When
Thank you.
you create with these, I'm guessing that what they are, they're kind of sculptures for the future that you're going to
Absolutely,
keep.
yes.
Is there any kind of maintenance that we have to be aware of with regards to these?
If you've got them out in your garden, I'd recommend just bringing them in once a year and just cleaning them down. Give them another varnish if you've varnished them in the first place.
Oh, that's easy.
But otherwise, if you've got them in your house, just dust them down. If they get really dusty and you can't get the dust off, under the shower, because they are waterproof, so
of course, yes.
just wash them down.
Take them in the bath with you.
Absolutely.
Now, the Sitting Girl, rapidly approaching 70% of the stock of that kit has gone. And of course, you're going to have all the elements that you need. So obviously, you've got all your fabulous elements there. Now, when we do have it back on extended delivery, it is a case you're going to be waiting 10 days for your kits to be dispatched. But if you can't wait that long and you're wanting yours sooner rather than later, then please do place your order as soon as you can. You're even getting your wooden block included within this particular one, as you can see. Now, obviously, it is coming with your bronze pava pole, but if you wanted to do yours in a different colour, then there's nothing stopping you adding in some of that additional pava pole that we've got on the show and actually substituting the bronze for whichever colour you choose to go for. So that's your personal choice. We've been busy with that kind of choice of pava poles. You've got your different colour options. You've got grey, you've got your bronze, your black and your transparent. And, of course, the transparent is perfect for you to use with those pigments that we've been looking at as well, and we are busy for that transparent as well. And I suppose the transparent's nice as well. If you've got a fabric, obviously we're talking about natural fabrics, but often natural fabrics will have a print to them.
Absolutely.
And you want to see that print coming through.
A printed cotton fabric makes a lovely sculpture because you can see the pattern once it's dry, and it does really make a lovely summer or winter sculpture in the garden.
I love that idea. And once you've actually opened your pot of pava pole, what's the kind of shelf life that you've got for it once it's been opened?
As long as it's totally sealed and you keep it in a frost-free environment, it'll last for a good year, if not longer.
So even though you've used some of it?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
As long as you've sealed it up properly
Can't
again.
see it
yeah.
lasting that long.
No.
Once you get your fabrics in there,
you want to create more and more.
everything.
Definitely, definitely. So I've done the skirt here. I'm going to try and just do a little top on her. Squeeze out the excess. And of course you don't have to fold over the edges or anything to create hems. You just put the t-shirt on as you like.
Okay.
Just going to create a little blouse. And of course you can do any pattern or style that you want.
And you don't. I mean, the fabric just drapes. That's the beauty. Even though it's got the pava pole on there, it's got the kind of the weight.
It's got
and
all the
moisture
folds
in there.
and everything. Yes.
Still looks
and
amazing.
that'll dry rock hard, like the one in front of you there.
So when you've actually created and you've got to the end of your sculpture and you're happy with the way that it's all come together, how long do you need to leave it to set? I mean, is it one of these things that it's just a few hours, or are we talking days, weeks?
She will start setting in a couple of hours,
Okay.
but to be fully dry, to be able to go outdoors, it'll be a good sort of 3 weeks, totally, I would say, depending on how much fabric you've got and how thick the layers are. You can speed up the drying a bit with a hairdryer.
Oh, I see.
But I certainly wouldn't sort of move her too much for a couple of days, a sculpture like this. The other sculptures like the Nomad and the Contemporary sculpture do dry a lot quicker because the fabric's not as thick.
And when you've created and it's dried, if you suddenly, I don't know, you found something that you wanted to add to it or you wanted to change the style, can you go back and add to it? Or
Absolutely.
Is it, so
yeah.
even though it's hardened off
even
and dried?
though it's hardened off. So like with the bronze sculpture, you found a nice piece of coloured cotton and you want to just sort of do a headband or change your top a little bit, you can do that, or with a bit of extra lace. You can certainly do that. it's easy enough. You don't have to like re-prepare your surface.
I love it. There you go. I'm going to let you continue creating. Just to let you guys know at home that this particular kit is now limited in stock. We could see it coming, to be honest. We've been so busy. Got another show at 5 o'clock this afternoon. So thankfully, we are going to have extended delivery stock of this one. But if you are wanting to get hold of yours and get hold of yours now is the time for you to get hold of this. Otherwise, you've got a 10-day delay, which, to be honest, isn't too long to wait. But I know that I would want mine sooner rather than later. The last opportunity has been snapped up now. So please, if you have just popped this into your basket, check your basket out quickly. But £39.95 being your price. Come back to the contents of that kit in just a few months, because of course we've got our fabulous Nomad that we've got as your first art piece. And this is lovely because this is a very affordable way for you to get involved. You can see on your screen there again, £39.99, exactly the same price as the Sitting Girl we saw a few moments ago. But this time you kind of got more of a contemporary look, and you can see here the drape of that stockinette that you are getting included with your kit. Looks amazing. I mean, the elegance that you've got from this piece is amazing. But of course, you can customise. You can be adding foil to this, giving this character, whether it's a man or a lady that you're creating, more form, more shape. And you are obviously going to be getting your wire to start with, your wire frame, which of course has been twisted, ready for you to start with. There's nothing stopping you adapting and adding to this, and we'll have a chat with Susan about that as the hour goes on. But you've also got the elements to get started. Now, the paverpole is a key element, which we will talk about in a few moments, but you need to get your piece ready. So you're going to incorporate things like tin foil, which we've got in our drawers in the kitchen, haven't we? Well, if you've got a kitchen at the moment, I've just got 4 walls, but that's another story. But then you've got your stockinette. Now, your stockinette and also this kind of cotton jersey that you've got. They are natural fibres. You need to be working with natural fibres because your paverpole doesn't like man-made fibres. You're not going to get the reaction that you want. You've got your stirring stick as well, so of course you're going to use that to make sure that your paverpole is well and truly stirred up. And of course you've got something to protect your own clothing because, yep, paverpole will stick to any of those man-made fibres, even the ones that you're wearing. So make sure that you are protected and covered up. You've also got your paints, and your paints are going to come in at the final stage really once you've used your paverpole. But with this one, you've got your 2 different colours there. You can see you've got that gorgeous red ochre and your yellow ochre there, beautiful kind of natural tones. So you are going to add those to add your accents, and when you do add the accents, that's when you really see that fabric and that stockinette coming out. But of course it's the paverpole that is the key ingredient that you are going to use to get that form, that shape, and this is your fabric hardness. So this is what you're going to apply. You're going to leave it for that time for it to set, and of course give it a good couple of 3 weeks if you are going to putting it out. Now, if you are going to be getting hold of this by itself, which you can do, it's at the bottom of the screen, looking at £12.50, but we have got more options with regard to those, not just your black as well. So you have got obviously your fabulous character that you're going to be creating, and this is the final result. So I turn her around, have a look at how the stockinette has really been picked up when you can see all that gorgeous colour. Just dry brushing there, that little accent. Whoopsie-daisy, that was me wobbling her, sorry. But you can see that, I mean, it's incredibly sturdy, this is the thing. So it's still captured all the tenderness and the kind of little elements that you've got there, as you can see on the hemline there, where you've got little bits of fraying and elements, but even down to the fibres that you've got there coming right the way through. Doesn't that look incredible there? Absolutely amazing. And of course we've been learning all about making the form with the demonstration, which you can go back and watch. But if you're wanting to get hold of your Nomad kit, the details are there on your screen. That is ready for immediate dispatch. So if you're wanting to kind of adapt, maybe you missed out on your Sitting Girl to start with, don't forget when you come to check out your order, you are going to get your paver cotton, which will allow you to create your hair, so you could actually transform that character into something else if you're wanting to. But of course the Sitting Girl has got a different wire frame to start with. This one is now back on extended delivery, so we're looking at a 10 days extended dispatch on this one. You've got your wooden plinth as well, so your base is there, and then of course you've got the elements that you need. So you've got your bronze paverpole with this one, you've also got your paver cotton there, which is going to be more than enough there for you to add hair to your character. Just need to add in your cotton jersey for your fabric. Obviously it could be your natural fibres from anything, to be honest, but if you are going for your t-shirt, then don't forget you've got your guide in there for the different elements that you're needing cutting out from your obviously your garment. Don't forget you've got your your apron, you've got your stirring stick in this one as well, and you've got the ability to spread the cost as well. £19.98. Another kit to share with you, very much a contemporary look with this one. I mean, absolutely amazing, the artwork that you've got with this one. And you can see the elegance from this one. It's beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. The wireframes, again, you've got those included. Full instructions again, so when you are working with this one and you are creating that amazing piece there, you can see you've got the fusion of two characters coming together with this one. Of course, you can add to it if you're wanting to. Quite easily, you could change the form, you could add fabrics if you wanted to. But the beauty of this one, it is working with paints that come with it, which are, on this occasion, going from that kind of bronze and that brown stage at the base there, right the way through your characters to that gorgeous kind of teal blue, and again that gold tone that you've got. Now with this one, your Pavapol is grey, which again is another one of those options that we've got. Now this one is slightly different. You've not got fabrics included with this one, and you haven't got the drape of the fabrics from the characters, but what you have got is your Pavaplast, which is going to mix in with your Pavapol. So we might have a little chat with Susan about this one, because we've only got about 10 minutes or so left, 13 minutes. It's amazing the time has gone so quickly. £14.95 for that particular set, 2 flexi buys, again with that one as well. Now your pigment sets, you've got choices with these, 5 different choices. You've got little trios, as you can see there, so whether it's your primaries, your blues, your greens, your earth tones or your browns, all of those options available to you under the same item number at £14.95. They're perfect to be added into the translucent, or the transparent should I say, Pavapol if you're going for that one. So, but yeah, you can change the colour of it. There you go. 408272. Now, your little wrappers. These were our first sellout of the ad. These are now back on extended delivery. And of course, you can see these where they have got your big squares. They're natural fibres again there, so straight away you can use them with your Pavapol. You can cut into them as well, and they're perfect if you're wanting to add shape and form and maybe not use things like your t-shirt fabrics. And again, there you can see you've got a brilliant way that you're going to be able to work with these. They are on extended delivery, but of that extended delivery stock, 40% has gone. My goodness, we're going to be struggling for 5 o'clock, aren't we? £12.95 if you're wanting those. Another sellout was that book. Yeah, the book is on extended delivery as well, and again it is brilliant for you to get loads of inspiration. I'm not going to go through it in greater detail, but what you have got is obviously you've got your inspiration, your characters, and giving you lots of ideas on how you can actually put these pieces together there, including building it up from that original wire form that we've been chatting about. So good book to get hold of, £29.95, but please do be quick with regards to that, because again it has been popular on extended delivery now though. So 883628. Your Pavapol, you're going to want to restock on this, aren't you? So you've got 4 options. Maybe you've gone from one of the kits, maybe you're going to add in an additional one of these. If you are adding it into your flexi order, you're only looking at an extra £6.25 on that first payment, second payment in a month's time. And you've got your transparent, which is the one that works beautifully with those pigments we've just looked at. You've also got more of the bronze, so maybe you're wanting to make a few of your characters like your sitting girl, but using some of your own elements from home. And then, of course, you've got the black, which is the one that we saw with the Nomad, and now 80% of the stock of the black has gone. So, the grey, sorry. That one. That's the last option. So 80% of the grey has gone. So yeah, loads of interest with regards to those. So 102236. £12.50 being your price. Last item, we've not seen these in action. I don't know if we'll get a chance to see these in action during this hour, but hopefully at 5 o'clock, because I know you'll all be tuning back in again. Power Scrub, a way of adding colour and texture to your project at £9.99, whichever of those colours you choose to go for. So you've got got your black and white there, your blue, your green, you've got your pink, and what was the last one called? Is it earth tone? Terracotta. Terracotta, there you go. Beautiful there. At 587758. They're on the website along with everything else. And as I said before, do keep an eye when you're checking out your basket. If you're wanting more of that Pava cotton, we have got that available as you come to check out your order. So a few other little goodies that are definitely worth adding into your basket as well. So here you go. All you need to do is add those items into your basket. When you come to check out, you'll be able to see those different add-ons. So your Pava cotton there as well, more of the stock in it. These are all things that are definitely worth adding into your basket, so make sure that you do take advantage. My goodness, Susan, she's really taking form.
She is, isn't she? So I've just been working with the Pava cotton. Just wet it in your fingers. and just tease it all out so it's not all just in one big lump, making sure it's not dripping wet.
Do you need to make sure that every single one of those fibres is coated?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, make sure it is fully covered with the paper pole, and then this will dry nice and hard and keep its form. So you just become a hairdresser now.
Oh, now we've had a suggestion from Debbie, who's watching. She's thinking that she would love to be able to turn the sitting girl maybe into a mermaid.
Absolutely,
You
yes.
could do that with the
You
fabric,
can do that,
couldn't you?
yeah. Because you get the wire frame, you could actually just put her into any shape you like.
Well, the thing is that obviously the wire frame, when it comes to you, you've got your two separate pieces for the legs, but
So you
there's
just
nothing
join them
stopping
together.
you. I suppose you just use wire.
Just twist them together. Yes, you can use your pliers if you can't bend it in your hands, but it is you are able to bend it. It is a wire.
So
that
the
you
wire
flex
itself, if
for.
we wanted to kind of add, I mean, also thinking, we had a mermaid suggestion there, suggesting maybe you might want wings or something like that. What do we need to know about the wire if we're wanting to bring more wire in?
You could, if you want to just add wings to your sculpture, just use some garden wire.
Oh,
as
I
long as
see,
it's
okay.
Firm enough to hold the shape.
Yep. Okay. There you go.
can do
and
that.
of course, you're going to be wrapping your natural fibres around it anyway,
That's
aren't you?
right, yes,
it's
you won't
not,
see the wire.
It's not going to be in contact with your pavapol either. Busy. Rapidly approaching 60% of the restocked stock. This is the extended delivery stock has gone. So yeah, 60% of that one. And you can understand why. I mean, you can see the finished piece looks amazing, and the piece that Susan is working on is obviously kind of the element of how you are going to be creating this kit when you get yours home. So you've got your wooden plinth, you've got your wire, you're just going to add in your tin foil, you're going to add in your t-shirt, and of course, as I mentioned before, the cutting element there is showing you how the layout is. You'll know exactly how to cut those pieces and where those pieces are going to go. You'll still have the rest of the t-shirt, which I know you'll be using in loads of different ways, and of course you will have the ability of knowing that you've created an amazing piece of artwork. You'll probably have some of the pavapol left over as well.
You will, yes.
And can you mix the pavapol? So if you've got two different colours, I mean, can you get gradients of colour, or is it best to do that with paints afterwards?
It is better to do it with paints afterwards. The bronze, I wouldn't change the colour. The black and white, obviously, you could change into grey,
Yes.
or make a lighter shade of grey using some white of the
Yeah,
pigments. Yeah.
Love it.
But yes, she's almost done.
This looks amazing. Now, the project, I know your experience working with pavapol, but if you've got somebody who is completely new, they're getting this kit home, so somebody who has never dabbled in this kind of sculpture before, how long would you say that it would take them for them to create this piece? Would it be in one setting? Could they do it over several days?
Having done workshops before, you can create something like this in a day.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so you could start in the morning, do your foiling, cover your body in the fabric, go away for some lunch, let it dry a little bit, and come back and do the dress and the hair.
I love it.
So you've got a sculpture in a day out of an old T-shirt.
It's amazing, isn't it?
And
Absolutely.
paperpole.
Oh, exactly, that's magic ingredient. You've got a cocktail stick there. What are you
I have
up to?
got a cocktail stick, so it comes in the kit, and you can use it just to lift and sort of play
bit
with
of
the
wood
hair.
lift.
Just to just play with the hair and just get it how you want it to sit. So it's not sitting flat. It's got a
Yes.
bit of body and movement to it. And then, of course, if you need to just tease out a bit of the dress, just to lift it up, give it a bit more of a drape and a fold, you can do that as well. So it's very useful.
That's amazing.
But there's your little lady.
And then you just leave her there.
And you just leave her to dry.
And obviously you've put the plastic over
Yes.
the block there.
Yes.
So will that just peel away then when she's
It will.
dry?
Once she's dry, you'll be able to just lift her off, and then either paint the block in the bronze, or you can leave the as natural
Like a
wood
natural tone,
and
yeah.
just wet the top and wet her bottom with the paperpole.
Yeah.
Sit her on there
And that will
and then
glue
let
her in
it dry.
place.
Yeah,
Okay.
and she'll be absolutely
Wonderful.
fine. And because she's now taken the shape of the plastic, she'll then fit over the block.
Because it's going to be a perfect
Yes,
match.
perfect fit.
I love that. Now we're going to have
There's
probably
your
about
little
5
lady.
minutes left,
Sure.
4.5 minutes. What I'll do
Which-
is I'll do a little bit of a review. Is there something else that you want to show
I
us?
can show you the paper scrub if you like.
Perfect.
Okay.
Lovely. I'll let you wash
So
your
just-
hands.
Thank you.
So if you were wanting to go for your sitting girl set, then the details are there on your screen. It's proved to be one of the most popular items that we've been sharing with you during the hour, but don't forget the others. This one has sold out during this hour. It's now an extended delivery. At 5 o'clock, we're going to be looking at another one of these kits, I would imagine. So of course, if history is going to repeat itself, that kit could potentially sell out as well. Do we know which of the kits you're going to be working with at 5 o'clock? Have you chosen
I'm
yet?
going to do the Nomad and the Contemporary if there's time.
Oh, okay. So we've been so busy during this hour. Obviously, we've been seeing the Sitting Girl in progress. But if you aren't going to be able to tune in at 5 o'clock, then my suggestion would be to perhaps get a hold of your kit ahead of the show, know that it's on immediate dispatch, and then come back and watch on Rewind at a later stage. Or even if you are going to be tuning in at 5 o'clock, at least if you get them during this hour, you know that you've got them on their way to you. So there you go. If you're wanting your Sitting Girl, details are on your screen there. 143889 is that all-important item number with all the goodies that you need included there, as you can see. So you've brought in a sculpture that you've already created
I have, yes.
Lovely. Okay.
It's just a little contemporary figure.
Wonderful.
I'm just going to open the transparent and get it open.
Wonderful. So again, any of these that we get home, do we need to give them a good stir?
Give it a good stir, absolutely. This one didn't have much liquid on the top, so it won't need too much of a stir.
Okay.
You find if there's colour in it, then it does end up with a little bit of separation, and that's when it is really important.
So just
to
keep
stir
an eye
it.
on it to make sure that the colour's dispersed.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Pop that there. So I'm going to work with the paver scrub, and the best way to work with the paver scrub is just using a paintbrush, just a standard paintbrush.
Okay.
And just paint. I'm going to start at the base.
Fabulous.
Just paint the paver pot on. Just do around the base, yeah.
Okay.
And then
Wonderful.
basically using your fingers, or you can just shake the pot on.
Oh, just sprinkle that in place.
Just sprinkle in and just sort of push it on so it glues onto the paper pot.
Could you add things like glitter to these as well if you wanted to?
I haven't done that, but I'm sure you could.
Yeah?
Absolutely. That would
'Cause
create
now
a
the
lovely
paper pot's
effect.
kind of acting as a glue now, isn't it?
Especially a
And it is,
mermaid.
Yeah. Look at that. And it almost looks like a gravel or a
Stone effect.
Stone effect,
Yes,
yeah.
yes. And then just gradually work your
Go
way
to a
up.
new area and off you go again.
And because
Simple as
this has got a little bit of the terracotta paint on it, that might show through as well, creating that
Because you're working with the
two-tone
transparent,
effect.
yeah. We nearly stuck your fingers in the pot then. I love it. Have you enjoyed your hour with us?
I have enjoyed my hour, yes. I
Good,
definitely
good.
have.
So you're definitely coming back at 5 o'clock.
I'll come
then?
back at 5 o'clock. Yeah, look forward to showing those two off.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is
doing
the
those.
key thing. We're
Yes.
going to learn so much, and I love these. Obviously, if you want your paver scrub, details are on your screen there. You have got your 5 different options with regards to these. So maybe you're going to be going for the black and white and the kind of tones of grey that you've just seen Susan working with. Don't forget your pink, your terracotta, you've got your blue in there as well, and there was another one which I've forgotten. Your
The green.
There you go. So all 5 of those being an option under the same item number as you've got there, 587758. But our star of the hour, not only has it been Susan, but it's been our fabulous little sitting girl, as you can see here. I could sit and look at this one for hours and hours. The folds of the fabric, the way that she's sitting, their hair, absolutely incredible through and through. And Susan, one thing that you've taught us in this hour, that it is also achievable.
Absolutely, yes. Anyone can do it. You can create her in the way that you want to create her.
Love that
She's
idea.
yours.
Fabulous. It's been a pleasure working with you,
Thank you very
Susan.
much, Hayley.
Thank
It's been
you.
lovely. Thank
I
you.
look forward to watching the 5 o'clock show. I'll be back at home at that stage. I'll be able to
You're
sit and
lucky.
watch with a cuppa. But if you've got
Thank
anything
you.
in your basket, thank you, Susan. Please check your basket ad, especially if it is your sitting girl kit. I'll see you soon. So it's the first Sunday in October, so first Sunday of the month. That means we've got 2 hours of clarity with a lovely Barbara coming up after the break. Then we'll revisit the one-day special for Final Call. I'll see you on Thursday at 6.
Flexi Order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. So on our Hochanda shows we aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. At Stamps Away we create a lot of MDF products because we have laser cutters and router cutters. We also create our own stencils and masks. We try and make everything we can in-house so that you've got all the materials you need to create your projects. If you're watching a show with me on Hochanda, you'll expect to see lots of different techniques, lots of ways of using the products that we produce, and it's all very much mixed media, so pretty much anything goes. So I hope you won't miss the shows on Hochanda with Stamps Away.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you. So please join Elizabeth Craft Designs here at Hochanda.
Well, hello everybody, a warm welcome. I was driving into work today. It was shocking, the weather was horrible, but you know what, I had a big smile on my face because I knew I've got 2 hours coming up with Clarity and the lovely Barbara. And I think we have got Barbara live on Skype. Barbara, hello.
Hello, Yanis, how are you doing?
I'm really well. Do you know what, I'm so looking forward to this hour, and I've gone down the counter. Obviously we were preparing for the show, so we had our meeting. I have to say, there are things on here that have got me really excited, and this is kind of, I think this is what makes Clarity so special. You've bought some beautiful stamps, really, really nice stamps.
I love this set, what's on the counter as well. What we've laid out for everybody this next 2 hours is a kind of real Clarity classic, isn't it?
It is a classic, and I'm going to say a bold statement. There is a stamp coming up that is possibly one of my favourite ever stamps. You've been warned. It's and I know it's one that you like as well, Barbara. But there's one stamp that I've seen in the. It's coming up, but it's stunning. I will say when we get there. But look, let's not get ahead of ourselves. So we've got now. This is a little bit different. Can you explain the concept here of our first? Because we've got the rectangular backdrop stamps. How do we work with these, Barbara?
Yeah. Okay, so the backdrop stamps, they look, at first glance, you think, well, what is this? It's just a huge slab of stamp material. But actually, when you start to look at them, there's a border around the outside. And if I could just show you a couple of pieces of artwork, it would explain so much more than what we're looking at.
Okay.
So, for example, come to me, and you'll see.
Yes.
Right, so have a look here. Is that in the right place?
Yes, perfect, perfect.
Right, now have a look at the background and you'll see that this is what we would call a backdrop stamp. Now this is the A5, if you like, the large rectangle. And what's really beautiful is it gives you this superb border. It's just brilliant. You could probably get a similar background with a gel press, but it's this sharpness that you get. Here's the smaller one, for example. You can see here different colours, just absolutely beautiful. Another thing that this backdrop stamp does for us, it works with inks. It also gives you the opportunity to make reflections. So I wanted to show you that as well.
Amazing.
It's like a transfer stamp, Yanis.
Yeah. No, Barbara, I don't want to be this guy, because this is 2 hours of just Barbara, myself, and everyone hanging out, having some fun crafting. But I've got to give you an update. Already, 10% of the stock's gone. In 2 minutes. Oh, actually, it's just 3 minutes. 10% of the stock, are you kidding? We're busy. $17.99 your price. What I would say, do stick around, watch the techniques with Barbara. Now, Barbara's got 3 demonstrations to get in this hour. So, obviously, remember, we've got 2 hours, so she's joining us for the next hour as well. But for this hour, we're going to get in 3 demonstrations. So stick around and we'll be using these. OK, $17.99 there, 560-573 item number. I'm conscious I want you to get all your demonstrations in, so should we move down the counter, Barbara?
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. So, having a look here. Firstly, again, can I just take my hat off to the Clarity design team, who are absolutely exceptional. Look at these inspirations. They are stunning, and the trees are gorgeous, Barbara.
Well, the trees and their mantles. So this is a set from years ago that we developed, and with the new technology that we have now in our manufacturing plant, we're able to make these even finer. So Jim has actually reworked these trees and their mantles, and they're so beautiful to use now. It's quite a difference between, if anybody got the original set, they're the same shine, but they're a lot more air in them, if you like. Open space, really lovely.
And when we start playing with, say, our rectangle backdrops and then adding in, so think about your techniques, building that up, and then using the trees as your focal point to really give some context. These are stunning.
Yeah, I lost him. Can you hear me all right?
Oh, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you. I think it's that visually we're struggling, but we've got your sound, so that's fine.
Oh, right. Well, I wonder why not, because I'm here.
OK. Well, we can hear you, Barbara, so that's fine.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
Can you see me?
I think we're just trying to re-establish the link. But, Barbara, you're fine to keep talking, so we'll just chat to you at the moment.
Oh, OK.
Yeah.
Yes, so the trees and their mantles. Can you hear me, Yanis?
Yeah, I can hear you, Barbara. Yeah.
OK, fabulous. So the trees and their mantles, the idea is that you've got winter trees, so you've got the trunk and the branches, there you go, perfect. But then they've also got their mantles, and what we mean by mantles is the foliage, so that you can wrap the leaves for different seasons around the naked tree, if you like. So you can get all the seasons. You can see here we've got 4 different trees with their mantles. But I mean, look at the one above the stamps. If you look at the autumnal one with the moon in the background or the sun in the background. It's absolutely glorious. Yes, you can see here exactly what the technique is behind it, what the thinking behind these stamps, Yanis.
Barbara, that is beautiful, that tree, and the fact, and I think you phrased it so wonderfully, that we can go through all the seasons with these stamps. So spring, summer, winter, autumn. $19.99 your price. We will be using these. 20% of the stock has gone. 267646 your item number. We shall progress, because you're so good with your words, Barbara, and Clarity as a company giving us words, because words, it adds that final finishing touch, that sense of context to a piece. And these are beautiful words, really, really nice words.
And very meaningful at this point. You know, you light up my life, I think the first one says. We've got, can you hear me okay?
We can. Barbara, at some point, what we're going to have to do, not yet, but at some point we might just try and re-establish connection, but we can still hear you at the moment. I think just seeing you is the issue.
Okay, but you can see here, you light up my life, try to be a rainbow in someone's cloud, clean out a corner of your mind, and creativity will instantly fill it. And then in the top right-hand corner, this too shall pass. And if you look at the artwork here, I think this is by Jane, the winter scene with the naked trees. You light up my life. I mean, it's just beautiful, isn't it?
That is lovely. And what I like is the actual sentiments have got their own artistic merit. Just having a look at this, try to be a rainbow in someone's cloud. Isn't that such a lovely sentiment? Try to be a rainbow in someone's cloud. I really like that.
Isn't that lovely?
That's such a strong sentiment. Also, another one here, this too shall pass, which, I mean, that is deep, because it's true. All great philosophers say that nothing is forever. So any bad times you're, going through everything, obviously it's been a turbulent year, but it's not always going to be like this. So times will get better. $19.99 is your price there. You're getting 4 large, impactful stamps that have so much meaning to them. 104088, your item number. Okay, now we shall progress. We've got some more gorgeous stamps. Again, another new today for you. Take a look. This is nice. So moving on to building on the theme from our trees, I really like this set, Barbara. So this is our Meadow Dance and our Deerscape.
Now, this is a superb little set, and you'll see here you've got children dancing with the deer, and then you've got the stags and the deer in the hill. You've got these most superb stamps. These are so good for using also as hedgerows on their side. What we've done is, again, we've reworked these stamps so that they're in a smaller, actually for £15, these used to be in a much bigger set and more expensive, but we were able to rework them so they're a much better price. But very, very beautiful, and they also tessellate, so you can run them along aside one another. Isn't that beautiful?
That's nice. Do you know what that reminds me of, Barbara? Your wedding. Bright summer's day, everyone dancing outside. I love it. Having a look here, because as Barbara was saying, if you do want to extend, say, for a DL card, you can do that. But really, really nice imagery that you're playing around with. I mean, that's strong. Build up your backgrounds. That's from Sam, so Sam Crow. This one, there's no name on it, but what a beautiful piece that is. So just changing the colorways, more sepia tones, you get a whole different feel. But equally, if you wanted to go a little bit shabby chic, distressed, another one for that. I mean, that is nice. Love that little bit of detail at the bottom there. That's so say, yeah, that is Sam. You know, I love the fact you know.
100%.
Yeah, I'll show you this last one because I know we've got to move on. This is from Linda. Oh,
isn't that lovely?
That is. I really like the characters here. Just on silhouette, in the silhouette form, you still get such a sense of who they are. $14.99 your price. 40% of the stock's gone here. Barbara, I'm a little bit worried.
Yes, dear.
We're 10 minutes into the show.
Because you can't see me, that worries me.
Well, we will get you back, don't worry. But look, we're 10 minutes into the show, and already we're calling like 40% on certain items. We've got 2 hours with you. It's slightly worrying. Okay, now, mask. Mask, something that I know you are passionate about, Barbara, because suddenly then it opens up the doors to so many techniques.
Now we're cooking with gas. These are the new masks. See the meadow dance at the top, the two children. They're two different combinations of children. And then we've got two different sorts of masks. So if you go back up to the top again, these are what we would call double masks. And if we can get me to show you, I'll show you how these work. The deer on the mountain is the same principle, but these are just so detailed, so exceptionally detailed, but so fantastic to use. I can't wait to show you how these work. Get these. I don't often say this, but I would say put these in your basket for hour, pound for pound. These are insanely good. Yeah. And there are, within this woodland set, you've got the two children, you've got the deer, the stags, that's it. Mm-hmm. You've got the pine forest, and then you've also got two different, because moons, which we use all the time.
Barbara,
and then we've got loads of little ones.
Yeah. Barbara,
yes,
sorry to interrupt. We're having an issue with the line, so I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're just going to re-establish connection, so I'll let you go for a few moments. We'll sort that out, get you back so we can also see you as well. Is that okay?
Okay, yeah, it sounds good to me.
All right, we'll talk soon, Barbara. Well, it's the times we live in. We've all had conversations like this where, unfortunately, technology lets us down. But we will be back speaking with Barbara in a few moments on Skype, so rest assured. Over a third of the stock has gone here, 657039, your item number there. Now, we've got some we've seen all the new stamps. We've got some very popular stamps, so classic Clarity stamps that we brought back. And I know that Barbara was keen to offer these because they work so well. Everything works so well together. You heard me mention that there are going to be some stamps on here. I said, and this is a bold statement, so one of my favourite stamps ever. Have a little look at these. That stamp here, I think, is just, well, we can see actually in the inspiration, is so beautiful. Now you've got two. You've got the little boy with the birds, and I think the butterfly was the first one, and then Barbara designed the boy. I might have got that the wrong way round, but that to me, okay, so I've been at Hochanda for 4 years, actually over 4 years. That is one of my favourite stamps, the two, the boy and the girl. I just think it's so powerful. Barbara, you back? I hope. No, yeah, there you go. All right, Barbara, there you are back. Now, remind me again, it was the girl you designed first and then the boy? Have I got that wrong?
No, the boy first, and then we decided he needed a partner.
Well, there you go. All right, I knew I'd had it wrong. But I say that is one of my favourite stamps ever.
And mine.
It's such a powerful image, and you really get a sense of the movement of the boy. There's such a free spirit to it, and just adding it, create a background, put it on, done. Sentiment, carpe diem, done.
And you know, the backdrop stamps that we were talking about, these particular sort of stencil, these particular silhouette stamps are absolutely magnificent when you create that inky, sploshy background with those backdrop stamps. These are just perfect for it, especially with those new sentiments.
Oh, these samples look so good. Look, $16.99 for Clarity stamps of this quality. I know we've been focusing on the boy and those beautiful sort of sprigs, but you've also got the other one featuring the moon as well, and a really nice sentiment. You hung the moon. Isn't that nice?
Isn't that lovely?
Wouldn't that be great as a Father's Day card?
Yeah.
I think that's really,
well, and those two stamps that we're looking at now, right? That little boy flying away, the flyaway boy we call him, he always reminds me of my lad, Mark. And then you hung the moon, I always thought it was me and Grace hanging in the moon.
Oh, that's
But then when you look closer, you realise actually it's Mark with his sister. So it's whoever you choose to see within these stamps. It's just, and the other thing about these, Yanis, is that they work so beautifully for the recipients, whether it's a man or a woman or a girl or a boy or a child or a birthday. You can modify if somebody's not feeling very well, if somebody's under the weather or a little bit low. These stamps just lend themselves to so many different occasions.
They are lovely, and you can create such beautiful designs with these. All right, we've got to move on, but I've got some great inspiration, so I will be throughout the hour showing you those. Now, just to give you a little reminder, our brand new Clarity rectangle backdrop stamps, 2 stamps in total, perfect for techniques, 40% of the stock's gone. We've got queues on our phone lines, and I am so sorry if you're currently stuck in a queue. The fastest way to order is on the website, or use the Hochanda app if you do want to jump those queues. Now we're going to be heading to Barbara for our first demonstration. I'm really looking forward to this, so I'm going to be turning into a viewer as well and enjoying it. Barbara, what are we going to be working with?
Well, I'm hoping that you can see me okay up here in my shack.
Now we can
yes?
see. Yeah. We can
all
see
right,
perfect.
marvellous. So I thought, first of all, we'd put these new backdrop stamps through their paces, and I'll show you how I've started using them. There are so many different possibilities. This is just, we're just touching the surface here, literally. We're just dipping our toe in the water. But I thought I'd keep it simple for the first day.
Okay.
So if we have a look here, for example, this is a combination, and what we're going to be using is, we've got peeled paint, and we've got faded jeans. So I'm using distress oxides, and then I'm going to take the actual stamp itself. So you can see here, I've actually got it on a piece of acetate.
Right.
So I've taken it. When you receive the stamps, you'll see they're on this solid black piece. But when you peel them off, when you gently peel this off, you'll see it's just a beautiful solid stamp, but it's got this recess, this gutter, and therein lies the magic. It's this built-in frame, so it's just so cool. It's
Barbara,
just so cool to use.
They look huge
love.
as well. They're such a great size to work with.
Yeah, we've got two different ones. So this is like A5, if you like, and then the other one that I was showing you earlier is. This is what I would say A6. It's it's larger than A6, but that's the size of it.
Nice.
But you know, these are just superb for, you know, when you want to make. You don't want to use the designer paper. You want to do your own background. These are just absolutely fantastic for this.
Yeah, totally agree.
So what we'll do is we'll go with the masks first. I want to show you how these masks work. But let's get the background done first. Okay. So let's say, for example, let's look. We've got blue up here. We've got green down here. Yeah. So we've got blue and green. Yeah. So what I've done is I did this actually. I drew a line on the acetate at the back. I can wipe this off if I like. It's for the reflection. Just so you know, I just took a ruler and run across the acetate. That's for another demo later. All right. But it's not on the actual stamp. No, it's on the acetate at the back, Yanis.
Okay.
Right, so what we're going to do is, but it's not bad because it splits my art into two halves as well. So let me just put a bit of green on this end. Yep. And we'll put a bit of blue on this end. There you go. That wasn't too hard. No. Right. So we've got that so far, and then we're going to take our brayer. Now, to use this is superb with a brayer, okay? And what we're going to do is just start rolling, spread the... There you go, and you lift and lift and lift and lift, and you can see what I'm doing now is I'm starting to change the angle. You see?
Yeah.
So I've got the blue going like that.
Right.
And you just...
Beautiful
So
blend.
then I'll turn it round. Sorry, love.
I say a beautiful blend. It blends so nicely onto the actual base.
Yeah, well, the brayer's just the ticket for this. This is exactly what the brayer is good for. You know, it's absolutely marvellous for this. So now, let me show you something. If I'm doing this, right, and I'm spreading out the green nicely, as you can see, yeah? But what I've got now is I've got a line here. You can see, look. Straight away, I've got a line on my brayer. So if this is the end that I'm driving in here, if I want it not to have a stripe, I've got to do what we used to call a wheelie. And what I mean by that, Yanis, is I come up like that on its side. So if you look maybe from this side, you can see it better. What I'm doing is I'm coming, can you see that? I'm coming up and I'm rolling the ink off that edge there.
Okay, yeah.
So if I come in here now, can you see that well?
Yeah, we got that, yeah.
Yeah, so now if I come across here like this, see, I'm avoiding putting, see, I haven't got a stripe there now, because I didn't have any ink on that driving side, on that leading side of the brayer. See, this is old Clarity Classic, this is. But now, instead of having a line through there, what I'm going to do is just keep going up. I'm moving up now, up I go, see, and I'm blending the blue into the green, look. And I'm just going to keep going. That'll do. Right. So now I've blended the two.
Yeah.
So if you look at this now, you can see, if you're wondering what she's doing there, right, you can see her in the background, you hung the moon. I used a permanent ink pad on the backdrop stamp.
Right.
And it stained it.
Yeah.
So therein, and I thought, right, I'm going to use that because that's a gentle reminder to me and to everybody at home that it doesn't matter, it's a tool, it still does the job, it doesn't spoil it. But if you use, it's a stamp. This backdrop stamp is a stamp. It's not a jelly plate. It's not a gel press. Yeah. So if you use a permanent ink on it, it will stain it. Yeah. But you can see here, we've got now, let's just say I've got some really nice colours on there as well. Want not. Yeah. Right. I've got some really cool colours on there. But what we're interested in here is this grungy, inky background with this white gutter around the outside. Yeah. So what I'll do is I'll take a piece of, this is stencil card, but it's the larger stencil card. Yep. It's, I think it's like 8.5 by 11 or something like that. Right. Have you got that up there? I think it is. It's quite a good, it's a hefty size. 8.5 by 11. I think that's what it is. Yeah. Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you. I can hear you fine, Barbara. I'm just conscious I don't want to interrupt. That's all.
Okay, cool. So what I'm going to do? Oh no, you got to interrupt. We're in this together. Okay. My friend. All right. Right. So now what I'm going to do is sort of decide where I want to put the moon in my picture, but I'm not putting it on the
stamp.
Stamp. I'm putting it on the. See, and I know that it's going to sit about there. Perfect. That'll look good.
Yeah, I think
right?
so. Yeah.
So what I want to do now is I've got my ink, I've got that ready to go to plant, and then what I'll do is I need a little bit of water because this is we're gonna wet this. Don't have to, but if we want that sploshy sort of starry night, this is how you get it.
It gives
right,
that
so I'll take my
faux bleached effect.
Say that again.
It gives the faux bleached effect.
There's a good expression. Right, you ready? So what we'll do is I'll just spritz. Let's get a bit of water going. Right, that'll do. Because it's a distress oxide, it's really cool for this. Right, that'll do. Right. And then now let's see if I take this. I wonder where would be the best. I reckon you could see this beautifully if I lay this down now on here.
That's nice.
Right. So I'm just going to plant that down and you'll see the ink start to move. Can you see it moving as I press? Uh-huh. Yeah?
Yeah, I've got
so all I'm doing now is just coming down. If you want to press a bit harder, then you can, it's easier to burnish or rub if you're rubbing on a piece of paper than on a piece of plastic.
Barbara, if you can just scoot to your left a little bit with the piece, just to scoot, perfect. There you go.
Yeah?
Yep, perfect.
Right, so now we've got our backdrop. When I peel this off, you'll see I've got this glorious background, right? And then if I want to, I can take a little bit of blue just around the moon, let's say, and it depends entirely how much. It all depends entirely how much. I'm just using a bit of blue now. Right. Let me just get my other glasses on. You know when you know you're wearing the wrong glasses? Yeah. Right. Okay. Right. Let's just add a little bit of blueness around the back of the moon.
Give it that halo.
I'm just going over the top of the mask. Yeah? We'll just give it a bit more. Then when I peel that off, you see it pops a bit more, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So we can pop that moon back in there. Now this, in order to do the next job, it needs to be dry. But you can see you've got the most glorious. Let's just go in and just look. Hang on a minute. Let it just focus there. So you can see the detail. It's just beautiful on this, and it's this edge that we're interested in because it's like a finished piece of artwork. You know, normally, how do you get that edge? I know Jane Telford and we were talking this week, and I wouldn't give the game away. She said, "How'd you do it? How'd you do it? How'd you do it?" I said, "Well, you're just going to have to wait and see, Jane." Right. So let's take one that's already dry. Let's take one that's already dry. Can we keep going?
Yeah, of course. Barbara, this looks so great. And do you know what? We're approaching limited stock with our rectangle backdrops. I think a lot of viewers at home can see the potential, see the techniques. It is a little bit worrying because we're only 25 minutes into the show. But I say, I don't think it's going to be long before we call limited stock on this, so do not miss out.
Well, like I say, I think that these masks and these backdrop stamps, they're just insanely good, insanely good. Let me just, what I need is just a bit of masking tape, and I'm going to just cover up the area, because for me, one of the best parts of this is this
border.
It's this border, yeah. That's the whole purpose of the backdrop stamp, apart from all the functions that it has. It's this beautiful white, sharp border. We don't want to spoil that,
Gives
so
you
we're
a
going to
wonderful
cover it
defined
up.
space to work in.
It so does, you know. Now, let me just grab a ruler. I just want to cover up the sky, so I just want half a piece of copy paper to do that, because I'm creating a little kind of like a little surgery here, right? So what I'm going to do now is put my... It's a two-parter. I'm going to put my hills in first. And what I want to do that, I could use blue, I could use a different colour. I'm going to go with black. Okay. And I'm going to use, now just bear with me a second while I reach across and grab a brush.
No problem.
Okay. So I think it's a good idea. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, no, we can hear you great. We're just going to bring up the details for stencil brush. I have to say, Barbara, I've used your stencil brushes.
Yes,
I think they're phenomenal. They're really, really good quality.
They are. The thing about them also is that they give you can't really tell at the moment how much I'm dropping in on this picture. Yeah. And I don't want it to be completely dark. I don't want a completely black you know, silhouette backdrop here. So what I'm doing is I'm just laying down the start of it. Okay. But what we want to do now is take a makeup sponge or a spot-on sponge, and we'll just start pouncing through this mask, because these masks in particular, I don't think we've ever made any so detailed. The grasses are so fine on this, it's astoundingly good. Right, so we're just going to add a little bit of depth along here. Now it's up to you how much, whether you go in with green or black. I'm just keeping it simple with black archival. But you could just as easily go in with the distress oxide like that, and just darken it up a little bit. That would look good, or mix it up too, you know, do a bit some and some.
Barbara, we've been caught off guard a little bit, in the sense that we've had a technical sellout now with regards to our rectangular backdrop stamps. So all our stuff is either sold or in your basket. If it is in your basket, please make sure to check out. We'll let you know if any bounce back.
Oh, well, I'll keep going then.
Yeah, please do.
Hey?
Please do.
Okie dokie. Right, so then what we'll do is we'll take this off now. We'll just move this one out the way, and then we'll add the deer once we've added the hills. It's just a really, really nice way to go. Watch. So now we've added the hills, and we'll take this away. Look.
Oh, that's lovely. It's mystical. That looks magical.
Right, so you could now, right, thinking on my feet now, if I wanted to, I could take these trees and add just the trees. Do you see what I mean? Like, I could take one of these trees here and put one of those beautiful sentiments there. Just so you've got the best of both worlds here. But what I'm going to do is show you how to add the deer.
Okay.
So let's just take the deer now. Go easy, because they're so delicate. And you can, these masks, the thing about these is you can use them again and again, so just got to go easy with them, really. Take your time. Now what you'll see is, I should have shown you this beforehand, on the mask, right, let me just turn this over for a moment. I'll pop that down like so for a minute, and I'll show you on one that I haven't used, because I should have done that before I dismantled it. Right, here we go. Now let's have a look at this. If you look, Lisa did this, clever Lisa at work. You'll see this one, you know that we just did this, didn't we? So this is divided like that. Look at the detail on that, it's insane.
Nice. Yeah, it really is, yeah.
But to line up the deer in the right place, what Lisa's done is she's given us this isn't a cut line here. This is just an ink line, but it shows you exactly where to lay it down now. Do you see?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Clever.
Clever.
She is clever. So now, where did I put it? Right, so here, I'll take these guys, and you see I can line up now. Let me just go to this camera.
Yeah.
That way I can get in over the top and I can see. And I can line up exactly. I just got to look for there it is. Now I'm on it. And you just see where more or less, it doesn't even have to be that precise, but it's so that the deer are sitting in the right place. Right?
Barbara, can we just pause there for a moment? I'm so sorry, I have to do this because it's a big update. So, with regard to the rectangle stamps, they are limited and, rectangle stamps sold out. We can't get any back on extended delivery. The masks, which we're just showing you, they are limited, and we've asked the question. We cannot get hold of any more as well. They are about to go. We're not bringing the rectangle stamps on extended delivery. Now the masks have gone as well, and we are not going to be bringing those back on extended too. So if they are in your basket, please make sure to check out. Sorry, Barbara.
No, that's all right. Is anyone speaking to Paul?
We've asked the question and we've been told no, we can't get hold of any more there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. He'll have a good reason.
Kim, our producer, was begging.
So what I'm doing now is to get the deer in place.
Yeah.
It's all right. We'll bring them back. Yeah. We'll bring them back, won't we?
Yeah.
I'm glad that everybody sees the purpose of them.
Good.
Because these you know, without going on about something that's already been sold, these backdrop stamps, they're so effective. It's crazy. You know, really, for stampers, for mixed media artists.
Perfect.
So what you're doing here is, rather than smear, you don't want to smear because the detail, they're so delicate, but if you pounce, you'll get a really, really, really strong black. Now, it doesn't have to be. I could do these in brown, and then I could, you know, I could add a little bit of shade. I'm just going for drama.
We've got the details on the screen. So Barbara's using the stencil card. So we've just put those details on your screen. You're getting 100 sheets of 7x7 stencil card, 250 GSM for $15.99.
So let's just remove all the bits of masking tape.
This is exciting.
Like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really, you wait, when you see it, it's just so, and the thing about this, Yanis, is it's very achievable, isn't it? What I'm doing is very, very achievable. So now we're just going to gently remove the mask, slowly does it, right? Look, now I'm coming round to his antlers, so I'm just going to lift up gently, right? Just have to go a little bit
Barbara,
carefully.
That looks incredible. That looks incredible.
I know, look. Isn't that beautiful?
Barbara, I love that. And considering we've just used our backdrop stamps, then the stencil, and that's the masks, that's it. And you've achieved such a beautiful image. Wow.
That's it.
Barbara.
And now, yes, love.
Sorry. We need to chat to you. So would it be okay if I just gave a reminder of some of the new, because we have to come up with a plan of action. We've pretty much sold out of two big things and we've still got an hour and a half to fill. Okay. So would it be okay if producer Kim talked to you while I gave an update? Is that okay?
Yes, of course.
We'll do that. I'm sorry, guys, to interrupt. We will get back to Barbara, but we're just busy. And look, we should be busy because I am personally a huge fan of Clarity, and I know that everyone at home at Clarity have got such a massive fan base. What I would say to you is that if you are part of the Clarity fan base, or maybe you're just looking to maybe get your first set of stamps from Clarity, great opportunity to get something that is a bit different. Having a look here at the trees. So the trees, the possibilities here, and Barbara described it as this is classic when it comes to Clarity. This is something they brought you in the past, but it's been reimagined. You've got such beautiful detail within the trees, but here's the clever bit. We can take the trees from their skeleton form, so winter form, and then we can add the foliage, we can add the detail. So effectively adding those layers of interest coming through. When you play with beautiful stamps like this, and then use maybe the backdrop stamps or create, different techniques, have a look at that as a card. And what I would say to you is a simple question. Is this something you could see yourself doing? Does this get you excited? Because I have a rule when it comes to, actually this is on papers as well. I think this is some of the beautiful Clarity designer papers. That's what too. That, I mean, that is just such a wonderful piece. So that, to me, put it in a frame, done. I've got to give a name check. That's Julie, who did that one. Fantastic job, Julie. And look at this. I mean, that is just absolutely fantastic. You've got those northern lights shimmering behind that strong silhouette, and then the sentiment dream in there as well. $19.99 is your price, 267646 your item number. You are getting the trees. We have got the sentiments coming up, so that dream we will be showing you. Just having a look. Is there? Oh, we got a little border. If I just lift that up, one, I know we can't really see that there, but there's a little bit of a border stamp as well. Look at that. So you can just see that down there. That in itself is such a valuable stamp to have. So what it's doing is giving you a sense of scale and perspective, and then obviously you're adding the trees into your design too. All right, so that is a new today. If you want to pop that into your basket, and I'm sure we'll be playing with it with Barbara at some point across these 2 hours. $19.99 your price, 267646 your item number. If you have any questions, if you'd like me to relay anything to Barbara, we always love hearing from you. If you want us to show Barbara anything, so maybe you've got some of the sets in the past. I know we're featuring some classic, very popular designs that we brought to you previously. If you want to show us your makes, please email in studio@hochanda.com. Let's have a little look here. We got another new today. These are your sentiments, and they're such strong sentiments, real positive sentiments. You light up my life every day. I love that. This too shall pass. You know, just nice sentiments coming through. Try to be a rainbow in someone's cloud. Isn't it all nice? I mean, but it's the size as well of the sentiments that I think that has the impact. Let's just show you here. So we've got the trees. We've got you light up my life in every day. Isn't that nice? Just show you that there. Good size though. Just put my hand in the shot to give you that sense of scale. You can, now this is clever. We'll just give you a little name check there. That's by Sheila. Then we've got, this is a beautiful piece from Julie. Oh, I like Julie. I love the character you've given there. A little bit of doodle detail in the mix. Isn't that nice? Introducing a bit of character into stamp. There was a clever one I want to show. Bear with me. I really want to find this one. Here we go. This one here, so you are able to break up the stamp too. This too shall pass. Isn't that nice? $19.99 your price. 4 stamps in total, but they're good size stamps and they really do have a lot of impact and give your project, I think, that sense of context. 104088 your item number. Now we have got our Meadow Dance and our Deerscape coming up next. So these are very popular, and I can see why, because instantly create background. Even you don't even have to create the background with the designer papers, and I think we have got some designer papers on there. Just stamping over onto your designer papers with that silhouette, and it is a win. 70% of the stock's gone here. Now we sold out of the rectangle backdrop stamps. We sold out of the masks. And we're not bringing any more back. I can't guarantee what's going to happen here, but all I would say is don't take the chance. If it does sell out, if you do want this, maybe you're thinking, well, I'd like to enjoy the 2 hours, make a purchase, which is fine. I just can't guarantee if this does sell out, we'll be able to bring any back on further delivery. So there we go, Sending You Sunshine. Isn't that just a beautiful piece? And I think it opens up as well. Should I just try and open that up? Wait, let me lift that up. Ah, nestled behind as well. That's a lovely little scene. That is by Lynn. Beautiful job there, Lynn. Okay, so if you do want to pop that into your basket, 296178. We are going to show you, we have had some images sent in as well. I love this. Now, this is from Sarah, using the trees. Oh no, Sarah, I'm so sorry. So Sarah's on the design team and her samples got lost on the in the post, but she's just sent them in. Using the trees, isn't that nice? So Sarah, have we got any more pictures from Sarah? Yeah, these are all from Sarah, so at least we get to see them, Sarah. That's very nice pattern building with the trees, and then brilliant, creating effectively a wreath with the trees. I like that a lot. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Oh, that's nice. So just one of the trees, giving you that scene, building it up. I love the stamp design around as well. It's got a sense of movement. And then just creating a border, using some of the words. Enjoy yourself. It's later than you. I can't. Is it later than you think? Ah, lovely. And this is a nice one too. Try to be. I just love that sentiment. Try to be a rainbow in someone's cloud. Well, I'm sorry that your samples got lost, but thank you for emailing in the pictures. At least we got to show them to everyone. Now, let's just talk about these papers because they are stunning. They are the latest release from Clarity. So we only brought them to you, I think it was during the birthday event, so not long ago at all, a few weeks back. You've got your Antarctica and you've got your Amazonia. With this, it's such a great bundle because not only are you getting both pads in their two forms as well, so you've got the different sizes, but you're also getting a collection of Barbara's favourites too. I'm just going to pick these up. These are Barbara's favourites. So these are designs that Barbara felt you're going to be using all the time. So what she did was just gave you a lot of those. Let me just tilt that forward so we can see. All these beautiful, those are an added extra into the mix. You are saving £22. Now let's think about something. Let me pop this down. I'm going to pick up, say, Antarctica. And we're going to have a little picky flicky. Think about the silhouette stamps, the Meadow Dancer, okay? So they're beautiful silhouettes. You don't need to create a background because what you can do is just find one of the pages here, and I just literally pick that at random, and then you can introduce, because Barbara always leaves you the space, we can introduce our silhouettes here and give context to it. But look at, I mean, there you've got the sun. Everyone finds different things. It's like an ink block test. Everyone will find a different thing within the papers. They are double-sided, so one side's slightly more muted. Cues are back on the phone lines as well. Look at this imagery though, colours I should say, imagery, with the Antarctica. I love this one. There's one that is so strong. Is anyone else seeing an ice cave going through and it just draws you into the perspective? Barbara is exceptional when it comes to designing papers. She really does know her stuff because what she does is she gives you that space. But where I think Barbara's particularly clever, she always leaves you an area where you can fill. We can add, think about just here, adding one of the sentiments. Done. Or we can put silhouettes in there as well. That's your Antarctica. We will look at the other designs, the Amazonia, a bit later on. All I would tell you is £22 saving is incredible. Now, we have had some news. The stencils, okay, I've got to quantify this because I did say we couldn't get hold of any more stock, and that's what we were told. But Kim, our producer, bullied, begged, cried, and we've managed to get some more back in stock. $14.99 your price. Dispatch will be the 12th of October. So we have got them back in stock, $14.99 your price, but we've only got a handful. And considering that she hassled Paul for 10 minutes to get these, I can't imagine we're going to get any more. 657039 your item number. Okay, we're going to head back to Barbara now for our next demonstration. We are talking to Barbara live on Skype, and I really hope you're enjoying the show.
Oh, yeah, no, Yanis, it was me that she was terrorising, not Paul.
See, do you know what it's like, Barbara? It's like a little kid. She's gone to Dad. Dad said no, and then she's gone straight to Mum, like, Mum, please, can we have some more of those stencils? You caved, Barbara, you caved.
Well, the thing is, it's a bit demo loaded here, isn't it? You know, I looked behind me and I thought, well, it's either I can't do any demos or I go in and pull a night shift.
Oh, well, thank you, Barbara. Thank you.
Oh, no, it's fine. I'm so excited and pleased that everybody likes what I like, you know. We knew that this would be a busy show. I just didn't quite see it being this busy. Let me show you, because, again, one of the things, I'll talk this through. If you look at this now, this is not spritz. This is our backdrop plate, but if you look, I've extended it, and that was what I would have shown you if I still had some stock, but that's all right, we could do that again. You see, so what I did was, just like I did before, I'll talk this bit through and then we'll move on to the trees and their mantles. Say I put an ink, you remember with the wheelie?
Yeah.
What I said about the wheelie?
Yeah.
Right, so you do that side,
nice.
Okay, then pretend it's there, then you lay it down. All you've got to do is avoid this corner. If you avoid that, you've just got to avoid that edge, because otherwise you can't do it.
Right.
So I could make it really big. You think about it, I could make it the size of this, I could make it A4. So I go there, like that, and I've got ink there. Then I do it again.
Yeah.
Right. Turn it round again, avoiding this end. Boom. So then I go down that side now. And all I've got to do to line it up is take this gutter and marry it up with the gutter there, and I can now decide how far do I want to go, how white do I want the middle to be.
Excellent.
Do you see what I mean?
That's very clever, Barbara. I wouldn't have thought, and you're absolutely right. You've got that flexibility on sizes as well. That's very clever technique. I like that.
On the smaller one, of course, you can go tall. You can go really tall with it. So they're really great in that regard. Right, so that's that. Now, the next thing is the trees and their mantles.
Well, I really like
so what
these
I wanted to do, these are so lovely to use. Let's just get in close and let's just have a look at the little picture that I've done. It's so simple.
It's idyllic.
Right.
It's really nice scene.
These are the two that I used in the reflection.
The fun part of this, Barbara, is you are going to be creating your own scene. There are scene builders with regard to the trees, and you just create some wonderful scenes with these perspectives.
These are really, really lovely. And so even in this large piece now, in this large area here, I just had a little play and I thought, right, well, I've practiced up there, so I could transfer that down into this area here, which I think would look really pretty. And then I thought, I'll take that, clean out a corner of your mind, and creativity will instantly fill it. I thought that would look really nice there. One of the things, see, I can take the indexing sheet and I can move it around so I can see exactly. See, I think that like that will look beautiful, but more, you know, not too far apart, otherwise I get lost.
For the picture. It will correct itself in a moment. We are sorry. We're going to get back. I think it's sorted.
What's wrong now?
Yeah, we're fine. We're good.
We're all right again?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, let's have a look at these trees here. Let's do these trees here.
Okay.
So the idea, for example, let's just get, what I wanted to show you was some colour possibilities. So we'll put that to one side and let's just make a little mixing palette on our blending mat, right? So all I'm going to do is put some tenacious teal down and some Wedgwood green.
These are
just colours that I want to use. Yeah?
Artistry inks?
They're just colours.
Yeah.
Artistry inks, really lovely.
I know you like these.
Artistry inks, you've got them, pick and mix, really excellent.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm using Wedgwood green and tenacious teal.
Okay.
So I think these are good colours. And then what I'll do though is I'm using it more as a kind of let me call it look, just mix it up a little bit, right? Got a couple of little greens going here, because teal on its own is a little bit extreme, so we're just going to blend it in with a bit. See, change the colour completely by mixing the two colours up. And now I've got ink on here. Yeah? So that now is going to be great if I want, when I go to use it on my trees, for example, if I want to.
Yeah. Okay.
So I can. It's about getting a couple of different colourways going.
Right.
So I've got a colour there if I want to. If you were doing autumnal trees, then you'd get the reds and the oranges out and you'd start mixing and matching. But first of all, let's. Is that okay in that position, Yanis?
Like that? Just slightly more to the left, Barbara, if possible.
Like that?
Perfect.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so what we'll do first of all is we'll just transfer this particular little picture here into this area here.
Okay.
So I can take a piece of copy paper, for example, and I can just tear, that'll do.
Yeah.
There you go, that's going to be my background.
Okay.
So I'll get started like that, and I'll pop that there like so. And what I'm going to do first of all is I'll pop the tall one in. That's going to be about, I reckon, about there.
Right.
Yeah? So the colour that I want to use is just, I'm going to use like watering can or a dark colour, an archival.
Yeah.
And I'll just try on a bit of scrap first, just to make sure that we're, beautiful. Look, beautiful. Right, okay, so that'll work nicely.
Yeah.
So in we go with that, and we'll just get that in place first, and that will, then we can start. So let's just pop that in. Right, that's that.
Okay.
That wasn't too hard. Let me get I'll get my right glasses on as well. Right, okay.
I love
So
the
I've got
detail,
that.
Barbara. The detail's beautiful on these trees.
Really, really interesting. So I'm going to use the same tree now, the same tree, and I'm going to pop the tree down underneath, behind the, there you go. Nice. So now I've shortened it a bit. So you're using the same tree, and then this one, for example, I reckon we'll put it even further away, like so. Okay, so, but now what we've got here is a gap, which looks a bit weird, yeah? So what I'll do is, I'll just blot that a bit, because what I want now is the bottom part of that tree.
Okay.
So I'll just ink up the bottom part of that tree. I've just inked up, I don't know if you can see that, okay? I'm just using that bit there, yeah?
Okay, we're struggling to see that. There we go, try it there.
Can you see that?
Yeah, perfect. We can see that.
Okay, so I'm just using the bottom half of the tree.
Yeah.
And then what I'm going to do now is just press. What I'm doing, let me use this camera, see if this is better. Right, what I'm going to do is just press on the bottom half of the stamp. Do you see?
Yes.
So all I've done is, so when I lift that off, I've got the whole thing.
Perfect. I've seen you in the past, Barbara. So what you've done there, that's all first generation, and I've seen you to give that sense of depth. Then what we could do, if you want to give the illusion of a deeper forest, obviously that's not what we're going for here, but you'd use second, third generation as well, so slightly more pulled back.
Ink, exactly, look, we can do it. Ink, blot, plot. That's what you mean. Cool, that's very far away. Ink, blot, plot.
Nice.
See how far away they are?
Yeah.
Like miles away. That's what you mean, isn't it?
It's a clever technique because it does give that sense of depth. Obviously, you've got those in the forefront, and then it draws the eye back.
That's it. Yeah. So we'll just take that away for a minute, and I'm going to use the other one in the front.
Okay.
So if you look at my artwork here, you'll see that I popped this one to the front here. Nice. See, so you get a bit of a contrast going. Scene. So then we'll just take this one, a different tree, and we'll pop it there. That'll do. Straight over the ones in the background. Right. So now you've got that. Yeah, but you get what I mean.
Yeah.
Okay. Otherwise, I'm not going to have any room for me to create a gap, am I? There, look. So once I've done that, then what I want to do is get the mantles on, get their coats on. So we want to. These are evergreens. Okay. So let me take the right tree for this job. Right. Okay. And what I'll do now is I'll change the colour a little bit. Let me just get rid of that grey.
Barbara, while we're doing this, just let everyone know that with regard to the trees and their mantle stamps, you get 9 stamps in total, 70% of the stock has gone. So another really popular option. It's been a busy hour, Barbara.
Okay. Yeah, well, goody. Let's have a look what happens. I just want to check when I do it, what's going to happen. So it's quite blue, isn't it?
Yeah.
Second generation. Okay, so if I don't want it that dark, so I can either get rid of a little of ink, that'll do.
Right.
The thing is, you can add letters as well. Yeah. So I'm just putting the mantles on now.
So Barbara, if you can move the work back up and to the left so we can see what you're doing, because we can't see it at the moment.
Sorry.
Right. Don't worry.
Cool. Wish I was in the studio. It'd be so easy, wouldn't it?
There we go. That's perfect.
Right, can you see that now?
Yes, perfect.
Yeah. Okay. So we got the... Where's the hill bit gone? Where did I put my hill bit? That'll do, won't it?
Yeah.
This is it here. Right, okay. So we do that like that. And then we're just going to add a little bit of ink. You see, you just go over with the mantles. Right. You just literally... you could do this with a stamp pad, but I find it easier with a brayer like this, just to go in over the top like so, look. Yeah. And you'll see that I'm using, right now I'm going to use the bottom half of just use the bottom half like that. Yeah. I just want to get a bit of that colour in there, that'll do.
Lovely.
And then I'll use this one, but I want to change the colour a little bit of this one, so let me just go in, this is a little bit different, so I'm just using a little bit of a different muddier colour on there.
Okay.
Right, let's see if I can change the colour up a bit on this one. No, that's not the right tree. Here he is. So now I need the mantle, yeah?
Right.
So put a bit of ink on the mantle.
And with these stamps, the brayer works very well.
Say that again, love.
With these stamps, the mantle stamps, the brayer works beautifully with them.
Doesn't that look nice?
Yeah.
You see, so now I'm going to pop that over there like that, and I'm going to take my little moon, and I'm going to pop that moon in there behind those. I'll put that in there like that. That'll look good. Right, and then let me just grab a... We all right for time? Yeah.
We good. Yeah, we're good. You've got about 5 minutes.
Right, now we're going to... Okay, marvellous.
For this hour.
So now what I'll do is, I'll grab a little bit of that colour off there. That'll do. And now we're going to do a bit of sky. Oh, what have I got here? No, not that colour. Right, this will do. Okay. So now I'm just going to add a little bit of sky. And what happens is, it's like, because I'm adding this, it gives you the snow effect, you see?
Oh, yes. That looks so good.
So you don't have to worry about colouring in the snow. You just worry about doing the sky and the snow will appear. So when you take that away, there's your moon. Even though you thought that it was too blue, you won't be able to get a moon in. Right, so we'll just run that snow over a little bit further. Give it a bit of, look, ta-da! Isn't that nice?
Barbara, that is such a beautiful scene. It reminds me of a lovely snowy day. You've gone for a walk in the fields. You've seen this image. Love it.
Yeah, me too. Me too. It's so crisp, isn't it?
Yeah.
So now let's have a look. We'll take our clear outer corner of your mind stamp. This is so creative. Now this is a right mixed media message, really.
Yeah.
And it's so true. You know, if you just step away from the plate for 10 minutes and just empty your mind a bit, it's interesting how quickly new ideas come, isn't it?
It's so true. So true.
Right, so we'll just press that image into place. Hopefully we've got a good print.
Nice.
There we go.
Yeah, perfect.
Nice.
Perfect.
And then, yes, love.
No, I was saying perfect.
Yeah, and then I would just pick the colour that I've used to do the tree mantles, and then I would bring these words. I would just look, because when Jim designed these, our Jim designed these at work, and this whole set was made by Jim, and he did it so that you can actually colour in. Do you see? Look, and straight away. It starts to, it's so nice to do, whether you use gold or embossing. You know, you could stamp this, for example, and emboss it so that you've got the gutter, you know, and then your mica powders, for example, you could paint it and they would stay within their wall, wouldn't they?
Yes, yeah.
The rainbow one, it's gorgeous because you can use all the colours of the rainbow to colour in the actual words.
It's a lovely sentiment, but they've got their own artistic merits. We were talking about this earlier because you can see, I love the play with the actual font, the sizes as well, everything just works. Really nice.
You see? So you can see how you just turn it around. But what's really nice is that it's actually got this superb, sorry that we've sold them out, but it's got this excellent frame around the outside. And if you feel, you know, there's a little bit, look, all you've got to do is take that there now and just add a bit of the snow by adding a bit of the sky over here. Straight away you've tied it in, if you see what I mean. So that's quite nice.
Love that. Barbara, what we'll do is we will start fresh. I know you've got lots more demonstrations. We'll tie up this hour, if that's okay, and then we will get back to you for the next hour, because I know you've got so much more you want to share with us. Is that okay?
Yeah, good idea.
All right,
good idea. I need to speak to Kim.
All right, we will. I'll tell you what, we'll get you chatting to Kim now. But Barbara, I hope you're enjoying yourself. Are you having fun? I think Barbara's gone, but I think the answer to that is yes. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just give you a quick update on everything. I hope you're enjoying these shows. So the masks are back in stock. Now, 60% of that has gone. This is the extended delivery. They will be dispatched on the 12th of October. And genuinely, when we first sold them out, we were told we couldn't get hold of any more. Kim badgered, she stopped badgering Paul and she went straight to Barbara, and Barbara gave her a few. But if these do sell out for a second time, I really don't see us bringing them back for a third occasion. So let's see. $14.99 is your price. You're getting six masks in total. Now I've got to show you these, because this is the mask that Barbara was using earlier on, the one with the stags. just that was incredible. You've got your tree line in the mix as well. So if you have been watching us throughout the whole of the hour, the first mask I thought was incredible. There we go. Let me just pop those down. Let me pop those down. Okay, so that's it. I hope you are enjoying the mask. I hope you're enjoying everything on the show. If you have just tuned in, welcome. We've got 2 hours with Clarity. We just had our first hour. Can I also say, there is something special happening at 6 o'clock. If you're a fan of Groovy, make sure to tune in at 6 because it's going to be a very special hour. So welcome to Hochanda. This is going to be our second hour with the fabulous Clarity and the wonderful Barbara Gray. What I love about Barbara is she's such an energizing person. You talk to her, she really loves to inspire, and one of her greatest passions is to show tips, techniques, and get everyone crafting. So you can follow Clarity. A few ways to follow Clarity, actually. You can go to Clarity Worldwide. You've also got Groovy Worldwide, if you're a fan of Groovy as well, and the Shack Shack. So that's something new that Barbara's been doing with the Shack Shack, and what it does, it gives you a chance to craft along with Barbara. I think she posts a lot. I can't tell, I think it's every day. I want to say every day. I might be wrong with that, but definitely worth having a little look. Okay, so we've had the mask. We had a very busy first hour. So with regard to this, we got the mask. They're back on extended delivery. When they do sell out, and we anticipate, no, they're not limited stock. Are they limited stock? Okay, the masks are now limited stock, so please don't miss out there. You've got £3 saving, $14.99 your price, 657039 your item number. That's a big jump. From 60% to limited stock is a very big jump with regard to those masks. So there is absolutely no way these masks are lasting for the whole of this hour. We're only a minute into the hour and we are approaching limited stock there. Okay, so approaching, or we are limited stock? We are, apologies, we are limited. 657039 your item number. Let me introduce you to the lady of the moment. It is the fantastic Barbara Gray. Barbara, I asked you a question. We didn't get a chance to hear your answer, so this is an important one. Are you having fun?
Am I having fun?
Yeah.
I'm certainly wide awake.
Bless you.
You know when you've laid the table and you've worked on it for days and you know exactly then you're going to do that. Then after the starter comes the appetizer, and then all of a sudden somebody comes in and just grabs hold of the end of the tablecloth.
Bless you.
That's what's happened.
So we're having... Barbara has just been chatting to our producer because we're having to jig things around because we've had so many sellouts. So we do appreciate it, Barbara. Now, with regard to the extended delivery on the masks, it is a technical sellout. So if you have got those in your baskets, do make sure to check out if you really want them. Don't let them jump out of your basket. Okay, now we're going to move on to the trees. Barbara, I was enthralled, genuinely, I was mesmerised with your last demonstration because these trees allow you to build such a beautiful scene, and you've got so many options with them as well. So we're calling them the trees and the mantles, being that we can add the foliage, so you can take the trees all the way through from spring, summer, winter, autumn. I think in autumn especially, it's one of my favourite seasons because you see such beautiful colours around.
Yep.
Yeah. You're busy setting up, aren't you, Barbara? I shouldn't have thrown to you.
No,
then.
I'm listening.
Yeah,
I'm listening, but you dipped out, I'm afraid.
Oh, okay.
So
No,
I was just thought, oh, yep.
No, that's right. No, I was just saying that with the trees, I love that we can go through all the seasons, and especially autumn, and it's one of my favourite seasons because we can start looking at all those beautiful colours, those autumnal colours, reds, oranges, yellows, all those wonderful colours in the tree line. But equally, we can then progress onto our winterscapes, build up a snowy scene, take the foliage away, and just give you a beautiful silhouette.
Yeah, I know. And when you wait till you see, I know that we've sold out of the backdrop stamp, but please can I show you the reflection trick?
Yeah, no, I'd like to see that. So yes, absolutely, because I think a lot of viewers who bought the stamps would love to see it. When would you like to show us that?
Now.
Now? Let's do it. Okay. No, I didn't know whether you wanted to go right now and do it. Let's do it. We're with you, so show us the trick.
Come on then. Right, we're there.
Yeah, we're there. We're with you.
Okay. So what we're going to do is just use our plate and we're going to make the reflection. Now, in the good old days, what we used to do, Jan, is, believe it or not, when I started this game, I used to use the brayer, and we used to ink up the brayer, ink up the stamp, and then you'd roll the brayer up the stamp. Many of you will remember this. And then you would transfer it to the card, and that would give you the reflection. Thing is with that only works for one tree, and it's very difficult to get a row of them. Or say, for example, you wanted to do You Hung the Moon, that beautiful stamp with the kids on the ladder and the swing. You can only make a reflection on a brayer the 365 rotation. Once you've done a full circle, then you start hitting the image again. So that's when enter our backdrop stamp. Right, so what we're going to do is, first of all, you put the reflection stamps in first. That's what we're going to do.
Right.
You on it?
Yeah,
you with
I'm
it?
looking forward to seeing this, because I have to admit, if you'd asked me to do the reflection with stamps, I wouldn't know where to start.
Right, well, let's have a look, see if we can work this out.
Okay.
So first of all, for example, I've got two it doesn't matter which ink pads you use. I'm using the Distress Oxide, Gathered Twigs and Ground Espresso. You do need a brown, for the trunks, you need a brown one, and you need it to be water soluble, like the Artistry ink or these ones, or Distress inks.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you'll end up with, you'll stain it, won't you?
Yeah, okay.
You'll stain your stamp, you'll stain your backdrop stamp, so you don't want to do that. So then what I'm doing is I'm just adding a little bit with a sponge. I'm going directly like this, and it gives me more control over the amount of ink. And then I told you before, I just made a line along there with a Sharpie pen, just to give myself the water level, really.
Okay.
Am I in the right place for you?
Yeah, no, that's perfect, Barbara. Perfect.
Yeah? Cool. So I pop that one in first, like that. And that's, I've stamped now, I've stamped onto onto the backdrop.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah? And then I'll take the other one, here we go, and I'll do the same thing with this one. So a little bit of a mix up, bit of this, bit of that, bit of brown. Right, it's a different tree. Right, so pop this one in, and we'll just pop this one here as well, and we're going to overlap them a bit. There you go, they're standing near each other, and they're right on the edge of the water.
Nice.
Like that. So I've got my two trees in, like so. Okay, so now I've done that, now I'll take my green one. I'm using my peeled paint again.
Right.
And now I need my two mantles for these two trees.
Yeah.
So I'll just turn my sponge over, and I'll use, right, here we go. So I'm just going to add a little bit of green, like that. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Right, so this one is
one on the left.
This one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just going to add a little bit of green to that, like so.
Perfect.
That'll do.
Yeah, that looks good.
Yeah. Thing is, it's very forgiving because it's in the water.
Yeah.
You only need an illusion. You don't need, you know, it doesn't have to be. The perfect stamp is the one above the water.
Yes.
The one in the water is obviously quite distorted, so it doesn't have to be perfect. There you go. So then we'll just pop this in place, and then we'll just add that together, like so. Right, so we've got now we know where we want the stamps to sit. Right, so now I've done that. So what we're going to do now is we're going to transfer this to the card.
Yeah.
You see? So we'll get a piece of stencil card. It's good gear. The thing about it is it can take water. That's the thing. It can take water. Not all card can take a lot of water, but this one particularly can. So I could spray it like that, but I'm gonna just put a piece of, so that I don't spritz the whole thing.
Yes.
Right. I'm going to do that so that I'm just spritzing the watery area, right? Because I want it to be all distorted.
Yes.
Right. So again, just a little bit of water, not loads. That's plenty. That's more than enough. It's all right. It's one of those days, right? It's really downstream, right? So let's have a look. So now we're going to go like this, and we don't want to waste the paper, so we're going to cut it off anyway, aren't we? And we'll just push that down, and you'll see there. So now we've got the reflections in the water.
Okay.
Can you see that okay?
Yeah, no, we can see it perfectly. Perfect.
Right, and when I lift that off, you'll see it's really like it's a reflection.
Yeah.
Now, when I turn this around, this is dry now, which is what I needed.
Right.
That's what I wanted, it was for that to be dry. So then the next thing I'm going to do now, I can take my stamps and I can go back in over the top, and you'll see now how the image starts to change at this point.
So we want a nice crisp image here, and then we've got the softer diffused image at the bottom in the reflection.
Exactly. Let me just check something for a minute. I just want to make sure. Yeah, nice. Okay, so you can use the Distress Oxides. I was just wondering, do I need a... But I don't. I was thinking, do I need a...
Permanent.
That's it, you got it. Do I need an archival? Not really, but you know, it's up to you. So, hang on, have I got the right tree? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So you're going to just nice.
Oh, Barbara,
right?
That's looking good.
So now you can see what I'm talking about.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, it works really nicely. So, and as I say, if you wanted to, you could always use an archival brown, you know, that's clear. And then with this one, we're just, again, all you're going to do now, you don't need lots more now, but you'll see, just go easy, I think. Right, and then we'll, where you see that it's a reflection. So in we go, just press that down like so. Right, and now we're getting there. Yeah, beautiful. And this is where you start to see that it's a lot sharper. Let me come in close on this one and you'll get what I'm talking about. You see how much tighter it is? It looks so real.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, no, we can totally see
Right,
that.
and then the other one. These stamps and their mantles, one of the other things about the stamps as well is that these particular ones that I'm using now, let's say here, they work beautifully as hedgerows. So say I want to make a, here we go, look, this is in the sky, this is above water, right? I could take just a copy paper and just add a little bit of ink along the edge like so. And then I can, let me just make sure I've got the tree in the right place, like that. Right, and then I can come along, you see, I can build along the edge just by using the bits. You see how it starts to look as if it's a reflection.
Yeah.
But this time what we'll do is, to make it look like a reflection, I'm going to turn it around and I'm going to put the blue in this side, in the wet side. So what we'll do now is we'll take our, I think I've still got a bit of blue on here. Oh, hang on, I know what I need. Bear with me.
Okay.
I need to do it. This is why you need all these moons, you see, because you need one in the sky and one in the... So let's take two same size ones. We'll put one there. I'm going to take that one. That'll do. And that's going in there like that. See? Now we're talking. Have we got any of those left? Those?
Unfortunately not. It's technically sold out. It's all allocated.
Oh, well, I mean, we're not going anywhere. We will be back, won't we?
Of course.
Right, so now we're going to do the water. And all we're going to do now is just, let's see how much, have I got enough blue on there? Blue?
Yeah.
I think I need a bit more blue. Yeah. There we go. So now I'm just going to add a bit of blue into the watery area. So we're using our brushes again. That's it. And we're just going to add, because I'm working with the piece that was wet. Do you remember?
Yes.
But it'll work. It doesn't matter. All I'm doing is adding the Wasser, right? So do that, like so. Look good. There. Then when you turn it over, you start to see, look,
Barbara,
it starts to really look like...
That is looking really good. Yeah.
Yep. Doesn't that look nice? So we'll tone that down a bit, because otherwise it looks pretty like there's an alien landing in. Right. And now we'll put a little bit of blue in here. And what we're going to do is just sweep from the moon or the sun or whatever it is in the background there. And we're just going to sweep outwards It doesn't have to be as dark, the sky doesn't have to be as dark as the, in fact, you don't want it to be. There you go.
Oh, that's
Isn't that
lovely.
nice?
Barbara, that's such a beautiful scene.
And then, Doodle's Shack Shack, folks,
Yeah.
they will know this. We're going to add a couple of birds, right? So it's just a little V. Look, just use a pencil, like that. Right, so let's put a couple of birds in. There. Flying off to warmer climes. There you go. And then we'll turn it round. And now we're going to do the same kind of, you can't see them very well, which is just as well, because that'll do. There you are.
Yeah.
So there's your picture. When you turn it round, doesn't that look pretty?
That's such a lot. Barbara, thank you for sharing that technique, because I think a lot of our viewers, especially those who manage to get hold of the background stamps, are going to be trying that technique. But you're right, for reflections, it's perfect, because it gives you that, especially on water, it gives you that diffused image, and that's what you really need, because it wouldn't work to just stamp both ways because it's too crisp. Now, I've got to tell you that we are limited stock for our trees and mantles. So, trees and mantles are limited. It's going to be another set. We've had so many sellouts this afternoon with Clarity. So, if you want to get hold of these, let me just show you some examples, because you can do what Barbara just demonstrated with your backgrounds. But how about this? A lovely, who's this from? This is Elaine. Isn't that stunning? They are scene builders. So this is just the trees by themselves without the mantles. Also using that reflective technique, and you've got the sentiment in there as well. Or how about creating another lovely, and this is what I love about the trees, you can create such a beautiful image. This is not hard to do. You've got that little tree line in there as well, or not tree line, the little growth line. And how about pattern building? Oh. Sorry, let me just give a name check here, because I do like to give a name check. That's Andy who did this one. And then finally, this is Dee. Lovely pattern building, using the sentiment there. Different colours. It's got a bit of the Andy Warhol about it. I love that. $19.99 is your price. We are limited stock with regard to our trees and mantles. So how long will they be here for? We will let you know. 267646, your item number. Something else that's been very popular is our words of wisdom. So what you've got is fantastic sentiments that give you that finishing touch and that little bit of context, because you've created a wonderful scene. And what this does is solidify the sentiment there with some beautiful words. So you light up my life every day. Now that is strong. Imagine giving that to somebody. You light up my life every day. Or this is a great one for crafters, the creativity. Clean out a corner of your mind and creativity will instantly fill it. So true. Let me just show you some examples using the sentiments. This is a beautiful one from Carol with the rainbow. Carol, I absolutely love this one. So just going to show you this. I think you've done a great job, because reflecting all the times, obviously with the theme of the rainbow, isn't that such a delicate, pretty little tree in there? You've just the right amount of glitters. I think you've used the Pogo glitters, those ultrafine glitters in there as well. So try to be a rainbow in someone's cloud. Isn't that lovely? Or how about this one from Julie? So now, giving you that autumnal theme. So I think that's like a lantern plant. And then got another one here. This is from Deb. This too shall pass. $19.99 your price if you want to get a hold of those. 104088 your item number. Okay, we're going to move on to our meadow dance, and to say 80% of the stock's gone here. So we're getting into danger levels with regard to certain items. So obviously our trees and mantles are limited, and here with the meadow, it won't be long, I think, before we are calling limited stock on this one too. Do you know what I do want to do? Would it be okay, guys, if I just lift this up for a moment? Marcus, can I lift this up? I'll tell you why. I want to show you something. Look at the thickness of a Clarity stamp. Now, if you're a Clarity fan, if you've bought Clarity stamp before, you will already know this. But, Mike, I mean, they are seriously, seriously thick. So with that, and look, Barbara, when it comes to stamps, Barbara was the inventor of the clear stamp. Imagine having that as a claim to fame, being the inventor of the clear stamp. So Barbara was the first person who had that epiphany moment and said, look, why are we working with stamps that you can't see through? Why don't we look through them and then we can line them up? So with these, you've got beautiful quality stamps, that wonderful dancing, I love that little border detail, dancing around. It's got character, there's energy to it, it gives you movement, purpose. $14.99 your price, but you've got the trees in there, and you've also got the wonderful deers too. That deerscape gives you instant drama. $14.99 your price, $296,178 your item number. The papers, now you might have already got these. If you have, you'll be loving them. If not, you're in for an absolute treat, because you have got a collection of beautiful papers. You are saving £22, which is exceptional in itself, considering these are the latest designer papers from Clarity, released during their birthday event. But not only are you getting the two sizes, so it's, I'm right in saying 8x8 and then your 5x7s, but you are then getting Barb's favourites as well. So you're getting a collection, I'm just going to, well, okay, I'll pick up here, because I don't want to drop everything. But these are effectively, these are designs that Barbara's done, and she thought, look, you're going to love these, so she's giving you them as Barb's favourites, so you can use them time and time again. You're getting multiples of each, so you do not have to be frugal, because there's nothing worse than finding like a favourite and then like, oh, I don't want to use it. So there we go, you're getting those in the mix as well. Let me pop those down. The should we have a flick through Amazonia, because we did look at the Antarctica, and I think it's only fair to have a look at the Amazonia as well. Let me just show you here. Look at the designs that you get. So one is, it gives you all those beautiful colours, and then you've got a softer design on the reverse. They are double-sided, but you've got space, instant. I mean, you know what you could do? You can look at it like that, you get one scene, or here, you get a totally different feel. So audition it, move it around, discover different things within your designer papers. But Barbara is so good, and here in Amazonia, she's giving you those, I mean, that is stunning. The colours, great starting point. And imagine the silhouette stamps on there would look incredible. Oh, okay, $39.99 your price, $92, sorry, your price there, and you are saving £22. We're going to head back to Barbara. Barbara, what are we going to be playing with now?
Well, you know, you were just talking about the designer papers.
Yeah.
You're going to love this. This is from Amazonia.
Yeah.
Right. Check this out.
Ah, that's exactly what I had in mind. This is what Barbara, that looks incredible. Absolutely incredible.
So what we've done, all I've done here is taken a piece. Now this is the actual Amazonian piece, but it's the back of this one that I particularly liked for this design. So I've used the back here, right? And then when I trimmed it back, because you'll see this is an 8x. Let me come to this top camera. This is an 8x8, right? And so what I did was I trimmed it back, and then I ended up with a bit that I cut. So you know the way I did with the deer, where it was all dark in the bottom?
Yeah.
I took the sliver that I cut off the top, and I mounted it to break up the blackness where the children are.
Clever.
So the actual, the girls and the deer, the fawns, they're done exactly the same as when we did the, you know, the original one that we, I can't even find it now. When we did that here, this one.
Yes.
So I did the hills first. Here I did the meadow first. Then I lined it up with the children, put them in.
Okay.
Yeah. But instead of using our backdrop, I used a piece of designer paper from Amazonia. Isn't that lovely?
Stunning. And you've done such a good job with those designer papers, Barbara. The beautiful colours.
Thank you. But, you know, you sport for choice on this one. What do you like? Do you like that one? Or do you like that one? Because it's the same paper. One's the back and one's the front, you know.
That's nice.
So that's why you've got 4 of them. I think they're very special. And I think if you like silhouette stamp, I love silhouette stamps. All the wee folk, all the meadow dance, the boy in the flyaway boy, the girl, all those stamps, those beautiful butterfly trees that we had on a couple of weeks ago. They are just perfect, just to stamp onto these glorious backgrounds, aren't they?
Totally agree. Okay.
So yeah, we talked that one through, didn't we?
Yeah.
And And so what I wanted to show you next, well, hang on a minute. Yeah, so I thought, that was the other one I wanted to show you.
Yeah.
Just so that you got a reading, you see, these two, okay, this one is on the designer paper. Yeah? Can you see that all right?
I can see that perfectly.
That one's on the designer paper, and then the others, so that our friends at home can see the difference. These are the two different masks, you see. This one's got the three little girls and the fawns, and here we've got a boy and a girl and a fawn, just a different layout. So you understand there are two different ones. This one, I did the same thing, same technique, but on one of our backdrops, you know, spritzed it. And then this one...
so, onto the designer paper.
I used the designer paper.
Do you know, either way, Barbara, they're both beautiful techniques, so you're winning either way.
Yeah. Exactly, and a lot of people have got a lot of papers, so the silhouettes, these masks and the silhouette stamps, which we're going to get to in a minute, are absolutely perfect.
Nice.
If you like the papers, yeah, exactly. Okay. And so the only thing I wanted to put closure to the reflection, if we could just do this before we move on to the next one. Again, I wanted to take a look at the words. So what I've done is, while we were talking, while you were talking, I cut this up and I just edged. All I've done here is, I've just edged the card very, very, very lightly. You can see it here. And all you do is you just take the ink pad and you run it along the edge, and then you let it dry for 5 minutes, and you run it backwards and forwards, and you just get a really beautiful pin edge, right? Really nice. And so now this is sitting, for example, on top of a larger card. I think it's like a 7x7. And now I'm going to take and this is one of those. Actually, this is, I like this. This time I'm going to put it on this side, because the arrow is pointing. Yeah.
Nice.
If you look from the top, you'll see the arrow is pointing.
Using our sentiments.
But it's one of those words, Yanis, I use it, I must say it 5 times a day. People at the moment, you know, with COVID and all the lockdown and all the anxiety, and I just say, but this too shall pass. It'll be all right. This too shall pass. It does. It's got to.
Cool.
Otherwise,
everything does. Everything does.
It always does. Everything, the good and the bad.
Yeah.
Right. So then we'll pop that there like so, and then I know where my words are going to sit like that, and then I'll just pop them in like that. And again, this is a brand new word. This is just, but it's so appropriate at the moment, Yanis.
Yeah,
so appropriate, isn't it?
Totally agree.
So we're just. Pop that in, put a little butterfly on that blob. Right, and then again, you see, you just pick out the colour that you fancy, and then you go in, and this is so, again, Jim changed it up a little bit on this one, and I really like the way he designed these words. The to and the past are a little bit different. He mixed them up a bit, but you can see, so easy to add colour to, aren't they? Look. And so again, they're colour inners, and you can go dark, you can go light. It's entirely up to you. You can use the Perga colours. I'm using a Perga liner here. It's entirely up to you what you use. You could use a blending pen with the ink, couldn't you, as well? Just use the blending pen with the ink if you want the exact same colour. But I do think that looks very nice as a finished piece.
Totally agree.
There you go. So that's that one. That's that one sorted.
Yes.
And on to the next demo.
Hey. Okay, great. Let's go on.
So the one that I was looking at, I tell you what you could do, Yanis, just while I set up, have a look at the Meadow Dance, the stamps. Go and have a little look at the artwork there while I get ready.
Absolutely.
And we're going real traditional grey on this one, okay?
All right, we'll do that. Thanks, Barbara. I hope you're enjoying the show. If you do have any questions for Barbara, please feel free to email in studio@hochanda.com. Let's take a look at the Meadow Dance now. This has been very popular. I think we are kind of heading towards limited stocks territory here if you want to get a hold of them. $14.99, but look at the amount of imagery that you have. So you have that wonderful, it's a very peaceful calm, serene. Oh, got to tell you, we're not heading towards limited stock. We are actually limited stock here. Let's take a little look. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I apologise, everyone. It's just a bit dusty in here. Let's just have a look at... I was trying to fight it. Let's just see. Now, there's the... it's a little bit grungy. You've got that wonderful deerscape. This is the Sam Crow. It's a design from Sam Crow. But equally, how about this one? Just love this image, and Barbara's absolutely right. That is very clever with the sentiment going in there too. Happy birthday. There's a lot going on, but there's so much movement and energy. It is a dynamic card. That's Linda giving you that inspiration there. We can take on larger pieces as well. This is stunning. Wait till you see this one. Look at that. That is a proper scene from Jane. So Jane Telford now using the set, all the stamps. Look at all of that. Amazing. 6 stamps in total. We are limited, but that stock is dwindling. It should actually be reading the super limited. The stock is now super limited. Let's have a look from Linda. Another one from Linda here, just showing you a bit of an emboss. That's nice. 296 178 item number. It looks like this option will go the same way as so many have this afternoon and selling out. I'm just finding myself enthralled by all the... I mean, that's nice. Look at this. Different colour tones gives you a totally different feel in the mix too. I'll show you another one here. Now that, again, extending it out, but then having that, and we discussed this in our previous inspiration, Barbara was explaining, by having a slightly muted sort of colour here on the trees, it gives you that sense of depth, and then it brings all the image here to your forefront. Limited stock, 296 178 your item number for your beautiful stamps. If you do want to go, I've got to show this one as well, sorry. This is by, I haven't been reading out names. Wait a second, that one, it didn't have a name, so that's okay. Just showing you here, grungy. He did this one, Sam did this one. Going a bit grungy just down there, but that little bit of detail, how cool. $14.99 is your price. I was just doing a bit of filling there to let Barbara get ready. Barbara is ready, so now I'll hand over to her capable hands. What are we going to be working on, Barbara?
This is comical. You know when something is so organised and then within the period of 1.5 hours it's just gone berserk. Right, now we're going traditional, really traditional. My friends from years ago will smile when they see this. So I thought it was about time we got the old Clarity card out and we had a look. And this is all using one ink pad and a brayer, and you'll see that it's super glossy. Look, you see how it's really, really glossy. That's the magic of the Clarity card, okay?
That's nice.
So what we're going to do is just show you how to get this real mono. It's like real monotone, and then of course we can use the designer papers in the background to bring it to life.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna be nice.
So I thought we'd have a look at these stamps.
Okay.
Have we still got a few? We've still got a few.
A few.
Yeah.
Like when we say few, Barbara, we're talking a handful.
Yeah, but come on, that's all right. A handful's still a handful.
Yeah, okay.
So what we're going to do first of all is, in order to do this, we need to get these images dry. Okay, so the best thing to do now is to mount them up. I'm going to use the children.
Okay.
And what's interesting is, right, I'm slowing it down a bit here because my heart's racing. This is what I find is what's worth noting. If these are the masks, look at the size of the stamps by comparison. I think it's well worth making a note of the size of the stamps versus the mask. And what's really brilliant is when you look at the image. Let me just show you one that I've dried. Right, when we look at the image with the tree now, you'll recognise that Lisa, when she created the masks, they're the same images. So you'll see it's just split into two halves.
Yeah,
it's just worked her magic. Do you see?
Yeah, yeah.
just split them up. They're the same characters. So if, for example, you use the masks on the envelopes, let's say along the envelope at the back and the front like a wraparound, just really, really lightly with a brush, and then just a lovely blue, and they're just dancing all around the envelope, and then on the inside is the stamped heart. You know, boom. Or on the insert, pretend you've got the stamped image on the insert, and then when you open the card, all along the bottom, there's that beautiful, very light, so you can actually write over it, is the masked image. Isn't that lovely? And the same goes for, the same goes, of course, for the deerscape, this part. Same thing with the deer, isn't it?
I love how excited you're getting. If you're coming up with these ideas, I can only imagine what everyone in the Clarity family, all your fans, will be coming up with.
You know, you hit the nail on the head there, and I can't. This is genuine. This is authentic. I love this art, you know, and this for me is like putting on a comfortable old pair of slippers, because I've done this for so many years with a brayer and an ink pad. So let me show you how it works.
Okay.
So let's just say we're going to, first of all, we're going to use, I'll use Blue Chase, I'll use one of the artistry inks, and what I'll do though, what I find back in the day, Ranger, they had a range of ink pads called Adirondacks. Yes. And they were, like, when they were new, they were a little bit juicy, and you had to often go ink blot plot, ink blot plot, ink blot plot. And they discontinued the Adirondacks. But these are as close as I've found to the Adirondacks. That's the bottom line. Right. So what I'm doing now, that's just for our old friends, and I don't mean less of the old grey, I mean the ones that have been with me for years, right? What we're doing now is we're using the blending mat, and this is like an ink dispenser, if you like, and then we're going to use Clarity card. Card. It's a coated stock. It's the same sort of card as Mike and Tona use for encaustic art. It's the same. It's that coated stock. Yes. Clarity card and encaustic card are the same thing. Okay. Okay. Just so that you understand, there's no.
We've got the details on the screen.
Magic.
Barbara, if you just scoot again across to your left, so we can get a good look at what you're about to do.
Yeah. So what I can do is, I've got choices. I can either use my brayer like I did before, and this is really what a brayer is used for, is to transfer ink to a printing plate. Or I can go into my mat and I can pick up the ink off there. May get blistery though, guaranteed to be smoother if you use a speedball brayer, okay? So then what I want to do, I'm gonna put this, let's just put this one in first. Right. Can you see this all right?
Yes, perfect.
Good. So that's them in.
Nice.
Right, beautiful, but wet. Because we're working on a coated stock, Yanis, it means it's going to be wet. Right. Now let's take, I'm using my tree just on a bit of acetate. Right. Just so that people see that you can, it's entirely up to you. Acetate or amount, it works either way, right? So all we're going to do now is just ink up the tree like that. And again, if I wanted to, I could take the ink like so. It's 6 of one and a half dozen of the other. But what I want to do is pop the tree into the image too. So now I've got choices. Where do I want to put the tree? It's sort of asking me to put it here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right.
Now you are getting the tree in the sets, just for anyone who missed out on the other set of trees. So if you are still looking for some trees, they're included in this set. Listen, look, I have to say, Barbara, you're getting an awful lot of stamps, different designs, I should say, in one stamp set for $14.99.
Yeah. Jim, when we were reworking these images, and I said I'd really, because we've reworked these as well, and I said I'd really like to make these in one set, but even less expensive. And I know that sounds a little bit weird that I would want to do that, but I just feel that you're getting a lot for your money here. And these stamps, the trees, look, they're great for hedges.
Yeah.
These are brilliant for hedges. And we've also included two little, Jim said we've got a gap in the middle. I said, well, he said put two little ones in, and he flipped them. So this is brilliant for the backdrop, you see?
Nice. Yes.
Like
yes.
distance perspective.
That's clever.
So now, this needs to be dry.
Right.
So what we'll do is we'll pop that to one side, give that a little, you can help it dry, but I've done one, here's one I did earlier if you like.
Okay.
Right? So we're all right for time, aren't we? Yeah.
We've got loads of time, don't worry.
Right, slow it down. So what I want to do is make a frame around the edge. So it's all about, isn't it? It's all about frames, it's about
focusing.
Surround, isn't it?
Well, it gives focus and context. Adding that frame, it allows you that space to then build up your scene.
Yeah, and I'm just using masking tape, and you can use this masking tape again and again, but it really does. It also means that you're giving yourself a little bit of wiggle room if you wanted to add your own doodle or yeah. And it's easier to brayer a smaller area. That's the other thing. From a practical point of view, I mean, this is A5, right? So I'm bringing it in. I'm bringing it down a little bit. See, I can bring this one. I control how large I want my artwork to be. Squeeze my head for a minute. I just want to come in here like so. Right. So now I'm coming right down with this piece, you see.
Okay.
And now I'm just going to add my moon. My moon, this moon, comes from the woodland set. Have we got any of them left?
No, sorry, Barbara.
Sorry, okay.
It's
right,
okay,
well,
we can use them, because look, a lot of people have got them, so good to use.
Yeah, and if you haven't got them, listen, if you haven't got them, just take a Post-it and die cut a circle out, you know, just make sure it's at the sticky end of the yellow sticky bit. The only thing is with these, of course, you can use them again and again and again. And the other thing is, as you will have noticed, when I did this, you get complete seal, so it doesn't bleed in. Whereas with a Post-it, if you like, with a sticky sheet, the water will have bled in underneath the moon.
Okay.
So, all right. So now we're on this one, and now we're going to get going. So let's have a look. And what we're going to do now. Do you remember I said earlier about a wheelie?
Yes.
Right, we'll take blue chase. Right, let's have a bit of blue chase, a bit more colour on there. Right. And then we're going to ink up the brayer. Now, the thing about the blending mat, this is a key, it looks just like a piece of plastic, and that's what it is. However, it's got hundreds of thousands of tiny little pores in it. And what that P-O-R-E-S. And what that means is that the ink sits in the pores, and it acts as a kind of an ink dispenser.
Yeah.
You see, so as I roll over it,
picking it up,
I can see it only picks up what I want.
Right.
It can't over ink, if you know what I mean. So now what I'm going to do is make sure. Remember I was talking about doing a wheelie before?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've done it without. I've deliberately avoided ink on this edge. Right? There's no ink on that edge. Yeah. And the reason I'm doing that, let me move this over this way a little bit so you see. As I come, which way should I come? Just bear with me a second. Yeah, this is good. That's about right, isn't it, for you?
Yes, we can see that.
Yeah. Right. So what we're going to do is we're going to start on the top. And I've got, you go lightly, flick, 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 flick. And the trick is to flick. And you'll see, as I'm doing this, you see I'm coming down, down, down. I'm working my way like a soldier down towards the tree. And that way, you get that beautiful, look, it's like seamless. If you look from the top, you'll see it's just like it just comes down and down and down like that. And when you take this away, of course, you're going to get a perfect moon like that. So that's the first thing. It's just, and the way to get that really seamless, almost airbrushed effect is it's simply not having any lines and not going back on yourself. Because if I go like that, Yanis, and then I think, oh, hang on a minute, and I go back up that, as soon as I go back into the ink, I'll pick up an edge. And then when I go down, I'll have the stripes.
Nice. Just to let everyone know, Barbara.
Sorry. This look quite easy.
You do. Barbara, I just got to let everyone know that with that blending mat, because I'm looking at it thinking I'd like some that in my life, it does come as part of a bundle. So you're getting your blending mat, you're also getting your foam, and you're getting your blending tool. So all of that you're seeing there for £6. Now that's really good value for money. I mean, how much would you pay just for the refills for your blending tool? $14.99 your price, $6.97, 438 your item number. Sorry, Barbara.
No, don't apologise. When I say I make it look easy, you've got to remember that I've been doing this for like 20 years, because for 20 years all I had was a brayer and an ink pad. and anybody that used to see me at the shows, that was Barbara Gray.
Yeah.
You want to go and see her do a landscape, she does moons, she does torn paper, and she does hills. And that was all I did for a long, long time. And so when I say I make it look easy, if you did something for 20 years, you'd probably make it look easy too. So what I'm going to do now is, so now let's have a look. We're going to go to the bottom. We're going to come up now with the hills.
Right.
Okay. So I'll take a bit of copy paper. Let's take a piece of copy paper. This is nice, you know, because over the years, Yanis, we've sort of strayed away. Hang on, let me get a better tear than that. You wouldn't think that was so hard, would you? That too. Right. Okay.
Nice.
That's what I'm after. Is a hill. Yeah?
And if you just come across left again for us, Barbara, sorry. That's perfect.
Like that?
Yeah, that's good. So just so we can see it all. Yeah, that's lovely.
Yeah. So what I'll do is, Yanis, I'll move that over to this way and I'll bring this in and we'll reload a little bit, right? We'll reload so you can see what I'm doing.
Yes.
Because I need a bit more ink. So I reckon maybe a tiny touch of blue chase again. Right, let's get a bit more going.
Load up.
Right. Now, and then we'll slide this in.
Yeah.
Right. And then we'll make sure we haven't got any ink on that edge. Right, here we go. So now we'll put a hill in. We'll put a hill in behind the children first. Right, we don't want to make it too dark. Right, let's have a look. Okay, let me just get that ink in where the children are, and you can lift it up, you see exactly what you're doing. Right, then what we'll do is we'll move it over a bit. We'll move the hill over a bit.
Right.
And then we'll go again, but we won't re-ink because it's going to be further away, right? So we don't want to re-ink.
So it's like the perspective we were doing with the trees.
There you go. Look, see,
that's
how
nice,
it's changing.
Yeah, I love that. Love it.
And then let's do one more, right like that. Totally different this time. Maybe, yeah, that will look nice like that. But this time, I'm just going to flick from that side so that it almost disappears to nothingness behind the tree. Okay? So we'll just do it like that. Flick, flick, flick. See? And this is the thing about the brayer. When you do this in slow motion, if you flick it, you don't get stripes. That's all, because you're rolling and the brayer is moving all the time. It's spinning. Spinning. Right, and then you see you get that really misty. It looks like it's miles away. Look.
Yeah, we like that, Barbara. That looks so effective.
You like?
I love it. Absolutely love it.
Now we'll take the moon away.
Okay.
So we've got our perfect. Look. So you've got your lovely moon, and then we'll put that back on its home base when I find it in a minute.
Okay.
Carnage in it. Right, and then where's that little tree? Here it is. So we've got the little tree, and what we could do now is use the little tree in the distance. Yeah?
Okay.
So it's where do we want to put it? I would say that probably back there would be quite nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Over that, behind that hill there.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Behind that hill there, that would do. Right, so we've just got to cover up that area there. Right, and I'll just slide that out of the way, bring this in. I need a little bit more ink. There may be a little bit more life left in this. It's deceiving, right? Let's just add a little bit of ink on there. This is supposed to be faded. I don't know how faded though. Let me just check. Oh, no, that's good. Right?
Yeah.
So we'll just get a bit of ink up there. And the other thing I wanted to say is when you're cleaning this, only ever use water and a paper towel or a cloth. Don't use baby wipes because it clogs up on the, I'm talking about on the blending mat, because it clogs up the pores. It loses its effectiveness.
Well,
right, so now we'll just add that little tree there behind that hill, I think. I reckon. Let's have a look.
Yeah,
Perfect. That's nice. I like that. Right, and then what we'll do is we'll lift all this away. Let's get all the masking tape away. Layer on layer. Let's get rid of it in the layers that we put it down.
Right.
Right, and you'll see as you do this, it looks like a really nice framed piece of artwork. Look. There you go. That.
Okay, just remind everyone we're currently speaking to Barbara Gray live on Skype.
Can you still hear me all right, Yanis?
Yeah, no, yeah, good. Yeah, I was just letting everyone know we're chatting to you on Skype.
Oh yeah, cool. And then the only other thing is, you see, when this is dry, if you buff it with a tissue, or I haven't got a tissue, so I'm using a paper towel. But when you buff it, when the ink is dry, it comes up like a super gloss, really, really shiny.
Yeah.
So we'll start in this corner, and we'll just. If I take a piece, just by way of interest, if I do this, let's do this, right? And I'll buff half of the picture so you can see the difference. Let's do it like that, right? And let's just buff this half. Okay, and then we'll see the difference between this half and the other half.
Yeah.
So you polish it. You know, when Mike and Shona do their encaustic art, they buff at the end, don't they?
Yeah, they
and
do.
It comes really shiny.
Yeah.
It's no different. It's funny, when we used to do the shows, Mike and Shona were always at the shows as well with us.
Yeah.
And so often people would, because we're really, really close friends as well, and so often people would say, your style of art is very similar to that man that does the wax art. And I thought, isn't that funny how... Now, I don't know if you can... Yeah,
I know there, you can see that.
See where the light is, where I can polished it?
Wow.
One side is buffed. Yeah, it makes a difference, doesn't it? You
It's an
see?
effective demonstration, yeah. I think if you'd done it the whole, we wouldn't have necessarily seen the difference, but by just doing half, you really do see a difference.
So there you go. I think that'll do.
That will do. Barbara, you have done very well. I'm so sorry, because I know we've been throwing a lot at you and you've had to really craft on the fly. Now, I'm going to go and obviously remind everyone what we have on the show, but before we leave you, thank you so much, but we've got a very special, one-day special coming up. Do you want to give a little tease to what we can look forward to?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm going to do a left arm sweep on this, right? Because tonight at 6 o'clock we're launching a fantastic trio of plates from Linda Williams. It's a wrap. It's a groovy collection, and it has to do with the last set that blew the doors off with the trifolds. And this set is just, if I dare say so, even better. It's just so exquisite. And if you've got the first three, you definitely need these three.
I've seen it. I've seen what's coming up, and Barbara's absolutely right. So if you're a groovy fan, you do not want to miss 6 o'clock. Pop it into your diary. Barbara, thank you so much. You've got time to recover now. What are you going to? Are you going to grab a drink, hot drink, chocolate biscuit?
Potato soup. I made some potato soup, Kartoffelsuppe, and so I'm going to have a nice bowl of potato soup in a minute. But thank you so much for all your help, Yanis.
Oh, it's been a pleasure.
And thank you to everybody at Hochanda. We're doing such a cracking job, and it's no mean feat to try and do this remotely, you know. And Paul is in a different town, and I am here, and you are there, and yet it works really well, doesn't it?
It does. It really does. Thank you, though, for those kind words, Barbara. You're an absolute star. I look forward to seeing the one-day special at 6.
You and I are working together at 6 o'clock,
We are,
aren't we?
yes. We're back together at 6.
Wonderful.
Great. Thank you,
Cool.
Barbara.
I'll see you then.
Thank you. See you. Bye.
Bye-bye now. Bye-bye and thank you.
How awesome is Barbara? I absolutely love her. OK, so please tune in back at 6 if you are a fan of Groovy. Now, with regard to the tree and mantle, oh, no, they're not here. The tree and mantle, we've taken them off the counter, but they are back. When I say back, a couple have bounced back. Thank you. Here we go. So just show you, we had a few bounce back here. So if you do want to go for your tree and mantle, we saw Barbara playing with these earlier on. They did sell out. So there are a few. If you want to snap those up, it's going to be fastest fingers first. But I love the fact that you've got effectively that skeleton tree, and then you've got the mantle to add to all of those. $19.99 your price, 9 stamps in total. You're also getting that little, how do I describe it, that little landscape, just that bit of detail. Grass work, row, hedgerow, whatever you like. Okay, $9.99 your price there. A few for anyone who snaps them up. Thank you so much for your company this hour. If you do want to revisit any of the techniques, there's two ways you can do it. You can go onto our website or use the Hochanda app. We have been busy, we've had a lot of sellouts, and I have to announce another sellout. So this fantastic set, the Meadow Dancer and the Deerscape, oh, it's over here, sorry. This set, the Meadow Dancer and Deerscape, has sold out, technical sellout. Now, what that means, just to be clear, because we had actually that situation with the trees and mantles, all our stock is either sold or in your basket. If it is in your basket, please make sure to check out if you really want to. If you don't check out, what will happen after a lot of time, it will jump out of your basket and then someone else could nab it. So you have been warned. But it's been such a lovely hour. These kind of hours that I think really solidify why Hochanda is such a special place, because we love to sit down and get creative and have a play and of course share those techniques. Barbara is phenomenal at doing just that. So Barbara will be returning at 6 p.m. to launch a brand new one-day special. If you're a fan of Groovy, and especially Linda Williams, you do not want to miss it, because she's bringing you some new plates and they're going to be very busy, I can anticipate. Thank you for your company. Don't go anywhere. We've got another look at a one-day special coming up. So we're talking Fabric Freedom, the Rainbow One-Day Special. Been super busy for this. Afterwards, we have our paver poll, and then we have Crafting with Clarity, our one-day special. Don't go anywhere. See you in a mo.
Did you know you can continue watching Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for free, using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If you're not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember to have your router's password to hand, whether you're using a wired or wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type hochanda.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcast and access to previous shows. So now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV, whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Pete from Artisan Design. We're a family-run company from the Midlands, and we have been going for around about a year now. We design handcrafted stamps, stencils and designer papers. Personally, I love crafts, and I've loved crafts from childhood, right from when I first won an art competition when I was 5 years old. Tune into Hochanda, be part of the artisan design world, and come and join me on this creative path.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. I've been with Hochanda since the very beginning, and I've been crafting a lot longer than that. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Presscut and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts2 stable and the ones that I design. So don't miss the John Next Door and Crafts2 shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. At Crafty Individuals, we're mostly involved in the design and manufacture of a very wide range of red rubber art stamps, but we also have a range of background papers and mini images that are also brilliant to create with. We also have a great little team of other artist friends who've helped us along the way and have come up with other designs that completely work alongside our own. So do pull up a pew and join us on the Hochanda shows. We can't wait to see you there.
Well, hello and welcome to the final call for the one-day special. Now, of course, here at Hochanda, we launch a one-day special at 6 p.m. and it's amazing value for money, also great quality, and sometimes incredible options for you in colorways. Now, like it's today, this time. Now, we have got, of course, Hayley Smith in the building. Hello.
Sorry. That was the fabric, not my trousers. Sorry. I should really think about this a bit more before I do it, shouldn't I? Hi, by the way.
That is why we're
going to do some sewing. It's all good.
We are okay, right? So, well, you are going to be doing.
I'm going to do some sewing. Well, you do sewing too, but not here.
Yes, but not on air. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Now, one day special. Incredibly busy.
Yes, it has been very, very busy, and it has been. I think it's an education for people because a lot of people see the word polyester in a fabric and are like, "Oh my gosh, no, never use polyester." It's so much better than it used to be, and these feel like cottons, but the advantages you've got are they're much easier to care for, as in they don't crease as much. They've got much better resistance to light, because you'll notice this from shirts that you may have that maybe have been, especially the black ones, you'll wear them a few times, cotton ones, and you'll wash them, and then they'll gradually start getting lighter and lighter, and you'll see it where the joins are, like where the seams and things are. And this doesn't do that. It's much more colour fast. And obviously price is a brilliant advantage on this.
Can we talk about the price?
You can.
Because, well, first of all, the one-day special is 10 pieces of 1 meter each. You have got 3 different options: the dark, the brights, and the lights. So you have got all 3 options. Now, 10 pieces of 1 meter, so you're getting actually 10 meters in total in the one-day special for £27.99, which that works out at £2.80 per meter. Now that is a one-day special, 759,848. However, you may want the whole rainbow with the darkness and the lightness and the brightness. So if you want them all 3, now additionally, so if you were going to buy them individually, the bundles, you would have £10 for a saving from the brights, and £10 saving from the lights, and £10 saving from the dark. So that would make a £30 saving. However, you bring that forward and carry it forward, and then you additionally have a £4 saving. So it's a £34 saving if you go for the complete collection. Not only that, but you also have got the Flexi Buy option, which means that you can spread the cost in interest-free payment. 2 of them of £39.99 is the price. Now, however, that is 3/4 of the stock has gone. If you want yours, if you want your complete rainbow with the brightness and the darkness, you can have it, but I will urge you to check out the baskets. Also remember that the one-day special and everything that is in, especially this deal, will last only until 6 p.m. So this is kind of the final call to make sure that you get your amazing saving. 570363 is the item number for the complete collection for that. Now we have got also happy hours. Now if you are new to Hochanda, well, happy hour means that the price is dropped for 1 hour and 1 hour only. So grab your bargains while you are watching this. Now the first one is from Perfect Occasions, and we are getting 2 of 100% cotton. This is not polycotton but 100% cotton of the Ditzy flowers, so you can see, and Ditzy stars as well. So it has got both of them. So you are getting a meter. Showed at 12 o'clock and it was not the right one. So and this is your chance to get it at that happy hour price.
Right, perfect. And this one, of course, you have got a meter of each, so you have got the kind of lighter beige underneath it, and then you have got that one which is more of a black. I think it's a black or a very dark navy. Dark navy, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah. So against the black.
I'm just going to agree.
Huh?
I'm just going to agree.
Yeah. And $9.99 is the price. You're saving £12. I just put it against my black, and you can see that it's a little bit. If you put it there, you can see that is that is very dark navy. Right. $9.99 for 2 meters in total of 100% cotton. Beautiful quality. Also, it's just so soft. And
yeah, it's very, very soft, that one.
This would be lovely shirts. You know those shirts, your gentleman shirts with flowers?
Yeah, well, poplin is generally classed as a shirting weight material. So yeah, poplin's perfect for that.
I love that. Then we have got another happy hour, and this one is the from Perfect Occasions as well. And it's again a cotton poplin, and I love that. Now this one you are getting 3 meters, so you're getting 1 meter of the red leaves, 1 meter of the beautiful green leaves, and then you are getting a meter of the yellow leaves. Now this is super soft as well, 100% cotton, £16.97 for 3 meters of 100% cotton. Gorgeous fabric.
Yeah, these are beautiful, really kind of striking colours on there as well. So I think nice to that kind of skeleton leaf look as well.
Yeah, indeed. And then,
you nearly just had 2.
No, it's just like I only have got 2 hands. I have got a lot of fingers.
This is, I sense there's something that I've missed here. But
right, so basically, in Spanish, I don't know, but certain parts of the English-speaking world, it's 5 fingers.
Yeah, well, I think you've got 5 fingers, 2 of which are thumbs.
Exactly. Exactly, yeah. Exactly, that's my point.
I would say you've got 10. They're all classed as fingers, but these ones are special ones, which are thumbs. I think you've got 10 toes, 2 of which are special and are big toes.
You know, I love you, Hayley.
I love you too, Paula.
Anyway, moving on to the next happy hour. And then we have got another happy hour, which is the tropical botanicals. Love, 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 love these ones. Again, pop-in fabrics. Again, you have got here 100% cotton, incredibly nice weave with a beautiful, you know, I don't know if you know how you call this flower, but it's just that kind of flower of paradise.
Oh, bird of paradise.
Yeah.
I'm not. Because obviously you haven't got them close to me, but it's either looking like a bird. Oh, it might be a big lily. You know, the big leaf.
Yeah, that kind of looks. But whichever flower it is, I love that I can see.
It's
that
very
hot
nice.
pink. Yeah,
and I don't think we've seen these ones before actually. So these are lovely.
And you know, what I think with this fabric, that sort of weight, I think a skirt would be lovely on it because you could do like a little piping.
Yeah. Now you may
hair.
have to. Line it or use some interfacing with it, but we have some fusible webbing which you could use as your interfacing and just essentially line it with something a bit heavier, so something like a medium weight.
Quilted cotton?
Yeah, kind of medium weight cotton, or even just with the poplin there, that'll be enough, not the poplin, the polycotton. That'll be enough to bring it up to the right weight for you. And it will look like a lined skirt, because obviously it'll be different colour on the inside to the outside. I'm not making one in this hour, no.
Oh, can I give you my measurements?
I can see you thinking about it, and it's not going to happen. You did me over with a duvet the last time.
Which I'm very thankful, because wasabi it covers the bed that sometimes wasabi goes into, so that he loves it.
Well, there you go. Wasabi's got a lovely duvet.
He has a big bed. Anyway, moving on. Happy hour deals. Of course, it works so well, and this is one of the reasons. If you put it over here, you can see why the one-day special, especially the brides, would work with so many of fabrics. Now, if you want to go for the happy hour, are these three beautiful poplin fabrics, 1 meter of each, 100% cotton, £14.97. Now, look at the saving of £18. That saving will go up at the end of the hour. So if you want to get something better than half price, do check out your baskets. Now, we have got some news. The Date Say Floral, they're gone already.
They saw them in the other hour and they couldn't have them. So they waited and snuck in really quickly.
You know what? I have to say, I only started sewing earlier this year properly. Well, not really properly, but the thing is that fabric, that poplin, feels so nice, and I definitely would go for the brides to combine it with it and do the lining, or maybe do the lighter one as well. Right, that is of course the you have got here the beautiful super bundle. So you have got all 30 beautiful meters, 30 meters of fabric, and remember you have got that flexi by option of 2 payments. £39.99. Right, well, let's go to the pick and mix. Now, we have got 33 options. Beautiful, absolutely stunning, gorgeous fabrics. Now, you have got florals. You have got beautiful foxes. You have got swimmers even there. Now, let's talk about you're choosing whichever 4 you want. So for instance, here we have got the floral silhouettes. So you might want to go for all 4 colors of the floral silhouette.
And I know that like 33 sounds like a lot of options in that pick and mix, but it's been a really, really popular option. And it isn't actually kind of 33 well, it is, but it isn't, because you're getting kind of a smaller range of actual patterns, so you're just getting different colourways in each. So this one I think is beautiful, and I think it's got a real kind of nice vintage, modern vintage feel to it.
We asked the question yesterday, for those ones who weren't watching then, if I, for instance, I wanted 4 pieces of these, I could choose exactly. Would it be a
absolutely. Anything that's fabric freedom is generally cut from the rolls, so they don't cut anything until it's ordered, and then they will cut everything to order from the rolls. So if you wanted to say have 3 of those and 1 of another, you'd get a 3 meter piece of that one and then a single meter of whichever other one you chose.
Perfect.
So absolutely.
Now it's only £13.99 for 4 meters of fabric. Remember the flower silhouette. We have got, I believe this one is the beige, I think it is. Then we have got the grey. Then we have got the is it the pink? Pink. And then we have got the turquoise, I believe.
It's teal.
Teal.
Turquoise. I don't know, Paola. Oh, is it turquoise?
Yeah.
It's getting the teas mixed up.
Yeah, and then of course we have got the Mystical Kingdom. There's 3 options for colors in there. Then we have got a bunch of flowers in here.
Floral bouquet on this one.
That's gorgeous.
I love the grey.
Yeah, the grey, and then of course you have got the pink and the peach. So that's the difference.
They would work. I mean, if you wanted to work all those together in projects, you could use all those 3 just in one project if you wanted to.
Absolutely. And then we have got I think this one, which one was that?
Oh, this is Bunny Party.
Bunny Party, of course it is.
Bunny Party.
Bunny Party. And then we have got...
this one, actually Fee had the sticker stuck on her, and was it Frolicking Fawns?
Yeah, Fawn
Frolic, that's it. She had it stuck on her arm.
And then we have got the foxes in here, 4 color options in here. One of the most popular, of course, is the foxes in that gorgeous turquoise.
Yeah, it's a duck egg one, this is the one that we've been using in a lot of the demonstrations. So that is probably why that one is quite so popular.
And then we have got the gorgeous, beautiful flowers in here. This one has got like butterflies, and it has got the navy option. And of course you have got the gorgeous, you can see in here, that kind of, I would say, aqua tones in here, then the peach as well. And then we have got the llamas, of course.
Right, we've checked.
Oh, the alpacas, apparently.
Well, the fabric is called llamas, but we did some research. Well, I'm saying we, I didn't, Charlotte did, and they're alpacas because they've got shorter faces.
But I thought the alpacas have rounded ears.
Yes, smaller ears and shorter noses. Well, they're going to be apparently banana-sized. Is apparently the kind of marking point.
Okay.
So I'm not sure how.
Maybe it's a hybrid.
Maybe. Yeah, let's have that.
It's a hybrid.
So what's that then?
It's
an alama?
An
alama.
Alama, I like that one.
Okay, let's have that then.
They are the alamas.
Or alpaca.
No, they are.
It's the alpaca. That sounds more Spanish, though.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yeah. And then we have got. I love this one. This is one of my favorites. This one is a floral in orange,
and it's got a nice small print on that. So that one's great for things like your bindings, your edgings, maybe straps to bags, that kind of thing, because it's got a nice small print on it.
And then of course the floral in the blue sort of tones, and then we have got the swimmers in red, in the blue, and of course in the beige sort of color. Tomato soup.
Yeah, we had this debate earlier, and we did invite people to email in, but nobody emailed in with suggestions. Because originally we'd said lava, followed by under no circumstances swim in lava. And I said suggested tomato soup that they were swimming in.
Well, tomatina in Valencia, where they throw so many tomatoes.
And maybe it's that.
Tomato.
Maybe it's that. Maybe they've had that tomato fight in a swimming pool, and they're just. Yeah, I'm in there like swimwear, straight in.
Absolutely. And of course, those ones are the 33 different options. Remember, you choose whichever photo you wanted, and whichever, if you wanted maybe 4 of the same one, you can, 2 of 2, whichever option you want, for just £13 and 99 pence. Now, of course, we have got like foxes in there. We have got the beautiful phones in there.
Yeah, there's lots of florals in there. I think there's something for everybody. You've got ones for the older. You know, the older people, the younger people. There's such a mix in there. There's classic, there's quite modern. You've got lots and lots of choice within this one.
And of course, the duck egg focuses are 70% of that has gone. Now, it is gorgeous. It is polycotton, so more durable, and of course it means that maybe it's a more affordable as well, which means that you can practice as well for dressing as well. 694-344. Now we also have got basics for you. We have got them in 4 different colors, and here is where I started telling the different names in Catalan and Spanish of the
yes, you're gonna know.
I know.
Everything.
I'm not going to go there because if you want to learn the names of the colors in Spanish and Catalan, watch the 8 p.m. show last night. Or just search online. I mean,
or just use the internet.
We have got the basics. We have got them in the chevron, the stripes, the solids, and the spotty elements in here. So you have got them all 4, and red. Then the choice could be royal blue, the navy, or the black. You know what? The big spots at the black. You know what, I have to say, I'm very tempted by the red, but I would go for the black. There is something a bit really, really...
Well, they're your colours, aren't they, red and black?
Yes, they are. Yeah, they're sort of... £13 and 99 pence is the price. 455-714 is your item number. Oh, we missed the happy hour. I didn't know that. Oh, what?
That's a big one. How did we not spot that?
This is a
it's a
heavy
whopper.
One. This is a bigger one. And now, you know what? You have spotted before we did. Let's see, before I did anyway, because I just spotted now. Look at that. Look. Now,
these look very soft.
It is. That feels, it's 100% polyester. That feels like almost... What do you call it? What do you call this?
Oh, like a lawn. Like it looks like it's draping. Oh, right. Okay. So it's got more of a kind of crepe feel to it.
Say that this.
It's draping very nicely.
It's a crepe. Is it a crepe?
That's the one that's wrinkly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one has got like it's a bit of a texture, but a lot of drape.
Yeah. Because I'm not allowed to go and look. I'm trying to look in the monitor and see what it looks like. Hang on. I'm coming. Oh, yes, I see. It's got quite a nice... it's a bit more like a Georgette.
Georgette, exactly.
Yes, it's like a Georgette, but probably a bit heavier than a Georgette, so I know exactly where you're coming from now.
Right.
So this one, I mean, you're getting huge pieces by the look of this.
Right.
How big are those pieces?
I'll measure them.
So it'll be 150 wide.
It's about one.
Did you check that?
So yeah,
yesterday.
2 meters, over 2 meters this
Wow.
one. So 2 meters, you are getting 2 meters in this one. Okay, so I think that's 2 meters.
Okay, so you're getting 2 meters of each, and 2 meters is perfect for dressmaking though, or even just scarves. Just hem them.
Look at this! I love this one. Oh, look at that! It's so cool.
Oh, again, scarves for that. Infinity scarves.
A dress. I think a dress would be amazing.
Well, 2 meters would probably, depending on the the pattern, 2 meters would probably be enough for a dressing.
Yeah, I mean, this.
I would probably suggest that you may need some stabiliser in some bits for it, but we've got some stabilisers on the show. And even if you didn't want the polyester against your skin, then what you can do is, as we discussed, use the fusible webbing in between and back it with calico or something, or a cotton, so that the cotton's against your skin, but you're still getting the kind of fantastic pattern from the polyester there.
There is really, I mean, this is a dress. You can see the drape that would have. I mean, like, oh, you know what I would do? I mean, I'm not.
That's going to go missing, isn't it, Paula?
No, I'm very good. I don't take anything that I'm not allowed to. It is limited now, and finally this.
What's in the last
check
one?
out your baskets if you don't want to miss out. Look at that! I also want a dress in that one. I want a dress in this one.
Does it say zoom or does it say moon? I can't see from here.
Zoom.
Oh, maybe it's back to front. Turn it over.
Oh yes, sorry. Yeah, that's.
Oh, it's even brighter that side. There you go. Zoom. Maybe you zoom to the moon. Who knows?
Zoom. Ba-ba-boom. Ba-ba-boom. Vroom. Oh, it's gone. This is such a cool one. I want to dress in this one as well.
Well, technically, if it's sold out, Paula, I'll make a phone call after the show. If they haven't got any left, then there's no good having the samples, is it?
So. Oh, I love that one. Anyway, well done to everybody. Thank you for your orders. Now, we also have got 7-day savers. Now you can see them on the website, everything that we have got. So we have got, like, if you want to crochet, for instance, our Lydia for photography, she loves crochet. So you can have the Crochet Now magazine trio. So you're getting 3 magazines. And that one have got bamboo hooks as well for crochet. We have got a handmade journals as well, and I believe we have got some in here that we can see as well. There is all different options, so you have got there the black, the mix. You can go for a mix option.
You can go for a mixed option.
Now,
so these are A5, and I think there's about 30 something. I'd counted one of them earlier, and I'm sure it's about 32 sheets in there.
Oh, dear, can we show the pages, because they are gorgeous on the outside, but look at the inside. It's even nicer. Look at that. You have got like beautiful handmade papers.
These are all, now, we did something with these, if I remember correctly, these are all cotton rag, cotton and or silk rag in the papers. So you can stitch through these as well. So if you want to maybe use them to test out all the stitches on your machine on a plainish page, then you could just stitch all of your things and then maybe use it as a work in progress book where you're tagging things in there or taking pictures of. I mean, a photo album would be so easy in that. Just literally cut slits in the corners.
Absolutely adore the fact that the pages. Also, the other thing to note,
five of them for £24.95. So it's about £5 each.
It is, but no, it's because you'll get. Yeah, £5, yeah, because it's 5. Yeah, 25 divided into 5 is 5.
Okay. Well, you do the languages, I'll do the maths. Deal.
Anyway, but the other thing I love about it, you can cut the binding, and then you can take it out. And
I think it'll just pull through rather than cutting it. If you kind of wiggle the binding string through a little bit, you'll be able to. You don't need to cut it. You can just undo it and then reuse it. So you change it, maybe put watercolour paper in, and use it for that. Or fabrics.
You could do fabrics, couldn't you?
You
could
swatch
a fabric, and then you can keep the papers as like to write something with the picture.
Chuck the papers out.
Project.
Put all your swatches of fabric in so you know what you've got.
Right. Yeah. So
Chuck the paper out.
You have got different
Don't
options. They were launched at 8 a.m. This morning. We will have another look at 7-day savers at 9 p.m. tonight. So do stay tuned for that one as well. All right, Hayley, take it away.
Okay, so for this one, we are going to make a little stand for a tablet or, you know, phone or something like that. Because if I pop that on there, and again, give it a good wiggle, it's really good and grippy. So if you make a little stand, then that's going to stay there perfectly. So we're going to make a little triangular one. With a little, just a straightforward kind of triangle. So we're going to take that, we'll sew it together into a loop and then cut the triangles to fit. But what we can do is, before we do that, to cut the triangles to fit, we're going to just make sure that it's going to, see, that's going to be plenty big enough. We can probably even go a little bit smaller. Yeah. I mean, this is great stuff just for having on a worktop.
Do we have
for
it
exactly
on the website,
that purpose.
Or it's in the show as well?
Yes, it's in the show.
Oh,
yeah,
perfect.
It's in the show.
Then on
so
grip.
that's probably going to be about the right height, because I'm just looking to have a little bit either side, and obviously I'm going to lose a little bit on seam allowance at the bottom there, so that's probably going to be there or thereabouts. So if I want to then make triangles for that, I just need to work out what width I want it to be when it stands up. So I've decided I want it to be that wide, and then if I fold that in half, because you're sitting there thinking, well, how do I work out the triangle that I need to cut? So go from there diagonally from one corner to the other.
Okay.
And that will give you the height that you need. Actually, we'll want to tilt it this way, because then I can mark it and cut it, because I'm going to cut off these pieces, which are the edges. If I had it the other way, I'd be cutting my triangle and my foxes would be upside down. So I'm going to move it up about 1/4 inch, so I've got some for my seam allowance there. And I'm going to go down by 1/4 inch on that side, and then I'm going to mark that as a diagonal line. Now, I didn't bring a ruler, but I can. This is what we'll use the thing for. There. I'm entirely sure that this is not what the tablets are supposed to be used for, but it's a nice straight edge.
No, I think Sharna's getting a ruler.
It's done. It's done. We're fine.
Sorry.
We're fine. We're done. There you go.
Okay.
And then that will give me
that's fine.
my triangle for the side. So snip, snip, snip.
Okay.
And then I just repeat that and make a second one.
Okay.
So that's going to give me my right size triangle for the side. And you can see there's my 1/4 inch extra at the top, my 1/4 inch extra at the bottom.
Okay.
So that's going to be the perfect size. So I'll just repeat that again by folding that in half, and I can just use my existing one as a template for this. So I'll fold that back in half, pop it on there, and do the same again. Just trace that on, cut that out. So that will give me my 2 triangles for my sides. But then we're going to do something a little bit fancy pants.
Okay.
Ooh, fancy pants. Fancy pants. Got a bit too excited there, didn't we?
Okay, yeah, I did.
And we're going to make like an interfacing to go on the inside of here, so that we, instead of just sewing this piece onto the top like that, we're going to have it so it's in like a little frame. I'm quite ambitious for half an hour, but we'll see where we get to. We'll see how much we can get done. So I'll pop them to one side. I'm actually, before I do that, I'm going to cut this in half, because if I put that up as a little triangle, my foxes on this side are going to be the right way up, but my foxes on the back will be upside down. Yeah. So before we go ahead and do that, I'm going to cut this in half and then stitch it back together again, which I know seems like lunacy. But by doing that, it's going to give me a nice sharp seam at the top of my triangle, but it's also going to mean that front and back, it's the same way up. So I'll just whiz that in half.
I love how you can do this without a pattern or anything. You just do it.
Just do it.
Just do it. Live on air, when nothing goes ever wrong live on air. Ever.
Well, that's the risk you take, though, isn't it?
You live for the thrill.
Yes, exactly. It's not that I don't get enough excitement. Okay, so that's not quite big enough. I'm going to need a slightly bigger piece. I just need a white piece. Have you got any? Can you give me a second, and I'll find a slightly bigger piece, and then we'll make a little little interfacing for this.
We have had an email from Trudy asking the floral silhouette in grey. Now, thank you so much, Trudy, for your email. Here it is. So now, this piece, I think, you can see it here, the meter of, I'm going to open it all up. So, can look at that. Look at that. There we have it. Can you see it now?
Comes with a beautiful sticker.
I mean, I will take the sticker off, obviously. That doesn't come with it. And if it does
I
come
like it. I'm going to use it as a feature. But do take the stickers off before you wash them, which is something I didn't do the other day.
Trudy, I think your question was about the size of the flowers. If I put my hand over it, you can see the size of that. So from top to this is about 18 centimeters, so just under 8 inches. So you can see that is about, it is. So yeah, that is. Anybody, you know,
see it?
If you want to see it,
I've got a tape measure if you fancy it.
Why a tape measure?
No, we like to measure things with our bodies, don't we? That's how we do it.
Too. And it's a we always have our bodies with us to measure things, whether tape measure, not so much. Right, if you have got any questions at home about the size of the flowers or the bunnies or something like that, email us in studio@hochanda.com. If you want to see it, the full open fabric, do email us in and we will open it for you. Right, Hayley?
Hey, we are good to go. So I have the piece that's going to be, this piece is going to be the front, isn't it? This piece is going to be my front. Oh, we'll do it on this piece because it's smaller. It's going to be a little bit easier. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to insert this piece. So what I need to do is then put a box in that's going to give me at least, I would say, 1/4 inch, possibly a little bit more all the way around. So if I just quickly mark top and bottom where I want to be on there, and then I'll mark side to side because that's roughly in the centre, but obviously we'll measure it just to make sure. Luckily, I've got quite a nice pattern repeat on this, so I've got a quite a good guide with the foxes that are in there. So we have, let's call it 7 3/4 by, let's call that 3 1/4. And that's just going to be our little bit of the leftover, what do we call it again? I've lost all of my words this afternoon. I don't know where they've gone.
You have become contagious, like I have contagious my lack of language.
Yeah, it's because I've run out of chocolate.
Oh, you should have some. I've got some chocolate backstage.
You've always got chocolate.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, she's quite good. So always have the chocolates. If you ever need chocolate, see Paola.
Yeah,
let me just cover that over because I still don't have a ruler. So I'm actually lining this up so it's straight in relation to the pattern.
Okay.
And then I'll pop the lines on. Now measure this properly. Don't just kind of guess it as I'm having to do. But what I also would recommend is I'm actually marking this what is going to be the back. I would actually probably recommend that you mark it out on whatever is going to be the front because that's the one that you want to be dead straight. So do you know what? We've probably got enough time. Let's just do that again. So I've got one at the bottom, one at the top, and then one in either side. And we'll just make sure that that's square. I mean, luckily this pattern is working quite well for it because it's got a nice even kind of guide to it, because you can see I'm just to that side of the mushrooms, I'm just to the other side of the mushrooms. It's going to give me a guide kind of all on its own. Oh, I'm pretty good at getting that straight today, but I've lost my mark up here. But that's fine, I can make that work. Right, so we'll get this nice and straight, and as I said, use the pattern rather than necessarily using the ruler. Yes, well, what should be a ruler. Yeah. Yes, I'm using a tablet, but that's fine. I've lost my markup. Oh, there it is. It's on the mushroom. There we go. And then we'll just double check that that's nice and straight. And then what we're going to do is take these two pieces and stitch them together.
Right.
And then we're going to cut a cross in the centre. That doesn't look too straight on that side, so I'm just going to double check it. So 8 centimetres there. Oh, it is straight. Who knew? Okay, let's pin it together.
Okay.
And then we'll create a little letterbox Right, yeah.
And then what we're going to do is cut that letterbox out and flip the whole thing through so that we can stitch our non-slip into the gap, top stitch it in so it looks like it's nice and finished. So plugging this in would probably speed up my sewing.
Yeah, definitely.
There we go. And clear up some of the mess.
And you are using the jade, aren't you?
I'm using the what?
The
yes,
jade.
The jade. We brought the... I don't often bring this one. A, because it's antisocial. And B, is because I use this one in my sewing room the most, because it has the most features, and it's kind of the whiz-bangiest one. Is that a word?
Yeah,
I didn't put Can it be a word today?
Well, it will be a word today, or in my case, every day.
Every day. Okay. I just didn't put one on that side.
And that's the one machine then, of course, Haley did a craft along. So it's
yeah,
still
Haley and
available.
John did it, I think,
Yeah,
didn't
John
they? Because I
Lockwood
think
was
John
the
Lockwood
studio.
actually has bought one of the machines himself,
absolutely, yeah.
and kind of hadn't got round to getting all of the features on it explained, so they just did a craft along.
Yeah.
Bit cheeky, isn't it?
Well,
Okay.
Oh, by the way, the other Haley also has got a one-day special next week. Really
Oh.
interesting. And it would be good to stock up with fabric now for craft along, because it's phenomenal.
I can't sew without there. It's because I was non-slipping with it, that's why. Okay, so we're going to come all the way up. And I just want to get right to that corner, so I'm using the edge of my foot. This particular one has a little red slot either side, which means I can use that as a guide.
Right.
I'm just going to turn the speed down a little bit because it's a bit giddy. There we go. And then we're going to come all the way along these sides. That's too slow now. Just right. I've still got quite that short stitch length set that we had earlier. That's okay though. Oh, I see what's happening. It's because my thread's pulled tight. There we go. There we go, that's better. So, we're going to do this square, and then it sounds mad, but we're going to cut it out, because that's where we want to reveal our... Oh, I've gone too far there, so I'll just hand turn that back.
Okay.
Now I've got a pin in there, which I think I'm just going to take out before I come across, just to make sure I don't hit it. Now you can do this with just a stabiliser and binding if you want to, but it just adds more bulk, so this is quite a nice alternative to that. And I always tend to start on a straight edge with this kind of thing rather than starting on a corner. So you can see there, I've just got that. I've got to turn one more corner. It's just easier to match up. I want one more stitch. And then we'll come back up here. I just find it a lot easier to match up if I'm on a straight edge rather than a corner.
Course, yeah.
So we'll snip that off. We'll whip out this pin, and then we don't need the bit in the middle, so it doesn't really matter how you take it out, but you do want to cut all the way to each of the corners as kind of close as you dare, because we're going to flip this through. And you can put zips in this way as well. If you want to, say, a zipped pocket in something, you can kind of create this little window that's the same size as the zip, and then flip it through so you get a nice neat edge, and then you're just sewing round in a box to secure your zip. So let's get this
I still don't know exactly where you are going to.
Okay, I'm nearly there, look. We're nearly there. So this piece, which is going to be the lining on the inside, I'm going to push it all through the hole.
I see.
So what we're creating...
I get it. Genius.
There you go. What we're creating, I need to press this properly so you'll see. So I'm flipping it through. So what I'm doing is creating myself a window with no raw edges. So can I have a minute to press this?
Absolutely,
and then we'll add that in.
I'll let you do that, and then of course we will tell you again about the one-day special. Now I think that the one-day special is a phenomenal stash builder. It's polycotton, so it's more durable. It has got that strength to it, but also it means it's super affordable as well. Now the one-day special, of course, is even better. It has got a £10 saving. You are getting 10 pieces, and each of those 10 pieces has got a meter of length
want in each of them. You have got 3 options. You have got the darks, the brights, and the lights. All 3 beautiful color ranges. And the beautiful nature of this fabric is that kind of a poplin weight, so it means that it's perfect for dressmaking, because that polyester content means that it's easy ironing. If you have like Haley informed me yesterday that if you buy any easy ironing shirts, most likely they are going to be polycotton, and that means it's more durable, easy care as well. The color will last longer, and you want it to last longer when you have got this rainbow of colors on you. Also, I'm thinking for playmats for children, things that you need that durability as well. £27.99 is for 10 meters of fabric, 1 meter of each of those 10 beautiful colors. Now that, of course, is with a £10 saving. However, you may say, well, that's phenomenal, but I want the darks, the brights, and the lights. Well, there is even a further offer on that. If you go for the complete bundle, which contains 30 meters of 30, so a meter of each of 30 colors, you can save an additional £4. And also you have got a flexi-buy option to interest-free payments of £39.99. Up approaching 80% of the stock has gone. If you want this bundle of 30 meters of fabric, 30 gorgeous colors as well, you can have it. The item number is 570363. Now, also, we want to have a look at the website because we want to show you as well that there's happy hours, but also that anti-slip material that Haley was using. Now, it's a ½ meter by 1.2 meters or 47 inches wide, £14.99. I would put it in my basket, especially if you have gone for the complete collection of the one-day special, because that kind of, then you can flexi buy that. There is also that Fabric Freedom 10 meters of wadding, the mega roll. It's 100% polyester as well, so more durable as well. And if you want Egyptian muslin, there is 2 meter pieces. There is the natural and the white in for $9.99 for 2 meters. Perfect for making those, reusable makeup removers pads as well. And there's so many more offers there, but you know what? We want to see Haley in action, don't we? So let's head back to Haley.
Okay, so I flipped that right way out, and what I tend to do when I do this is you can see it kind of moves about a little bit. So if you do your sides first,
yeah,
because you can see the corners are still a little bit wobbly at the minute, do the sides first, get everything, that's not flat, there we go. Get everything nice and flat on the sides, and then come back and do your corners, because what you'll need to do is hold those at a right angle. Stripy backing's probably not helping this, but hold those at a right angle and then press those corners out. I mean, one of the beauties of the polycotton is that it does kind of sit and iron quite nicely. So if I just flip that round and do the next one. So same thing there. If it's a little bit tight still, just check that you've snipped right the way into that corner, because obviously all that excess there, it needs to fold out the other way, and if you haven't snipped right into the corner, then sometimes that's what can tighten it up. And I'm going to hold that at a right angle and iron in between. 2 more and then we're done. So flatten it back out, hold that. So add a nice right angle, iron in the middle, I'll come this way so you can see, there you go, iron in the middle, and last one, just pull those out to a right angle. I'll have to hold this way, there we go, and pop the heat on the corner there. So that's going to give me, I'll put a wrinkle in the middle bit. There you go. So that's going to give you your little window that we're going to need. So let me just get rid of this stripy background because I don't think that's helping us. I was just using it to iron on. So that's going to give us our little window. And then this is going to go behind. So that is going to go there. And then when it's finished, it's going to have that non-slip area there, so when we put something on it, it's going to grip it. So you can make it nicer so it isn't kind of really kind of sticking right out there. If you don't feel confident enough to go for that, then you can just cut it more neatly on the edge and go straight onto the top
And
with it.
you could do also, I would imagine, a binding around
Yes,
it as
you
well.
could bind it as well if you wanted to.
But I love that
that's
technique.
a nice option.
Yeah.
So we'll maybe attach this on. Now, we did go through this earlier about what you need to do with this, but I think it's worth doing again because there are a number of different options. So you can kind of see in here, it's a knitted fabric that they start off with, and then what they do is they dip it in like a foam rubber kind of coating to attach it. So I would definitely sew this from the front because that's the side you're going to see, that's the side that you want to be neat. Where's all my pins gone? Oh, they're over here. They're over this side. There we go. So I'm going to attach a few pins around here, and you're going to need to put plenty in because this material at the back is quite gappy. You're going to need to put plenty in, and what I'm trying to do is follow one of the lines that I can see in the fabric to kind of match it up. So I'll get that pinned in and then we'll top stitch all the way around. But before we top stitch all the way around, what we need to do is just add a little bit of either masking tape to the back of here, or you need roller foot, or you need a walking foot, because you need something that's going to take the fabric through at the same time, top and bottom, because this wants to stick. That's what it's made for. It wants to stick to your machine, it wants to stick to your foot, it wants to stick. So to avoid that, you've got to either cover it so you can get it through the machine, and that can be tape. This is particularly sticky tape actually, so this time I'm just going to take a little bit of the tack off it because it is so sticky it does tend to take a little bit of the rubber back off. But if I just knock a little bit off first, then we should be fine. I'm actually should have put my pins into the tape rather than taping over my pins because I'm going to need to get them out. So let me just see if I can get them out. Oh yeah, I can still get them out, we're fine. So I need to go all the way around those edges. So about that. And to take the tackiness off, I'm just popping it kind of on and off. Any kind of fabric where it'll just pick up a few little fibres is perfect. I'm not suggesting, if you're covered in fluff, which I constantly am, that you defluff your whole self. You just need to take a little bit of the tackiness off of there.
So while you finish that, putting that tape in there, let's reminder of the happy hours. We have got the first happy hour here. Remember, 2 of them sold out already, so grab the bargains when they are available. We have got the poplin printed leaves. You are getting 1 meter of each, and it's a beautiful 100% cotton poplin. It's really soft, beautiful for dressmaking or something like that, like shirties as well. Now you can go for multiples, of course you can if you wanted to go for that. £16.97 gives you the 3 meters, and look at that saving. It's almost half price with £16 saving. Now that £16 saving will disappear once the hour ends or once the stock ends as well. Now 881206 is the item number. Now another happy hour as well. Now we have got here the tropical, botanical, I think it's poplins as well. Now you have got the gorgeous, look at that, I love the red and the blues and the grays. It's a really it's kind of tropical, like Hawaiian sort of thing, but a really sophisticated way. Again, 100% cotton, poplin white, so that means it's just that kind of nice shirt, so to feel to it. I think, again, a skirt would be amazing in this one.
Let me see this. I think Magnum PI.
Magnum, Hawaiian.
But the original one with Tom Selleck and his tash.
Yeah, other Hawaiian detective movies series may be available, maybe not. I don't know.
I think there's another couple.
Hawaiian? Okay, right.
Yeah, there's Hawaii 5-0. That's another one.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. And there is another one.
Dog the Bounty Hunter. He's in Hawaii.
Okay.
That's all I know now. I'm really struggling with that one.
Whichever. But look at that. If you go for the one-day special as well, the brides, can I share? Isn't that gorgeous? How it works so well. Because that really works. Anyway,
does it go with the navy as well?
Yeah, that would.
The dark one.
With the dark ones.
Yeah, with the navy. Oh, yeah,
perfect.
That one.
Or also the grey.
Yeah, I was thinking that, the darker grey as well.
Look
that
at
might be nice.
That's also like, and then the pop of color then really comes up, and then suddenly by putting in gray, it feels more wintry. So that could be a skirt, and then the yellow. Shall we do the other matching? Because look at that, the yellow could go, or that one, the orange, that orange, look at that. And this is why you want to go for the one day special as well, because it's
just going to give you options. It's going to be that stash that's going to kind of never end, isn't it?
Well,
it's going to be the one that you go to for everything.
Yeah, especially if you go for the super bundle, because you will have 30 colors in here. So you will have all. By the way, the super bundle is now limited stock. If you wanted to go for all of the options, you can go for them now, but you know, we might run out of stock before the end of the hour, so please do check out your baskets as soon as possible. And right with that, let's head back to Hayley.
Okay, so we're going to top stitch this on now. So I've added the masking tape to the back, so it shouldn't, you can see now it's not sticking to my machine. So I'm now going to just top stitch these in place. I'm just going to move that thread out of the way to the back. There you go, and pop that down. Oh, my pins are in back to front, but the worst things have happened at sea. Now I still have got this quite short stitch length on, and that's because what I'm attaching it to on the back here, because it's got the masking tape on, and because it's quite a fine weave, or a wide weave, sorry, that's on that fabric, it needs quite a fine stitch. So you're kind of doing the opposite. If you've got a wide weave, you need a tight stitch, just to make sure that you're catching as many bits as you can with it. So I'm going to go all the way to the end. And then we're just going to turn the corner. That's probably about right. That'll do. And as you can see, as we're working our way around, that's going to hold into that letterbox shape, and that's going to grip our either tablet or phone as we stand it up, because you may want it up with you while you're working. Maybe you're watching a tutorial or something. And if we've made one that matches my sewing mat, then you know.
Yeah,
absolutely.
absolutely.
Foxes are not my favourite thing today.
Everything matching.
But I'd started, so I have to finish. I should have swapped to the llamas, alpacas, palamas. I don't know what we're calling them now. Llamas, that was it. Llamas. You see that tape on the back is just helping that to flow through really nicely. Just be mindful of putting your hand on top of there and putting any pressure on it, because obviously that will make it stick. So I'm just trying to keep my fingers out of the way of there. Last one, nearly there. Got one more side after this. And then the tape comes off dead easily, because what you've essentially done is perforated the tape all the way along with your sewing machine, so it'll peel away really easily.
So again, if we had stitch and tear, would that work?
The
one that you tear the paper.
Yes. Oh God, I've lost all of my words, Paula. Yeah. I've lost all of my words.
Hour 5. I don't know when it is, but
what's it called? Yes.
Tearaway?
There's a tearaway stabiliser. That's it. There was yes. I'm just going to sew some stuff.
You know, welcome to my world. Daily life.
I lost all of my words there. All of them. But never mind. It just keeps quiet for a bit, won't it? Keep us quiet for a little bit. The only thing you need to watch out for when you're using kind of such a wide opening as that is keeping everything nice and flat, because you don't want it to go wonky donkey.
Okay.
So that is that the right way up? Nope. There you go. So that will give you your kind of bit of non-slip in there. So that means that when we build it into a full thing, then because the non-slip is there, it's hanging. And I've got that. I'm just going to see. Let's see how much of an angle we can get before it falls off. Oh, it's falling off my hand before it's falling off the. Oh, I can't hang on to the fabric.
Yeah.
Right. It's quite an angle that we can get to before we're losing it. So yeah, you can, you know, it's going to add, and obviously you're going to put it against a table anyway. So what that's going to do is just stop it, because if you've got just that without a a stabiliser in there, without the non-stick in it, it's going to want to slide like that.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But then if we swap it to that one,
yeah, it stays much more.
It stays much more stable. So it's a really good option to help you keep your not laptop,
tablet.
I've got no words left. I'm broken, Paula.
Oh,
can you do the rest? Can you do the last like 4 minutes?
Of course I can.
Okay.
Don't worry. Thank you so much, Hayley. And remember that there is a pick and mix, and that's the fabric that Hayley was using. So you can go in for the Fox's duck egg, which is exactly the one that Hayley was using. If you wanted all 4 meters of that one, you can, and it will be cut into a continuous piece. Maybe you wanted to mix it up with a little bit of Mystical Kingdom in navy, or maybe you want some abstract flowers, or maybe some llamas, alpacas, whatever they are. They're super cute. Or you want some, if you want a bunny party, well, you can have it maybe in dusky or in white. Or maybe the fun frolics. Bunny parties, fun frolics. You can have Mystical Kingdom. Floral bunch. And, of course, you can have some swimmers in beige or in red. And the duck.
Oh, it won't play. I've got videos of ducks swimming, but it won't play because I've had to turn the...
Oh, no!
That's Etty. She'd been in the bath and it was a bit soggy and wasn't very happy about it. She's like, why did you put me in the bath?
It's just like...
She's nice, look. Yeah, this is Frank's sister.
Oh,
Frank got a sister.
Well, hello. Oh, that's so cute. Thank you so much, Hayley.
Thank you, Mrs. Paula.
All right, you can run it. Anyway, remember the super bundle, limited stock. Now that gets you 30 meters of polycotton, beautiful quality of polycotton. The colors, you are getting the brights, the darks, and the lights. You are getting them at an amazing price, and of course, you have got the flexi buy option as well to spread the cost in interest-free payments. Now, remember to check out your baskets. This is the final call. The prices will go up at 6 o'clock, and that is if still there is a stock, especially of the complete bundle. Do check out your baskets. If you want to go for just the brights or the darks or the lights, you're gonna 10 meters of each. The details are on the screen for that, and it works out at £2.80 per meter of fabric. Now, Hayley, thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure.
It always is a pleasure.
It is. We always have so much fun, even if some people don't understand that.
I know, I don't think everybody understands our banter.
I know. No. Stay tuned after the break. Wonderful. Well, we have got a wonderful show, Power Pole, and now it's amazing. Stay tuned for that. And then a brand new one-day special from Crafting with Clarity. And then we introduce in Celebrate.
Hello, I'm Barbara.
And I'm Julie.
And together we're Scarlet Rose Crafts. We're a family-run business, been in business for 2 years, and our aim is to bring new and innovative new products to the crafting industry.
We've both been involved in crafting industry for many years, and we're continuing to move forward with our new company now.
The Easy Mat Plate is our flagship product, followed by our innovative Easy Shim product.
Our range includes diamond trail plates, ultra-sized dies, cards and sticky sheets.
We're constantly developing new and unusual products, so watch this space.
On our shows, we hope to inspire you with our products so that you can carry on crafting, because our motto is, because we can.
So don't miss the Scarlet Rose Craft shows on Hochanda.
Did you know you can watch Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week using the Hochanda app on your Amazon Fire Stick for free? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Amazon Fire Stick accesses the Amazon App Store to add new applications. By downloading the Hochanda app, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Simply turn on your TV and connect your Amazon Fire Stick. If this is your first time using the device, follow the on-screen instructions to connect to the internet and log into your Amazon account. Once set up, you'll need to open the search bar. To do so, Simply use your remote circular directional dial to scroll to the search icon and select it. Now simply type Hochanda into the search bar and this will take you to the Hochanda app. All you need to do now is select download, and remember, it's free. Once this is added to your Fire Stick, you can move the app for easy access. Press and hold your home button on any app and then select apps from the menu that appears. Scroll down to the Hochanda app and press the button with the 3 horizontal lines on your remote and select Move to Front. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hello, I'm Hayley, and you might have seen me presenting here at Hochanda. Well, I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. I'll be covering lots of areas of soft crafts like quilting, dressmaking, sewing, knitting, even printing your own fabrics. I'll even be bringing some items from my own Handmade by Hayley range. So I hope you'll join me, let me inspire you, and maybe you will discover a new craft in the process.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Well, good afternoon. Now, I have been waiting to do this show since I saw it on the list because it's something very, very beautiful and different from something else that we have seen here. Now, of course, we were incredibly busy early on. We had was one show, but it was incredibly busy. So I would recommend for you, if you have watched that, to check out your baskets as soon as possible. Now, we have got an amazing expert here. Susan, how are you?
I'm very good, thanks you.
Now, I heard that you have done an amazing job in the first hour, showing how to create your sculptures as well.
That's right, the little bronze one sitting next to you. It went really quickly.
It did. And by the way, approaching 2/3 of the stock of this one has already gone, but that is of the extended delivery stock. Once it's gone, it's gone. So you will have to wait for Powerpool to come back. Now it will be dispatched from the 14th of October. Right, Susan. Now before we get into the details of what you are getting, can you tell us a little bit more about yourself?
Thank you. Yeah, I've started working with Paperpol in 2007 and started selling my sculpture. And about 2012, we took over the importing of the Paperpol product from the Netherlands, and here we are today.
Now, Paperpol is for those ones who don't know it, what is exactly that is consisting?
It's a water-based liquid which is a textile hardener, so you can use it with any natural fabrics and fibres, or man-made, not synthetics. And it'll make it hard and weatherproof.
So weatherproof, so
yes.
You can put it outside?
Absolutely, yes.
How long does it take it to be weatherproof?
Depends on how many layers of fabric you're putting on, so anything from sort of 5 days to 3 weeks.
Fabulous. Fabulous. Now we are going to look at the first item here in this hour. This is the nomad sculpture. I believe this one is going to be your first demo.
This is the one that we're demoing.
Perfect. And I absolutely love the look at that. Isn't that just beautiful? Gorgeous. Now this, all these textures, are you achieving them with the material supplied?
Yes, in this particular kit you get all the pieces of fabric that you need to create the sculpture, and you get the paper pole, and you get the wire frame and the base, as well as the 2 highlight colours.
That is, so the highlight colours is what gives it that
The
kind
orange
of
and the
colours in here.
terracotta, yes.
That's gorgeous. Now the wire comes already
Twisted in that shape.
Okay.
And then you build it up with foil, just ordinary aluminium household foil.
Now the base that comes with is this one, isn't it?
Is that one, yes.
Okay, but if you wanted to, for instance, I kind of see it here with a wooden block. If we wanted to, we could put it maybe on a wooden block.
You could fix it to a wooden mount, yes.
Fabulous. Now, what exactly is this material?
That is called stockinette, which is available as well as a upsell, I think it is.
Yeah, end of course.
At the end of course, yes. So that is what creates the texture of the cloak and the headdress. It's a really lovely fabric to work with.
Is it an all natural fibre?
It is. It's all cotton,
Okay.
yes.
And then this is?
That is just like a stretchy cotton fabric, which is what is used to create the head, the neck and the bodywork. And it absorbs the paper pole really well.
And then, of course, we have got the top of 500 grams. And now this one is black.
That one is the black colour, which forms the base colour, and you can highlight that.
And now, of course, if you wanted to go for paper poles on different, just on its own, there is options for that at bottom of the screen. Now we get a mixer or a spreader.
You get the spatula to mix the paper pole, because sometimes there's a layer of water on the top which needs mixing in really well, and you also get an apron to protect your clothing.
So, and of course, the all-important detailed instructions as well.
Absolutely.
And then that, of course, tell us how to do everything in English as well. And then you have got even images as well to explain you how to do it. And I love as well that there is some inspiration for the other projects as well that you have got in the collection. Now, if you want to go for this amazing project to do at home, 457834 is your item number. And you have got 2 flexi-buy options of £19.98 or one-off payment if you prefer it. That is your preferred method, £39.95. Now, our sitting girl, incredibly busy for that earlier, and I'm not surprised. It's the sort of thing that, well, it already sold out once and now is very busy as well. Now, well, I'm very clumsy. How fragile is once we assemble it?
Once she's assembled and dry, she's very solid, so even if you dropped her, she shouldn't actually break. I don't recommend doing that. But while she's still in the wet form, like the one I created earlier, you can actually just sort of move the fabric a bit. But she is, once she's hard, she is substantial.
Now, we are approaching 70% of the stock, and once it's gone, it's gone. So please remember that it sold out. The girl sold out earlier. Is now back on extended delivery, and that is once it's gone, it's gone. So please check out your baskets for that one. This one comes with
that comes with that sitting girl kit. So does the frame, the paper cotton, the apron, and the spatula, and the bronze colour. All people would need is a recycled T-shirt, some foil, some pliers, some masking tape.
Perfect. And then, of course, we have got this. What is cotton
It's paper cotton, yes. It's all cotton fibres, and that's what I've used to do her hair.
Oh, of course. So from that to, let me turn it around so you can see it side by side. That is incredible.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. And it's in a bronze colour, the
paper pole, yes.
That's amazing. Now, of course, if you wanted to see it, how everything was done from start to finish, go to Hochanda.com. At 1 o'clock show, they show, Susan showed how to show it. It's over 70% of the stock gone already of the girl sitting girl. Now, the item number is 143889, and of course, you can have less. And then we are going to our producer's favorite.
Absolutely.
I love that one. I'm going to say, because we are hopefully going to be seeing this demonstrated later on the show. Now, this is incredible.
Thank you. It's a contemporary figure sculpture. So you can actually put the figures into any position you want. You get the 2-wire frames in the kit with the metal stand, so you can actually put them into any position.
It is beautiful. Now, we have got you get the Paperpole engraved, but you get also the Paperplast.
Paperplast or Paperplast. It's a powder which, when you mix it with the Paperpole, it creates almost like a clay-like substance. Right. So you can actually use it to use with the spatula, just press it onto your foiled figures and create the texture.
Is what it gives that real texture into it.
That's right, like clay.
Yeah, clay,
yes.
Absolutely,
yes.
It looks clay.
Yes.
And of course you are getting also in here, is it pigments, the metallic pigments to cook?
No, that comes in the little paper paint pots.
Okay.
So you get the 4 different highlight colours, starting with the burnt sienna down at the bottom, and then the dark blue, the turquoise blue and the gold. And it just creates that whole effect, blending it together.
Now, it looks incredibly, like, it looks like an art piece.
Yes.
So it means, my first thought is, this will take years to achieve something like this. How difficult really is it?
I think most people would be able to manage it with the instructions that are there, and it shouldn't take a day to do.
Yeah, it's amazing, and I love, the other thing I love is I picked it up and I expected, I mean, this sort of thing, sculpture, if it was a sculpture, it would be molten metal, like metal
right,
that had
yes.
been kind of molded and solidified, and then of course it would be heavy.
Yes.
This still feels light enough that you can pick it up.
That you can move it around.
Yeah.
Yes.
And therefore that is extraordinarily beautiful, and the flowing, and of course you have got the wires already twisted to shape a little bit. £44.95 is the price. Remember, you have got a flexi-buy as well, 2 interest-free payments. 662079 is your item number for the contemporary figure. Now, if you have got any questions, you can email us for Susan studio@hochanda.com, or of course on the Facebook at Hochanda. If you search for Hochanda, and we will see them. Well, our Molly will see them, and then we'll pass them on to me. Right. Moving on, our pigment colors. Now we have got here 5 different options. In each of them, you are getting 3 beautiful pigments. You're getting the first option is the primary.
Primary colors, yes, the red, yellow, blue.
Gorgeous. So you can mix them up and
yes,
then kind of create.
Absolutely, yes.
Then we have got shades of blue with this beautiful navy blue, and then the sky blue, and then that gorgeous cyan, kind of ultramarine sort of.
That's right.
Yeah,
yes,
gorgeous.
Yes.
And then we are moving on to the shades of green in here. Oh, I love that. That kind of almost burgundy green sort of
That's
color.
right. Yeah, it makes a lovely kit.
Yeah. And then that's more of an aqua green,
yes.
Gorgeous, and that proper green. And then we have got shades of brown, so perfect to that earthiness, right?
That's right, yes, and the African ethnic colours
absolutely.
as well.
For the nomad would be well,
absolutely.
Yeah. And then finally we have got the earth colours. Even now, I think both the earth and the browns will work so well together.
They would, yes, yes. And the idea is to use them with the transparent Paperpole, so you could actually colour your fabrics as you're doing your sculpting, or you could mix it with a varnish, which is what we've got as well, and make it like a paint.
That's so many possibilities as well, and there are pigment color bundles as well, so there is a lot of more possibilities as well to mix it up. I love pigments. It's just something that it makes me all very excited. £14.95 is the price. 408272. Now we have got a box of 100 wrappers. Now they did sell out earlier. It's on extended delivery. 40% of the restock has already gone. I'm going to show you what exactly you are getting here. Now, what do we use this for?
So those you can use in place of a t-shirt to wrap the body. You can cut it into strips or into the different shapes you need to cover the body. So you'd wet the foiled sculpture with the Paperpole, apply that to the sculpture, and then wet it again with the paintbrush. So that would then dry solid and hard and form the skin of your sculpture.
Amazing. So that is kind of almost like one thing that you should add to your basket. So
definitely, yes.
And it's only £12.95. And remember, if you go, for instance, for the nomad or for the contemporary sculptures, you have got a flexi-buy option, which means that any of them, sorry, and of course the sitting girl. And if you put that into it, you can flexi-buy it as well. Now it will be dispatched on the 14th of October. 300248 is your item number. £12.95. pence is the price. Now we have got an amazing book about. I heard that, I mean, I had a look early on, and it did sell out early as well.
It did, yes.
So what do we get in here?
There's over 60 designs in there with all the instructions, both in English and in Dutch. There's lovely pictures and images to give you inspiration throughout the book.
That is incredible. Oh, look at that dancer as well.
That's my favourite one. Absolute favourite, yes.
Oh my goodness, that is incredible. It just has got that flow in it.
It's beautiful.
It's absolutely so. I need to show you this one as well.
Yes.
Dolores. You know, it's my aunt was going to name her Dolores as well.
You see, on her, you've used. You can use the little fabric to create little flowers.
Ah, of course, the roses
with the paper pole,
yeah, of course. And then, oh, I love that.
That's beautiful.
That reminds me of an artist, you know, the artist that did the Angel of the North.
Yes, that's right.
Grumbly, yes. And that's beautiful. That's gorgeous. And then, of course, you have got instructions. On
that's right. How to do it and what's available. It's a very, very useful book.
Indeed it is, and if you want it, remember it did sell out earlier, and it is by Josie de Rode.
That's right. She started Paper Pole.
Oh, I see. So this is the
originator of Paper Pole. Yes, that's her there. Yes.
Perfect. So we have got a book by the founder
of Paper Pole, yes.
So you know all the knowledge from her there. 8836228 is your item number, and I would be quick to order my copy because over a third of the stock over 30 of the restock has already gone. £29.95 is the price. Now you might want to stock up of the Paper Pole, you know, the 500 grams of the, and you have got 4 different options, sorry. And now you have got the transparent, which is the one...
The transparent is the one that you can actually use patterned fabric as long as it's natural like cotton, and you could wet it with the paper pole, dress it, and you will still see the pattern of that fabric once it's dry. So it's a very useful, you can mix the paper paint, the pigment colours into that to create extra colour.
And now I need to tell you that approaching 70% of the stock has already gone of the transparent. Then we have got the bronze with 70% again of that one. That is the one used for the
That's the one used for the sitting girl, yes.
Okay. So would you recommend if somebody went, for instance, for the Nomad, which includes the black one, to get maybe the transparent and the bronze one?
Absolutely, because if they got the transparent, they could actually use some ethnic colour fabrics to dress or to add more colour to the...
I love that. And then we have got the plum in here as well, the grey one, which is limited stock. So if you want the grey, please do check out your baskets. And then finally we have got the black option as well from you as well. £12.50 for 500 grams. And remember to check out your baskets for it. Incredibly busy show before earlier and including now as well. 102236 is your item number. Now then we have got the, how are you going to,
paper scrub, yes.
What is it exactly?
It's lots of little granules which add texture and colour and a mosaic effect, and you can actually crunch them down a bit in your fingers to make a finer colour selection.
It looks to me like a chunky pigment in a way.
Yes.
Because it's not plastic, it's not glass.
No. And it works very well with the paper pole too. Yeah. So I started in the previous one showing how to use it on the base of that sculpture.
And you can see there as well. And look at that. Look at that. Right, $9.99 is your price. You have got 45 grams, so you have got the different options: the blue, the granite, the pink, the terracotta, and the green as well. Right, let's jump ahead to the website because we have got a lot more. Oh, look at that, how gorgeous! A lot more options if you wanted to go, or well, basically the options that we have talked about during the show. And of course, you can see in there the book as well, and of course the parts of Paper Pole 500 grams, and of course the gorgeous girl sculpture, the sitting girl. The Sitting Girl one, well, it is, remember, it sold out earlier if you want it. Now we are very busy for the restock, and once it's gone, it's gone. Right, if you want it, 143889 is your item number, and approaching 80% of the restock has already gone, so grab it now if you want it. And of course, we want to see the powerful in action, don't we? Susan, can you show us how to create the nomad?
Of course I can, I'll certainly try. So in your kit you get the wireframe, you get all the fabrics that you need to do the nomad. All you would need to do is have some aluminium foil, which I'll show you. This little chap needs to be a little bit fatter because he's a bit on the thin side. So I'll just add a bit of foil to him.
And do you recommend a specific thickness of aluminium?
No, you can use any foil because you can build up the layers. Okay. So all you do is just...
Okay. And then just press it.
Press it on so it's really firm and tight. Okay. And you can use a bit of masking tape to hold it all in place.
Okay.
So that a little bit earlier.
Alright.
I forgot to say, once you foil the head, attach it to the base and then foil the body, because it's easier to attach it to the base frame before you start foiling the body, otherwise it's
That's a
quite
very
hard.
good point, yeah.
And to do the head, it's just an egg shape built up with foil. You get the face nice and smooth as well.
We have had a question from Christine. So when the sculptures are dry, now she's asking about the finish of the sculpture once dry. Will it be smooth or rough? The finish?
It depends on the fabric that you use. Like the knitted cotton is quite nice and smooth. You can feel the smoothness of the face of the nomad.
Ah, yes.
And then the knitted, the stockinette is actually quite textured, and you can see all the little threads of the stockinette once it's dry. You see all the nice edges and everything. And it creates a lovely texture.
Thank you very much, Christine.
So I'm quite happy with that. Just one more piece of masking tape to hold that in place. I'm a bit happier with the width of him now. So I'm going to just open the tub of paper pulp, which I did stir earlier, just to save a bit of time. But just to make sure it's all nice, all the colours mixed in properly.
And it feels very liquid.
It's very liquid, yes, very liquid.
So it should be that consistency.
It should be that consistency, yes. Let's pop that over there. So I'm going to start just using, all these pieces come in the kit ready cut, so you don't have to worry about cutting to size or shape or anything. The smallest pieces for the neck, which is what I'm going to start with. So if you just drop it into your paper pulp bucket. Get nice and messy fingers. You don't have to wear gloves. It's very kind to your hands, and it's all water, washable with water. So I've just squeezed out the excess so it's not dripping.
It's important that it doesn't drip then.
It mustn't drip, because otherwise you're going to end up with runs down your fabric.
And that would dry like that?
It will dry like that, yes. So I'm just going to start from the front. And then just take that.
So you start
nice
with the
straight.
neck.
Start with the neck and just wrap it around. It's all nice and smooth.
And should we be, I mean, you're not wearing gloves, so I suppose that's fine?
No, it's absolutely fine. I mean, I've been working with it since 2007. I've never worn gloves. It's like, it is water-based, so it is very friendly, and you just need a bowl of warm water to wash your hands.
And of course,
afterwards.
if it's the first time, I would recommend probably better to try with gloves first, or do a
You could do a test on
Yeah.
your wrist, yes.
Yeah. But it's great to see that you are not using gloves. Because,
I've done lots of workshops and I've never had anyone with a problem, but there's always a first
better
one.
be
Yes,
safe,
yes. So with the head, I'm just laying it across the face first. Go that way. I'm pulling it nice and smooth to the back, up the back of the head and that side. Just so you don't get any creases on the neck. You want it all nice and smooth. And cover all the foil. This is all going to be covered up with the turban, so if it's a little bit messy at the back, it's not too much of a problem. So that's his head done.
Yeah. How easy
And his
is
neck
it?
done.
Yeah.
Very simple, very easy. So I'm going to just dress the body, which is underneath the cloak now, all in black. The little pot is quite
So
small.
just one layer of fabric, that's enough.
It is enough, yes. Yes.
So it will be completely sealed around.
It will be completely sealed, providing you cover all the foil bits,
Yeah.
yes. I'll just do this very carefully so I don't make a big mess on the table.
And then
So you want to make sure the fabric is totally covered and saturated with the paper pole, because that will make the waterproof seal.
Okay.
There we go.
Look at that.
If you love getting your hands messy, this is
Yeah.
the one for you. There we go.
Look at that.
Just making sure, work the paper pole into the fabric, and I'm just going to squeeze the excess out.
Okay.
Stop my hands from dripping everywhere.
All right.
So that should be your
Yes.
fabric. There you go.
So you know that
So
every fibre is saturated
yes,
with
yes,
it.
you can't see any white on it anymore. So I'm going to start on this shoulder, just at a slight angle. So you want to cover all the foil, and you want enough just to wind down to the bottom of the sculpture as well. The other thing you want to try and do is have that little bit of crease. If you look at the one in front of you, you want that little bit of crease showing in the front of its his cloak, just to give it that little bit of texture there.
Wow.
And then this just wraps all the way around to complete that.
Oh, look at
There you
that.
go.
Look
Okay.
at that. Yeah.
And then you can finish off painting the base black once you're ready, once you've done the whole sculpture. So that's his body all covered.
Look at that.
So then in the instructions it will tell you how to cut the stockinette. You have one large piece, a smaller piece, and then the piece for the turban. But it does tell you the measurements and how to do that.
So it's just, it feels very kind of intuitive.
Very much so, yes, because you can drape the fabric how you want.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you don't have to do it in this particular way. If it falls in a way that you like, just leave it.
And could a teenager or somebody like
Absolutely,
younger,
yes.
like
If I'd say teenagers upwards, anything younger would need supervision. Yes,
because it's water based.
it is water based, so it's safe to use.
And of course, this is the nomad that comes with.
This is the nomad,
base.
yes.
Yeah, as well. So I love that it comes with the base, because it means that straight away we
It's a
don't
complete
have,
sculpture, yes.
And to let it dry, what sort of conditions we should let it
Just
dry?
somewhere warm and dry, so not in a wind or a breeze or a cold damp. Just somewhere nice and warm and dry.
Okay. So now that
So this is going to be his cloak,
yeah.
and you can. I'm going backwards here. So.
Yeah. And look at that.
There you go.
Yeah.
Just use little shoulder piece. Oops.
Look at that. And I mean, obviously these are based on your sculptures that you have done. Yeah.
Yes, and on Josie, the founder's sculptures
but
as well.
if somebody creates their own sculpture,
Yes.
could they sell their own sculptures?
Absolutely, yes, yes. There is.
That's
Take
amazing.
them to a gallery or something like that. There you go. So I think I'm happy with that.
Oh, they're gorgeous.
And you see, even though it's the same kit, it still looks different to that one.
Yeah.
So everyone will do them their own way as well.
They do. Look at that.
So I'm just going to do his turban.
Yeah.
Make sure it's all wet.
I love that.
And then once it's dry, then you use the, I wouldn't be able to do the highlighting now. You need to wait for it to dry and go hard before you highlight it with all the different colours.
Now, I'm thinking also, like you mentioned before, like for instance, I'm thinking my mom has got a lot of, tribal sorts of fabrics and for Africa and things like that. So could she incorporate some of these fabrics with a transparent
With
one?
the transparent, definitely with the transparent.
Oh, God. Or maybe even as, would you work with silk saris, for instance?
Saris are silk.
Silk, yeah.
Silk should work, yes.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
because it's a natural
Yeah,
fabric,
of
yes.
Mm. Oh, look.
There you go.
Okay.
And there's your nomad.
Look at that.
And you can see all the little bits of cotton fibres on the ends. They all add to the whole sculpture at the end.
Now, it has taken you 15 minutes to do. I mean, the base was fairly done.
Yes.
So
yes.
what do we say, about half an hour?
Yeah, maybe an hour for someone who hasn't done it before to do a total one.
Isn't that amazing? And I have to compliment you on the fact that you have kept such a clean workspace as well.
That's a practice.
I can imagine. But of course, do we need to prep any area?
The best thing to do is cover your base with fabric, where you're working with fabric. And if you're a beginner, total beginner, I would cover your floor area as well, because you're going to drip.
And of course, you
wear old shoes.
Yeah, and you have got the apron.
And you've got the
included.
apron to protect your clothes.
Absolutely fabulous. Thank you, Susan. While you reset, I'm going to give you a reminder of the Nomad. It is absolutely gorgeous. Look at that. It's just beautiful, isn't it? Of course, this is what you could achieve. Susan has prepared bundles in which everything that you need is already done here for you. You have got 500 grams of the black paper pot, and it's amazing. It's an amazing product, and you can see that. Well, Susan, you just used a third of it?
Yeah, probably about a third.
So you will have left over. Now, if for instance, there is 4 different colors and you are getting the black here. So if you want to maybe the transparent to add those fabrics that you may have, you can now buy it available on its own. And the details are at the bottom of the screen, £12.50. Then there is different options for that. But let's get back to the Nomad. The Nomad also gives you the base that straight away you can display it. And I love it because it's already nice. It's the kind of thing that you see in our galleries. Trust me on that one. Now this one is also, you are getting the wire figure already, kind of a sculpture, so you don't have to maneuver that wire either. So then the only thing that you're going to need is, of course, that aluminium foil. Any aluminium foil, you can use it. Then you have got the materials that is natural fibers that then even cut to size for the neck, for the face, for the robe. And then of course you have got that other fabric, which I already cannot pronounce the name of, the stockinette. See, I didn't pronounce. This is what I was saying. It's like I'm trying to pronounce things correctly. Stockinette. So that creates the kind of galvea that is over the robe, over the Nomad in there. And then of course you are also getting the powder paint to create the colors in there. Do we wait until it's completely cured?
Absolutely, yes. You've got to wait for it to be dry and hard because you're brushing the paint on.
So you do this and then 3 weeks later you paint?
No, probably in a couple of days, depending on how thick you've made the fabric on it.
Perfect. Yeah. Could you use a heat gun or a hair dryer to accelerate the heating process?
Not a heat gun, but a hair dryer you could use just to make it dry a bit faster. But I wouldn't recommend painting it until the following day or the second day after that. Okay. And a good thing to do would be to paint it all over with the black paper pulp first, let that dry, and then do your highlights.
Oh, she's a fount of knowledge, isn't her, Susan? And of course you have got the spatula and the disposable apron. Now all of that, you have got it at 457-834 is your item number. The Flexify option to spread the cost into interest-free payments of £19.98. Imagine £19.98 is all you would be paying today to have this amazing brand new skill, or maybe you are already in a sculpture and you want to try a new medium as well. Now moving on to the Sitting Girl, now incredibly popular. This is demonstrated at the earlier show at 1 o'clock. Now over 80% of of the extended stock delivery, it has already gone. It did sell out early, and once it's gone, it's gone. Now, again, remember that this has been demonstrated by Susan at 1 o'clock, so you can watch it for 60 days there, and you can see it and redo it step by step, watching Susan. You have got here the bronze, of course, the bronze power poles, as well as you have got the wooden block in here as well, which means that it gives you that already that block where you can stand it. And this is what I love about these kits, because they give you exactly what you need to create sculptures from the beginning to the end, that straight away you can have it and display at home. Of course, the instructions as well. £39.95 is the price. 143889 is your item number, and remember, it did sell out early, as back now on stock. Right, moving on to the contemporary figures. I love that. We are going to be well, Susan is going to demonstrate it next, and it is gorgeous. Now, you are getting the metal pane, the base, the frame, the power plus, of course, and the power pole in that gorgeous gray color as well. Now, in the power plus is the one that's going to give you that texture that creates that kind of clay-like texture, which means that you have got even more possibilities. In this case, you are getting two spatulas. Of course, you're getting the two figures, the base, and 4 parts of the color as well to paint or do the highlights in there. You have got also two payments, two flexi-buys option. £22.48 could be all your paying today if you're a Freedom member. Or one-off payment of £44.95. 662079 is your item number. Now, if you like color, you like pigment, and pigments, you have got here 5 different options. You are getting 3 in each. Now, you can mix them up with your transparent power pole, or you can create pigment is pigment. It's a quality color, and of course, it's powder, it's grounded, so you can add so many different textures with it. Now, you have got the primers, which is probably the one I would go first for, because then you can mix it and create the whole hue of the whole rainbow. You can create it. Then you have got, maybe you are a cool girl and you are a cool guy and you want like your blues, so you have got the shades of blue here with an indigo. Then you have got that gorgeous kind of a more, this is more cornflower blue, I would say, and then the ultramarine blue or Klein blue. Then we have got these shades of green in here with the beautiful, you can see the kind of verdigris sort of tones, then the aqua greens, and then that pure evergreen there. Then we are moving on to the shades of brown, and remember, it's your choice of, or it's a choice of different options. And then here we have got the burns, Vienna, sienna, and of course you have got the gorgeous chocolatey browns and that kind of teddy bear brown. And then finally we have got the earth collection in here, and that is just a proper terracotta in here, and beautiful red, burnt red is in there, and then that gorgeous ochre sort of tone, beautiful earthy autumnal colors, perfect for the seasons we are heading now. £14.95 is for 3 of those pods. 408272 is your item number. Moving on to the rubbers in here, already sold out once, and we have it back. It's a top of 100. This will give you that flexibility to create layers as well over the fall as well. I love the idea of creating thinner layers, and then you can add more wrinkles into it. I love the fact that they are big enough that you can cover big areas. And I need to tell you that we are approaching half of the extended delivery stock. So if you want yours, please do check out your basket. It's just £12.95, and it can add a lot of dimension to your projects. 300248 is your item number, dispatch from the 14th of October. Now, if you want more inspiration, you can have it in the form of a book. And this book wrote by Josie, which is the creator or developer or the founder of this amazing, the amazing product that is Power Pole. And look at that. Well, that reminds me of a movie. And then, oh, look at that. Isn't it the dancer? And then look at that. There are so many projects in here to create. This is one of my favorites. I think there is something very elegant in here. Ooh, look, Juanita. This is Juanita. And then we have got here, oh, Martha. Look at that, isn't it? Oh, this is amazing. Look, and then, oh, this is one of my favorites. Look at that. How amazing is that? And then but then you have got so many more, and of course it all goes through the oh, look, an angel for Christmas. That would imagine creating a Christmas tree outside. You can do it with and then put an angel with Powerwall. That would be amazing, wouldn't it? Because of course it could be a tree that is a natural tree outside.
It would be your creation.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that would be
lovely.
absolutely amazing. Now, if you want the book, 883628 is your item number. Now, moving on to the power pole. Now, you may want to stock up in the 500 grams pot. There is 4 choices. Is the transparent. I would definitely put the power pole in my basket, because that's the one that if you have got beautiful fabrics, maybe you have got a special blanket that is maybe from your child or maybe from your own childhood, and you obviously it has become, you know, a little bit rugged, and you want to preserve it in the form of a sculpture. With the transparent one, that color, that texture, that that pattern will be, of course, will be able to see it, and it will be something incredible, and a sculpture using your favorite fabrics. Now, very busy for the transparent, very busy as well for the bronze, again 500 grams of that one. And then the grey, I believe it has sold out, so but it's back on extended delivery, dispatch date from the 14th of October. If you want yours, please do check out your baskets. I believe once it's gone, it's gone. £12.50 is the price for one of these tops. And finally, you have got the black option as well, which is the one that is included in the Nomad. So that's the one that you saw Susan demonstrate with. 102236 is your item number, £12.50 for that one. And finally, we have got the power scrub, which you have got 5 different options in here. This amazing element in here, and you can see it here how the texture creates into the bottom of it. You can grind it a little bit finer to create almost like a pigment powder, and then you have got the beautiful kind of mosaic Gaudi-esque even. And by the way, I believe Susan did this demonstration at the end of the 1 o'clock hour, so therefore you can watch it exactly how to use it. And for that, Susan used a transparent power pole to hold it, and you can see perfectly the colors. Now, 587758 is your item number. $9.99 is the price for each of those pots in there. Right, just jump to the website, and of course you can see exactly what we have got in here. And we have got some end of cold offers. That means that, for instance, our Molly is putting the contemporary and the Nomad because that's her favorite. And then you can see, so she's gonna get them in on Flexi, because that one means that she only pays half of today, and then which means that actually she pays £46 today, something, and then there is this free delivery add-on, so you can go for power cotton, or maybe you can go add for extra stockinette. Now that texture fabric, you can add it, and you don't pay any more for delivery, but you just pay £4.95 from that stockinette, right? And for that, we want to see Susan do that contemporary sculpture.
Certainly give it a go.
we have got about 15 minutes till the end of the show.
All right, so just very quickly, as you said, in the kit you get the 2-wire frames, which I have foiled, so you can see they're still separate. So foil them first before attaching them to your frame. Okay. And then once you've attached them to the frame as you want, and again, you can put them into any configuration or any position that you want to. Once you've done that, I did do part of this earlier, but I will show you how to do the paperplast mixed with the grey paper pole at the bottom to give you that lovely contemporary feel. You do mix, if you take half of your grey paper pole, you do get one of these little mixing bowls in your kit. But if you take half of your grey paper pole and pour it into your mixing pot, and take half of the paperplast, which is just a powder, and mix it into your paper pole, and then just gradually add more paperplast until you get a mixture that's like thick custard. So it's not running or dripping, but it is just easy to use, and it will stay in position. And that's using your little spatula that comes with the kit. So if you just take a little bit on your spatula, it's a bit like honey too, and just basically just paste it onto your sculpture, creating little rifts and drags just to create the texture.
We have had a question about the transparent power pole.
Mm-hmm.
They are asking if the transparent one is also weatherproof.
Yes, it is.
Once it's
Yes.
dry, yeah.
Yes.
Ah, fabulous.
So
Thank
even
you.
on your pattern fabric, it will still make that weatherproof.
Perfect. So thank you, Christine, for that question. Yeah, that expands the things you can
The
do.
range, yes,
Yeah.
definitely.
Imagine doing one with, I love Liberty fabrics, for instance. So I have got a lot of leftovers, or William Morris fabrics, or something like that. Yeah.
So the papercraft does also make it extremely weatherproof, and you can actually make things like bird baths and things like that shaped over a bowl using the fabrics and the papercraft. So it's a really useful little.
No, I have got a selfish question. It's actually for my own interest. Now I have got a cat, and he loves to drink water that is in outside, like stagnant water. Could I make him a sculpture with a little pot with this, and could he drink it?
I know you can't use it in fish tanks, so I would say no.
Okay, very good. Yeah, good to know.
Yes. The important thing with the papercraft mixture that you're using on the contemporary sculpture, if you haven't got time to do it all in one go, you can seal your tub up and keep it overnight, provided you keep it sealed, because obviously in the air it will start going off and going hard. If it does go a little bit thick, you can always add some more paper pole.
Yeah.
But basically I'm just painting it on, almost like icing a cake.
Yeah. So. And then, of course, that, so you are molding it, you are sculpturing it.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that is the papercraft that will give it that weightiness or that body.
Yes, and the texture and the whole look to the finished piece.
Nice. And it's important to start at the very top rather than at the bottom.
I find it easier so you can actually still turn your piece to start at the top and then work further down, and then once you get to the base you're covering the whole base, so you can't really turn it anymore, because if you do it all in one go you can't hold the top either.
That's a very good point.
Yes, so start from the top and work your way down. Otherwise leave one head till last. Either way you need to have a holding point.
Right, the sitting girl, and now the sitting girl is approaching limited stock. If you want the gorgeous sitting girl, she's limited to stock. So please check out your baskets, and because this set, once it's gone, it's gone. So there is no more extended delivery stock. It did sell out earlier, and it's back on extended and dispatch from the 14th of October. We have got 10 minutes till the end of the show. Okay.
So I'm just going to finish this base, and then I can show you how to do a bit of the highlighting if you like, or do the paper scrap, whichever one you want.
You know, we are saying, just now, I just have to tell you, we were saying how amazing you are. And it's like, it's the first time on TV today.
Thank you.
And you're seriously just teaching us all everything and showing how to do it.
Thank you very much. It's very kind of you.
It's the truth. It's the truth. Look at that.
So that hasn't taken me too long, but bear in mind I did the fiddly bits earlier, so
look at that.
So you can create as much texture as you like.
So if, for instance, I wanted a really thick texture, now should I let it dry and then put another?
That's a good point, Paula. Yes, definitely don't put too much on at once, because either it'll start running because it gets too heavy. So it is better to build up the layers if you want to do that, which is also why we give you the mixing pot with a lid.
Ah, perfect. So, for instance, would you do that one layer and then the next day adding another layer?
You can come back and do more. So I could add more to the top layer if I want to.
And is there a time frame for using that pot that you have, the mix that you have created?
You've got probably a couple of hours before the surface will start crusting over.
Okay.
So it is better to work relatively quickly, or do it in batches and seal in between.
Yeah. So if I wanted to do a really thick piece, I would probably mix it, just a small amount.
That's right. Yes, and then come back and add more to it.
Okay.
Yeah. So there we go. Quite happy with that there. So I can show you how to do the. I'm just going to seal that back over there. Excuse me while I wash my hands. So to do the painting, which I can just show you on the top.
I love it. Now the paints do they come with the?
They come with the kit, so you get all the 4 colours.
Yep.
And on the sample there, you'll see that we've used the burnt sienna colour at the base, so it looks like a rock at the base, and then just gradually bring the colour up through the sculpture. I always recommend starting with the darkest colour, which is this gorgeous blue colour.
Now we have had a question from Charlie, and Charlie's asking, can we use any of the products on glass, and if so, how?
Good question. I haven't actually tried it on glass.
Okay.
But I think if you're wrapping your fabric onto the glass, it will stick and adhere to the glass, yes.
So for instance, maybe if you
on a vase or something, if you want to decorate a vase, yes,
so
definitely.
if you could purge, so for instance, the stockinette, which by the way is a free, it's a free postage end of call offer. So imagine you had, this was a glass jug. Is this what you mean, that you could put it around it?
And drape it and decorate it. And then you could use some dried flowers and adhere those onto it to create a sculpture out of your glass vase or bottle or something.
So can you dip, so for instance, if you have got a paper flower, or no, a fabric flower.
Yes, you could use that.
So you can dip it in?
That's right, yes.
So
and wet it and then fix it onto what you're working on. So like with the little bronze lady, you could do that and give her a posy of flowers to hold. So you can always add to the sculptures too.
Yeah. Thank you, Charlie, for that question. And look, so you are just going with the paint over
just
it?
going with the paint at the moment. So you would do the same. You would then build up the paint and do the turquoise and then the gold on top. And I would do the gold all the way down, which then just brings it all together.
And of course, that should be in the instructions, right?
Yes, it's all in the instructions, yes.
And you're using any brush, dry
It's just
brush?
a normal artist paintbrush. I haven't added any water. I'm just using it as a dry brush, yes.
And then,
yeah.
and I guess because it's dry brushing, it will dry fairly quickly.
It will dry quite quickly, yes.
I love that. I just love the fluidity of this.
Thank you, yeah.
It's just so gorgeous.
And you could do them hugging each other or any position that you want.
Oh, yeah.
So I can wash my brush and put some turquoise on it. Yeah. So you do that all the way down, blending it into the brown at the bottom.
Oh, look at that. It's just so, I love how the mix of the sculpture nature, of course, of the pava plaster and the pava pole. I think this is one of my favorite, actually, because it's just that mix of texture and the ability to preserve it and make it weatherproof as well.
And it's such a simple piece, yes.
It is. It's very elegant as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's just. And also, it's one of those images that's quite powerful because it could be something very kind of two children,
freedom, yes.
You know, running in the field. You know, there's that freedom,
that's
embracing
right, yes.
freedom. Yeah, that's it.
So I'm just doing the top bit so you can see.
Yeah. Okay. Look at that. Oh.
Of course, you've got the finished one there, so you see what it looks like all the way over.
Do you make lots of these kind of sculptures at once? Or?
I can do, yes. I've got lots of ideas going through my mind all the time.
Yeah. Do you do sometimes the wire work before it, and then you do the of course the pava plaster later?
Yes, yes. So I'll make quite a few different frames and then work in stages.
Which one is your favorite technique?
Out of all three, I love doing the little sitting ladies because they've got such character.
Yes.
And you can give them a book to read and things like that.
Yeah.
But I do love doing the contemporary ones.
Contemporary
Yes,
is gorgeous.
yes.
Right, I have got some news about the girl, sitting girl. Now the next person to put it in their baskets, that's the one you are going to have the last one. And I would remind everybody to check out their baskets, because that's the only way to secure that you get yours. Remember that the baskets auto-refresh themselves, so they empty themselves every 10 minutes. So you might miss out if you do not check out your baskets. It will be dispatched on the 14th of October, because remember that it did sell out earlier, and that once it's gone, it's gone. And also the other thing is that we are hoping that Susan will come back very, very soon, but there is no plans in the immediate, in the next month or so to go. So make sure that you check out your baskets. Well, we are just 3 minutes until the end of the show. Look at that.
So I am doing it really quickly, but you can it's better to take your time and do it.
Yeah, but you're showing the technique.
The technique, yes, I think that's the important part.
And do you have tutorials online as well, or?
Not at the moment, but it is something we're planning to do.
Perfect.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
perfect.
yes.
And of course, you have got the
instructions. It comes with the instructions, yes.
Of course. And remember, everybody, that you will be able to rewatch Susan for 60 days, because we are Hochanda on the website hochanda.com. We keep the shows for 60 days. Now we have got a couple of minutes, but
Sure.
in our we want to see you using the papercraft.
Sure. If you want to pass me that sculpture that's
Okay,
at the bottom, are you able to do that?
We'll try to get something for you. Now, the Nomad, of course, I'm going to give a reminder of the Nomad. Of course, you can see it here. Now, you can see it. And you have got, that was the first demo that you have got, that of course Susan did. And you can see that it comes with a black power pole as well. And then you have got, of course, the paint as well. So you have got the wire, and of course, that was the first demo that Susan did, with the base as well, the mixer as well, and of course, the apron. 4, 5, 7, 8, 3, 4. And remember, there's flexi by 4 that. Right.
Very quick.
Very quickly.
So I've got the transparent paper
Yep.
pole, which dries clear, so it's very useful. And all you do is just paint some transparent on,
Okay.
and then just using your fingers,
Yeah.
just flake
that's
it on.
it.
That's it. Just flake it all on. Push it into place. And then you can just shake off the excess later. So it does just create a really nice...
Look at that.
And it will end up looking like that.
Look at that. So that easy.
That's easy, yeah.
Now the sitting girl, now is technically sold out. Remember to check out your baskets. Once it's gone, it's gone. So if you want it, do check out your baskets. Already sold out once. Back on extended 14th of October is the dispatch date. If you want it, please check. Susan, we are towards the end of the show. Seconds to go. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Paula. It's been lovely.
I'm so glad you have enjoyed. I hope that you come back very, very soon.
I will try.
Because it has been incredible show. So much knowledge there from Susan.
Thank you very much.
Do check out your baskets, and remember to watch back if you have got any questions. Of course, search for PowerPole online. After the break, a brand new one-day special with Yanis and Clarity. Well, we have got Crafting with Clarity One Day Special. Then we have got Introducing Celebrate, a brand new company from South Africa. And then Crafting with Clarity One Day Special again.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Join me for some amazing Fabric Freedom shows. Fabric Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK, and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilting cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now, and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. So on our Hochanda shows we aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Hayley, and you might have seen me presenting here at Hochanda. Well, I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. I'll be covering lots of areas of soft crafts like quilting, dressmaking, sewing, knitting, even printing your own fabrics. I'll even be bringing some items from my own Handmade by Hayley range. So I hope you'll join me, let me inspire you, and maybe you will discover a new craft in the process.
Have you heard of Hochanda Freedom? Did you know that as a Hochanda Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £5.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Hochanda Freedom members badge, regular newsletters, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with Hochanda more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause it if you're going away, or you can cancel it at any time. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or head to the website, quoting item number 88888 and join Hochanda Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Emma.
And I'm Pam.
And we're from Quilters Trading Post. We've been open since 2007, so we're coming up to 10 years now.
We started our business in Cambridge, really, with a long arm quilting machine. We decided we wanted to make a proper business of it, so we bought a shop in this area. We soon grew out of that because we became successful and we bought a school, and now we're in the school.
We have 4 parts to our business. We have the quilting service, we run workshops, we sell patchwork and quilting threads, fabrics and notions, and we do patterns and books. That's our newest thing, and our favourite being our Crafters Carry-All.
We've really enjoyed being on Hochanda. It's made us famous, really. We've got lots of people who now come into the shop and tell us that they've seen us, and that they've enjoyed the demonstrations, and they've watched us over and over again.
Make sure you don't miss our shows here on Hochanda.
Hello everybody and a warm welcome to a fantastic one-day special. It is going to be a doozy. This is going to be a busy one because we are talking groovy plates designed by Linda Williams, and this is actually the second part of It's a Wrap, so part 2 collection. All I can tell you is part number 1 was immensely busy. I mean, it really was an enormous success. And I know so many people who've been sending messages asking us when we're bringing out part number 2. It is finally here. It's been hotly anticipated. We are going to be busy for this one. And look at 2 flexi payments of £24.98. Look at what you are getting. You're getting some parchment in the mix as well, which is fantastic. And we actually got more parchment on the sew for you. You're getting all 3 of these plates. Effectively, you are getting 3 for the price of 2. you're saving a whopping £20 on those, and we will highlight that point. If you were to buy one of these individually, if you look at the bottom of your screen, it would be £19.99. £20 saving, done, all of these. But when you start looking at the examples on what you can achieve, I'm going to show a couple. Now I've got to introduce you to Barbara. This is from Karen. I mean, come on. They are stunning. I love this detail that we can open up. Or we can go here from Francis, sorry. Now look at that. Oh, that is beautiful. I'm not going to show any more because we will be showing lots throughout the hour, but right now I'd like to introduce you to the lovely Barbara Gray. Hello, Barbara.
Hello, Yanis. I haven't seen you for ages.
Barbara, now we need to talk. What have you done to be punished with having me all day? I wouldn't wish that on anyone.
I don't see it like that, Yanis. I was really delighted to hear that I was working with you all day.
God bless you. Me too. Genuinely, I was saying when we did the first show, I was driving into work, horrible drive, but I thought, I'm going to get 3 hours of Barbara. It's going to be a good day.
Nice.
Now, these plates, I didn't present. I wasn't in on the day when you launched the first set of It's a Wrap collection, but I did actually watch some at home, and I know how busy they were. They're incredible, and you know how much love I have for Linda. I think she's incredible.
So talented.
Yeah.
And the first set, the 3 plates, they focused on trifolds, and they were very, very clever, very, very cleverly constructed. And here, what we've got going on there, we've just looked at what Linda calls a ribbon wrap.
Oh.
Now, you can use it in the card, but I'm going to show you in a minute. It's just spectacular as an actual wraparound, like a cigar wrap around an envelope, for example, or a card.
That's
beautiful,
nice.
Beautiful plate.
So these are, and look at all the wealth of design work that you have at your fingertips from that one plate. As we move across, now this is a really interesting design aspect.
So this is a pocket, a little pretty pocket, and the flexibility and the versatility you see also, apart from that little pocket, look at all the frames that you've got there. It's astoundingly good. And the thing is, and there are inspiration sheets now here, for example, in the artwork we're looking at there, it's been constructed as a little envelope. To all intents and purposes, all 3 of these plates are to do with envelopes. But my goodness, this is anything but just an envelope. Look at this.
It's stunning.
And now, if you pull the little ribbon, then of course there's a little secret. There's always going to be something really perfect, like a little hidden in the pot. Look, I know, isn't it gorgeous?
Oh, wow.
Look at that.
I can't tell you the position I'm having to contort myself into, not to knock over the pack shot to do that. But there we go. I'll pop that back. That is absolutely phenomenal. And then as we go across, because you're getting all 3 of these, I mean, the price is incredible. I've got to say, sorry, Barbara, just very, very quickly, we're 2 minutes into the show, and 20% of the stock had gone. We're now, a few minutes later, a quarter of the stock has gone. Barbara, this is worrying, and this is becoming a trend when I work with you. How we managed to get 2 hours out of, we sold out of everything in our first hour last time. I'm worried. I'm worried at how long this one-day special is going to last.
Can I tell you, Yanis?
Yeah.
You know the stock levels are in very, very high.
Yeah.
Very, very high. You know, we've worked for weeks and weeks and weeks putting this together. This didn't just happen overnight. And so when I hear 25% is already gone, I think, oh my goodness, Steve, if you're watching, my brother, and I know he is, he'll be like, here we go.
He's going to put his phone on silent. I'm sorry, I'm not answering the phone. I've seen how busy the show is. So let's go straight onto aeroplane mode. But I love we've thrown in some parchment as well. So we've got some parchment to enjoy. Now, have to say, whenever you bring us parchment, it's very, very good quality parchment.
It's beautiful Bergen parchment, and this is our own. This is Pergamano parchment, and it's saturated on one side, which is why when you work, the colour is on the back, and so when you look at the parchment, you'll see that one side is slightly glossier than the other side. The glossy side is the colour pregnated side, the colour impregnated side, saturated, and so when you work from behind, as you do on parchment, it comes through beautifully white.
Ah, nice.
So, for example, if you look at, just come to me for a minute.
Yeah.
Can you come to me for a minute?
We'll have a look
Come
at
to
you.
me, come to me. Yeah, watch
Yeah,
this. Look, so that's the parchment that you're looking at. This is the piece of artwork that Linda's designed for us. But you can see here, it's the same colour that you're looking at there that comes with the set. But look how beautifully white it embosses as well. Isn't that glorious?
That is stunning.
And there's the card to go with it. I know. Oh.
Oh, Barbara, I think we might have to jig a few things around. What I'm thinking is maybe go to a demo. I'll tell you why. We are approaching 40% of the stock of the one-day special, and I am actually getting a little bit worried now, because what Barbara's saying is absolutely true. Stock levels are relative to, obviously, company, and certain companies, a company like Clarity can give us a lot of stock. Smaller family-run boutique companies may give us a little bit less, but Clarity always come with a lot of stock, and we knew this was going to be busy. Judging by the first release, that was immensely. I'm going to steal one of your terms. I like it. It blew the doors off. It was so busy. So look, we are busy for this. I think we're going to go to Barbara. We at Hochanda can have a chat. Paul's ringing now already, trying to sort things out. So Barbara, I'm going to throw over to you. What are you going to show us?
Well, before I even start, because we need to slow this down a little bit, first of all, I'd like to thank Linda. Because without Linda, we wouldn't be having this party right now. And her talent, it just blows me away. I have to also mention that she's done the samples, all the artwork that I'll be reaching for. This is all Linda and Lynn Jackson's work. They work together as a team, and they do all that for me. You know, it's so immense. So let's have a look at how the plates work. And I think the best thing to do is to begin by looking at the plate itself and how, let's deconstruct it, shall we? Let's have a look. So if we look at the plate itself, right, let's look at the envelope plate first.
Yeah.
And let's look at what is actually, I'm going landscape,
okay,
even though my tendency is to want to go portrait, but I think you can see better if it's landscape. So you can see on here, there are envelopes, and then you've got in an inordinate number of different flaps, if you like, on the envelopes.
Barbara, just looking at that, I think that's beautiful. Everything has something to offer there.
Yeah, there are so many. You've got Christmas, you've got florals. This is the one we want to work on. Yeah. And as always, Linda has provided us with an inspiration sheet. So you don't have to be making notes or writing anything down during the shows, because Linda has got everything. The other thing is that Linda and I and loads of the on Groovy Worldwide, we're all there. Yes. So if you invest in these plates and then you're not sure, all you've got to do is reach out on Groovy Worldwide, and there'll be dozens of people there to help you. It's a real beautiful community. The parching community around Pergamano is fantastic.
That's what Groovy Worldwide, Clarity Worldwide, it is a community. Barbara, could you do us a favour and just scoot a fraction to your left? Is that okay? Perfect. That's
like
great.
that?
Thank you. Thank you.
How's that?
Yeah,
is that good?
That's good. That's really good. Thank you.
Right, so you've got your inspiration sheet, and we'll come back to the envelope one, because that's the one I wanted to look at in this hour. And then we've got, let's look at the next one. We'll put that one to one side, and now we'll look at the next one. Now this one fascinates me. This is these, I look on them as like cigar bands, right? But look at all the different, let's go around this way. Look at all the different interest here. And what I also love on this one, with love from me to you, on your engagement, wedding day wishes, on your anniversary, it's a special day. But look at the change, the mix and matchability here.
Barbara, these would be great for napkin rings.
Oh, what a good idea.
Yeah.
Cool, you're wasted, Yanis, you're wasted. Look at this, for example. So now we've got an envelope that isn't as ornate. Yeah. Like, we might not want to spend a day on an envelope. But look how beautifully we can, just by using one of these wraps, one of these ribbon wraps, you can change, look, just and these are very clever. Let me show you. On the back, they're not stuck. They're cut and folded. Look,
they slide in.
Isn't that brilliant? Yeah, yeah.
Such
so this
clever
one, for
design
example,
work.
look.
Ah, I love it.
I know. A gift just for you. So this could be a beautiful gift token in here.
Yeah.
And then when you turn it over, again, let me just put my other glasses on. This is what I really, really love about the construction. When you open it up, look, it's not glued or stuck. It's just
it's
literally
clever.
So
Just slides in.
it round the other way. It goes on the inside.
Oh.
But how delicately beautiful.
Yeah. Apologies, we are
So
speaking
that
to
is
Barbara
the
live
idea
on
behind
Skype.
these.
Sorry, Barbara, you just froze. You froze for a moment there. We're going to be getting you back. It does actually give us a good opportunity to tell you that over half the stock's gone in 11 minutes. 11 minutes of the live show, the launch show, half the stock is gone. I mean, this was something that I was seeing a lot of people talking about on social media, waiting for this. I love Linda Williams. I'm going to show you a few examples. By the way, we're just trying to get Barbara back, so I'm not interrupting for the sake of it. We're going to get Barbara back live. Has anyone else encountered this? I was having a conversation with my aunt in Cyprus. She's not very tech savvy. It took me, I know it sounds like a joke, it took me, I reckon, about 15 minutes for her to turn the camera around and get it facing right. Let's have a look here. Now, this is when you start exploring all the different ways you're going to use these plates. Look at this. Isn't that stunning? So we'll just look. This is from Chris Walker. There you go. I love these pockets. Now, you're going to do a lot more. OK, we have got Barbara back. Barbara, you're back?
Love, I'm here.
Oh, okay, good. Sorry, Barbara. It was Skype. It was Skype. I was just playing up for a moment. Barbara, I've got a quick question for you. The first time we bought the It's a Wrap collection, when did it sell out? How soon did it sell out? Was it a few hours into the one-day special?
Do you know, I don't remember.
Okay. Oh. I didn't want to put you on the
spot. I do know it blew the doors off.
Yeah. I didn't want to put you on the spot because I think this hour, this launch might beat it because now we're at 60% of the stock. Just remind everyone, I know, 60% of the stock, Barbara, 13 minutes into the show. Are you kidding me? I tell you, when you guys bring a one-day special, you bring a one-day special.
Well, that's the idea, I guess.
Yeah.
But, you know, I have to say again, this has been months in the making, months in the design, months in the manufacture. It's taken many, many weeks.
Yeah.
So, you know, isn't it great when it pays off, you know?
Well, you deserve to because you guys bring in such beautiful stuff. I'm going to hand back to you now, Barbara. Sorry we had to re-establish the phone line. But
No,
you're
it's
good,
fine.
you're back.
I think also the weather is pants today, and so I think that's affecting the, you know, the Skype connection, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah, I think you're right.
But hey, it doesn't seem to be affecting sales, so let's just keep going then, eh?
Let's do it.
Right, so we've had a look at these beautiful ribbon wraps, which to me, you know, and please, you know, there'll be lots of samples that you've got in front of you. This is also two-dimensional. In fact, I did a blog in between shows, and I blogged what I'm going to do tomorrow morning, stock permitting, and it's using this in the background on a card, which is very, very beautiful. Right, so now we're going to look at this one.
Just Barbara,
and don't forget. Yes,
so I was going to say, tell us how we can follow your blogs. I'm sure a lot of people may be new to Groovy, would love to follow you. So how can we follow your blog?
Right, Barbara Gray blog.
That's it.
.com.
Okay.
It's not that hard, is it? Barbara Gray with an A.
Yeah.
blog.com. And I've done a really, really brilliant step-by-step, and it shows you exactly how to get to the pocket. It's a pocket one. It's one of these pretty pocket ones.
Yeah.
So let's have a look at this particular plate now. So you can see here, this is the crux of this plate. But when you look at the plate itself, the number of patterns, I mean, just absurd, okay?
Yeah.
And what Linda's done again is she's given us inspiration, so you can see how to fold. There are different ways, like the one that you've got on the counter there that you carefully showed, how it works as an envelope, you know, which is really cool. And then there's the one that I've done on the blog is the one that Linda has done here, which shows you how it folds in so that it holds itself closed. you know, like when we do cardboard boxes, you go down, 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 then you tuck the other one in, don't you?
Yeah.
And then this one, I just wanted to kind of put this in perspective so you understand. And I want to show you this masterpiece by Linda, right? Look at that. It's crazy good. And this is a little pocket here.
Yeah.
Can you hear me all right, Yanis?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly. That's beautiful, by the way.
Now, have a look here. You'll see on this side, where are we? Yeah, there it is. You see this lovely
sort of trellis.
Floral.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, that's it there. Look, around the outside.
Do you know what it looks like, Barbara? Flowers trellising. If you put a trellis in your garden and you get all these beautiful flowers sort of trellising up, it's got that feel to it.
Absolutely glorious. And then now pretend that we take this one out. Look at this one with those flowers. It's just glorious. Now look at this one for a border. I'm talking about borders. Now look at this one, this Christmas one.
Yeah.
It's just, it's absurd. It's just insane. The number of little elements, the number of beautiful card-making assets on this plate beggars belief.
Do you think, Barbara?
That's what
you know
I
when
think.
you were just showing us those 3 borders on the just behind on that? Yeah, there we go. Do you think so? The outside one, I see that as like a trellis that we put on our house, and then we overlay the flowers on top of those. Do you think Linda had that in mind?
Ah, yeah. See? I mean, well, so look here. If you use that round the outside of the frame, Linda's given you a whole plaque here, a sampler, and you could infill any one of the... You see, if you wanted to use this on the inside of the pockets, on the flaps, you just take this. If you wanted to use this one on the pocket, it just straight in.
Nice.
You see?
She's given us so much to play, and that is the beauty of Groovy.
So much.
You can put it anywhere.
Shall we have a look what's inside here?
Yes.
Let's have a look. The great reveal. You see, so what Linda's done here is she's flapped 2 together, and then she's opened the bottom. Look.
Who's this?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, stop it. She's used a poppet. Now,
she's used a parchment poppet.
Yeah. These were the poppets that we brought during your birthday event, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So this is one of the coloured parchment, the printed parchment poppets. So she's had to do absolutely nothing to this. I can feel that she's done a tiny little bit of white work to it. But I measured it out, and I happen to know that on the nested picots, because this is nested picot. You see, if I get in really close.
Yes.
Can you see?
Yeah.
It's the 4th one in. It fits like a charm. The 4th nested square picot fits in there, so it means you haven't got to actually cut it out.
Oh, that's perfect. If you do want to go for the poppets, we got the details on your screen. $34.98. Oh no, sorry, that was for the dies. We'll just bring the details back for the poppets very quickly. We have got them actually on the show as well. They're stunning. This is the full collection, $59.96. Beautiful, beautiful design work here as well, and nice to play along with your one-day special. 641-236, your item number. Sorry, Barbara. Barbara, you still there?
These parchment poppets, I mean, they got an airing on our birthday.
They did.
But I've seen so much artwork created on Groovy Worldwide with these little poppets, and it just brings a smile to my face because they're just so delightful. That's Marina Fedotova's licensed artwork. It's very rare. It's the first time we've ever done it, but her artwork is just exquisite. And you know, if you recall, we felt that it wouldn't work in Groovy, and so we decided to print them because you couldn't get the detail. I mean, I'm going to come in again really close on this so that you can see the detail on these little poppets, and there is no way that we could have got that kind of detail on a Groovy plate. You wouldn't be able to get that character, and that's why we decided to print them.
And it works though, because you still incorporate them into your Groovy design, but just in a different way. It really does work.
Yeah. Absolutely beautiful. So there we go. So that is the pretty pocket, which again is like an envelope. I mean, just humour me here. Yeah. I could take it, I could close it like that, put those 2 over, and then this is the opening. So you pull it out this way. Yeah. So you could seal this up if you like, and then have the opening there. So these would make beautiful little wedding invitations or wedding favours, or there's so many options with this. It's really quite clever. And I wanted to show you this particular piece of artwork as well, because now this is one that Linda's done, again using a poppet, but you'll see this time she's used the pretty pocket, but just as like a flower.
So she's opened
So you
it
don't
up.
have to use them as a construction.
Oh, that's very clever. That's so pretty. And it's a
pretty?
lovely platform to use the poppets or something else, or put a statement. It's really nice.
Yeah, so again, this is this particular plate. So those are the 3 plates, Yanis, and I thought maybe if you'd like to just have a little update, I would like to then, when you come back to me, I'd like to look at the envelope plate and deconstruct it and have a closer look at how you actually cut it and fold it, because there are some tricks and tips that I'd like to share with you.
We'll do that. Thank you, Barbara. I hope you're enjoying this. And look, Barbara, what I love about working with Clarity, and especially Barbara, is she is so passionate about everything. I mean, Barbara is a true crafter, and seeing her face light up and how excited she is whenever she sees designs. Where Barbara excels, and I'm fortunate enough to know Barbara outside of work, she's just a wonderful person. She really does love to promote talent. She sources it, she looks for talent, she brings it into the Clarity brand, and Linda Williams is exceptional. By the way, if you ever get the chance to see Linda Williams, once things calm down and normality resumes, when Linda comes back in the studio, she has got the best banter. She is very, very funny. So, what we're getting here with the one-day special, designs by Linda Williams. This is the second collection from It's a Wrap. We have got the first collection if you have missed that, and we will show that to you shortly. Effectively, you're getting 3 for the price of 2. Now, something the team in my ear, when we were looking at this, were mentioning, and I totally agree, the amount of design on each of the plates. I mean, no space is wasted. Linda has made use of everything here, but giving you such diversity, such beautiful designs. So if you wanted to put a wonderful trellising border around your work, if you wanted to create that little envelope, or maybe spread it open and incorporate it into your card, if you wanted to create intricate flaps, actually, I won't say it, I'll show it. How about this from Francis? Look at that. Now, I didn't just hear that right. Let me put this down for a second. Are you kidding? 3/4 of the stock. There is no way in a million years we thought at 23 minutes past this hour I'd be calling 3/4 of stock. We joked about we were joking, saying, well, we might be worried maybe at 9 o'clock, will it last? Now it definitely seems there is a real possibility this won't last until 9 o'clock. So don't miss out, because you are getting such a fantastic array of plates. Don't forget, you're also getting the parchment in there as well. Beautiful parchment that's included in the bundle. So you're getting that wonderful colour, that beautiful sort of turquoise colour. Let me show you a few other examples. So we're touching on the envelopes. I mean, come on. That looks stunning. Imagine presenting that to somebody. My goodness. That's the kind of thing. Inside there, that's Linda made this one. Linda Page, not Williams. And then we've got, let me show you this one, from Maggie. I mean, these are special. Different designs going through, but then same design. So you've got that kind of detail on the flat, but you can incorporate, very clever from Chris. She's actually used it in the card itself. That's clever, right? So giving you space for your sentiment. I have to say, design team are exceptional. One more to show you, and then we have to move on. Another, such a clever use. So we've got the wraps, which I'm going to have to show you too. So you see this wrap here, that's the wrap detail, right? Clever, and that's beautiful. That's another one from Chris. But then Sheila, same principle, but it's not going all the way around. It's just, it's sort of tucked in, hidden there. But isn't that nice? Just to hold down the little flap there. I cannot say enough about this release. $24.98. That's your first flexi payment. You're getting everything. You're getting all 3 plates, and you're getting, these are A4 plates, and you're getting the parchment. You're effectively paying for 2 and getting all 3 plus the parchment. 775-447, your item number there. Now, if you did miss out on part 1, and where I was conscious of the fact we're getting new viewers joining the Hochanda family every day, this is where it began. This is part 1. look, can we just take a moment to enjoy these examples here? Because they are stunning. So similar kind of principle. What Linda has done is given you beautiful design work that allows you to go in so many different directions with regard to your creativity. I mean, that, as a gatefold, is beautiful. It's got a butterfly angel wing quality to it. The way that, I mean, come on. That's so nice. Love that. And then open that up. Isn't that great? So that's one. But then we can go from something like this to something like this. Ooh, the detail in that is exquisite. Now, to me, that's got a bit of a Japanese feel. You can imagine that on a beautiful piece of silk, that kind of design, like a cherry blossom. And then we'll go across. Love this work. Oh, right. So that gives you an idea. And all I can say is what we've seen here is the very tip of the iceberg. Look at what you're getting in the actual plates. Because down here, the first time we brought this to you, you actually might have missed out. Maybe you tuned in the first time we brought it to you and it had sold out. So another opportunity to get a hold of these. You are saving £10. £24.99 is your first flexi payment. Look at all of this, though. So you are getting an awful lot for your money. And it's nice that the sentiments that you are invited in there, which is just, look, there are so many occasions you are invited. It can be anything. You're invited to come round for a nice soiree. Maybe it could be a christening, a wedding. Get well soon, happy Easter. I mean, these are great sentiments that we're going to use. We're actually busy on this as well. So 20% of the stock's gone here. If you did miss out and you just wanted to start building up your lace wrap card collection, great way to start. May I just show a couple of examples? Because I think it's important that we see. Oh, look, wait a second. I'm going to have to reach in and get you this. Look at this. Now, this is the kind of card, genuinely, you could be making. Groovy helps you do it. So even if you're just starting out, this is what we can go on and achieve. Obviously, there's a slightly higher skill set because we've employed some cutting techniques in there, but it's a card you can grow and work towards. That is stunning. That's by Maggie. Then we can go from here to, if I pop that down, to, actually, I'm going to show you this. Look at that. This one's from Chris Walker. Oh, actually, there we go. So just opening that up, very clever. So just showing you the technique, and you can see how it works with the envelope here. So the second collection designed to work and get the most out of your first collection. Oh, this is nice. Look at this. Actually, you know what? I'm going to show you this one. Look at that. Isn't that nice? Look, Kim, our producer, it looks like it's like sugar icing on a cake. Just the purity of the white, that is the perfect wedding invitation or wedding card. Linda Page did that one. Right, $24.99 your price if you want to take advantage and get hold of where it all began with this collection. Now, one thing you're noticing is obviously the use of parchment. If you're a groovy lover, you want to stock up on your parchment because this is the consumable. So if you come over here, this is a bundle. This is a bundle. So you're getting your folder to house your parchment, to look after it. I'm just showing you, I mean, that is a thing of beauty. Being able to look, 130 sheets in total, all housed, all protected. And think about it. How much have you paid for parchment in the past? You know you pay a premium price, so over £1 per sheet. Here, you are saving £42 and you are getting the complete collection. So what I would say is that's your parchment covered for, let's say a year. It depends obviously on how much you craft. But you're getting the full colour spectrum in there. So all those lovely colours, the quality is exceptional. Groovy, clarity, they really do excel. They specialise in parchment craft. So if they're going to bring you parchment, it's going to be absolutely first rate. And anyone who's worked with it before will realise that. 130 sheets, two-tone A4 parchment. You're also getting the A4 folder as well. 881688, your item number. I do understand it's a considered purchase, and I totally get that. Look, it's close to £100, but when you consider how much you would pay for just one sheet of parchment. So look, quality pattern. You can hear it. Sorry, Kim. I know we're getting onto this, but a lot of crafters, you know how much you would pay for one. So you could throughout the year get 10 sheets of parchment here, 10 sheets, and pay over £1 a sheet for your parchment, or you could effectively stock up now, buy in bulk, save £42, get your folder, and then that will keep you in parchment for a very long time. If that is slightly outside your budget, we have got another option for you. Just showing you here, we've got our two-tone parchment. So this, it's effectively one of each colour in the main bundle for £19.99. I mean, that's actually very good going. So 26 sheets in total, one of each colour going in. There, you can see that there, that's your duotone. But you can see the quality in here, the quality of that parchment. Very, very good. All right, so there we go. We're going to head back to Barbara, who's going to continue with our demonstration. We are speaking to Barbara now live on Skype. Barbara, what have you got for us?
Do you know, Yanis, I remember sitting, Linda and I, we were on an aeroplane and we were going to Slovenia to a parchment week. Okay. And we sat in the aeroplane for about 5 hours on the runway at Gatwick. Okay.
Wow. On the runway?
Because they weren't, it was foggy. That was what it was, and we couldn't leave. And so we sat and we came up, and it was Linda and I. We sat there for 5 hours and we worked out all the colours that we wanted for the parchment. We gave them all names. Do you remember, Linda? We sat there, and this was born on an aeroplane waiting to go to Slovenia for a parching weekend. And Linda said, we need this colour, we need that colour, we need two-tone, we need this, and it has to be A4, because A4 you can cut to A5, but A5 you can't make into A4. And with these particular envelopes and wraparounds, you need A4. But I just had that memory, Yanis. It was brilliant.
Nice memory. When we say two-tone, just for anyone who's not worked with this parchment, why is it so special? Because I think that is a cracking price. A lot of parchment crafters will know you pay a premium, even if it's for one sheet of parchment.
Well, if you take two-tone, for example, if I show you this artwork here, so for example, light and dark, right? Or here, you've got light and dark, and so they complement each other. They're from the same family. Yeah, so they work beautifully. So when you're doing this trellis work, for example, you see you've got the two-tone. It just works gorgeous because you know that it's going to sit together right.
No, that's right. That's right.
So you get light blue, dark blue.
You got everything you need.
Pink, light rose, dark rose.
Yeah.
Light lilac, dark lilac.
all the colours you need. Well, it was a very productive. I tell you what, sat on the runway 5 hours at Gatwick. You used your time wisely.
It was fine. It was fine, and by the time we got back to England, we were ready to rock and roll. And then we placed the order, and we decided these were the colours we wanted to roll with. So Linda and I put this together, which is really nice, actually. I'd forgotten about that, Lynn.
Nice. What are we going to show us next, then, Barbara?
Right, so what I was going to say, I wanted to go to these two. Right, we've got to keep it simple. So this is the card, and this is the envelope. Okay, so clearly we're incorporating everything here. Now, let me just get my correct glasses on. And what you'll see is that these particular, when you're making an envelope in any craft, you know, you're fitting it to something to put in it. Now, the card obviously has to fit inside the envelope, and that takes me nicely to these other plates, the ones that you were just looking at.
Yes.
If we go to these plates, you'll see this is the size. Let's turn it around that way. This is the size of the envelope of the card that will then sit. See, here it is. Here it is. So, for example, you can see that this is the width. So when you start to, before you begin making your envelope, clearly you go to your card first, don't you? And this one here is this card here. So, for example, what you would do is, let me just open this up carefully. If you look at the on the back, for example, right? If we open this up, you'll see here's the card, here's the fold, and here's the flap. So there, like that, and there's your flap. You see?
Barbara, just to make this clear to everyone, the second part of the collection, I know we've got details for the first part now. The first collection was about making the cards. Then Linda thought, we've got these beautiful cards, so what she's doing with the brand new one-day special release is giving us the envelopes then to obviously put our cards inside. Am I right in saying that?
And so that's exactly right.
Yeah.
So, for example, these masterpieces here, let's take a look at these wonderful masterpieces designed by Maggie Byford. Let's look at this one. So this is a card from the original set, from It's a Wrap #1, okay? So let's say, for example, that in and of itself is an absolute masterpiece. But let's imagine that perhaps we want to put a cigar band around it, like a ribbon. Do you see? I'm not saying this is the right colour.
Yeah.
I'm just, this might be what you want to do. Or perhaps this is so ornate, you think, well, I don't want to do a really ornate envelope. So you make a simple envelope with the envelope template. This will sit inside there, and then you've got your wrap, you see. So the whole idea is that the two sets of plates work together. But I just wanted to explain where you get the size of your envelope from is obviously from your card, and the card is on the first plate. Okay? So otherwise, if you made the card the same size as the envelope, it wouldn't go in.
Of course. Barbara, I'm so sorry. I've just got to tell everyone, we're approaching 80% of the stock gone in 37 minutes of the launch show. That is stock that we really did anticipate would last us a lot longer. We were hoping it would last the full duration of the 24 hours. Doesn't look like that's going to happen, but if you do want to get hold of this, yes, of course, it is designed to work with the first collection, so it's giving you the envelopes. But as the samples here illustrate as well, you can do so much more with these. You can make the envelopes, you can make standalone cards as well. It is a great set. Sorry, Barbara.
No worries. So let's just take a look. I'm sitting with the card one at the moment, just to show you how interchangeable they are as well. So let's say, for example, here's the card. I'm going back to the one we're working on, right? So there's the card, there's this. Now, but you can see that this pattern, the trellis, is actually from the new plate. So the idea is that you trace out to here and to here, and then you make a white pencil line along here. So you know then, right, so you know where your flap's going to be, and you just create the area. So you only need to trace out this bit here to there and the folds. When you're tracing out top tip, you use not the number 1 tool, you use the number 2 tool. When you're doing the cutting line where you're going to cut, you use the number 1. Right? When you're doing the folding lines, flip the tool and use the number 2. Or in Pergamano speak, you're going to use the number 1 and the 1.5. If you use softer, a larger ball, like a larger stylus, when you're doing the where you're going to fold, it won't crack. Yeah. Because otherwise, it might crack if you parchment is So I'll show you that in a minute. Okay. But I just wanted to explain how we arrived, for example, at a design from the new plate using the old plate. Brilliant. Okay.
So it's a real evolution.
So that's the envelope.
Yes.
Oh yeah, and they're very, very interchangeable. So now let's go to the envelope. Let's go to the envelope, and we'll take this off, and we'll look at where we actually, this is all sealed, right? But in actual fact, this is here, isn't it?
Yes.
This is where we found this flap. So I thought, so that we don't confuse everybody, let's just take a simple look at this envelope, and let's just go through with clear parchment and show you exactly what we're looking at. So, for example, this will make it very, very clear to you. Here's the envelope. This is the envelope bit here. This is the folding part. This is the flap. So this is the bit that's interchangeable. If we go like this, right, Yeah. We've got 2 flaps on either side. This is so that it folds over. We'll get to that in a minute. Then, so it's number 1 tool all the way around the outside. Everywhere where there's a fold, number 2, number 2. It says this on your inspiration sheet. Yeah. So this one is the first one. Now that's option number 1, snowflakes. So now let's do another one. Let's do this, right? Yeah. But this time we'll change it. We'll come down and we'll do this one.
Okay.
Right, so now we've got those dots. We're using that. So one of the things that occurred to me, oh no! All right, it's all right, my envelope, my parchment's just floated away. Okay. So this one, for example,
yeah.
You look here, you'll see, let's go into closer, you'll see on this one, close up, you'll see that it's just been fine cut.
Yes.
You can't pico cut it.
Okay.
But what we decided, what I thought would be a good idea as well, let me just flip this over. You see, if you want to just cut it with scissors, then all you need to do is take this here. Let me come back into this one. And what you do is you emboss it, and then you bring this down, and you use the line underneath to tie it up. So it's a lot easier to cut along a straight line than it would be to cut along the dots.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yes. Yeah.
So that's that one. We'll come back to that one. I'm going to have to go and find the parchment in a minute. Okay. Right, then we've got the next one. Again, we'll use the envelope. Sorry, Yanis?
I was saying this is a very pretty one.
Yeah. So this one, again, you get your square. This is, I've already done the job on this. Then you come along here and you emboss this bit. This is very pretty, this one, isn't it? Right? So that's another option. Now, here, let's go to, have we done this one? No, we haven't. So then we've got this one, again, the close, then you slide up here and you've got another option. And this one, if you wanted to, right, you could come along here and you'll find the infill. I mean, this one is brilliant for an infill. You see, I think those dots would look fantastic in that. It looks so Parisian, doesn't it?
You've got so many choices, and that's one thing I'm really getting a sense of here. And you're going to have the most beautiful flaps on your project,
so to speak. And now you've got, so here, for example, you've got an envelope here, and now, again, new flap. This one, we're going to turn it round, and then you're just going to find it here. And this was the one that I thought I'd use to show you how to cut out, because it's you know, little tricks like using the number 2 tool when you're folding, there are just little tricks and tips, and I thought that might be a good place to go to.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Where are you sensing, Barbara?
I'm sensing that I need to just go and find my parchment for a minute.
All right,
so just hang on one second, because it glided away. Hold on, here we go. Right, so what I'm thinking is, now I can show you the parchment. Right, the lining. I just wanted to show you this.
This is clever.
Because, say that again.
Now we've got a designer parchment in the mix as well. Now this is clever.
Yeah. So say, for example, in here, you're using just clear parchment, right, for the actual, just for the plain envelope.
Yes.
But you want to give it a little bit of luster. There's nothing like opening an envelope that's got a really beautiful insert. Then you know it's classy, right? But it's like, how do you get the size? Now, this one is done with paper.
Oh, is that an Antarctica?
This one here. That's Antarctica. Yeah. This one here, now you'll see, this one is done with parchment. Ooh. Right, now when I was dissecting this, I thought, the paper crafter in me said, why have I got a flap there and a flap there, and why have I got 2 folds? What do I need 2 for? I really only need 1 if I'm going to stick it down.
Yeah.
But the truth is, if you're going to slide your parchment in, and this is let me just find the one that I'd already started. Let's take this one. You see, if you slide this in, it sits in, when you cut it out.
Yes.
You cut it out just on the inside of the white line, but now when you fold this over, it just sits in there like a dream. You use 2 bits of parchment, Two bits of 8 by 8, and then you've still got a bit here. But this then, it acts as a kind of you slide in, you see?
Linda's
and
so clever.
Why it works so cleverly.
Linda is, I mean, that is very, very clever design work. She's thought about everything with these.
So that means that when you, let me just get a bit of white card to show you, when you turn this over, well, you're using clear parchment, but you've got that fantastic design on the front, which looks so beautiful. And then then of course you just use your ribbon wrap to embellish, so you don't have to overcomplicate the envelopes, which I think is very good, don't you?
Barbara, I love that idea. I've just got to tell everyone that we're over 80% of the stock. We potentially, and I am saying this hesitantly because we've got a lot of stock, but could be calling limited stock this hour. I will of course let you know. I'm not calling limited stock yet, but we're over 80% of the stock and we are hurtling in that direction. Don't miss out. Remember, you're getting all 3 of these brand new plates, effectively 3 for the price of 2, and you're getting your parchment in the mix as well. You can't go wrong. You absolutely can't go wrong. And if you've got the first collection, this is the evolution, because now you're getting the envelopes to house your beautiful cards and so much more, because you're not just getting the envelopes, you can make standalone cards as well. Back to you, Barbara.
Okay, so now what I thought I would do is just show you some really, they're kind of paper crafting tricks, really. Okay. But I thought it'd be good to have a look at actually how you cut it out when you get to this, because not everybody wants to picot cut everything. Yeah. So if we, for example, look at this envelope now up close, you'll notice that it's all very beautiful. Oh, excuse me. See, it's picot cut along here.
That is nice.
And it's picot cut there. Yeah, I mean that's glorious, isn't it? And of course the card is picot cut as well. But not everybody's at that stage, and maybe you don't want to picot cut everything. So, and also on the sides here, you're not going to picot cut the bits that you flap in. That would be time consuming and nonsense. If we look, for example, here, we're going to take a blade. I'm a craft knife and ruler person. Yeah. If you've got a good pair of scissors and a steady hand, then, you know, more power to your elbow. But what I want to show you is how I use a ruler. Okay. Now, one of the things that I learned a long time ago is that you really, first of all, you haven't got a lot of gap, you haven't got a lot of space here to grip the parchment. So if I were to do this, right, there's the Pergamano ruler has got a steel inlay, which is great because it means that as you cut along, you don't end up embedded in the ruler. Yeah. Now, if I were to hold it like this, and then cut along here, the chances are this is going to slide. Yeah. Because parchment's quite slick, it's quite satiny. So what we've got, first of all, golden rule number 1, you never cut into your artwork. This I learnt the hard way a long time ago. You don't hold it like that, because then the next thing you know, you're going to start careering into your artwork. So you cut away from your artwork. You hold the ruler over your artwork and you cut away from it. Yeah? Look at the state of my hands. This is still from the 2 to 4 show. Right. Now, the other thing is that you don't want to slide. Yeah. So what we do is we found we've got a product and it's called the Groovy Grip.
This is very cool.
And the Groovy Grip, it comes in 2 big sheets and it's not adhesive, right? It's not adhesive. It comes in 2 big sheets, but it's got this. It's really clever. Let me show you. So it comes like this. Yeah. What you want to do is cut a strip of it like that long, and then you stick it on the back of your ruler. See, and it's not, you don't stick it because it just clings. It's not adhesive. Yeah. And what happens is you'll be like that with your ruler, but as soon as you put any pressure on your ruler, I've got the steel inlay side. When you put the pressure on the ruler, it doesn't move anymore. Okay.
It's clever stuff, isn't it?
Let me go here and I'll show you. Yeah, it's very good. So I'm going to line up the metal edge of the ruler. Can you see that okay?
Yeah, no, perfect, Barbara.